In the central plaza of the first high school in Daxiaxingqing, a massive metallic platform stood tall. Among the crowd, Wang Chu watched in awe as an exhilarating exhibition match unfolded before his eyes. A deafening roar shook the entire venue, and the students in the front rows could even smell the foul stench emanating from the Abyssal Cerberus. At that moment, with the roar of an engine, a silver-gray steel mech descended from the sky, wielding a laser blade glowing with pink light. With a single strike, it cleaved the enormous beast in two. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, and the students buzzed with excitement. Some dreamed of becoming level 5 mech pilots, while others felt content with just mastering exoskeleton mechs. Wang Chu stood among them, marveling at the scene. It was his first time witnessing a mech slay an abyssal creature in person. Having lived in this world for 18 years, today marked the day he would finally become a true mech pilot. Yet, as a transmigrator, the lack of a golden finger or cheat ability for all those years often reminded him of the dump truck that had hit him in his previous life. On the metallic platform, the principal stood beside a machine that students privately nicknamed the Welfare Fairy, a chip-constructing device. Every senior student who had turned 18 would draw their Mech Core Chip Module today. The principal's impassioned speech, however, sounded like the usual motivational talk to Wang Chu, who instead focused all his attention on the chip-constructing machine. Once bound, the Core Chip Module could not be changed, determining a pilot's future specialization. Whether it was assault, defense, support, or long-range combat, achieving higher ranks meant greater potential. After receiving a core chip, one would become a level 0 pilot, with every 10 levels advancing their rank and unlocking new construction opportunities. One by one, students stepped onto the platform to draw their core chips, but most only received white or green quality chips. Principal Li Guoqing observed this with a sigh. As the head of the school, he paid special attention to orphan students like Wang Chu, knowing their path ahead would be particularly challenging without familial support. Finally, it was Wang Chu's turn. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm on the constructing machine. Ripples spread out from his hand, and the next moment, a golden card emerged from the slot. Although there were no dramatic celestial phenomena, the unassuming golden card made the principal gasp in astonishment. The golden core chip bore the words, "Absolute Overdrive," and instantly merged into Wang Chu's body. Moments later, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Mech attributes would increase by 1,000-fold, but durability consumption would skyrocket as a trade-off. Even more astonishing was a hidden ability called Final Ripple, which would amplify his physical strength by 100-fold if his mech was destroyed. Just then, a notification sounded in Wang Chu's mind, activating an exclusive ability called Saitama Physique. By completing specific daily training and sacrificing a little hair, he could gain an extraordinary physical body. At that moment, Wang Chu finally understood the mech was merely a limiter for his true potential. Wang Chu finally grasped the essence of this combo technique. Step 1. Rapidly deplete the opponent's mech armor defense by increasing the absolute core durability consumption rate by 1,000. Just when the opponent believes victory is assured, his ultimate move truly begins to ripple burst with a 100-fold increase in all attribute values. Surprised, aren't you? I've got a second phase, you fool. Wang Chu grinned inwardly. Gene Lock activate. Even in the late stages, a 100-fold increase in an ordinary person's attributes would hardly match up to a steel behemoth. But Wang Chu was different, had inherited Saitama Sensei's physique. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama shattered human limits, casually splitting the earth and playing with tectonic plates. Now, Wang Chu not only possessed Saitama's physical strength, but could amplify it 100-fold. Just as Wang Chu was reveling in his triumph, the principal's words "Golden Core" ignited a frenzy in the crowd. A golden quality core chip module represented the highest tier, signifying limitless potential for its owner. Principal Li Guoqing, his face brimming with excitement, eagerly asked, "Wang Chu, what's the effect of the golden core you drew?" "Principal, it's absolute overclocking," Wang Chu replied straightforwardly, knowing that Li Guoqing had likely already discerned it and was merely seeking confirmation. "As I thought, absolute overclocking," Li Guoqing exclaimed, punching the air in exhilaration. "Heaven blesses our great Xia. Heaven blesses Star City High." The students below were left dumbfounded. Absolute overclocking, as a top-tier core chip module, provided a 1,000 boost to all attributes, granting invincibility within the same rank and even enabling effortless cross-rank battles. While it had the drawback of rapid durability consumption, this could be mitigated with supplementary modules or supported by auxiliary mechs on the battlefield. Li Guoqing patted Wang Chu's shoulder and said, "Wang Chu, you will become a pillar of our great Xia." "Thank you, Principal. I'll do my best," Wang Chu replied with a calm smile. When he returned to his class lineup, his classmates immediately swarmed around him. Some suggested celebrating with a meal and karaoke, while a wealthy student offered to book the entire Glory Grand Hotel. Even a few usually reserved, attractive girls approached, inviting him for coffee dates, with one even claiming chest pain as an excuse to have him accompany her to the hospital. Amused by the attention, Wang Chu silently chuckled at the girl feigning chest pain, thinking, not even drank strength, and you're trying this? Outwardly, however, he responded politely, sorry, but I'm busy tomorrow. I need to take my cat to visit some relatives. Hearing Wang Chu's rather far-fetched excuse for declining, the crowd wasn't upset at all. Instead, they displayed an expression of complete understanding. Ah, taking your cat to visit relatives is indeed important. Let's reschedule for another day, they said with cheerful smiles, their warm and overly accommodating attitude almost absurd. This scene perfectly illustrated the harsh reality of a world where strength reigns supreme. When you're powerful, even the most ridiculous excuses are met with welcoming smiles. This was in stark contrast to Wang Chu's past. As an orphan, he wasn't outright ostracized at school, but he had almost no friends. Despite his striking looks that often drew the attention of girls, their interest would fade the moment they learned he had to work part-time just to support himself. But now, the pivotal moment of becoming a mech pilot was within reach. In this strength-driven world, powerful mech pilots held an esteemed position. Wang Chu thought to himself, once I become a top-tier mech pilot, those who once ignored me might be willing to scrub floors with steel wool just to get on my good side. After absorbing the core chip module, a mysterious rune appeared on the back of Wang Chu's left hand, resembling a tattoo, the iconic spirit mark of a mech pilot. Through this mark, he was able to view his detailed attribute panel for the first time. Basic information. Name, Wang Chu. Rank, 0 tier, level 00100. Mech configuration. Owned mech. 0 type exoskeleton mech. Core chip module. Absolute overclock gold. Other modules. Left arm, left leg, multifunction module, all empty. Personal attributes. Unique ability, Saitama physique. Strength, 4 average for adults, 5. Agility, 4 average for adults, 5. Endurance, 4 average for adults, 5. Spirit, 6 average for adults, 5. Although his base attributes were slightly below average, once the mech's limiters were unlocked, these stats could skyrocket to 400 points. Thinking about this, Wang Chu clenched his fists. At last, he not only had the power to protect himself, but also the ability to improve the conditions of the orphanage that had raised him. The headmaster and his wife wouldn't have to work so hard, and his younger siblings could live better lives. Just then, another wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Another gold core. 2 gold cores today? Why not me? Principal Li Guecheng was beaming with joy, already imagining how he would share this exciting news with Mei Ting tonight. Clearing his throat, he pulled himself out of his pleasant daydream and asked, Student Su Wanqing, what gold core did you draw? Su Wanqing replied calmly, her voice soft, Principal, it's absolute support. Her response momentarily stunned Principal Li, and his gaze shifted to Wang Chu in the crowd. The combination was almost too perfect. Absolute support could boost all attributes by 300, reduce mech durability consumption by 500, and increase repair speed by 800. It was practically the ideal complement to absolute overclock. Seeing the principal's meaningful expression, Wang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. Absolute support? Please, don't even think about involving me. Principal Li Guoqing's eyes gleamed with a meaningful light. Wang Chu instantly saw through the old principal's thoughts. This sly old fox was definitely up to something again. For Wang Chu, the situation couldn't be clearer. The absolute support chip was the perfect complement to the biggest weakness of absolute overclocking, its lack of sustained combat capability. This golden pairing of core chips would be practically invincible on the battlefield or in dungeons. Yet for him, it was also a headache, as it seriously interfered with his armor explosion limiter, practically making it his nemesis. However, on second thought, if he could truly team up with absolute support, his combat power would undoubtedly take a quantum leap. Just imagining the enemy's despairing expression when they finally broke his armor, only to realize it was just the first phase, was enough to make him chuckle. If someone else had drawn absolute support, Wang Chu wouldn't dare expect them to willingly team up with him. But as fate would have it, the one who drew it was Su Wanqing, his childhood companion from the orphanage. With this, securing a dedicated healer was practically guaranteed. It felt straight out of a cliché time travel drama. Standing beside Su Wanqing, Principal Li Guoqing sighed to himself, this year, Star City High School really hit the jackpot. Absolute overclocking paired with absolute support, it's a match made in heaven. If they form a fixed team and look out for each other, clearing Abyssal dungeons will be a piece of cake. Although he didn't dare directly command the eldest daughter of the Su family, his words were more than enough to convey his subtle suggestion. Su Wanqing's bright, beautiful eyes glanced toward the crowd below, her gaze landing on Wang Chu, the boy she grew up with in the orphanage. Her heart rippled with emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Chu pretended to be deeply fascinated by the surrounding scenery. Great, he sighed inwardly. There's no escaping this now. In the subsequent draws, Though the other students were eager, reality quickly taught them the stark difference between luck and misfortune. In the end, out of more than 400 students, only 2 gold and 8 purple chips were drawn, but even this result left Principal Lee quite satisfied. Although the draws were purely based on luck and had nothing to do with the school's ranking, that didn't stop him from using this as an opportunity for promotion. In his eyes, drawing 2 gold chips was a perfect excuse to highlight the school's teaching environment and his own discerning judgment. Congratulations to everyone for officially becoming mecha pilots today, Principal Lee announced. The road ahead is long, and I hope you all stay true to your ambitions and strive to become outstanding pilots. You now have 30 minutes to familiarize yourselves with your cores, after which we'll begin our first Abyssal dungeon. Wang Chu, Su Wanqing, please come over. Out of respect for the principal's generosity toward underprivileged students, Wang Chu reluctantly stepped onto the metallic platform. Smiling, Principal Lee explained, I don't mean anything else, it's just rare to see such a perfectly matched pair of gold cores, and I wanted to introduce you too. Of course, forming a team for dungeon runs isn't something I can force. Core compatibility is one thing, but teamwork between people is just as important. That's for you two to decide. Wang Chu listened without any change in his expression and quietly stepped to the left. Su Waning's gaze flickered slightly, and she immediately followed, moving to the left as well. Li Guocheng watched the scene, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Looks like this little guy is quite popular. Saves me the trouble of worrying too much about him. Then, his tone turned serious. Wang Chu, even though you've drawn the powerful golden core chip, Absolute Overclock, you must be cautious. This chip has extremely weak, sustained combat capability. For your first Abyss dungeon, you must go in alone. It will be your greatest challenge yet. My advice is to focus on evasion and prioritize surviving the 24-hour time limit. Don't worry too much about the score. Wang Chu nodded in agreement. He knew Li Guocheng was right. The durability of his mech would deplete not only from taking hits, but also from basic movements, attacks, and blocking. The 1000 durability consumption rate boost from Absolute Overclock meant his durability would drop 10 times faster than normal. While increased defense could mitigate this to some extent, the risk remained high. He remembered a student from the past who had been too arrogant and ended up self-destructing in their first Abyss dungeon due to this very chip. Alright, go familiarize yourselves with your chips. The first Abyss dungeon is about to begin, Li Guocheng said as he took a small sip from his goji berry-infused thermos. Wang Chu's instinct screamed at him, and he immediately turned to leave the stage. Sure enough, Su Waning's coquettish voice rang out behind him. Wang Chu Gij. Before she could finish, he had already bolted. He thought to himself, there are too many people here. I'll deal with this after the dungeon. With Su Waning's charm stat, if people found out we already knew each other, I might get mobbed before even entering the dungeon. Li Guocheng watched the scene, pretending to spit out non-existent tea leaves. Inwardly, he thought, this duo seems like a solid bet. 30 minutes flew by. Wang Chu stared at the countdown on his spirit rune, trying to steady his nerves. With Absolute Overclock, Final Ripple, and Saitama Physique as his powerful boosts, he felt confident about scoring high in the Abyss dungeon. With some luck, he might even obtain rare equipment to quickly increase his strength. But he reminded himself to stay cautious. Death here was real, and there was no room for carelessness. These newfound abilities had shifted Wang Chu's life goals. He was no longer just focused on earning money to support the orphanage. Now, he wanted to truly take control of his destiny. As the timer hit 0, a wave of darkness instantly swallowed the hundreds of students gathered in the plaza. The Abyss dungeon prompt appeared. Basic trial, the corrupted primeval forest. Dungeon tier, 0 tier. Difficulty, hard mode. Main quest, destroy the corrupted world tree. Failure penalty, none. Time limit, 24 hours. When his vision cleared, Wang Chu found himself standing in the midst of a vast, ancient forest. Dappled sunlight filtered through the tall trees, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. Wang Chu stood at the forest's entrance, carefully observing his surroundings. This was a deep Abyss dungeon, the corrupted primal forest, classified as a hard difficulty level. As an Abyss dungeon tied to the promotion trials, it was entirely different from the usual Spirit Realm dungeons used for gathering materials. Every aspiring pilot seeking advancement had to face this challenge alone. Both Abyss and Spirit Realm dungeons were categorized into 5 levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Being the third tier, hard difficulty was considered moderate. Judging by the dungeon's name and main quest line, it was evident that this area had been tainted by the aura of the Abyss. According to textbook descriptions, places like these often exhibited mutations in both plants and animals. Without hesitation, Wang Chu summoned his exoskeleton mech. In an instant, a silver-gray, soft armor of unknown material enveloped his body, with mechanical components equipping his head and limbs. The system information displayed. Model 0 Mech. Rank, Tier 0, Level 00100. Equipped Module. absolute overclocking gold. Attributes: strength 200, agility 200, defense 200, energy 100. Status: consumes 1 energy point every 10 minutes. Durability: 100. Consumption rate: 1000. Thanks to the absolute overclocking module, his base stats of 20 in strength, agility, and defense skyrocketed to 200, reaching the level of a Tier 1 pilot. The staggering boost in attributes made Wang Chu eager to test its capabilities. Clenching his right fist, he struck a towering tree beside him with full force. Boom! The tree snapped instantly, crashing heavily to the ground and sending tremors through the earth. Whoa! This is the power of a mech! Wang Chu exclaimed excitedly. However, his attention quickly shifted to the durability, which had dropped from 100 to 99. No wonder some people fail the basic trials. This thing wears out way too fast. Wang Chu muttered with a wry smile. While a pilot's spirit rune energy could repair the mech once its durability was depleted, during the repair process, they would have to rely solely on their physical abilities. Just then, a deep, guttural beast roar echoed from the distance, seemingly drawn by the sound of the falling tree. As the heavy footsteps grew closer, the ground began to shake violently. The next moment, a massive white tiger suddenly leapt out from the shadows. The ferocious beast had been stealthily crawling forward, only revealing its full form now. It was a corrupted white tiger, level 5 of Tier 0, boasting attributes of 155 strength, 25 agility, and 21 defense. Faced with the sudden attack, Wang Chu remained calm and composed. His right hand clenched into a fist instantly. The mechanical engine roared to life, and with its power boost, his punch shot out like a cannonball. Boom! The soft abdomen of the tiger caved in, and its towering three-meter body was sent flying by the strike. Foul-smelling crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding trees. Strangely, the blood was slowly absorbed by the trees. Wang Chu exhaled deeply. This was his first time killing a mutated beast, and it confirmed his belief stats are king. A one-hit kill. A system notification appeared. Successfully killed corrupted white tiger, level 5. Spirit mark XP 10. Obtained white tiger armor left limb module. A module drop right away? Not bad. Wang Chu exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. He lightly tapped the spirit mark on the back of his left hand. A flash of light appeared, and a green chip materialized in his palm. White tiger armor left limb module attributes. Tier 0 Tier green. Effect: Mech strength 5, Mech durability consumption rate 5. Description: derived from the left arm of a corrupted white tiger. Without hesitation, Wang Chu inserted the chip into the slot on his left arm. A surge of power coursed through him, and his strength stat on the panel skyrocketed to 205. This confirmed that the module's bonuses were not restricted by core limitations, solidifying his future strategy-prioritizing enhancements to the mech's base attributes. After defeating the tiger, the area became noticeably quieter, likely because it had been the apex predator of this territory. However, Wang Chu didn't linger. With only 24 hours to survive, every second in this abyss dungeon was precious. Every monster was a walking source of experience and resources. As he advanced northward, he attacked every suspicious plant along the way. Killed corrupted vine, level 7, gained 14 spirit mark XP. Killed corrupted camphor tree, level 6, gained 12 spirit mark XP. For Wang Chu, no target in the dungeon was to be spared. Even if it cost durability, the rewards were worth it. Soon, his spirit mark XP reached 100 points, triggering an upgrade. 0 Tier mech upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Base attributes increased by 3 points each, actual 30. Gained 5 free attribute points, actual 50. Current attributes: strength 235, agility 230, defense 230. In this dungeon, where the average monster attribute ranged from 20 to 30, Wang Chu's stats were overwhelmingly superior, a complete mismatch in power. However, his mech durability had already dropped by 27 points. Continuing his hunt, he defeated a corrupted peach tree level 7, gaining 14 spirit mark XP and a peach tree leg armor left foot module. Tier 0 Tier green. Effect: Mech defense 4, durability consumption rate 4. Description: to have good luck with romance, you need to have thick skin. Reducing durability consumption rate? What kind of trash is this? Get lost. In the first tier modules, white modules increase attributes by 3 points, green modules by 5 points, blue modules by 10 points, purple modules by 20 points, and gold modules by 50 points. As for durability consumption, white modules consume 3, green modules 5, blue modules 10, purple modules 20, and gold modules 50. Additionally, there are special modules, such as the peach tree leg guard left foot module, which can reduce durability consumption. These special modules only increase attributes and reduce durability consumption by 80 of the original value. For example, a purple module increases strength, agility, or defense by 16 points while reducing durability consumption speed by 16. It's worth noting that gold modules always provide or reduce consumption at a fixed rate of 50. Different pilots will make different choices when faced with high attribute modules that consume more durability versus lower attribute modules that consume less. According to official data, 20 of pilots opt for the former, while the remaining 80 prefer the latter. Take the White Tiger Armor Green module and the Peach Tree Leg Guard Green module as examples. The former increases strength by 5 points, while the latter increases defense by 4 points. Although the attribute difference is only 1 point, the durability consumption difference reaches 9. Whether in dungeons or real combat, mechs remain the central focus. If a mech is destroyed, how can the pilot respond? Therefore, the vast majority of pilots choose to equip modules in each slot that reduce durability consumption speed, as the combined effect significantly enhances their endurance in prolonged battles. However, for Wang Chu, durability is not a concern. He hummed softly and then inserted the Peach Tree Leg Guard into the left foot slot. As a new account, he didn't have many choices. Whatever gear was available, he had to use it. Wang Chu understood that while he would become stronger in mech mode, there was no need to rush into overloading the mech. His advantage lay in not having to worry about the stacking durability consumption, so maximizing his attributes was the priority. Overloading the mech was his ultimate trump card. Having just acquired the Saitama Constitution, his base attributes were only 4 points. Even if he triggered the final ripple effect of overloading, his total attributes would only reach 400 points. Meanwhile, his level 10 mech already had 230 attribute points, and leveling up a few more times would bring him close to 400. At his current pace, overloading the mech in an Abyss dungeon was just a matter of time. Wearing the mech provided an extra layer of protection, and the 4 difference in durability consumption was negligible. Modules still needed to be equipped. With that, Wang Chu entered a frenzy of monster farming. The feeling of not needing to manage durability consumption was simply exhilarating. He rampaged through the primal forest like a raging storm, slaughtering everything in his path. The engine roared as his silver-gray figure darted madly through the forest. He successfully killed a level 7 corrupted green silvergrass, gaining 14 spirit pattern experience, a level 8 corrupted silver ring snake, gaining 16 spirit pattern experience, and a level 9 corrupted softbone rabbit, gaining 18 spirit pattern experience. Wherever he went, nothing was left standing, as if he were a player in a Japanese adventure game, looting every corner and taking everything in sight. In no time, just 5 minutes later, Wang Chu had already leveled up to rank 0, level 2. Another 15 minutes passed, and he advanced directly to rank 0, level 3. His leveling speed was astonishing. Along the way, every corrupted monster he encountered was instantly defeated. The stationary tree creatures were even weaker, easily taken down with a random stone he picked up, saving the durability of his mech. The 15 free attribute points were quickly allocated, 8 points to strength and 7 points to agility. As for defense, Wang Chu didn't bother with it at all. At rank 0, level 3, the stats of the Zero mech were overwhelmingly powerful. Strength, 375, agility, 360, defense, 293, energy, 77. Durability, 12 points remaining, with consumption rate at 1001. The battle rewards were quite generous as well. After sorting through the loot, he obtained 3 left arm modules, 1 right arm module, 2 left leg modules, 4 right leg modules, and 1 weapon module. The right arm module was of green quality, named Green Silver Coil, providing 4 defense and 4 durability consumption. The left leg module was of white quality, inferior to his current Peach Blossom leg armor. However, Wang Chu's luck shone with the right leg modules, as he found a blue quality Rabbit Light Boots, which he equipped immediately. This module granted 10 agility, though at the cost of 10 durability consumption. The weapon module was a green quality corrupted Peachwood sword, dropped after defeating a corrupted peach tree. It offered a double boost of 10 strength, but also increased durability consumption by 10. After gearing up, Wang Chu stood by the lake, examining his reflection in the water. The white tiger pattern on his left arm, the green silver coil on his right arm, the peach blossom decorations on his left leg, the rabbit fur boots on his right leg, and the peachwood sword in hand. The combination was undeniably mismatched. Additional gains included some basic materials, corrupted ancient wood fibers, beast hides, and the most valuable 2 bottles of corrupted tree essence. This green quality potion could restore 10 points of mech durability. Wang Chu immediately used the 2 bottles, bringing the durability back up to 32 points. Feeling the renewed vitality of his mech, Wang Chu swung his sword ferociously at the lake. Water splashed everywhere as a few grotesque fish leapt out level 7 corrupted piranhas and a level 5 corrupted carp king. He effortlessly gained 24 spirit mark experience points. Another 15 minutes passed. After clearing an entire area, Wang Chu suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Zero mech's durability was about to run out, and the gene lock was on the verge of being unsealed. Wait, He suddenly remembered hadn't completed today's daily tasks yet. 99, 100. With the final squat completed, a crisp notification sound echoed from the system. Wang Chu wiped the sweat off his forehead, a thrilled smile lighting up his face. This system is really considerate, he muttered to himself between breaths. Up next were 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and a 10-kilometer run. For someone with only 4 points in physical fitness, this training regimen was no joke. To ensure his safety, Wang Chu first cleared the surrounding area of any lurking monsters before focusing on completing his daily tasks. As soon as he finished, the system popped up a notification. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit each increased by 3 points, along with 3 additional free attribute points. An all-attribute increase of 3 in just one day, plus 3 free points? Wang Chu's eyes widened in surprise. And this is just the LV1 Saitama physique. Without hesitation, he allocated all the free points to strength. Updated attribute panel. Strength, 10. Agility, 7. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 9. His strength was now double that of an average person. Wasting no time, Wang Chu activated his exoskeleton mech, which was hanging on to its last point of durability. In the next moment, cracks spread across the mech surface like a spiderweb. With a deafening crash, the mech exploded into fragments. But just as the pieces were about to scatter, the system chimed in. Final ripple activated. The fragments transformed into dazzling light and surged into Wang Chu's body. The notification displayed. All attributes increased 100-fold, duration 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The new attribute values were astonishing. Strength, 1000. Agility, 700. Constitution, 700. Spirit, 900. This is power. Wang Chu exclaimed as he threw a punch, the air around him cracking with a sharp blast. He lifted his shirt to check his abs but frowned when he saw no sign of an 8-pack. This ripple isn't all that impressive, just pure stats without the aesthetics. The system showed that the mech's repair would take another 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 48 seconds. But Wang Chu no longer needed it. He bent his legs, gathering strength, and launched himself forward. The ground where he stood caved in, leaving a deep pit as he propelled himself dozens of meters away in an instant. Yahoo! My body is stronger than the mech. Gene lock, activate. Although his stats were similar to when using the mech, the freedom from its constraints made him feel light and unrestrained. The corrupted primal forest came alive with chaos once more, the sounds of fierce battles echoing everywhere. System notifications continued to flood in. Successfully killed corrupted white tiger, level 8. Spirit mark XP 16. Successfully killed corrupted giant ape, level 9. Spirit mark XP 18. Successfully defeated corrupted carp king, level 5. Spirit mark XP 10. The system notification flashed before Wang Chu's eyes. He emerged from the lake, spitting out a mouthful of water. Pa, pa. He glanced around. The corrupted creatures in the lake had all been cleared out. For an abyss dungeon, the fact that this lake didn't even hide a single artifact was truly disappointing. Back on the shore, Wang Chu peeled off his soaking wet clothes. Clenching his fists tightly, water poured out in streams, a testament to the raw power of his 1000 strength stat, coming in handy in moments like this. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, he swung it in wide arcs. This crude method was far more effective than any dryer. In no time, his clothes were mostly dry, and he quickly put them back on. Sure, there was no one else in this abyss dungeon, nor was there any chance of being live-streamed. But as a modest high school boy raised on 9 years of compulsory education, he had no intention of strutting around naked, especially not in front of those corrupted white tigers, who might feel inferior in comparison. By now, his level had risen to 6, having slain over 100 abyssal creatures. While the monsters in this hard mode dungeon were 1.4 times stronger than those in the easy mode, the experience gain remained the same, making leveling up feel a bit slow. Still, compared to the average awakened mech pilot's level 3 or the record high level 7, his performance was already exceptional. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Wang Chu gazed out over the vast expanse of the primeval forest. He had already cleared the outer perimeter. Next, he would push steadily toward the central area. In the distance, a massive world tree loomed in the heart of the forest, its gnarled, skeletal branches stretching outward, exuding an eerie purple-black mist. In less than an hour, he had wiped out nearly 80 corrupted creatures in the mid-zone, bringing his level up to 7. He was now just 1000 XP away from reaching level 8, though it seemed that level 7 might be the limit for this basic trial. As he stepped into the boss challenge area, the system notified him that all attributes were reduced by 20. Even so, his 320-point stats were more than enough to dominate this dungeon. Just then, a cloud of black smoke rose around the corrupted world tree, and several corrupted creatures emerged from it. Wang Chu's eyes lit up cold. This boss area possibly have respawning monsters. Seeing the corrupted world tree summon minions, Wang Chu's spirits immediately lifted. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting the lack of monsters to fight, and now the prey had delivered itself right to him. Wang Chu dashed forward like a flash of lightning, executing a series of quick strikes. Notifications popped up one after another. Defeated Corrupted Owl Beast, level 9. Spirit Rune XP 18. Followed by Defeated Corrupted Hawk, level 9. Spirit Rune XP 18. And Defeated Corrupted Rattata, level 9. Spirit Rune XP 18. All 5 level 9 minions fell in quick succession, netting him a total of 90 experience points. Sweet. Bring it on. Wang Chu exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the next wave. Suddenly, a loud crack erupted above him. A massive tree branch came hurtling down, slamming into the ground with tremendous force. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The branch struck the corrupted earth, creating a deep crater from which black smoke billowed. What's this? A whip with a side of theatrics. You're really putting on a show, huh? Wang Chu muttered, looking up at the colossal tree that had attacked him. Only then did he realize just how enormous the corrupted world tree truly was. Its canopy completely blocked out the sunlight, with only faint beams of light streaming through the gaps in the leaves, making it feel like the ruler of this darkened domain. The system identified it as the Corrupted World Tree Boss, level 10, tier 0. Its stats were displayed: strength 80, agility 0, defense 90. As expected of a boss in a difficult dungeon, it was a formidable foe. Most pilots who reached this point were typically level 4, with their mech's base stats at 32. Even with full module upgrades and freely allocated stat points, strength and agility would only reach around 6,070 at best, making this fight a real challenge. However, while the boss's strength and defense were impressive, its agility of 0 meant it was essentially a stationary attacker. As long as he could dodge its attacks, victory was within reach. Boom, boom, boom. Thick branches lashed out wildly, the sound of their strikes echoing like a barrage of cannon fire. Using his superior stats, Wang Chu weaved effortlessly between the flailing branches, dodging what seemed to him like sluggish attacks. Yet he remained cautious, refusing to launch an all-out assault. After all, if the tree toppled too quickly, he'd miss out on the chance to grind more experience from its minions. After about 5 minutes of waiting, the corrupted world tree suddenly released a dense cloud of black mist. Wang Chu's eyes lit up with excitement. CD is ready? As expected, 5 level 9 corrupted beasts crawled out of the black mist. Wang Chu took them down with one punch each, earning another 90 experience points. 5 minutes to defeat 5 level 9 corrupted beasts, that's 90 experience points, plus the chance to get materials and modules. In an hour, that's 60 beasts, 80 experience points. Wang Chu did the math and got more excited the longer he calculated. For other pilots, encountering the Primal Forest dungeon means they might also farm monsters in the boss area. But for them, mech durability is limited. They have to take down the corrupted world tree before their mech runs out of durability. I, however, don't have that concern. As long as I don't mind the exhaustion or hunger, I can farm here for 24 hours straight. To me, this place is like an infinite monster farming training ground, helping me level up like crazy. This Abyss dungeon is practically a newbie's dream come true. Outside in the real world, farming Spirit Realm dungeons comes with cooldown restrictions. Plus, monsters in those dungeons don't usually respawn, so you can't just stay in there farming all day. Thinking about this, Wang Chu looked at the corrupted world tree with a much softer gaze. Is this really an Abyss boss? No, it's my money tree. Even the way it twists its branches is full of charm. I'm loving this. The next day, Star City High School, Principal Li Guocheng stood on the metal platform. There was just over an hour left before the 24-hour mark for the newbie pilots who had entered the Abyss dungeon yesterday. Roar. The sound of engines roared as a 6-meter blue mech flew into the campus, slowly landing in the plaza. After disengaging its mech form, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked toward Principal Li. Good morning, Principal Li, he greeted. Principal Li smiled. Butler Sue, here to pick up your young lady?
Yes.
Butler Sue nodded and then asked with interest, Principal Li, I heard this Abyss trial was the challenging Primal Forest? Principal Li sighed. These kids sure had some bad luck. Not a single one has come out yet. They're all waiting for the 24 hours to end. That's true, Butler Sue agreed with a smile. The final boss of the challenging Primal Forest isn't something a level 4 or 5 pilot can take down easily. However, with my young lady's skills and her absolute support, she's sure to pass the Primal Forest with ease. If she hasn't come out yet, she's probably farming for a higher score. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of mechs flying through the air filled the plaza once again. One after another, mechs of various colors and designs landed in the plaza of Star City High School. Teachers, staff, and students from grades 10 and 11 widened their eyes in amazement and couldn't stop murmuring. So many mechs. You'd never see this many normally. When did our school have so many pilots above level 5? Are you dumb? These are recruitment officers from various universities, here specifically for our absolute overdrive and absolute support students. Wow, is this the value of an SS grade core chip? The Abyss dungeon hasn't even ended, and they're already waiting here? Of course. As long as you make it out of the Abyss dungeon alive, with an SS grade core chip, even the lowest score guarantees admission to one of the 4 great universities. Boldly, principally, 2 men leading the group waved toward the metal platform. They were recruitment officers from the Imperial Mech Academy and the Magic City Mech Academy, both level 6 pilots on par with Li Guoqing. Their goal today was to recruit the absolute overdrive and absolute support students into their schools. Recruiting even one of them would be a success, but getting both would be a dream come true. Just then, a bright light flashed across the plaza. The first student to emerge from the Abyss dungeon immediately captured everyone's attention. Su Wanqing appeared, encased in her blue-gray exoskeleton mech, outfitted with various modules. A line of information popped up on the nearby display screen. Su Wanqing, cleared basic trial, corrupted primal forest. Rating, SS, currently ranked, first. S level evaluation. This astonishing achievement left Principal Li Guoqing frozen in place. After all, for most students, simply passing the basic trial with an S level rating was already considered a significant accomplishment, let alone earning an S level, an incredibly rare and exceptional evaluation. The admissions teachers reacted even faster than the principal. They swiftly activated their exoskeleton armor and darted towards Su Wanqing like arrows released from a bow. In an instant, representatives from top universities scrambled to extend their offers to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, I'm a teacher from the Imperial Capital Mecha Academy. Step aside, Southern University of Mecha. We're talking here. I'm an admissions teacher from the Shanghai Mecha Institute, and the terms we're offering are undoubtedly the best. The enthusiasm of the admissions teachers was palpable. They all understood that the student standing before them wasn't just someone who achieved an S-level evaluation, but also possessed extraordinary support abilities, ensuring a limitless future. Amid the clamor, Su Wanqing responded softly, I'm sorry, teachers, but I want to wait for my brother Wang Chu. Wherever he decides to go, that's where he'll go too. Wang Chu. The teachers paused momentarily, then quickly recalled that he was the student who had drawn the absolute overdrive ability. The thought of enrolling 2 prodigies at once lit a spark of excitement. Teacher Zhang from the Imperial Capital Mecha Academy immediately pushed through the crowd and approached Li Guoqing. Boldly, have you made proper arrangements for Wang Chu? Absolute overdrive is a critical late-game ability, so make sure he doesn't get carried away in there. Li Guoqing chuckled and waved his hand. Relax, old Zhang. Don't you trust me? Besides, Wang Chu is a very steady young man. I specifically told him to play it safe and hang in there for 24 hours. He'll definitely listen. Meanwhile, deep within the corrupted primal forest, Wang Chu was finishing off the last wave of monsters. System notifications flashed continuously. Successfully killed corrupted white tiger, level 9. Spirit mark EXP 18. Successfully killed corrupted vine snake, level 9. Spirit mark EXP 18. Successfully killed corrupted bobo, level 9. Spirit mark EXP 18. With only 3 minutes left in the Abyss dungeon, Wang Chu exhaled deeply. 20+ hours of non-stop fighting, evading boss attacks while grinding mobs, had utterly exhausted him. At this point, his level had already reached 10, with Spirit mark EXP at 16,58,45,000, far exceeding the limit. He could no longer level up before completing the first-tier Abyss dungeon. Looks like I'll need to focus on physical training after I get out to improve my bonus attributes, Wang Chu thought to himself. His gaze shifted to the equally worn-out corrupted world tree. You've worked hard, tirelessly spawning mobs for me to farm for over 20 hours. I truly appreciate it. Now, let me set you free. Mech summon. In an instant, Wang Chu's body radiated a dazzling light. The exoskeleton mech, whose cooldown and durability had already been restored, swiftly enveloped him. With the full support of the White Tiger module, the entire suit exuded an imposing aura, like a majestic tiger standing proudly. This mech was composed of several modules: the Zero Mech Exoskeleton Core Chip, a gold-quality absolute overclock weapon module, and the White Tiger Claws, alongside a series of blue-quality White Tiger armor modules covering his limbs, feet, and multifunctional components. These pieces were hard-won, the result of Wang Chu's relentless efforts in the boss territory. For 22 hours straight, he fought tirelessly, slaying 5 corrupted creatures every 5 minutes, amassing over 1,000 kills. With a drop rate of 1 in 8, he finally collected nearly 200 modules, completing the blue-quality White Tiger set. Each blue module provided 10 strength points and a 10 durability consumption boost, while the blue weapon module, White Tiger Claws, granted an additional 20 strength points and a 20 durability consumption increase. With the absolute overclock and the full set of modules equipped, Wang Chu's stats reached astonishing levels. Tier 0, level 10, with 860 strength, 700 agility, 500 defense, 100 energy, 100 durability, and a consumption speed boost of 1060. And this was with only 30 of his 50 free attribute points allocated to strength. Sensing the threat, the previously weary corrupted world tree suddenly turned ferocious, wildly thrashing its branches in a frenzy. This time, Wang Chu didn't dodge. Instead, he seized one of the massive branches. With a thunderous crack, the sheer disparity between 80 strength and 860 strength caused the ground at the tree's roots to rupture, as if it was about to be uprooted entirely. In a desperate move, the world tree severed its own branch, and dark purple sap gushed from the break. Oh, quite clever, aren't you? Wang Chu sneered. But tell me, did your clever mind ever imagine you'd meet your end by your own branch? Before his words even finished, Wang Chu swung the broken branch with overwhelming force. The impact was earth-shattering. The corrupted world tree collapsed with a deafening crash, sending dust and decayed fragments soaring into the air. A system notification immediately appeared. Successfully killed corrupted world tree, level 10. Spirit pattern EXP 500. Trial completed, corrupted primal forest. Rating, SSS. Obtained item, corrupted world tree branch purple. Obtained material, source of corruption. Obtained module, corrupted world tree roots purple. A wave of darkness surged over him, and when the light returned, Wang Chu found himself surrounded by a group of people staring at him with wide eyes. In the plaza of Xingqing No. 1 High School, recruitment teachers from various academies were focused, their eyes fixed intently on the dungeon's exit. As the 24-hour time limit approached, more and more students successfully cleared the Abyss dungeon. The majority of students adopted the same strategy, only engaging the boss in the final minutes. This approach not only maximized their opportunities to defeat monsters and enhance their attributes, but also ensured a safe teleportation out of the dungeon as the time expired. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed at the exit. As the glow faded, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. A complete white tiger set appeared before them. A buzz of discussion immediately erupted. Unbelievable luck. Wait a second, isn't that Wang Chu? The recruitment teachers quickly recognized the student clad in the white tiger set and rushed toward him. Li Guocheng was the first to reach Wang Chu, his face filled with disbelief. Weren't you supposed to come out after the full 24 hours? There are still 2 minutes left. Wang Chu tilted his head slightly, his expression relaxed. I came out after defeating the boss. At that moment, a sudden exclamation cut through the chatter in the plaza. SSS rating. It's an SSS rating. Everyone turned their attention to the leaderboard on the light screen. The former top-ranked student, Su Wanjing, had been pushed to second place, replaced by Wang Chu's result, clearing the corrupted forest of origins in the basic trial with an SSS rating. Li Guocheng turned to Wang Chu in shock. You achieved an SSS rating in the forest of origins? Is that difficult? Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. Teacher Zhang chimed in to explain. No one has ever achieved an SSS rating in the corrupted forest of origins on the hard difficulty. The highest record was SS. Without missing a beat, he switched to recruitment mode. Wang Chu, Teacher Zhang from the Imperial Mech Martial Academy, and I. Before he could finish, a purple glow suddenly lit up in his eyes as he activated a scanning skill. You're already level 10? Hearing this, the other teachers quickly activated their own scanning skills to confirm the claim, and they were all left speechless. A white tiger set could be attributed to sheer luck after all. Tier 0 gear wasn't particularly valuable outside, but reaching level 10 was an achievement that no one had anticipated. SSS rating. This announcement caused an uproar at the assessment site for the Abyss dungeon. It was the first ever SSS rating since the 0-tier Abyss dungeon was established, shattering all previous records set by pilots. Even more astonishing, Wang Chu's level skyrocketed directly to level 10, an unprecedented feat, considering the highest record in new pilots' Abyss dungeons had only been level 7. Such a pity. If it weren't for the bottleneck, I'd probably be at level 12 by now, Wang Chu remarked with a hint of regret. His words left everyone present gasping. Achieving an SSS rating required at least killing over 1,500 corrupted creatures. But the question was, how could there even be that many monsters in the dungeon for him to defeat? The recruitment teachers didn't have time to dwell on this puzzle and instead scrambled to win over this prodigious student. Wang Chu, consider Imperial Mecha Academy, scholarships, mecha materials, advanced modules, whatever you want, well provided. Come to Shanghai Mecha Academy. This is where you truly belong. We're better than Imperial Mecha Academy. While the teachers vied for his attention, Wang Chu's gaze drifted toward a girl standing at the edge of the crowd, Su Wanjing. She had also completed the challenge, having obtained a gold core chip. Though it wasn't as powerful as absolute overdrive, its single combat capabilities far surpassed those of standard core chips. A sly glint flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. May I ask, has Su Wanjing decided which academy she's going to? The recruitment teachers exchanged knowing looks. Lao Zhang from Imperial Mecha Academy immediately jumped in. Imperial Mecha Academy. Su Wanjing has chosen Imperial Mecha Academy. Lao Zhang. The other teachers erupted in frustration. In that case, I won't consider Imperial Mecha Academy. We'll take a look at the other schools, Wang Chu said with a smile. Just as teacher He from Shanghai Mecha Academy was about to seize the opportunity, the Su family's butler approached, his demeanor polite yet distant. Apologies, teachers, but Miss Su's choice of academy will be decided by the master of the house. It is not for anyone else to influence. At that moment, Su Wanjing stepped forward, her voice laced with evident anger. Butler Su, since when do my decisions not count? Or are you implying that yours do? When did a mere butler gain the authority to make choices for me? At that moment, the 24-hour timer for the Abyss dungeon expired. A dazzling white light suddenly enveloped the entire space, and all the students who had endured the full 24 hours were teleported out of the dungeon. Damn it, I was so close to killing the boss. Close to killing? I was close to being killed. Thankfully, I got out just in time. Upgrade rating. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, holy crap, look at the leaderboard. Someone actually got an SS grade rating. The plaza immediately buzzed with excitement as students gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing their dungeon experiences. Amidst the lively chatter, however, Butler Su's expression was unusually grim. Miss scolded me. He muttered to himself, this is the first time in all these years. Butler Su hastily tried to explain, Miss, I didn't mean it that way. Su Wanning frowned slightly and turned to the admissions officers, speaking in a serious tone. I apologize, esteemed teachers. This is a failure of discipline on the part of the Su family. I've made myself very clear wherever Wang Chu chooses to go, I will go to the same school. The typically gentle and well-mannered young lady now displayed an uncharacteristic firmness. Wang Chu, however, understood all too well this was her true self. Behind closed doors, she was as fierce as a fiery dragon from Sichuan or Chongqing. But, Miss the Master, Butler Su began to protest, only to be silenced by a single sharp look from Su Wanning. As the young lady of the Su family, once she made up her mind, even the butler could only step back in quiet submission. The surrounding students broke into whispers. Did Su Wanning just say that? She said she's following Wang Chu to the same school, and she called him brother. This revelation spread like a bombshell among the students. One was the noble young lady of the prestigious Su family, while the other was an unremarkable orphan. How could the two possibly share such a connection? Wang Chu, however, had already anticipated the commotion. Attending the same school as Su Wanning was an inevitable choice, given their genuine bond since childhood. His earlier claims of not wanting to go with her were simply a ploy to farm gold. More importantly, with Su Wanning a perfect support-type teammate by his side, he now had the perfect excuse to explain away his otherwise inexplicable second-phase secret weapons, whether it was his outrageous leveling speed or his monster farming efficiency. On the surface, possessing absolute overdrive alone was already enviable enough. However, Wang Chu knew he harbored an even greater secretan absolute overdrive with the auxiliary attribute, the final ripple, and a unique Saitama-like physique. If such things were exposed, they could bring about unnecessary trouble. Several teachers looked at him expectantly. Wang Chu, maintaining an air of calm, said, I don't care what Su Wanqing decides. He'll choose the school that offers me the best conditions and resources. Since the Abyss dungeon just ended, let's not take up too much of everyone's time. The meaning behind his words was crystal clear. Whoever offers the best deal gets me. The teachers immediately understood, hurriedly pulling out their phones and walking off briskly, as if participating in a bidding war. For a prodigious SS-rated absolute overdrive pilot, their authority was clearly insufficient. They had to consult with the higher-ups at their schools. More importantly, this could be a two-for-one opportunity. Su Wanqing gazed at Wang Chu, her eyes gradually reddening. She caught his deliberate wink as he turned to leave and instantly understood his intention, creating tension to drive up the stakes and force the schools to offer the most advantageous terms. She silently vowed to herself, no matter how much her father objected, she would ensure she went to the same school as Wang Chu. Seeing Su Wanqing's tear-filled eyes, Wang Chu felt a pang of guilt. Don't cry, okay? If your dad sees this, he'll kill me. The principal is about to give a speech. You'd better head back to your class lineup. Okay. Qinger always listens to brother Wang Chu. Su Wanqing nodded firmly and turned to leave. When Wang Chu returned to his class lineup, he was met with an unusual silence. Despite achieving an SSS rating, no one congratulated him. The class had permanently lost 3 students, and the harsh reality left no room for celebration. Principal Li Guoqing stood on the metallic platform, scanning the crowd. In a solemn tone, he said, Students, congratulations on overcoming the challenge of your first Abyss dungeon and proving yourselves as capable pilots. From today onwards, the school has taught you everything it can. The road ahead is yours to navigate. He had delivered this speech countless times before, but this time, he added, the national mecha combat exams are in 2 weeks. Good luck. After the ceremony, Wang Chu went to the track alone to run laps. Before long, he realized he was being followed by a group of people. Why are you all running with me? He asked, exasperated. Su Wanqing tilted her head and replied, aren't you commemorating the fleeting days of campus life? In those cherry blossom dramas, people always go running when they're feeling sentimental. What cherry blossom drama? I'm just doing my daily 10-kilometer run. What are you even thinking? Wang Chu said, half laughing, half crying. At noon, a sleek, black executive sedan drove into the sprawling Su family estate and came to a steady stop in front of a luxurious white Western-style mansion. Su's butler, wearing immaculate white gloves, walked gracefully to the back seat and opened the door for Su Wanqing. On either side of the entrance, 6 maids were already lined up, bowing uniformly in greeting. At the foyer, a maid who had been waiting hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Wanqing change into slippers with practiced efficiency. In the living room, the soft hum of the television lingered in the air as Su Chun focused intently on the program. Dad, why are you home so early today? Su Wanqing asked softly. Hearing his daughter's voice, Su Chun immediately stood up to greet her, a joyful smile blooming on his face. Today is my precious daughter's first time completing the Abyss dungeon. How could I miss such an important occasion? The word miss had always lingered in Su Chen's heart. Over a decade ago, as a 5th-tier mecha pilot, he had been hunted by his enemies and forced to separate from his wife. It wasn't until 6 years ago that he learned his wife had left behind a daughter for him before passing away. From that moment, he vowed never to miss a single important moment in his daughter's life again. Thank you, Dad, Su Wanqing said with a sweet smile. I'm all sweaty right now. Let me take a shower first, and then I'll join you for lunch. All right, go ahead. Su Chen replied cheerfully, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Once the sound of a door closing upstairs reached his ears, Su Chen's smile faded. Turning to the butler, he asked in a serious tone, Su Shi, the Abyss dungeon ended a while ago. Why did it take her so long to get back? Master, after completing the dungeon, Miss ran an additional 10 kilometers before returning, Su Shi replied with a slight bow. 10 kilometers? Su Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Who upset Wanqing? As a butler entrusted with the Su family name, Su Shi understood his responsibilities well. Without embellishment, he recounted everything that had transpired after the Abyss dungeon. Having undergone Su Chen's rigorous tests to earn his position, he was acutely aware of the importance of precision. Wang Chu Su Chen murmured thoughtfully as he sank back onto the sofa. Ever since he had brought Su Wanqing home from the orphanage, this name had frequently come up in her conversations. As a father who cared deeply for his daughter, he had already investigated the boy. The findings were impressive. Intelligent, composed, mature, filial perfect in every way. The only flaw? His status as an orphan. From the day Su Wanqing left the orphanage, the two of them no longer belonged to the same world. As time passed, Su Wanqing mentioned Wang Chu less and less, which gradually put Su Chun at ease. However, the start of high school brought an unexpected twist. When Su Chun learned that Wang Chu had been admitted to Xingqing No. 1 High School, he immediately sought him out for a conversation. To his surprise, Wang Chu, with a cold expression, bluntly said, Uncle Su, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I won't have any contact with Su Wanqing at school. Yet, in Wang Chu's mind, he was calculating. Those arrogant sycophants would definitely cause endless trouble if they saw an orphan getting close to Su Wanqing. But for now, I'll endure it. Once my golden finger awakens, just wait and see. At that moment, every time Su Chen heard Wang Chu's name, he couldn't help but imagine the boy riding a flashy motorbike into the estate, shouting at the villa's entrance, Old Su, I'm here to pick up your daughter. This filled him with anxiety. It's over. The prized cabbage is about to be taken by a pig. What shocked him even more was that Wang Chu not only achieved absolute overclocking, but also received an SS level evaluation. Su Chun forced himself to stay composed in front of Su Shi, though his mind was turbulent. He thought, this kid has some skills, barely worthy of Wanqing. As a 7th-tier mech pilot, Su Chun was well aware of the dangers of this path. He began pondering how to handle his daughter's relationship with Wang Chu. Directly forbidding it would only provoke his rebellious daughter, but making Wang Chu back off could risk upsetting Wanqing. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Slapping his thigh, he uttered the phrase, a 3-year promise. Beside him, Su Shi's pupils constricted as he urgently tried to dissuade him, Master, don't be reckless. But Su Chun was already immersed in his brilliant plan, setting an extremely challenging deadline for Wang Chu. This would not only test his determination, but also serve as a safeguard for his daughter. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more pleased he became. So what if you have an SS level evaluation? That's my most cherished daughter. If you want to be my son-in-law, you'd better prove you're worthy. Meanwhile, at Xingqing No. 1 High School, Wang Chu had just finished a 10-kilometer run and was devouring his meal in the cafeteria. After a brief rest, He found a shady spot and began his daily training. 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups. With his physique already at 7 points, these exercises were much easier than when he first started. A system notification soon chimed. Daily tasks completed. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Free Attribute Points 3. As Wang Chu focused on improving his abilities, the entire Disya network was in an uproar. For the first time, an SS level evaluation had been achieved in a zero-tier Abyss Dungeon, a record that had never been broken until now. Early the next morning, Wang Chu arrived at the Chip Trading Center of the Star City Pilot Association. This was the best place to trade items obtained from the Abyss Dungeon. While the prices might not be the highest, the transactions were absolutely safe and reliable. The previous day, he had defeated over 1,500 monsters in the Abyss, collecting more than 200 chip modules. This haul was substantial enough to change the trajectory of many people's lives. Behind the counter sat a sweet-looking young woman with a professional smile. Good morning, pilot. Good morning. May I ask what the buyback price for zero-tier modules is today? Wang Chu inquired politely. The young woman retrieved a price list from beneath the counter. Pilot, the detailed prices are all here. Wang Chu carefully examined the chart. White modules were priced at 180 alliance credits, green modules at 450 credits, blue modules at 900 credits, purple modules at 10,000 credits, and gold modules went as high as 50,000 credits. Additional bonuses were offered for rare attribute modules. However, agility and defense modules were priced at 20 less than strength modules, which was standard in the industry. Looking around, he noticed that the other counters were also crowded with young faces, most likely newly promoted pilots like himself who had recently cleared the Abyss Dungeon. The prices at all the counters were roughly the same, though today's buyback rates were about 10 lower than usual. This was to be expected. Yesterday's influx of new pilots nationwide had caused a sudden increase in the supply of chip modules on the market. The prices look fine. Please calculate the total for me, Wang Chu said as he prepared to activate his spirit pattern to retrieve the chips. Suddenly, a loud bang on a nearby counter interrupted him. At the adjacent counter, a young man with a flushed face slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, I checked a few days ago, and now your buyback prices are only 90 of what they were. Do you think I'm an easy target because I'm a student? Get your manager out here. The young woman at the counter maintained her professional smile. Pilot, this is due to the increased supply of chip modules following the influx of new pilots yesterday. This kind of price fluctuation is a normal market adjustment and happens every year around this time. I'm not like the others, the young man sneered. I cleared the dungeon on my first attempt and obtained over 30 chip modules, including 5 blue ones and 1 purple. And I received a rank evaluation. Your manager will surely make an exception for a genius pilot like me. Apologies, but I've never heard of such special treatment, pilot. The young woman responded, her smile unwavering. Wang Chu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The boy immediately turned his head and glared at him, his gaze sharp. What are you laughing at? Never seen a genius before? Wang Chu had no interest in dealing with this magazine-brainwashed narcissist. Instead, he turned to the counter clerk and asked, why don't you laugh? The clerk smiled and replied, we've undergone professional training. No matter how funny something is, we won't laugh, Sir Pilot. Her response instantly ignited the boy's fury. What the hell do you mean? Explain yourself. Where's your manager? Get your manager here. The boy's loud voice gave Wang Chu a headache. Miss, please hurry up and count the chip modules for me. This two-faced turtle's voice is about to split my head open. As he spoke, Wang Chu activated the spiritual pattern on the back of his hand. In an instant, a small mountain of chip modules appeared on the counter. These are all zero-level chip modules, freshly obtained from the Abyss Dungeon yesterday. The source is absolutely legitimate. Both counter clerks and the boy causing a scene were stunned. The boy quickly snapped out of it and sneered. Dude, that's gotta be 100, maybe 200 modules. You claim you got them yesterday? Bet you're selling on behalf of your whole class. Stop pretending to be some big shot. The clerk quickly regained her professional demeanor and began counting. Sir Pilot, please hold on for a moment. Meanwhile, the other clerk turned to the boy. Sir Pilot, are you selling any modules today? Not for now, the boy snorted. I want to see what kind of show this guy's putting on. The counting was completed swiftly. A total of 102 white modules, 75 green, 48 blue, and 4 purple modules. The agility and defense modules in white, green, and blue are calculated at 80 of the strength module's value, totaling 131,848 alliance credits. Do you have a pilot account? Wang Chu maintained a calm exterior, though he was overjoyed inside. He handed over his student card. Not registered yet. Could you help me set one up? Certainly. May I ask what your current level is? Level 10. The answer dropped like a bomb. The counter clerk looked up abruptly, and the boy let out a shriek. Level 10? That's impossible. He suddenly recalled the class group chat discussion about a freak who had received an SS grade evaluation, someone named Wang Chu. At that moment, a figure briskly approached. "I'm the manager. Who's looking for me?" "Manager." The receptionist, who was attending to Wang Chu, urgently lowered her voice and called out, "There's a rookie pilot here claiming his level is 10. Level 10? The manager's pupils contracted sharply, and he thought to himself, seriously? Is this the real deal? Normally, he would immediately dismiss it as a lie, but after witnessing the emergence of that prodigious young talent with an SSS rating yesterday, he dared not jump to conclusions. Chunli put on a professional smile, stepped forward, and said, "Hello, I'm Chunli, the manager of the Star City Pilots Association Chip Trading Center. May I please verify your pilot level? This is a necessary step for account creation." Wang Chu nodded and raised his left arm. As the spiritual rune activated, a clear 10 appeared on the back of his hand, with nothing above it indicating the hallmark of a zero-tier pilot. "It's really level 10? The receptionist gasped in disbelief, instinctively covering her slightly parted lips with her pale hand. Nearby, the two-faced turtle stood in stunned silence. To think I'd encounter the legendary genius in a place like this? Chunli maintained a composed exterior, but inside, waves of astonishment crashed through his mind. A rookie who not only obtained an absolute Overclock Core Chip Module, but also reached level 10 on his first attempt at the Abyss instance, earning an SSS rating? And now, the talent every top university is scrambling to recruit is standing right in front of me. Confirmed. Chunli immediately turned to the receptionist. "Xiao Tian, open an account for Master Wang Chu right away." His gaze shifted to the neatly arranged chip modules on the table. "Are these all Master Wang Chu's chips? Purchase them at the highest standard. Calculate agility and defense attributes at the same rate as strength attributes." Witnessing this, the two-faced turtle burst into laughter. If this young man could enjoy the treatment of a genius, then as enshraded talent himself, he surely deserved the same. He slapped the counter and called out to the receptionist, "Hurry up and settle my account. I'm in a rush." The receptionist merely responded with a courteous smile. Chunli turned around, his tone cold. "Sir, our staff's calculations are accurate." The two-faced turtle's face darkened, and he slammed the counter with a thunderous bang. "What do you mean by that? I'm enshraded genius. Watch out, or he'll destroy your trading center." "Oh." Chunli raised an eyebrow. "Destroy my trading center? Go ahead, try it now." A deafening roar erupted. Golden light radiated in all directions. In an instant, Chunli was clad in a magnificent golden exoskeleton mech. The spiritual rune on the back of his left hand glowed with 4 stars, marking him as a level 45, 4th-tier pilot. "Genius." Chunli sneered. "Any random nobody dares call themselves a genius these days? You're not even worth a strand of Master Wang Chu's hair. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for personally throwing you out." The two-faced turtle's face turned ashen, and he stumbled back 3 steps. The aura of a level 4 pilot was indeed intimidating. Although not at the pinnacle of the pilot hierarchy, they were the backbone of the field, enough to make a student feel overwhelmed. Moreover, this particular individual was the manager of the Chip Trading Center, a position backed by considerable influence. The man with the double-sided turtle-like face showed a series of changing expressions before finally spitting out, "Humph. Fine, I'll leave." He turned around and stormed off. Chunli turned to the female receptionist at the counter and raised his voice deliberately, "Handle idiots like that yourself next time. Don't call me." Wang Chu, who had been observing coldly the entire time, remained silent. He knew that exchanging even one more word with someone like that would be giving them undue importance. Moments later, Chunli rubbed his hands together with a fawning smile and said to Wang Chu, "Master Wang Chu, right this way, please. Allow me to treat you to the finest TR Center has to offer." After leaving the Pilots Association, Wang Chu checked his account balance and couldn't help but smile. 161,500 Alliance credits had been deposited. This amount was more than enough to buy high-quality nutrient solutions for his younger siblings. However, before advancing to a level 1 pilot, he still needed to assemble a complete set of gold-grade chip modules. Upon advancing from level 0 to level 1, all equipped chip modules would be absorbed by the mech, and their attribute values would be permanently retained. This was precisely why there was such a significant attribute gap between wealthy pilots and ordinary ones. Typically, a level 0 mech with base stats of 20 points in each attribute could reach an average of 50 points at level 10. If all free attribute points were allocated to strength, it could achieve 100 strength, with 50 points each in agility and defense. At the point of advancing to level 1, pilots could strategically combine chips to maximize their attribute gains. For instance, a single gold-grade weapon module could provide 100 points in strength, while 5 other modules, each offering 50 points in agility and defense, would create the optimal setup. With the absolute overclock ability on his side, Wang Chu could fully absorb 6 gold-grade level 0 chip modules, giving him a tremendous attribute advantage. The problem, however, lay in his lack of funds. After setting aside money for improving the orphanage's meals and buying nutrient solutions for his siblings, he barely had enough left to purchase 3 ordinary gold-grade modules. Each ordinary gold-grade module cost 50,000 alliance credits, while those with special traits started at 100,000. Being a pilot is such a money pit, Wang Chu thought to himself with a sigh. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, while he, without absolute overclock and other advantages, would likely have remained an ordinary pilot. To maximize his attributes, he decided to postpone his advancement to level 1. But for someone with Saitama-like resilience, these challenges were hardly insurmountable. He grew stronger with each passing day. Glancing at the time on his phone, he saw there was still a while before the cooldown for the dungeon reset. He decided to complete his daily tasks first. Ding! The system notification sounded. Wang Chu completed his daily tasks, and his attributes were instantly boosted. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, plus 3 free attribute points. Sweat had already soaked through his clothes, yet Wang Chu felt no fatigue. To him, this wasn't exercise, it was farming attribute points. The thought brought a delighted smile to his face. Checking his personal stats panel, his unique ability, Saitama Physique, displayed the following values. Strength, 22 average adult, 5. Agility, 13 average adult, 5. Constitution, 13 average adult, 5. Spirit, 15 average adult, 5. The 6 free attribute points he had earned over the past 3 days were all allocated to strength without hesitation. To Wang Chu, strength was the foundation of everything. He arrived at the dungeon portal, where a bustling crowd filled the area. This was the gathering place for third-tier and lower-tier dungeons, resembling a lively marketplace. Recruitment announcements echoed everywhere. A grade core chip module, level 6, looking for a first-time Abyss Dungeons grade team. Blue-quality silver scale chestplate chip module, 1,000 alliance coins each. Second-tier dungeon needs 1 more a grade or higher support high pilot. Newbie sister looking for guidance, willing to do anything. While Wang Chu scanned his surroundings, a familiar figure caught his eye. Su Wanqing was standing amidst the crowd, glancing around as if waiting for someone. The moment their eyes met, her face lit up with a smile, and she jogged toward him. Just then, 2 suspicious-looking men stepped in front of Su Wanqing, blocking her path. One was a burly bald man, the other a lean fellow. They exchanged a knowing look. "Is it him?" the bald man asked. "Even better looking than the photo should be him," the skinny man replied. After confirming their target, sinister grins spread across their faces. As notorious thugs in the pilot community, bullying rookie pilots was their specialty. Su Wanqing glared coldly at the 2 blocking her way, a chilling aura emanating from her. "Move." "Whoa, no need to be so fierce, little lady," one of them sneered. Before they could say anything further, they suddenly felt a hand pressed down on their shoulders. "Who?" the skinny man demanded, trying to sound composed. But in the next moment, an overwhelming force pinned him in place, rendering him immobile. "What the? Is this even human strength? Ow, ow, ow. Let me go, damn it," the skinny man cried out, squatting down in pain as he howled. The burly man on the right was just as powerless before Wang Chu. Those bulky muscles, built unnaturally through drug abuse, were no match for Wang Chu's strength, which was 4 times that of an average person. They were as fragile as paper. "A hit's broken. Let go. Let go." With a crisp crack, both of their shoulders snapped simultaneously. Standing behind them, Wang Chu effortlessly lifted the 2 men and flung them aside like ragdolls. Their bodies flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Chu shrugged. "Seriously, who still uses such cliched setups? Let's go." Initially, Wang Chu had planned to clear dungeons alone, keeping his ripple abilities a secret. But Su Wanqing's offer was far too tempting. She promised to relinquish all dungeon loot to him and pay an additional 20,000 alliance coins per run. It was like having a walking treasure chest handed to him. As for splitting experience points, it didn't matter to Wang Chu. Mech operators had strict experience caps. Leveling from 10 to 11 required 5,000 experience points, and the experience bar could only store up to 5 times that amount. This system effectively prevented players from hoarding experience at lower levels. The priority now was earning money to buy a set of high-quality modules with additional attributes. With absolute overclocking and absolute support, clearing dungeons would be a breeze even without activating the gene lock. "Stop. Don't run." The 2 thugs struggled to their feet, clutching their broken shoulders and grimacing in pain. They had never expected to encounter such a monstrous opponent. The old man who hired them hadn't mentioned anything like this. Wang Chu cast a cold glance at the 2 fools, not bothering to engage further. With Steward Su nearby, their fate was already sealed. Under the stunned gazes of onlookers, Wang Chu and Su Wanqing approached a secluded dungeon portal. Standard dungeon, Goblin Forest. Dungeon tier, 0. Difficulty, hard. Main quest, Defeat the Goblin King. Time limit, none. Exit anytime. Wang Chu, are we really going straight for the hard difficulty? Su Wanqing asked in surprise. Since you're paying me, of course, I'll take you to the dungeon with the highest rewards, Wang Chu explained. This isn't one of those weakling goblins you see in games. These are the kind that can drag female knights into their caves. The narrow terrain limits mech performance, and they can wield weapons and ambush you. Even a 4-person team could end up wiped out. But none of that matters. The key is that goblins can reproduce, and more of them means more materials and modules dropping. Successfully eliminated Goblin Hatchling, level 4. Spirit Pattern EXP 4. Successfully eliminated Goblin Uncle, level 8. Spirit Pattern EXP 8. Successfully eliminated Goblin Elite, level 9. Spirit Pattern EXP 9. The roar of engines echoed incessantly through the forest. A silver-white exoskeleton mech charged through the horde of goblins like a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage. The green-skinned creatures were sent flying in all directions, their agonized screams filling the air. "Stop screaming at me," Wang Chu shouted as he piloted the mech, each punch landing precisely on a goblin. The kill notifications continuously refreshed in his field of vision, and the experience points accumulated rapidly. Although he had to share the experience with his teammate, the overwhelming number of goblins more than made up for it. These green creatures were notorious for their rapid reproduction. Finding one often indicated an entire colony nearby. For most players, encountering this many goblins would drastically increase the dungeon's difficulty. Without a 4-person team, challenging the Goblin Forest on hard mode was unthinkable. But Wang Chu and Su Wanqing were different. Both were equipped with SS-grade core chip modules, granting them combat power far beyond ordinary players. Wang Chu darted through the forest, leaving destruction in his wake. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing adopted a different tactical approach. She stood motionless, her pure white exoskeleton mech as graceful as an angel. The protective wings on her back gently unfurled as she held a staff that emitted a golden beam of light. The beam remained connected to Wang Chu's mech, resembling the synergy between Mercy and Genji in Overwatch. With Su Wanqing's support, Wang Chu's mech durability consumption was significantly reduced, bringing it almost on par with the standard mech. Their absolute overclock and absolute support abilities complemented each other perfectly, exponentially boosting their combat effectiveness. In less than 20 minutes, approximately 500 goblins were wiped out. The experience points catapulted Su Wanqing to level 8, and both of them earned 40 chip modules each. However, the elusive golden module was nowhere to be found, causing Wang Chu to sigh. After all, the drop rate for modules from ordinary monsters was only 15, with golden modules at a mere 0.1, not to mention the rarity of golden modules with additional attributes. Golden modules? I have one, Su Wanqing suddenly announced cheerfully. Wait, what? You actually got one? Wang Chu stared at her in disbelief. Su Wanqing extended her left hand. Transfer it to you. We agreed earlier that everything in the dungeon is yours. Their spirit patterns connected, emitting a soft glow. Moments later, Wang Chu's spirit pattern gained 40 chip modules. The dragon scale armor right foot module appeared before him. Tier 0 tier golden. Effect 50 mech strength attribute, 50 mech durability consumption speed. Additional attribute, dragons might increases damage dealt to dragon type monsters by 10. Description: these scales are a bit sharp. Wearing them might feel uncomfortable. Whoa, there really is a golden module. Wang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't just any ordinary golden module. What shocked him even more was that it came with an additional attribute: 10 damage to dragon-type monsters. Such a permanent attribute bonus was like striking gold out of nowhere. Did this really drop for you? Wang Chu turned to Su Wanqing, who nodded enthusiastically with an adorable expression on her face. You're sure you didn't buy it? Su Wanqing immediately shook her head, her cute reaction resembling a little bobblehead doll. Left with no other choice, Wang Chu directly inserted the chip into the slot. This golden chip was far too valuable, and he silently resolved to take Su Wanqing on more dungeon runs in the future as a way to thank her. By the way, can I take a look at the module details on your equipment? Sure. Su Wanqing cheerfully enabled observation mode without hesitation. As the information appeared, Wang Chu was once again stunned. The Angel's Wing multifunctional module, Tier 0 golden, not only providing 50 mech defense but also reducing mech durability consumption by 50. Even more astonishing, it had a rare attribute of 10 light resistance. Next was the Angel's Staff Weapon module, also golden with rare attributes. Wang Chu stared in awe at one piece of equipment after another, a full set of 6 modules, all golden, each with rare attributes attached. Brother Wang Chu, if you like them, I can ask my dad to buy you a set too, Su Wanqing said shyly, noticing Wang Chu's fixed gaze. Ha ha ha, Wang Chu forced a laugh, suppressing the bitterness in his heart as he gazed up at the sky. If Uncle Su finds out, he'll probably kill me. Since becoming a rich second-generation heir wasn't an option, Wang Chu could only rely on his own efforts. In the battles that followed, goblins fell one after another. Level 9 Goblin Elder, Level 10 Goblin Priest, Level 9 Goblin Elite. Their experience points steadily accumulated. Before long, Su Wanqing leveled up to 10, and Wang Chu's experience bar was nearly full. They meticulously cleared every corner of the dungeon, ensuring not a single goblin was left behind. At the end of the dimly lit Lair's corridor, faint flickers of firelight could be seen. It was likely the boss area. Wang Chu glanced at his Mech's dwindling durability on the status panel, calculating that they should be able to finish the mission before his exoskeleton armor gave out. However, outside the dungeon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Steward Su was about to deal with the two troublemakers, 3 uniquely designed mechs descended from the sky. Following them were dozens of mech pilots, already equipped with activated exoskeletons, landing in unison at the dungeon's teleportation entrance plaza. The once noisy entrance to the dungeon suddenly fell silent. Dozens of trained pilots swiftly surrounded the area in layers, each one with a serious expression, ready for action. This was the teleportation entrance for pilots of Tier 3 and below, and it was rare to see higher pilots here. However, at this moment, 3 mechas appeared simultaneously. Leading the group was an orange mecha, its entire frame crafted from a special metal that gleamed with an intimidating cold light under the sun. Though its build was not particularly large, the battle scars etched across its surface silently testified to its combat history. Most striking of all were the 6 golden 5-point stars neatly arranged on its chest. This was unmistakably a Tier 6 pilot. All pilots who have not yet entered the dungeon, evacuate this area immediately. A cold voice echoed from within the orange mecha, spreading across the entire square. The other pilots glanced at each other, and regardless of whether they had already formed teams, they quickly withdrew from the scene. Move, move. Something big is about to go down, someone whispered. No joke, that's an order from a Tier 6 pilot. This might mean a high-tier abyssal monster has appeared. Su Sure recognized the leading mecha and immediately activated his exoskeleton mecha, stepping forward to face the orange one. Major Lin, what's going on? The pilot inside the orange mecha glanced down at Su Sure and replied politely, Steward Su. We've received a report that an abyssal breach has been detected in the dungeon. The military is concerned that the abyssal aura might leak out, causing a swarm of abyssal monsters to break through. So we've been dispatched to guard this area. Although Major Lin was 1 rank higher than Su Sure, his tone remained respectful. After all, Su Sure had the backing of the Alliance's ace Tier 7 pilot Su Chun. Major Lin, which dungeon has reported the abyssal breach? Su Sure's expression changed slightly. The Goblin Forest, difficulty level, hard. Major Lin responded. If it were any other dungeon, it would be manageable. But if the abyssal aura leaks from the Goblin Forest dungeon, the consequences could be catastrophic. Not good. Su Sure muttered with a bitter smile, realizing that his worst fear had come true. In the brief time earlier, only 1 team had entered the hard-level Goblin Forest. Major Lin, they'll leave this area to you. I need to contact the master immediately. Major Lin watched as Su Sure hurried away, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see. It just so happens that Master Su Chen's daughter is inside the dungeon. No wonder an abyssal breach occurred. These things always seem to target exceptionally talented pilots. He recalled the rumors about Su Chen's daughter, an SS-grade absolute support core module, possibly harboring even more hidden abilities. Though whatever happened to Su Chen's daughter in the dungeon was technically not their responsibility, she was the apple of Su Chen's eye. Provoking the Tier 7 pilot could send tremors through the entire Star City. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wang Chu and Su Wanning were organizing their loot in front of the boss room. They had already slain over 500 goblins in the forest, collecting 80 modules in total. Among them, Wang Chu had obtained 1 golden module with additional attributes. Wang Chu stood gloomily in the nest. This dungeon had been quite a letdown for him. After clearing all 4 or 5 branching paths, he had only encountered around 800 goblins. That number didn't even come close to what he could harvest in an abyss-level dungeon. His experience points had already maxed out, and Su Wanqing had smoothly leveled up to 10, her golden modules gleaming brightly. Once they exited, she would be able to directly enter a Tier 1 abyss dungeon to compete in the advancement trials. In contrast, Wang Chu looked at the roughly 60 new modules in his spirit pattern and realized not a single one was golden. Just then, Su Wanqing glanced at her own spirit pattern and suddenly lit up with excitement. Wow, Brother Wang Chu, your luck is amazing. Another golden module. What? My luck? Wang Chu was stunned, feeling oddly like he was being supported by a wealthy patron. After completing the trade, he examined the newly acquired module. Wyvern Scale Left Foot Module. Tier 0 Tier Golden. Effect: 50 Mech Strength Attribute, 50 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. Additional trait: Dragon's Might deals 10 increased damage to Dragon-type monsters. Description: These scales are a bit sharp and uncomfortable to wear. It's even part of a set. Now I've got both the left and right feet. Wang Chu couldn't help but remark, if you say this dropped naturally, I really don't believe it. Once he equipped the module, the exoskeleton mech covering his legs gleamed with a layer of shiny scales. The stats on the attribute panel were jaw-dropping. 0 tier level 10, 25005000. Strength, 940 agility, 700 defense, 500. Energy, 100 durability, 5. Consumption rate, 1140. At 0 tier, these stats are already close to those of a tier 3 mech pilot, truly worthy of SS grade absolute overdrive. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from deep within the nest. Amidst the flickering firelight, Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Do you feel that? This aura is unnerving. Yeah, it feels like an abyss dungeon. Wang Chu nodded gravely. For an abyssal presence to appear in a regular dungeon could mean only one thing: abyssal invasion. Heavy breathing echoed from within the cave. Wang Chu cautiously moved forward to investigate and saw a massive goblin gnawing on something. Its left hand gripped a spiked club larger than its own body, while its right hand held a pale, tender object resembling a bullfrog's leg. Abyssal Tainted Goblin King. Boss level. Tier 2 level 21. Strength, 1250 agility. 800 defense, 1000. Description. The Goblin King doesn't know what's happening, but its body is suddenly overflowing with power. Power? You've got to be kidding me, a tier 2 level 21 boss in a 0 tier dungeon? Wang Chu was initially shocked, but after reviewing the stats, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, not too bad, just over 1200 strength. In front of me, it's nothing but small fry. How is it? Su Wanqing peeked out from behind Wang Chu, her face filled with nervousness as she asked. Wang Chu's expression was serious as he lowered his voice to reply. As expected, it's an abyssal invasion. This Goblin King, originally just a tier 0 dungeon boss, has directly broken through to tier 2 under the influence of the abyssal aura. Its power is truly terrifying. Su Wanqing carefully examined the massive Goblin King in front of them and covered her mouth in shock. Its stats are insane. Its strength is at a staggering 1250 points, and its defense is 1000 points. We can't even break through its defenses. Exactly. Wang Chu nodded in agreement, his brows furrowed. Even with my current setup equipped with the absolute overclock exoskeleton, which gives me 940 strength hour damage against it, would still be minimal. What's worse is that abyssal invasion dungeons are completely different from regular ones. There are only two outcomes: either we clear it or we die. Wait. Just as Wang Chu was about to charge forward, Su Wanqing quickly grabbed his arm. Brother Wang Chu, let me restore your durability to full first. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Chu nodded in agreement. As a support-hype mecha pilot, Su Wanqing could consume her own durability to replenish energy for other mechas. Her entire setup was equipped with core chips designed to reduce her durability consumption, and combined with the powerful effects of the absolute support core module, she was like a supercharged power bank, capable of providing 6 times the usual support efficiency on her own. With Su Wanqing's support, Wang Chu refrained from making any reckless moves and avoided rushing into a direct confrontation. It's not because I'm afraid of messing up in phase 2 of my physical form, Wang Chu thought to himself. I'm just being overly cautious. After all, even with the gene lock activated, my physique is only at 1000 points, and that spiked club is no joke. I've only got one life, and I haven't farmed enough attribute points yet. When it's time to be careful, I have to be careful. Just then, the Goblin King in the lair suddenly twitched its nose, as if it had detected something. It whipped its head around and let out a sharp screech. Ooh-ho! Su Wanqing's face turned pale. We've been discovered. I knew I should have fully restored my durability before coming down here. Wang Chu snorted. 30 durability points are enough. The silver exoskeleton mech roared to life, its engine emitting a deafening howl. 0, you're getting impatient too, aren't you? Wang Chu's eyes sharpened, and the mech transformed into a streak of silver lightning, closing the distance between him and the Goblin King in the blink of an eye. Faced with the sudden assault, the Goblin King roared in fury, raising its massive spiked club and smashing it downward with tremendous force. Watch out! Su Wanqing cried out in alarm, but Wang Chu charged forward without hesitation. Bang! The spiked club slammed into Wang Chu. The exoskeleton mech groaned under the strain, its durability dropping by 20 points instantly. Goddamn, that's some insane attack power. Wang Chu's legs sank deep into the ground. Even with the mech's 80 damage reduction, the impact was still tremendous. Wang Chu, get out of there. Your durability is dropping too fast. Su Wanqing was frantic. Despite the 300 attribute boost from absolute support, it was barely enough against the Goblin King, corrupted by abyssal energy. She could only manage to restore Wang Chu's durability bit by bit, but with each attack draining 20 points, even a high-level healer would struggle to keep up. This mech is just my limiter. A real man fights full force. Wang Chu clenched his fists and closed in on the Goblin King's body. The white tiger claws gleamed coldly as they unleashed a relentless storm of strikes. Aura, 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 aura. The Goblin King howled in agony, stumbling backward. Wang Chu stayed glued to his opponent, perfectly neutralizing the mid-range advantage of the spiked club. Before unlocking his gene lock and entering Phase 2, he needed to weaken the enemy as much as possible. Unfortunately, this dungeon boss didn't have a visible health bar, making it impossible to tell how much health it had left. Without the rush of soaring numbers, it felt like something was missing. Boom! Each of Wang Chu's punches sank deeply into the massive frame of the Goblin King, as if countless stones were being thrown into a lake at once, sending ripples across its surface. However, with an astonishing 1,000 points of defense, the Goblin King barely felt the impact of Wang Chu's 940 points of strength. The damage was limited and far from enough to bring down the beast in an instant. Jua. As the Goblin King grew accustomed to Wang Chu's attacks, it steadied itself, slamming its spiked club into the ground before launching into a ferocious counterattack. Jua, Jua, Jua. The entire lair resounded with the cacophony of clashing metal, Wang Chu's determined shouts, and the Goblin King's guttural cries. Yet, the disparity in their stats began to show Wang Chu was losing ground. His exoskeleton armor had started to crack, sparks flying out, as if it were on the verge of exploding at any moment. Suddenly, just as Wang Chu swung his right fist, it faltered mid-motion. The durability of the exoskeleton had nearly hit zero, and the right limb of the armor shut down completely. This brief lapse was seized by the Goblin King, who let out a deafening roar before lifting one massive green foot and kicking Wang Chu with immense force. Wang Chu was sent hurtling backward. Bang! His Type 0 mech emitted bursts of flames as its durability officially dropped to zero. In the next moment, the mech disintegrated midair, scattering into countless shimmering particles of light that flowed back into Wang Chu's body. Behind him, Su Wanqing gasped, "Wang Chuj!" A massive spiked club spun violently through the air, hurtling toward Wang Chu as the Goblin King pressed its advantage, determined to take his life while he was vulnerable. But then, a radiant golden figure darted forward. Angelic wings unfurled in the air. Su Wanqing's petite frame flapped her wings furiously as she charged ahead, wielding her staff. The healer had stepped onto the battlefield herself. Bang! The deafening sound of impact echoed through the lair. Wang Chu landed firmly on the ground, but in the air, Su Wanqing had taken the full brunt of the attack. However, Wang Chu's durability had drained too rapidly, forcing Su Wanqing to expend much of her energy to restore him. Ultimately, her armor shattered under the devastating blow, and she fell, soft and delicate, into Wang Chu's arms. With a light leap, Wang Chu caught her fragile body securely. The impact had left the beautiful girl dazed, her eyes spinning as she drifted into unconsciousness. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, her brows trembling softly. Lowering his eyes, Wang Chu gently placed her on the ground. Then, with a slow, deliberate stride, he turned toward the Goblin King, whose face was twisted into a mocking sneer. Gene lock activate. The final ripple has been activated. All attributes increased by 100 times. Duration: 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the system notification echoed, Wang Chu felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his body. Strength: 2200, Agility: 1300, Constitution: 1300, Spirit: 1500. He rolled his neck, savoring the endless flow of energy within him. Standing before him was a towering Goblin King, a monstrous result of the Abyssal invasion. Wang Chu fixed his gaze on the massive creature, several times his size, and sneered, "I have no idea what twisted force is pulling the strings behind all this. Whether your target was me or Su Wanqing, crossing paths with me is the unluckiest thing to ever happen to you." Before his words had fully landed, Wang Chu's figure vanished like a cannonball fired from its barrel. The air erupted with a deafening roar as his terrifying punch tore through it. Bang! His fist, powered by 2200 points of strength, slammed into the Goblin King. This was no longer the Wang Chu with a mere 940 strength. This blow, surpassing the creature's 1000-point defense by an enormous margin, sent the Goblin King flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Grala! A beastly wail reverberated through the cavern, the Goblin King's final cry. This Tier 2, Level 21 creature met its end in a single strike. The system promptly chimed in. Successfully killed Abyssal Corrupted Goblin King, Level 21. Soul Mark Experience 6300. Rewards obtained: Abyssal Dragon Spine Gold, Goblin Nest Peculiar Liquid Purple, Goblin King Skull, Lost Mithril Bracelet Quest Item. Ding! Goblin Forest Hard Mode completed. Exiting dungeon in 2 minutes. Holy crap! A legendary gold drop. Wang Chu was so elated by the reward that he didn't even care about the overflow of experience points. The attributes of the Abyssal Dragon Spine left him ecstatic. 0 Tier Gold Abyssal. Effect: 100 Mech Strength Attribute, 100 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. Additional perk, Dragon Spine Effect grants double attribute bonuses when activated. Description: a dragon spine corrupted by abyssal energy, imbued with terrifying power from the abyss. This was none other than the legendary Abyssal module. Rumors online claimed its attributes were double that of standard modules. Regular 0-tier gold modules only added 50 points, but this one provided 100. And with the Dragon Spine effect active, it could offer a staggering 200-point strength boost. Though the 200 increase in mech durability consumption had left many pilots complaining, for Wang Chu, it was nothing short of a dream come true. Wang Chu, a soft, weak voice called from behind him. Su Wanqing was slowly pushing herself off the ground. I think I heard the dungeon completion notification. Is the Goblin King dead? Dead. Wang Chu nodded. A mere goblin. Nothing to it. Hearing this, Su Wanqing smiled faintly. Moments ago, she fainted for a few seconds before regaining consciousness. The scene before her left her wide-eyed in astonishment. Wang Chu had shattered the Goblin King with a single punch. That tall and resolute figure brought her an overwhelming sense of familiarity and security, as if a fragment of her childhood memories had come alive. Su Wanqing gazed at Wang Chu's back, thinking to herself that perhaps this was the secret behind his core chip. She, too, had her own secrets, one she hadn't shared with anyone. But if Wang Chu were to ask, she would tell him everything without hesitation. Brother Wang Chu, this is the module I obtained. It's for you, Su Wanqing said with a gentle smile. Are you sure? I feel bad taking it, Wang Chu replied as he extended his left hand. Su Wanqing chuckled softly and pressed the back of her left hand against his. In an instant, Wang Chu noticed 3 golden modules appearing within his spirit pattern. What? 3? He exclaimed, looking up at Su Wanqing in surprise. Aren't you even going to pretend to hold back? Just dropping 3 at once. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the situation was tense. Dozens of pilots clad in exoskeleton mechas stood in formation, tightly surrounding the dungeon's teleportation entrance. At the forefront, 3 uniquely designed mechas stood like imposing gatekeepers. The longer this drags on, the more the boss inside the dungeon will be corrupted by the abyssal aura, one pilot said anxiously. If the dungeon fails, abyssal creatures will break through, and the entire Goblin Forest will succumb to the abyss. Su Shi paced back and forth near the entrance, inwardly cursing Wang Chu for putting Miss Su Wanqing in danger. He had already reported the situation to Master Su Chun, who, after a brief silence, instructed him to remain and wait. Suddenly, the teleportation entrance lit up with a dazzling glow. They're coming. Everyone, get ready, shouted the pilot of the orange mecha. A cacophony of engine roars erupted across the plaza. The next moment, 2 figures appeared before the crowded dashing young man and a stunningly beautiful young woman. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, Su Shi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward to greet her. Miss. The pilot of the orange mecha deactivated his mecha, which transformed into beams of light and merged into the spirit pattern on his left hand. He scrutinized Wang Chu carefully, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Young man, was it you who resolved the abyssal incursion? Isn't it obvious? Wang Chu replied, slightly exasperated. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be standing here right now. Fair point, the pilot said with a grin, extending his hand toward Wang Chu. Lin San, Lieutenant Colonel of the Alliance Military, Star City Division. Young man, how about joining the Alliance military? As expected, they were from the Alliance army. The moment Wang Chu was teleported out of the dungeon, he found himself surrounded by a group of people. Judging by the sharp and oppressive aura emanating from them, Wang Chu guessed they were soldiers from the Alliance army, here to resist the Abyss invasion. He nodded slightly and addressed Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Hello, I'm Wang Chu. Thank you for the invitation, but for now, I'm focusing on my studies. 6 stars. A 6th-level mecha pilot truly deserving of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Lin San chuckled dismissively, seemingly unimpressed by the Academy's education. You won't learn much in school. A talented pilot like you should join the Alliance army and fight the abyssal creatures. Wang Chu shrugged, choosing not to respond. Battling abyssal creatures didn't align with his current plans. While he deeply respected the soldiers risking their lives to fight these monsters, with his Saitama-like physique, he preferred to steadily grind and increase his attributes. Once his stats were maxed out, he'd make his move. Abyssal creatures? They'd be no match, just 1 punch each. Lin San suddenly seemed to remember something, his gaze shifting between Wang Chu and Su Wanqing. Ah, youth is wonderful. Young Wang Chu, if you change your mind, come find me anytime. My door is always open for you. Su Shi, standing nearby, snorted coldly. Lieutenant Colonel Lin, don't forget, my lady is here to assist as well. Lin San grinned widely. Butler Su, it seems you've been a butler for too long. I can sense the thick scent of blood on this young man. Facing off against an abyssal boss is no small feat. To defeat a boss corrupted by the Abyss while still at level 10 of Tier 0, this kid has an incredible future ahead of him. Su Wanqing, listening quietly to the conversation, spoke softly despite her fatigue. Butler Su, I wouldn't have made it out alive this time without Brother Wang Chu. In the dungeon, we encountered a level 21 Goblin King. Before her words fully sank in, Lieutenant Colonel Lin's eyes widened in shock. What? A level 21 Goblin King? He had assumed that a dungeon boss corrupted by abyssal energy would, at most, breach Tier 1. But a Tier 2 abyssal creature? That meant Wang Chu, with Su Wanqing's support, had defeated a level 21 Goblin King, while at level 10 of Tier 0? That was utterly absurd. Everyone knew the attribute gap between tiers was massive, let alone a 2-tier leap. It was now clear that Wang Chu's abilities were far beyond just possessing absolute overclocking. His overclocking must also come with powerful additional traits. Lin San quickly exclaimed, Brother Wang Chu, forget about that mediocre school. Join the Alliance Army with me. A pilot with your kind of talent can't simply be described as a prodigy. If we don't recruit you now, it'll be a huge loss for the Alliance Army. Lin San's breathing grew heavier. At that moment, 2 pilots pushed their way through the Alliance Army soldiers surrounding them, their expressions cold as they locked eyes with Lin San. These were the admissions officers from Daidu Mecha Academy and Modu Mecha Academy, Zhang De and He Qing. Zhang De from Daidu Mecha Academy snorted coldly. Lin San, Wang Chu is the student we've set our sights on. Zhang De said firmly. No matter which school he chooses, he absolutely won't be joining your Alliance Army. Even if Colonel Li himself came, he wouldn't dare to compete with me for him. Zhang De's confidence was palpable as he spoke. As a 6th-tier mecha instructor with countless successful students, many of whom now held high-ranking positions in the Alliance Army including Colonel Li Ming, one of the strongest in Star City, his words carried weight. Lin San's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly forced a smile. Oh, come on, Teacher Zhang, I was just joking. With talents like Wang Chu, who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, Wang Chu and Su Wanqing, as possessors of SS-level core chip modules, had delivered a stunning performance during the recent Abyss invasion. The 2 6th-tier mecha instructors had rushed over as soon as they heard the news, arriving just in time to witness the battle. After all, they had taken down a level 21 Goblin King corrupted by abyssal energy. Even with the 2 of them working together, it was an extraordinary achievement. Zhang De looked at Wang Chu with admiration in his eyes. Wang Chu, have you decided on your ideal school yet? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. Old Zhang, last time I asked you to make an offer, you stayed silent. Now, I'm suddenly finding the Alliance Army quite appealing. Appealing, my foot. Zhang De and He Qing said in unison. Trying to raise your price before we even start negotiating? The 2 6th-tier mecha instructors couldn't help but laugh, though they fully understood the situation. With Wang Chu's achievements being reported, the terms they had set yesterday would undoubtedly need to be renegotiated. The school would have to make a significant investment. Meanwhile, in the corner, Su Shi wore a conflicted expression. As a 5th-tier mecha pilot and the steward of Su Chun, a 7th-tier mecha pilot from the Su family, Su Shi seemed insignificant in the presence of these 6th-tier instructors. Yet the once orphan Wang Chu had now become the center of everyone's attention. My apologies, young Master Wang Chu. I was out of line, Su Shi said, bowing to Wang Chu in apology. Wang Chu waved it off, understanding the man's protective instincts. According to Su Wanqing, Su Shi was a diligent and loyal steward. Since he was showing respect now, Wang Chu saw no need to press the matter further. At that moment, Wang Chu's mind was actually preoccupied with the 3 golden modules in his spirit pattern. He was eager to examine them, but being abruptly transported out of the instance had left him itching with curiosity. Just then, Su Shi's phone rang. After answering the call, he turned to Wang Chu and said, Young Master Wang Chu, the master has asked to see you. Wang Chu nodded in agreement. He was also planning to consult Su Chun about which university to choose. Hey, young man, don't leave just yet. Lin San called out hastily. Leave me your contact info. Seriously, the Alliance Army has great benefits. The sleek black Maybach S480 glided smoothly down the street, its interior atmosphere unusually warm and intimate. Su Wanqing sat beside Wang Chu, slightly turning her body as she reached into the car's refrigerated compartment and pulled out a chilled bottle of Coke. Smiling, she said, Brother Wang Chu, here's your favorite ice-cold Coke. Wang Chu was indeed parched. After all, he had been shouting, Aura, 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 with all his might in the dungeon earlier, leaving his throat dry. He accepted the Coke, opened it with a crisp pop, and took a refreshing sip, instantly feeling reinvigorated. Beside him, Su Wanqing rested her delicate chin on her right hand, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she gazed at Wang Chu with gentle eyes. The refrigerated compartment always had his favorite Coke stocked just for him. Wang Chu couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy under her gaze, thinking to himself how close they were sitting, separated only by the armrest. In the confined space of the car, He could faintly catch the subtle fragrance of Su Wanning, something he hadn't noticed earlier in the dungeon. He couldn't help but recall the moment he had carried her princess style, and the soft sensation made him cough awkwardly a few times. Brother Wang Chu, let me hold that for you. Su Wanning's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. Feeling a bit flustered, Wang Chu pinched his nose and handed her the coke. The first sip was always the best, the rest could wait. He tried to refocus on his spirit array, examining the 2 golden modules he had traded from Su Wanning and the materials dropped by the Goblin King, things he hadn't had the chance to inspect thoroughly. The stats of the Abyssal Dragon Claw weapon module caught him off guard. Tier 0 Gold Abyssal Effect, 200 Mech Strength Attribute, 100 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. The additional attribute, Dragon Claw, when activated, would cause the next strike to deal double damage. Wang Chu thought to himself, another Abyssal module. He looked up suddenly and caught Su Wanning discreetly raising the coke he had just drunk from to her lips. Her soft, rosy lips pressed against the very spot he had just touched. Her face instantly flushed crimson, like a boiled crab as she stammered, I was just a little thirsty. Wang Chu quickly averted his gaze and returned to examining his spirit array. It wasn't surprising that Su Wanning hadn't obtained a single Abyssal module when he had already scored one. Shifting his attention to the other 2 modules, he discovered they were part of the Dragon Scale armor set. Scanning them briefly, he identified the Dragon Scale Arm left limb module and the Dragon Scale Arm right limb module. Excitement bubbling in his chest. Was the entire golden set now complete? Wasting no time, Wang Chu swiftly slotted all the golden modules into the spirit array. The mech's configuration was instantly elevated. 0-type Mech Exoskeleton Core Module, Absolute Overclocking Gold Weapon Module, Abyssal Dragon Claw Gold Abyssal Left Limb Module, Dragon Scale Arm Gold Right Limb Module, Dragon Scale Arm Gold Left Leg Module, Dragon Scale Armor Gold Right Leg Module, Dragon Scale Armor Gold Multifunctional Module, and Abyssal Dragon Spine Gold Abyssal Tier Module. The stats read, Tier 0 Level 10, 25005000 Strength, 1400 Agility, 700 Defense, 500 Energy, 100 Durability, with an unactivated consumption rate of 1500. The added attributes included Dragon Might, which increased damage to Dragon-type monsters by 40, and Dragon Claw, which, when activated, would double the damage of the next strike. Wang Chu silently rejoiced, the complete golden module set filling him with anticipation. Level 10, 0 rank, with an astonishing 1,400 strength points. Wang Chu drew in a sharp breath, his eyes flashing with surprise. Such stats were enough for him to easily crush the abyss-corrupted Goblin King without even unlocking the gene lock for the second phase. With just one dungeon run, the golden modules were already complete. Wang Chu subtly turned his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Su Wanqing beside him. She was sipping on her soda like a little hamster, both hands cradling the bottle and occasionally letting out cheerful giggles. This set of Dragon King gear, if purchased by Su Wanqing, would cost at least 1,000,000 alliance coins. Though it was a mere pittance for the Su family, would Su Chen approve? Wang Chu shook his head. Regardless of how the equipment came together, he knew it would have been impossible without Su Wanqing. This debt of gratitude would surely be repaid in the future. The car pulled into a familiar, sprawling estate. 2 rows of maids dressed in immaculate uniforms lined up neatly to welcome them. Welcome home, miss. Welcome, young Master Wang Chu. As Wang Chu scanned the maids, each with graceful figures and striking looks, he couldn't help but admire Su Chen's taste. Although they couldn't compare to Su Wanqing's stunning beauty, the glimpses of skin beneath their lace collars and the curves accentuated by their white stockings were undeniably pleasing to the eye. Noticing his gaze, Su Wanqing scrunched her delicate nose. So, Brother Wang Chu, this is your type? Inside the grand hall, Su Chen was already seated on the sofa, waiting for them. Sit. He gestured to the seat beside him. Wang Chu silently took his place, while Su Wanqing obediently nestled close to him. Su Chen suppressed the urge to lash out, leaning back against the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of authority. You're quite something, managing to defeat a level 21 Abyss boss. The unexpected praise caught Wang Chu off guard. He had anticipated being handed a check and shown the door. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, shouldn't you be saying thank you? After all, I did take your daughter along. Su Shi, standing nearby, was stunned. This was the legendary 7th rank mech pilot, Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Chu for a long moment before finally uttering 2 words. Thank you. Su Shi stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Master, you really dare to say that? On one hand was a 7th tier mech pilot, and on the other, a rookie at 0 tier. The stark contrast left him momentarily stunned. Wang Chu looked directly into Su Chen's eyes, sensing the sincerity of Su Chen's gratitude. Su Chen continued, Xiaoqing explained everything to me on the way here. If it weren't for you defeating that level 21 Abyss boss, you all might been stuck in the dungeon. So, I'm truly grateful to you. Wang Chu remained silent, understanding that Su Chun genuinely cared about his daughter. Su Chun glanced at Wang Chu and couldn't help but chuckle. Moments ago, this guy was boasting loudly, demanding gratitude, probably still holding a grudge from a few years ago. But now that he wasn't following the expected script, Wang Chu seemed taken aback. This kid is quite amusing. Placing his right hand on the marble tabletop, Su Chun tapped his index finger lightly and said seriously, "Since the dungeon you both entered experienced an abyss invasion, there's a high chance that one of you has been targeted by the abyss." Wang Chu and Su Wanqing both nodded. This was common knowledge about abyss invasions. The abyss tends to target highly talented mech pilots, attempting to eliminate them in the dungeon whenever possible. Many pilots had fallen victim to such invasions in the past, leading to abyssal creatures spilling out of dungeons and causing chaos. However, it was still unclear whether the abyss had targeted Wang Chu or Su Wanqing. This couldn't be determined through elimination, as abyss invasions didn't occur every time. Su Chen's expression grew stern as his gaze shifted between the two of them. "I suggest that the two of you form a fixed team. From now on, under no circumstances should you enter a dungeon separately." As expected, Wang Chu had already anticipated Su Chen's reasoning. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, looked visibly excited, her eyes sparkling. "Is there really such a good deal?" "It's for your benefit, as well as Shao Qing's," Su Chen explained. "Not to mention, absolute overclocking and absolute support are a perfect match as core chip modules. If you two enter dungeons together, even if another abyss invasion occurs, your chances of survival will be much higher." Wang Chu hesitated for a moment before saying quietly, "To be honest, my absolute overclocking core chip module has additional attributes. I believe there's a high probability that the abyss is targeting me. If Wanqing teams up with me, we may encounter abyss invasions more frequently." Su Wanqing was so touched she was on the verge of tears, thinking to herself, "Isn't Wang Chu basically saying that he's worried about me facing danger by going into dungeons with him? He's always cared about me so much. He must like me." Feeling the intense gaze from her side, Wang Chu could only smile bitterly to himself. "I just don't want you slowing me down from speedrunning the second phase of the dungeon progression." However, Su Chun snorted coldly, interrupting his thoughts. "Do you think you're the only one with additional attributes on your core chip module? Do you think Shao Qing doesn't have any?" Wang Chu froze for a moment, thinking, he's got a point. With Su Wanqing's looks, talent, and background, she's practically the perfect setup for a novel's female lead. How could she not have some kind of cheat? At that moment, Su Chen's expression shifted unpredictably, as if he had made a significant decision. Slowly, he said, "I understand the feelings between the two of you." But then, he sighed deeply, and his gaze seemed to lose focus for a brief moment. "Don't blame me for being nosy. Without strength, you can't protect the ones you love." These words echoed in Wang Chu's mind. He knew they were likely referring to Su Chun himself from over a decade ago. Su Chun remained silent for a moment before fixing Wang Chu with a steady gaze. "If you can advance to a level 6 mech pilot within 3 years, it'll allow you to be with Shao Qing." "Really?" Su Wanqing leaped up from her seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Dad, you're not lying to me?" "Of course not. When have I ever lied to you?" "Yay. Dad, you're the best. I love you the most." Creak. Wang Chu heard a faint grinding sound. It was the noise of Su Chun clenching his back teeth. At that moment, Wang Chu's thoughts were racing. "Wait, something's off. How come they just decided this without even asking my opinion? I'm about to head to college. Why should I tie myself down to a single tree when I have the whole forest ahead of me?" But before he could finish his thoughts, Su Wanqing had already thrown herself at him, tightly wrapping her arms around his. Wang Chu could feel his arms sinking into 2 soft peaks. Wow, a Drank fighter's strength is truly terrifying. Wang Chu marveled inwardly before surrendering with a sigh. "Alright, fine." Advancing to a level 6 mech pilot within 3 years was no small feat even in top-tier universities. Only 30 of students managed to reach level 5 by graduation in 4 years, earning their exclusive mechs. As for reaching level 6 by graduation, that was a rare achievement attained by only 5 of students, those who would go on to become renowned pilots. Wang Chu understood this was Su Chen's way of goading him. By teaming him up with Su Wanqing to grind through missions, the two of them would spend so much time together that growing closer was almost inevitable. Besides, Su Wanqing already had feelings for him. Even if he failed to reach level 6 in 3 years, it would be hard for her to let go by then. Su Chen snorted. "Kid, you agreed so reluctantly. Feeling shortchanged? Huh? By the way, I suggest you two apply to Imperial Mech Academy." Noticing Wang Chu's questioning look, he explained. "In the past 5 years, Imperial Mech Academy has been overtaken by Magic City Mech Academy and lost its position as the top mech university in Asia. If you show enough talent, you'll receive double the training resources. Plus, some of my former teachers and classmates are now teaching there." "Got it. That's the real reason connections make things easier," Wang Chu thought. To him, the difference between the two schools wasn't significant. Su Chun stood up and headed upstairs. Halfway up, he suddenly stopped, gritting his teeth as he said, Wang Chu, until you become a level 6 mech pilot, you'd better know what you can and cannot do. Su sure, see him out. Wang Chu nearly burst out laughing. That threat was so weak. With a drank fighter around, what could he possibly do that would cross the line? Father and Su Chun, sir. Wang Chu called out to him. Su Chun squinted and let out a cold snort. Kid, don't bother begging. It won't work. No. Wang Chu waved his hand. You just mentioned how hard it is to become a level 6 mech pilot. So, I'll be taking these nutrient supplements on the table with me. After all, I'm still growing. What? You little brat, taking food on your way out too? Early the next morning, Wang Chu emerged from a tight circle of elderly shoppers at the supermarket, clutching a bag of eggs as though he had survived a perilous ordeal. Relief was written all over his face, had finally managed to grab a discounted item. Young man, you really have no respect for the elderly, do you? Came the grumbling voices of the older shoppers from behind him. Respect my foot. You lot are scarier than the Goblin King. Act frail on the bus, but turn into warriors in the supermarket. Huh? Wang Chu cursed silently. Despite still benefiting from the last remnants of his boosted attributes, he knew better than to pick a fight with the elderly. In his eyes, managing to snatch a discounted item from their grasp was harder than defeating a level 21 Abyss boss. The sheer disparity in attributes was a disadvantage. One wrong move, and not only would he fail to get the goods, but he might also end up paying for damages. At the breakfast shop, Wang Chu waved grandly. Boss, 10 fried dough sticks, 20 steamed buns, and 3 cups of soy milk. Ever since his physique had improved, so had his appetite. Thankfully, the last remnants of his boost didn't affect his hunger. Otherwise, no amount of food would have been enough to satisfy him. After clearing the Goblin Forest module yesterday, his account now held over 200,000 alliance credits. As he scanned to pay, Wang Chu couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he wouldn't have dared to splurge on such an expensive breakfast. That was also why he'd casually taken the nutritional supplements from Su Chin's home. After all, the kid was still growing and needed proper nourishment. Since becoming a pilot, Wang Chu had quit all his part-time jobs. With the income from dungeon runs, those small earnings for survival now seemed trivial. Under the astonished gazes of the other diners, he made quick work of the mountain of food in front of him. After eating to about 70% full, Wang Chu boarded the bus heading to the orphanage on the outskirts of Star City. After getting off, he still had a 20-minute walk ahead of him. The orphanage was in a rather remote location. He remembered how, as a child, going into the city meant walking a long distance before taking a bus for over 20 stops, a journey that had felt impossibly far at the time. Walking through the sparse forest path, a few slightly worn red brick buildings came into view. The walls, covered in creeping ivy, added a touch of life to the old structures. Seeing the familiar scene, a small smile tugged at Wang Chu's lips as childhood memories flooded back. He had grown up in this star orphanage, watching Su Wanqing leave with Su Chun when he was 12. When he turned 14, he left quietly under the cover of night to avoid being a burden on the orphanage, beginning his journey of working and studying on his own. But in the next moment, his brows furrowed. The usual sounds of children laughing and playing, which could be heard from far away, were absent today. Something wasn't right. But today, it was unusually quiet. Wang Chu felt a vague sense that something was off. His pace quickened, his figure almost a blur as he sped down the narrow path. Sure enough, as he approached the orphanage gates, the sound of smashing and banging reached his ears. Old man, when are you going to pay this month's protection fee? The voice was rough and grating. Clearly someone was causing trouble. In a flash, Wang Chu appeared in the small courtyard of the orphanage, and the scene before him made his heart tighten. Over 20 orphans were huddled in a corner, their faces filled with fear. 2 elderly men, their hair white with age, stood trembling in front of them. The headmaster, his face pale with fright, stammered urgently, Sirs, how much do you need? I'll pay whatever amount you want. 200,000 alliance credits, and not a cent less, or I'll make myself comfortable here today. The burly man's voice was filled with menace. Wang Chu's sudden roar interrupted them. I was wondering why that voice sounded so familiar. Turns out it's you 2 idiots from the dungeon entrance yesterday. He frowned, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. Yesterday, he had planned to deal with these 2 after the dungeon run using his genetic lock, but the Abyss invasion had forced everyone to evacuate. He hadn't expected to run into them again so soon. You again, kid? Looks like we meet again. The muscular man turned his head, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He clearly remembered the shoulder that had been crushed yesterday, costing him thousands in medical fees. Yesterday you got lucky and escaped, but today your luck's run out. The 2 men activated their exoskeleton mechs, red and purple light enveloping them instantly. The contours of their mechs gleamed with an intimidating brilliance under the sunlight. The headmaster, seeing Wang Chu appear, hurriedly tried to intervene. We'll pay. Just please, don't hurt the children. The burly man sneered and replied, Old man, I'll take the money for sure. And I'll deal with this kid too. Before his words even faded, a deafening roar echoed through the orphanage. The red exoskeleton mech, gripping a long spear, charged straight toward Wang Chu. Brother Wang Chu. The children's terrified cries rang out. Wang Chu furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, with so many kids around, this isn't the right place for a fight. While he was confident he could take them down instantly, any harm to the children would be unacceptable. At that moment, a silver-white light enveloped Wang Chu, and a set of exoskeleton armor with dragon scale plating appeared on him, dazzling everyone present. Wang Chu deftly dodged the incoming spear tip and retreated swiftly. The burly man and his skinny accomplice exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with greed. What they thought would be a small scuffle had turned into an unexpected jackpot. They grinned to themselves, we're going to be rich. After him, the headmaster's desperate voice echoed behind them. Wang Chu, run. About a kilometer away from the orphanage, in the desolate wilderness, Wang Chu came to a halt. The surroundings were barren and empty, the perfect place to deal with the two. The burly man, seeing that Wang Chu wasn't running any further, sneered, Kid, hand over that dragon armor peacefully, and we'll spare your life. A rookie pilot like you wearing dragon armor? So what? The two of us are level 20 tier 1 pilots, with a combined attribute total of 1,200 points. However, Wang Chu did not kneel or beg as they expected. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, landing on their faces. Wang Chu stared coldly at the burly man, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 1,200 points? That's impressive. I'm so scared. Boom. A thunderclap split the sky as lightning illuminated the scene. The silver-white exoskeleton armor moved in the flickering light. Dragon's Claw. The right arm of Wang Chu's mech erupted in a radiant glow. His original strength of 1,400 points surged to 2,800 in an instant, thanks to the Dragon's Claw enhancement. The red exoskeleton mech didn't even have time to react before it shattered with a crisp crack, dissolving into a stream of light that flowed back into the burly man's soul mark. One move, just one move, and the burly man's exoskeleton mech was destroyed. The situation turned dire in an instant. The man collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling as he looked up, his face filled with disbelief. What happened? Where's my exoskeleton mech? The rain intensified suddenly, pouring down in torrents and obscuring his vision. In the curtain of rain, the silver-white figure approached steadily, Wang Chu's silhouette unwavering in the downpour. Please, spare me. The last plea dissolved into the rain. Wang Chu's sharp claws pierced precisely into the burly man's chest. Blood instantly spurted out, mingling with the rainwater. The man's body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Wang Chu casually flicked his right hand to rid it of the bloodstains, his cold gaze shifting toward the purple exoskeleton mech nearby. Just one glance from Wang Chu was enough to terrify the scrawny man to the point of losing control. A foul stench spread as liquid trickled down his legs. Brother, please don't kill me, he stammered, dropping to his knees and frantically kowtowing. It wasn't our idea to cause trouble. Someone ordered us to do this. Wang Chu's steps suddenly halted. Someone ordered you? He asked, raising an eyebrow as he wondered what could be so valuable about this rundown orphanage. Neither the remote, desolate location nor the orphanage's meager assets seemed worth anyone's attention. Speak clearly. Who's targeting the orphanage? Say one useless word and you're dead. Just as the scrawny man was about to answer, an abrupt change occurred. A surge of black mist shot up from the ground, climbing up his legs. Wang Chu immediately recognized it as abyssal energy and stepped back. He had encountered this ominous force countless times in abyssal dungeons. It corrupts and erodes bosses there, and in the real world, it similarly pollutes mech pilots, particularly those with weak wills. The black mist quickly enveloped the scrawny man's exoskeleton mech, exuding an eerie aura. Terror consumed his face as he let out incoherent cries for help. Without hesitation, Wang Chu pulled out his phone and dialed his father-in-law. Hey, father-in-law, there's an abyssal incursion near the Xingxing orphanage. The infected is a first-tier mech pilot. I've sent you my location. Hurry, or Wonking's going to become a widow. Su-chun, a 7th-tier mech pilot, crushed his phone the moment he heard the word widow. Borrowing another phone from Su-Shur, he called someone else. It's me. My phone's broken. There's an abyssal mech pilot a kilometer north of Xingxing orphanage. When asked about the situation on site, he coldly replied, an idiot is there. After hanging up, Su-chan turned to Su-Shur and ordered, head to Xingxing orphanage. The abyssal pilot was indeed a terrifying existence. The skinny man, who originally possessed the strength of a level 20 tier 1 pilot, had his combat power soar beyond that of the level 21 tier 2 Goblin King after being tainted by the abyssal aura. Thick black mist swirled around him, dyeing his appearance an eerie black and purple. Slowly, he raised his head, his face twisted and discolored by the corruption of abyssal energy. His crimson eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. I can feel endless power flowing through me. This is the abyssal aura. The skinny man cackled madly. Wang Chu watched coldly, a faint smirk of disdain curling his lips. What, you just got a paint job, changed your color, slapped on a new skin, and suddenly you're stronger? Is abyssal power that cheap? Who's afraid of who? Even if your stats are higher, can they be higher than mine in stage 2? He knew very well that if abyssal energy could casually grant a tier 1 pilot a boost of 2 or 3,000 attribute points, the real world would have long been overrun by its corruption. Silence. The skinny man let out a guttural, inhuman growl. Mortal, how could you possibly comprehend the power of the abyss? Before the words fully left his mouth, his black and purple exoskeleton mech appeared before Wang Chu like a flash of lightning. The terrifying abyssal aura crackled in the air, but Wang Chu remained unfazed. His muscles tightened, and he charged forward to meet the attack. Explosions rang out across the wasteland in rapid succession. Within seconds, cracks began to appear on Wang Chu's exoskeleton mech. Already weakened by extreme overclocking, his mech's durability struggled to withstand the intense clash. Is that all? Wang Chu sneered. After a few exchanges, he had completely gauged his opponent's strength. If the skinny man's original power level was 1,200 points, it had now risen to at most 1,800 points of 50 increase, but still far from threatening to Wang Chu. Enraged by Wang Chu's mockery, the skinny man roared, "Die!" With a deafening engine roar, his black and purple mech lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to Wang Chu. In the next instant, Wang Chu's exoskeleton mech shattered completely, dissolving into light and returning to his spirit sigils. Staring at the black, mist-shrouded mech before him, Wang Chu chuckled. Final ripple. Activate. Key. The skinny man let out a sinister laugh, clearly savoring this moment the moment his prey was left defenseless. You're Wang Chu, right? Begging for mercy now? Too late. Too late. Wang Chu shrugged with a grin. You're right, it's almost too late. If I don't finish you soon, others might show up. Before the skinny man could process the meaning of those words, a powerful kick landed squarely on his mech. Yangmi kick. The black and purple exoskeleton mech was sent flying, crashing heavily into a mountainside. Before the skinny man could recover from the unexpected blow, Wang Chu's fists rained down like a storm. Lu de wide swing. Lu de rocket punch. These so-called name moves were nothing more than basic punches, but each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on critical points. Shards of the black and purple mech's armor flew in all directions as it began to break apart. Well, what's going on? The skinny man stammered, barely able to speak. Are you the abyssal pilot, or am I? This doesn't make sense. Maybe you should have saved up for the crystal upgrade and gotten the collector's edition skin. Who are you trying to intimidate with that trashy blue skin? With a series of thunderous blows, Wang Chu's relentless assault caused even the mountainside to collapse. Finally, with a crisp shattering sound, the skinny man's purple exoskeleton mech was completely destroyed, forcing him out of mech mode. Lightning continued to roll through the misty clouds, accompanied by bursts of thunder. Amid the rain, the black abyssal aura entwined around the mech gradually dissipated. Shattered fragments of its exoskeleton lay scattered on the ground, unlike standard mechs that would typically dissolve into light and return to their spirit patterns. Wang Chu stood over the unconscious thin man on the ground, slightly out of breath. The battle had indeed drained much of his energy. He nudged the man lightly with his foot to confirm he was unconscious. Intentionally sparing his life, Wang Chu aimed to investigate clues about the manipulator behind the scenes. What could possibly be so coveted about the Xingxing orphanage? Wang Chu shook his sore arms, frowning. Although he had performed flashy techniques like the Ruta Sweep and Ruta Rocket Punch, in essence, they were just brute force moves reliant on his superior stats. Without the powerful ripple attribute boost head gained at the end, victory might have been far from assured. Once I get into the Imperial Mecha Academy, I need to find a good martial arts mentor, he thought to himself. Relying solely on raw stats isn't enough. Fighting like this, with no skill or finesse, really tarnishes the image of a true expert. He then turned to examine the corpse of the burly man. Searching the spirit patterns, he found only some worthless modules and a Federation ID card. These spoils required Federation approval before they could be used. A measure designed to prevent high-ranking mech pilots from taking reckless risks for profit. As for the thin man tainted by the abyssal aura, the spirit pattern on the back of his hand was completely corroded, leaving nothing of value to recover. Suddenly, a figure descended through the air and landed steadily a few meters away. It was a female mech pilot clad in a silver-white combat suit, her sky-blue exoskeleton mech gleaming in the rain. Her waterfall-like lavender hair and striking figure were shielded by an energy barrier, keeping her untouched by the downpour. Did you take down the abyssal pilot? She asked calmly, her gaze briefly pausing on the back of the unconscious man's hand. The 4 5-point stars on the armor at her waist signified her status as a 4th-rank mech pilot. Yes, Wang Chu replied evenly. I am Ziying, a patrol officer from Star City, dispatched to suppress the Abyssal incursion after receiving a report, she said coldly. According to the intel, the tip-off came from a 0-rank rookie mech pilot. Wang Chu chuckled softly and raised his left hand, showing the back of it. Is it possible that I'm that 0-rank pilot? I know you're a 0-rank pilot, but for you to handle an Abyssal pilot on your own, that's impossible. Ziying's ethereal voice echoed through the rain. Yet every word and tone was filled with doubt. Wang Chu noticed Ziying's attitude, shrugged his shoulders, and flashed a confident smile. Why not? I mean, look at me, I am so handsome and naturally honest. Everything I say is the truth. How could you not believe me? In the drizzle, Ziying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Standing in front of Wang Chu, she raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of skepticism. To her, the idea of a 0-level pilot defeating a level 20, first-tier pilot corrupted by abyssal energy was utterly absurd. The two stood close, and amidst the dampness of the rain, Wang Chu caught a faint whiff of her violet fragrance. It perfectly matched her restrained and profound demeanor. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air broke the moment. A group of pilots descended into the courtyard, led by a 5th-tier pilot clad in a mecha suit. The others, wearing exoskeleton armor, took in the scene and began teasing one another. Ah, what a waste of time. Looks like junior sister Ziying already dealt with the abyssal pilot. Exactly. Bad luck for him, running into junior sister Ziying. Ziying shook her head lightly. It wasn't me who dealt with it. What? The laughter died abruptly, leaving only the patter of rain. If not you, then who could it have been? Ziying pointed toward Wang Chu. This 0-level rookie pilot claims he defeated the abyssal pilot. A heavy silence fell over the group. Wang Chu cleared his throat. So, anyone have an umbrella? Could you lend me one? You're all cozy in your mechas, while I'm standing here in the rain listening to your chatter. Not exactly polite, is it? Ziying let out a cold snort. Though visibly displeased, she retrieved an umbrella from her spatial storage and tossed it to him. Classmate, stop boasting. If you have any leads, don't waste time. The appearance of an abyssal pilot is a serious matter. At that moment, the 5th-tier pilot finally spoke. Ziying, Wang Chu here is a guest of Grand Pilot Suchun. Let's discuss this further back at base. Ziying remained frowning. Captain, this matter is too suspicious. We need to investigate it thoroughly and without delay. That's enough for now, Ziying, came the stern voice from the mecha. The 5th-tier pilot deactivated his mecha, transitioning to an exoskeleton suit. He nodded apologetically toward Wang Chu. I'm Li Tianming, captain of the Fengzi District Patrol Unit. Apologies for being late, Wang Chu. If it's convenient, would like you to assist us with a statement. Wang Chu waved it off with a grin. No need to apologize, Captain Li. It's all for uncovering the truth, I understand. Inwardly, he thought, at least this bear-like guy is decent enough to give me some respect. Plus, I got an umbrella out of it. Ziying cast a long, piercing glance at Wang Chu before speaking coldly. Captain, I'll continue patrolling to see if I can find traces of that strong individual. Before her words had fully settled, she activated her exoskeleton armor and vanished into the rain. Li Tianming shrugged helplessly. Let's head to the Xingxing Orphanage to talk. I imagine that's still on your mind right now. Inside the Star Orphanage, Li Tianming frowned as he stared at the report in his hand. The few short lines on it left him both amused and exasperated. Went home, encountered some thugs, and killed them all. That's it? The fight ended so quickly? Li Tianming looked up at Wang Chu. Your report is way too simplistic. What else should I write? Wang Chu shrugged. Should I add some dramatic sound effects? Like boom, bang, pow, to make it sound earth-shattering? As Li Tianming stared at the half-hearted report, he finally understood why Ziying had been so furious earlier. His fist clenched unconsciously. This kid wasn't just showing off in front of Ziying. He was genuinely downplaying a brutal fight. At that moment, a patrol officer standing nearby stepped forward and whispered a few words into Li Tianming's ear. The two exchanged a few sentences while occasionally glancing at Wang Chu. Suddenly, Li Tianming's eyes widened. So that's why your name sounded so familiar. You're the Wang Chu who got an SSS rating in the first Abyss dungeon. You never asked? Wang Chu replied with a helpless shrug. I can't exactly go around telling everyone, hey, I got an SSS rating in the Abyss dungeon. Can I? Li Tianming's eyelid twitched. Could this kid really have soloed a level 21st tier Abyss mech? Even if he was the first in history to achieve an SSS rating, the stat gap was just too massive. Either he had some hidden trump card, or there was someone powerful protecting him in the shadows. In the end, Li Tianming closed the report and decided to hand the matter over to his superiors. At the orphanage entrance, after the director, his wife, and a few older kids finished giving their statements, the patrol team prepared to leave. The elderly director, Li Xin, scolded Wang Chu with a stern face. You reckless child. That was too dangerous. Before Wang Chu could explain, the director's wife, He Yuan, lightly patted Li Xin on the back. The boy came back safe, didn't he? Stop yelling. Watching the familiar bickering between the elderly couple, Wang Chu couldn't help but smile warmly. Although he was an orphan in this world he had traveled to, the Star Orphanage truly felt like home. Xiao Chu, don't be so reckless next time, He Yuan said kindly. When you're in danger, you need to know how to protect yourself. Got it, Grandma. Wang Chu nodded earnestly. He then retrieved some prepared gifts from his storage ring. I brought some daily necessities and a purple module. I also transferred 100,000 alliance credits to the orphanage's account. It should last for a while. Let me know if you need more. What's all this for? We don't need it. Li Shun grumbled stubbornly. He Yuan shot her husband a glare before turning to Wang Chu with a gentle smile. You thoughtful child. Being a mech pilot is expensive. Grandma will save these for you. If you need them, just come and take them. By the way, Wang Chu asked with a smile, which city did Achio and Ahao go to for school? As he mentioned his two childhood friends, a trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. The four of them, including Su Wanqing, were inseparable. Near the orphanage's main gate, a little girl with pigtails stood on her tiptoes, her chubby, baby-like face brimming with excitement. I know. Grandpa Director found a good school for brother Ah Hao and sister Achio. They're going to study in I Ching. That's right. The other children chimed in enthusiastically. We have to work hard in school too. I want to become an amazing pilot like brother Wang Chu. Watching the lively chatter of the children, Wang Chu couldn't help but think of the friends who used to gather around him. In this resource-limited orphanage, turning 15 marked a significant turning point. Apart from Su Wanqing, who had been adopted, and himself, who chose to become independent early, the other children followed the same pattern. The orphanage covered one semester of tuition, after which they had to fend for themselves. The director always said that one could only truly focus on learning by stepping out of their comfort zone. After lunch, Wang Chu stood up to say his goodbyes. As they watched his figure grow distant, Li Xin leaned closer to He Yuan and whispered, what a shame, such a waste. That's absolute overclocking potential right there. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Su Chun put down the phone, a faint smile on his lips. That kid, who had just become a pilot not long ago, managed to defeat a level 20 Abyss pilot. Truly unexpected. However, what intrigued him more was why the Abyssal aura had appeared near the Star Orphanage. Such an aura didn't manifest without reason. The source was likely nearby. The Abyss pilot's hesitant demeanor before his death only added to the mystery, hinting at someone else behind the scenes. Abyssal envoys in Xingqing, those old geezers, must be losing their minds by now. Su Chun tapped his fingers on the desk, a plan beginning to take shape in his mind. At that moment, Su Shi entered the room. Master. Su Shi, have the 200,000 alliance coins we've been donating to the Star Orphanage each year been transferred on time? Yes, Master. Good. Investigate the orphanage's bank transactions for the past 10 years, and check the current whereabouts of the children who've left there. Su Chun paused briefly. Also, retrieve a Philosopher's Stone from the warehouse and deliver it to Wang Chu immediately. Hearing the words Philosopher's Stone, Su Shi's head shot up, his eyes flashing with surprise. That was a treasure even the Su family possessed only a handful of. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, understood. After Su Shi left, Su Chun suddenly remembered something and smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn it. I set that kid's target way too low back then. After returning to his less than 20 square meter apartment, Wang Chu immediately retrieved the nutrient solution he had managed to snag yesterday from the fridge and downed it in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, releasing a surge of pure energy that coursed through his body. His previously exhausted frame seemed to be reinvigorated, and soon a wave of tingling and heat spread all over him. Ding! Physique point 1. Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice in appreciation. The effects of this nutrient solution were undeniably remarkable. It not only restored physical strength quickly but also boosted attributes. Unfortunately, this kind of enhancement only occurred upon first use. He carefully examined the label on the empty bottle. This was high-grade nutrient fluid, extracted from a Tier 5 behemoth, with a market price of at least 300,000 alliance credits worth, far more than everything he owned combined. In the pilot community, however, such expensive nutrient solutions were not particularly popular. Most pilots preferred to invest in enhancing their mecha's performance. After all, even if their personal attributes were weak, the automatic activation of spirit runes would provide protection, minimizing risks. Instead, these nutrient solutions were more often treated as stamina boosters by the wealthy, earning the nickname Rich Lady's Happy Drink. I drank it too fast to even savor the taste. Wang Chu smacked his lips and thought to himself, I'll have to snag a few more bottles next time. Su Chun, thanks for this. With his energy restored, he lay down on the bed, intending to take a nap. As soon as he closed his eyes, The events of the day replayed in his mind. Why had an Abyss pilot appeared? They claimed to be acting under someone's orders, but what about Star Orphanage could possibly attract their attention? Could his earlier suspicions actually be correct? As he pondered, his breathing gradually steadied. The intensity of today's battle had drained him, and before long, he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he piloted the Strike Freedom Mecha, soaring through the skies, and even experienced some pleasant and alluring scenes. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door jolted him awake. Wang Chu held his breath and cautiously tiptoed to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Su Shi standing outside, holding a bag in his hand. "Steward Su, what brings you here?" Wang Chu asked. "Young Master Wang Chu, the master asked me to deliver some things to you," Su Shi replied before turning to leave. Opening the bag, Wang Chu found 6 bottles of nutrient solution, glowing faintly with strange energy, neatly arranged inside, along with a delicate little box. "Looks like my father-in-law figured I wanted more and sent them directly." Wang Chu chuckled as he placed the nutrient bottles in the fridge and picked up the ornate box. The moment he touched it, a warm sensation spread through his hand, and faint threads of peculiar energy seeped out from within. The box was made of jadeite, specifically crafted to preserve valuable items. Wang Chu carefully opened the jade box, and a crystal-clear gemstone came into view, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance that made his heart skip a beat. His breath caught instantly because the gem looked exactly like a legendary item he had only heard of in stories, the Philosopher's Stone. This was an incredibly rare item, only appearing in standard dungeons above level 6 or abyssal dungeons above level 5. Its greatest value lay in its ability to grant pilots new passive skills. Whether it was weapon specialization or strength enhancement, these skills would seamlessly integrate into the pilot's body and remain effective even when activating exoskeleton mechs. On the market, a single Philosopher's Stone was priced at no less than 30 million alliance credits, and even then, it was often unavailable for purchase. Wang Chu couldn't help but marvel at his father-in-law's generosity. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise of his life. Holding his breath, Wang Chu pinched the Philosopher's Stone between his fingers and applied gentle pressure. The gem shattered instantly, transforming into a cascade of multicolored lights that intertwined in the air. A few seconds later, a strand of golden light emerged and directly embedded itself into the spirit mark on the back of his left hand. A system notification immediately chimed. Skill acquired, Eye of the Abyss. This was a gold-tier skill with 2 unique attributes. The first, Insight, allowed him to see through a target's attributes and weaknesses, ignoring level differences. The second, Temporal Sense, slowed the actions of others within his field of vision by half. The system also included a cryptic description. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Wang Chu almost forgot to breathe. The probability of acquiring a gold-tier skill was estimated to be less than 0.5, making this feel like hitting the jackpot of an SSR rarity. Checking his stats panel, he saw that in addition to his unique ability, Saitama Physique, he now possessed this combat powerhouse of a skill. It was a game-changing advantage for the upcoming Abyssal Dungeon Advancement Tournament. Xiao Qing had already entered a dungeon earlier that morning, and Wang Chu didn't want to fall behind. As he activated his star mark, a notification icon for entering the Abyssal Dungeon immediately appeared in the lower left corner of his interface. At that moment, he noticed a trophy-like symbol and clicked on it. Discovering it was the leaderboard for the Abyssal Dungeon. The leaderboard displayed the top 50 rankings. Aside from Wang Chu, who held the first position with an SSS rating, the remaining 49 individuals all had SS ratings. Ranked second was Bai Hao, widely recognized as the strongest 8th-tier pilot in modern Daxia. As the strongest individual in Daxia, Bai Hao set a record that remains unmatched to this day, Grand Slam champion of the rankings. Wang Chu clicked through the leaderboard of the Abyss Dungeon, from Tier 1 to Tier 8. Each leaderboard looked strikingly similar. While the Tier 0 dungeon had an SS rating, every other leaderboard was dominated by Bai Hao's SS-rated first place. This unparalleled achievement stood until the day Wang Chu himself earned an SSS rating, breaking the streak. In recent days, major online platforms have been abuzz with discussion about this rising star who shattered Bai Hao's monopoly. Amid the flurry of debates, Wang Chu maintained his calm demeanor. This is just the beginning, he thought to himself. From now on, he'll claim first place in every tier of the Abyss trials. While the outside world speculated whether this rookie could create more miracles, Wang Chu saw it as a non-issue. I'm going to dominate the charts. Not even Jesus could stop me. The system notification chimed. Please select the difficulty level for the Tier 1 Abyss Dungeon. Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Nightmare. Wang Chu chose without hesitation. Confirm selection of Nightmare difficulty for the Abyss Dungeon? Yes. In the darkness, white text slowly emerged. Abyss Dungeon, Forest of Elves. Tier 1. Dungeon rating, Nightmare. Main quest. Uncover the source of corruption in the world tree. Time limit, none. The quest background unfolded. The presence of the Abyss grows stronger, and signs of corruption have emerged in the world tree of the Forest of Elves, throwing the entire elf race into disarray. As the darkness dissipated, Wang Chu found himself in a dense forest, the sound of cicadas ringing in his ears. It seems the world setting of this Tier 1 trial is similar to the basic trials, though the timeline might differ, he quickly analyzed. After activating his exoskeleton armor, Wang Chu vanished instantly. Even in a dungeon with no time limit, clearing speed was still a crucial scoring factor. Along the way, frenzied gale wolves at level 14 and flame foxes at level 15 fell one after another beneath his fists. Successfully killed a frenzied gale wolf. Rune experience 280. Successfully killed a frenzied flame fox. Rune experience 300. Though these minor monsters provided generous experience, it was wasteful for Wang Chu, as his level exceeded theirs. Still, for the sake of farming points and collecting Tier 1 modules, he pressed on. They're not just monsters, they're adorable alliance coins. He consoled himself. As he ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, blocking out the sunlight as the sky darkened. The abyss aura became increasingly oppressive. TCH, they call this the Forest of Elves, yet I haven't seen a single long-legged elf maiden or even an elf ant, for that matter. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. The roar startled countless small monsters out of their hiding places. He quickly found a strategic position, crouched down, and began harvesting the panicked creatures fleeing in all directions. The smaller monsters were continuously being slain, with bursts of colorful light occasionally surging into Wang Chu's spirit patterns. In the midst of battle, Wang Chu's peripheral vision caught a dazzling golden glow, and his heart skipped a beat. A golden module. He immediately accessed his spirit patterns to investigate. Firefox Cloak Multifunction Module, Tier 1 Golden Effect, capable of granting a 150-point agility boost to mechas, but at the cost of increasing durability consumption by 50. Although it lacked additional attributes or skills, such a golden module could still fetch 150,000 alliance credits. After all, Tier 1 modules had 3 times the attributes of Tier 0 modules, and their price naturally tripled, as well, let alone the premium on those with additional effects. Fortune favors the bold, Wang Chu muttered to himself. However, assembling a full set of Tier 1 golden modules with additional effects was still a daunting task. Those without effects cost 150,000, and the ones with the weakest effects started at 300,000. On average, they were priced at 500,000 each, meaning a full set would cost a staggering 3 million alliance credits. That was far beyond what he could afford. Do I have to rely on a sugar mommy again? I'm not that kind of guy. After clearing out the smaller monsters, Wang Chu turned his attention toward the direction of the earlier roaring sounds. I wonder how the fight's going now. I better hurry over, don't want to miss out on the finishing blow. With a loud roar, his silvery white exoskeletal mecha vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Elves, 2 female elves were leaping swiftly between towering trees, with massive trunks crashing to the ground behind them. A towering black gorilla, as tall as a 2-story building, let out an excited roar, each of its steps causing the earth to quake. Sha, run. These creatures are beyond what we can handle. Go inform the queen immediately, shouted the older elf, Lingjia. Lingjia, watch out. The blonde-haired Alusa cried out in terror as the black gorilla closed in on Lingjia. Compared to the massive beast, Lingjia appeared so small and fragile. Lingjia leaped high into the air, channeling the power of wind into her legs, delivering a fierce kick to the gorilla. However, the attack had little effect. The gorilla caught her leg with ease. Alusa quickly drew her silver-gray elven longbow to its fullest, the power of wind swirling around the arrow. Power shot, she shouted. The arrow whistled through the air, but only left a faint white mark on the gorilla's granite-like skin. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest as Lingjia was ripped in half by the monstrous gorilla. The sickening sound of chewing left Alusa paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as she watched the gorilla approach her step by step in despair. Just then, a carefree voice rang out, "Well, well, an elven beauty with long legs, what a rare sight." Wang Chu raised an eyebrow as he noticed the golden-haired girl sitting weakly on the ground. The elf before him was breathtakingly beautiful, long, pointed ears, a delicate, fair face shaped like a melon seed, and golden hair cascading down like a river of stars. She wore a light green, form-fitting outfit that perfectly accentuated her slender A4 waist and elegant curves. Her long legs were gracefully folded to the side, revealing a pair of bare feet as white as jade. Most striking of all was the palpable aura of an rank powerhouse. This is exactly what an elf princess from my dreams would look like. Wang Chu marveled inwardly. But the pressing matter at hand was to assess the threat. Forcing himself to look away from the elf, he activated his Abyssal Eye to analyze the attributes of the creature before him. Frenzied Forest Gorilla. Elite level. Tier 1, level 18. Strength, 550. Agility, 400. Defense, 500. Skills. Roar. Increases defense by 100 for 10 seconds. Leap. Enhances the next attack by 50 strength after jumping. Weakness. Waist and abdomen. An elite monster at level 18 with nearly 500 in average stats and skills to boot this is definitely a strong opponent for a Tier 1 Abyssal dungeon. Wang Chu analyzed silently. This Abyssal Eye is truly a meta-defining artifact. It even reveals weaknesses. At that moment, the elf girl on the ground noticed his presence. She froze for a second before urgently shouting, "Human, leave the Elven Forest immediately. This is no longer the forest it once was." Even in such a dire situation, she was thinking of others. Wang Chu couldn't help but admire her even more. Out of curiosity, he used his Abyssal Eye to check her attributes as well. Elusa. Elite level. Tier 1, level 14. Strength, 300. Agility, 320. Constitution, 280. Spirit, 260. Skills, Binding Strike, Power Shot, Windwalk, Focus Fire. Measurements, 88, 59, 84. Whoa, 88, 59, 84. Wang Chu exclaimed internally, but before he could process this information, the forest gorilla let out an excited roar. Without sparing the gorilla a glance, Wang Chu turned to the elf and declared solemnly, "Miss 88, I've decided, protecting you." 88. Elusa blinked, momentarily confused by the peculiar nickname. The next second, her tear-streaked, delicate face showed an expression of utter disbelief, her lips parting slightly in shock. The colossal forest ape leapt through the air, its massive frame blotting out the sun. It had annihilated one of the 27-member teams sent by the Elven Queen to investigate the anomaly of the World Tree. In just 5 short minutes, the team was massacred by the berserk creature, leaving only Elusa barely clinging to life. At this critical moment, a thunderous boom shattered the oppressive darkness. A single, earth-shaking punch pierced the dense clouds, dispersing them in an instant. The forest ape's enormous body caved in, its abdomen crushed inward, with the force of the blow ripping through to its back. The impact sent the beast hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The one responsible for this extraordinary feat was none other than a human male clad in peculiar gear, who had casually thrown the punch with his right hand. Surprised? Wang Chu noticed the shock on Elusa's face. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he extended a hand. "Let me introduce myself. I come from the outer realm, here to save you. You may call me a god." The forest ape dissolved into a stream of golden light, flowing into the spiritual markings on Wang Chu's body. While Elusa took the time to bury her fallen comrades, Wang Chu examined the newly acquired equipment attributes. Forest Ape Leg Armor Right Foot Module Tier 1, Gold. Mech Strength Attribute 150. Mech Durability Consumption Rate 50. Bonus Effect. After jumping, the next attack gains 50 strength. Not bad, Wang Chu thought to himself. A gold tier module with a bonus effect dropped from an elite monster. Too bad I can't use it yet, my current tier isn't high enough. Once Elusa finished her solemn task, she cautiously approached him. "My lord, I'm ready now." Though still suspicious of this self-proclaimed god, the overwhelming power and unique equipment he had displayed set him apart from anyone she had ever encountered. "Relax, I'm on your side," Wang Chu said, noticing the tension in her expression. "I don't know if you're really a good person," Elusa replied, her wary gaze sharp. "But I do know you've been staring at my chest this whole time." She gave him a look that could only be described as one reserved for a lecherous old man. Wang Chu coughed awkwardly and shifted his gaze. "I'm here to investigate the corruption of the World Tree in the Forest of Elves. Tell me what's been happening here?" At his words, Elusa's vigilance eased noticeably. The anomaly of the World Tree was a closely guarded secret, known only to the core members of the Elven race and the leaders of the 20 elite squads. The fact that this outsider was aware of it meant he was either truly sent by the gods, or somehow linked to the source of the corruption. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, her tear-streaked face filled with desperation. "My lord, please, save the World Tree. Save the Forest of Elves." "Elven maiden, your plea has been heard," Wang Chu said, looking down at her with a commanding presence. A system notification echoed in his mind. New mission acquired. The Elven saintess plea: fulfill Elusa's wish by resolving the source of the corruption afflicting the World Tree. Reward: the blessing of the Elven goddess. The Elven saintess? Wang Chu thought, startled. This poor girl is a saintess? What kind of logic is this, sending a saintess to her death? Slow down, slow down, slow down. Take it easy. A sharp cry suddenly echoed through the Forest of Elves. Wang Chu, with Elusa tucked under his left arm, charged through the forest like a whirlwind. Every time they encountered a magical beast, whether it was a regular creature or an elite-level monster, took it down with a single punch. After clearing the outer area, Wang Chu paused for a short break. The counter showed he had already defeated over 300 creatures and collected more than 40 modules, though none were of golden quality. He thought to himself that his current level was too low, and lacking area effect skills was indeed inconvenient. Once he equipped rocket launchers, particle cannons, or the Nyo-Jinan rifle later, he wouldn't have to run around like this anymore. You elves are this weak? Already throwing up? Wang Chu teased, glancing at Alusa, who was by the tree, furiously watering the flowers. Alusa, mid-vomit, couldn't help but feel astonished. Elves, who were usually agile and nimble in the forest, getting motion sickness? But what shocked her even more was the terrifying strength displayed by the divine emissary. The mutated beasts in the Forest of Elves had grown extremely ferocious. Her team, ranked among the top 20 squads, had been utterly defeated when facing a forest giant ape. If not for the divine emissary's timely intervention, they would have been annihilated. And just now, in such a short time, they had encountered at least 4 beasts as powerful as the forest giant ape, all of which were crushed by the divine emissary's single punch. Once Alusa recovered, the two continued deeper into the forest. The vegetation grew denser, but instead of resembling the idyllic elven paradise one might imagine, the surroundings exuded an eerie and sinister vibe. Alusa frowned and said, "Something's not right. It wasn't like this when we left this morning." Wang Chu sensed the abyssal energy around them growing thicker than before. Clearly, the corruption of the world tree was worsening rapidly. "How far is it to your tribe's settlement?" "At the speed you were going earlier, about 20 minutes, Alusa estimated. Just then, a massive serpent suddenly lunged out from the trees. It was 50 meters long and as thick as several barrels. Its pitch-black scales gleamed ominously, and its crimson, slit-like eyes locked onto them with a deadly stare. The abyssal serpent of the Dark Elves, elite level, tier 1 level 20. Alusa's face turned pale. Strength 650, agility 700, defense 600. This is the Dark Elf's favorite pet. Its skills include venomous bite, poison spray, and death constriction. Its weak spot is in its midsection, and it's already nearing a breakthrough to tier 2. Is that the pet of a Dark Elf? Alusa's voice carried a hint of worry. My Lord Envoy, its weak spot is in the abdomen. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Dark Elf? The term reminded him of fantasy novels from over a decade ago. Before Alusa could finish her sentence, his figure had already vanished, moving so quickly it seemed as though his body outran his soul. Boom! With an earth-shaking explosion, the abyss serpent's head shattered into fragments. Weak spot? In the face of absolute power, the entire body is a weak spot. A golden light surged into the spirit mark. Wang Chu observed Alusa's expression, confirming his suspicion NPCs in this world truly couldn't perceive the process of monsters transforming into materials and merging with the spirit mark. Unfortunately, this golden module lacked any special attributes and could only be sold as ordinary material. Watching the Lord Envoy effortlessly dispatch the beast, Alusa felt relieved that her earlier concern had been unnecessary. As they delved deeper into the central region, the abyssal aura grew denser, but the number of encountered monsters decreased. However, the ones they did face were at levels 18 and 19, far more dangerous than those on the outskirts. After pushing through the dense forest, they arrived at a concealed valley. The cliffs were covered in lush green vines, dotted with vibrant wildflowers, and a crystal-clear stream meandered down the rock face. Elegant treehouses were built among the towering trees, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. "We're here," Alusa exhaled in relief. Wang Chu, however, sensed something was amiss. "Doesn't it feel too quiet to you?" Alusa's expression instantly grew tense. She hurriedly led Wang Chu to a section of the cliff. Closing her eyes, she chanted an incantation, and a green light spread across the stone wall. "Charge at it!" Without hesitation, Wang Chu dashed toward the cliff. The stone wall rippled like water, revealing a hidden space beyond. "No wonder we couldn't see the world tree earlier, it's protected by a barrier," Wang Chu remarked with sudden understanding. Alusa nodded, worry evident on her face. "We've encountered no other members of my tribe along the way. The world tree isn't just the foundation of the elves, it's the source of power for this entire continent. We've always kept it hidden from outsiders." Standing at the entrance, they finally laid eyes on the legendary tree. It towered into the heavens like a colossal pillar, its canopy spreading across the sky like an emerald sea of clouds. The massive branches stretched outward like dragons, piercing through the mist. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting countless golden rays onto the ground below. "The world tree is the origin of life on this continent," Alusa murmured softly. "Every time I see it, I'm awestruck." Wang Chu chuckled. "But today, it seems the world tree has drawn quite a bit of excitement." At this moment, within Wang Chu's abyssal eye vision, the outline of the world tree was vividly clear. Its massive trunk was emitting thick, dark smoke. Even more alarming was the presence of dozens of powerful abyssal auras coiling around the tree, each one far stronger than the elite monsters he had encountered earlier. Wang Chu quickly assessed the situation. Logically, a first-tier Abyssal dungeon shouldn't contain second-tier Abyssal creatures, as that would make the difficulty level completely unbalanced. However, judging by the auras, there were at least 20 elite-level Abyssal monsters ahead, though none of them posed a significant threat to him. It's dangerous up ahead. With your meager skills, you'd better stay here, Wang Chu said, turning to Alusa. No, my people are ahead. I can sense their presence, Alusa responded without hesitation, her voice firm and unwavering. Wang Chu shrugged and chose not to argue further. To him, these elves, including Alusa, were just NPCs. His earlier concern for her was merely a fleeting sentiment brought on by how lifelike she seemed during their brief conversation. As they ventured deeper, the abyssal aura grew increasingly oppressive. Alusa, huddled under Wang Chu's arm, began to tremble slightly, her petite frame betraying her fear. You can still turn back. Wang Chu glanced down at her. No. Alusa bit her lip, about to retort, when suddenly the ground shook violently. Wang Chu reacted instantly, his legs propelling him upward with incredible force as he leaped into the air with Alusa. The ground beneath them collapsed at the same moment, debris scattering everywhere. From below emerged a colossal centipede, nearly 100 meters in length, its body covered in glossy black carapace. 3 pairs of razor-sharp, venomous mandibles snapped menacingly within its massive maw. The system immediately displayed the monster's information. Abyssal Centipede Boss Level. Level, First Tier Level 20. Strength, 850. Agility, 800. Defense, 700. Traits, Extremely Repulsive Appearance. Abilities, Shadow Stealth, Abyssal Shock. Weakness, Head. These stats far surpassed those of any elite monster he'd faced before. This creature could easily serve as the final boss of a high-difficulty dungeon. Yet, instead of fear, Wang Chu's expression lit up with excitement. More high-tier abyssal monsters meant more gold for him. At that moment, the two were still suspended midair, with no foothold to stabilize themselves. As they began to freefall, Alusa let out a sharp scream, squeezing her eyes shut, her long eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. Beneath them, a gaping abyssal maw waited, its vast jaws wide open. The abyss centipede let out a low, guttural roar, its blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Chu sneered coldly, cutting through the tension in the air. Her palm was instantly covered in dragon scales as she struck decisively at the centipede's head. Dragon Claw. Activate. Next attack, double strength. Let's burst those coins, big time. Smack. The deafening impact reverberated through the skies as the abyss centipede's world spun chaotically. The force of the blow rippled through its nearly 100-meter-long body, each segment swelling like an overinflated balloon. With a thunderous explosion, its body burst apart, releasing a torrent of foul, black blood that rained down, turning the surrounding 100-meter grassland into a charred black wasteland. A system notification promptly sounded. Successfully killed Abyss Centipede Boss, Level 20. Rune XP 1200. Acquired Centipede Fong Weapon Module. Wang Chu landed steadily, casually pulling out a sturdy tree branch to shield herself from the blood rain. Under her arm, Alusa stared in disbelief. This was just too over the top. And yet, she still remembered to block the rain. Such elegance. Opening her system panel, Wang Chu glanced at the golden module drop. Centipede Fong Blade Weapon Module. Grade, Tier 1 Gold. Effect, 300 Mech Strength Attribute, 50 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. Additional Attribute, Poisoned attacks inflict toxin damage. Description. This blade is coated with deadly poison. Though it was a gold module with an additional attribute, the effect seemed rather underwhelming. Still, something was better than nothing. It could fetch a decent price at least. Just then, a crisp sound of clapping echoed nearby. Under the trees, a graceful figure was slowly applauding. It's a dark elf, Alusa blurted out, only to realize her awkward position and wriggle to be let down. The dark elf, dressed in tight black attire, her purple eyes deep and enigmatic, kept her gaze fixed on Wang Chu. Without hesitation, Wang Chu activated Abyssal Eye. Dark Elf Queen Eileen, Divine Envoy. Lord Level, Tier 1, Level 20. Strength, 1600 Agility, 1200 Defense, 1000. Identity, Divine Envoy under the Spider Goddess. Skills? Weaknesses? Wang Chu's pupils contracted. Divine Envoy. This was a being at the pinnacle of the Abyssal hierarchy, with clear warnings in the texts. Run if encountered before reaching Tier 5. Even under dungeon suppression, her stats far outstripped the Tier 2, Level 21 Goblin King, and Abyssal I couldn't even discern her skills or weaknesses. To defeat my pet so effortlessly, you truly are worthy of being an absolute overclocker, Eileen said with a faint smile. So, you're here for me? Wang Chu asked coldly. Eileen's lips curled into a charming smile. Hee, I'm here to deliver a gift. The next moment, a system notification appeared. You have been cursed by the spider goddess. Eternal curse of rapid decay. Mech durability consumption rate 1000. Wang Chu was about to curse out loud, but upon reading the curse's details, she abruptly stopped herself. Wait a minute. This curse? Are you kidding me? Thanks, I guess. Thank you? How polite of you. Eileen's face instantly darkened, but interestingly, the vanished smile seemed to have found a new owner. It now rested on Wang Chu's face. Seeing Wang Chu's inexplicable grin, Eileen let out a cold snort, thinking to herself, let him enjoy his smugness for just a little longer. Dark source. With a sharp cry from Eileen, a terrifying abyssal aura surged into the sky. From the shadows of the forest, dozens of black silhouettes suddenly leapt out, rushing toward Wang Chu like an overwhelming tidal wave. Hiding behind the swarm of abyssal creatures, Eileen's lips curled into a cold smile. Though the dungeon's rank suppression limited her to Tier 1, level 20, as a divine envoy, her attributes still far surpassed those of ordinary people. To ensure the absolute elimination of this overclocked core wielder, she had even brought along a massive reinforcement. There was just one thing she couldn't quite understand. Why did the spider goddess place such importance on this man? Was it solely because he possessed an SS-level overclocked core module? While rare, such individuals weren't entirely unheard of. The goddess had even bestowed upon her a trace of cursed divine power rapid decay, the bane of all overclocked core wielders. Goddess, allow me, your most loyal servant Eileen, to remove all obstacles in your path. A twisted smile spread across her face. Wang Chu was about to warn Alusa to stay back when he noticed that the Elven saintess had already hidden behind a tree in the distance, peeking out with only her adorable little head visible. Look at you hiding like that. Aren't you supposed to be the saintess of the elves? I'm not hiding. Alusa puffed up her cheeks. I just don't want to be a burden or cause you trouble. Ha, at least you're self-aware. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, recalling how, during their encounter with the forest giant ape earlier, Alusa had followed along but refrained from acting recklessly at critical moments. Watch out. Alusa's expression suddenly changed as she shouted a warning. The abyssal creatures had completely surrounded Wang Chu. Wang Chu scanned the approaching horde, his gaze landing on the blackthorn behemoth leading the charge. A Tier 1, level 20 boss. Augmented by the dark source, it boasted 1080 strength, 720 agility, and 1080 defense, with its entire body covered in sharp black thorns. The other abyssal creatures were also boss level at the same rank, all empowered by the dark source's enhancements. Eileen indeed had reason to be arrogant. This group-wide buff alone was enough to turn into a nightmare for many pilots. If this is all you've got. Wang Chu's gaze pierced through the ferocious horde, locking onto Eileen in the back. Then today, you're the one who's going to die here. Eileen let out another cold snort. How arrogant. Young man, let's see if you can get past my adorable pets first. With a thunderous roar that shook the ground, the massive blackthorn behemoth leapt into the air. Its mountain-like form stretched out mid-flight, two thick arms covered in jagged black spikes raised high above its head as it unleashed its most powerful skill abyssal smash. Wang Chu stood his ground, unwavering. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he sprang upward, his right fist charging with energy. In a flash, Dragon Claw was activated, releasing a surge of 2,800 points of raw strength. Despite the stark difference in size, with just a single impact, the colossal body of the blackthorn behemoth was sent hurtling backward. It crashed into the ground with a resounding thud, landing belly up and utterly defeated. One by one, the abyssal beasts charged forward relentlessly. Abyssal gargoyles spread their dark wings, abyssal shadowfang beasts bared their razor-sharp fangs, and corrupted silkworms wriggled their grotesque forms. Though they appeared ferocious, they crumbled under Wang Chu's fists, each one dissolving into dazzling lights that were absorbed into his spirit runes. Standing off to the side, Eileen narrowed her violet eyes. As expected of absolute overdrive, she thought to herself. No wonder the spider goddess sent her to ambush him in the beginner's village. The abyssal beasts that Wang Chu had effortlessly defeated were handpicked by Eileen herself, creatures meant to be dominant at this stage. But in the face of absolute overdrive's overwhelming power, they were pitifully fragile. Still, so what? Today you will die. A cruel smile spread across Eileen's delicate face. Let's see how long that battered mech of yours can hold out. Absolute overdrive may be powerful, but it's vulnerable to endurance battles. And with the curse of rapid decay, your time is running out. Hiding behind a tree, Alusa watched the battle with a mix of tension and awe. At first, she had feared she might be taken hostage, but now it seemed her worries were unfounded. To her, the divine envoy silhouette was tall and commanding, like an invincible war god. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reached her ears. Crack, crack. The delicate noise sent a chill down Alusa's spine. In an instant, she grasped the enemy strategy. They were targeting the divine envoy's equipment. As expected, Cracks began to form on Wang Chu's zero-type exoskeleton armor, spreading like a web. In the next moment, the entire suit shattered with an explosive crash. Eileen's eyes widened, her face flushing with exhilaration. Finally, your armor is broken. Wang Chu let out a satisfied groan as he gently twisted his neck, the cracking sound reverberating in the air. This was the feeling of power. No matter how many times he unleashed the final ripple, the rush of exhilaration always surged straight to his head. Strength, 2800. Agility, 1600. Constitution, 1700. Spirit, 1800. Still, it was a pity his time with Saitama's physique had been too short. Wang Chu glanced at his stats, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his mind as he shook his head. Nevertheless, compared to these insignificant creatures, his strength was more than enough. On the other side, Eileen froze momentarily as she observed Wang Chu, now stripped of his exoskeleton mech form. Strange, why was he smiling? In the past, every human pilot she had defeated showed nothing but despair after losing their mechs. Some even chose to end their own lives rather than face the inevitable. Just futile struggles before death. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Every creature from the abyss knew how fragile human bodies were. They were nothing more than a pathetic bunch relying on their machines to survive. Xiao Huang, tear him apart, Eileen commanded sharply. As soon as her words fell, an arrow whistled through the air, imbued with the powerful essence of wind, sweeping toward the foremost abyssal creature. My lord, run. Elusa suddenly emerged from behind a tree, her face panic-stricken, her hands trembling slightly as she maintained a drawn-bow stance. Her delicate, pale fingers quivered with fear. Yet, her full-force strike seemed to vanish into nothingness, leaving only a small scratch on the abyssal creature's tough skin. The black abyssal hellhound snorted through its nose, as if mocking her. Even Eileen, the dark elf queen, couldn't help but laugh, covering her crimson lips lightly with her hand, her eyes glinting with amusement. You elves are adorably foolish. With that meager strength, you think you can play the hero? What did you say? Elusa retorted weakly, her brows furrowing as her voice trembled. Aren't you an elf too? As she spoke, she frantically signaled to Wang Chu with her eyes. But he seemed oblivious to her intentions, standing rooted to the spot, much to her frustration. She was on the verge of exploding with anger. This so-called lord, did he not understand the concept of running away? How utterly dense. Wang Chu, noticing her frantic eye movements, scratched his head and asked, What's wrong? Got a twitch in your eyelid. Elusa. Eileen let out a cold laugh. It's because you're all hopelessly stupid that you've ended up in this situation. Never mind. There's no point in explaining to you lot. Just go meet your end quietly. Xiao Huang, attack. The two abyssal hellhounds, their contrasting colors stark, bared their bloodthirsty grins. Their paws thudded against the ground as they picked up speed, closing the distance to Wang Chu in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the face of the two charging beasts, Wang Chu's expression remained calm and unbothered. Suddenly, Wang Chu thrust his fists forward with immense force. The strike was so powerful that the air itself shattered, producing a deafening roar. Under this thunderous blow, the bodies of the two massive beasts disintegrated on the spot, scattering into fragments. Irene watched in shock, her pupils contracting sharply. She couldn't comprehend what she had just witnessed without his mech. A pilot was supposed to be as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Yet now, this fish was not only alive but seemed ready to deliver her a resounding slap in the face. Wang Chu shook his arms in disgust, trying to rid himself of the sticky, black blood of the abyssal beasts. His body was already stained with their grotesque fluids. Ugh, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have unlocked the genetic lock, he muttered with a sigh. This blood feels disgusting. Wearing a mech is so much better, at least it provides a barrier. He then turned slowly toward Irene. Blood trickled down his face, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Your turn, he said coldly, his gaze as lifeless and chilling as if he were staring at a corpse. Irene's breath hitched, her heart pounding violently. This fear was something she had never experienced, not even when facing 7th or 8th tier mech pilots. No, this can't be absolute overclocking. What kind of core chip module are you using? She shouted in disbelief. As a divine envoy, she had slaughtered countless mech pilots in the abyssal dungeon, but she had never encountered raw physical strength surpassing that of a mech. Take a guess, Wang Chu replied as he closed the distance, a mocking smile on his face. Reacting swiftly, Irene clasped her hands together. Shadow grasp, she cried. Black tendrils of energy erupted from the ground, surging toward Wang Chu. Showy nonsense, Wang Chu sneered, swatting casually. With a loud crack, the tendrils shattered instantly. Irene stared in disbelief, her body retreating rapidly. Yet her once spry speed was utterly meaningless now. Wang Chu's hollow, icy eyes were already less than a meter away from her. Irene barely managed to speak before a thunderous boom erupted in her ears. The air was torn apart by the sheer force, creating rippling shockwaves. Before she could even process what had happened, her head was already severed from her body. Wasn't I just here to crush some newbies? How could this happen? Irene's head tumbled to the ground, her delicate face smeared with dirt, her once beautiful black hair now a disheveled mess. If only the first-tier dungeon hadn't restricted my power, there's no way. Her consciousness faded, forever locked in that bitter regret. Teach, all that bragging, and she couldn't even put up a decent fight, Wang Chu muttered, glancing at the stats on his interface, which were now filled with question marks. He seemed slightly disappointed. The system notification chimed in, announcing various rewards. Kill experience points, the Dark Elf Queen's Whip Weapon Module, the Dark Elf Queen's Original Stockings, the Spider Goddess's Divine Token, and the Golden Grade Dark Elf Queen's Heart. Additionally, he received the Spider Goddess's Attention and a Curse of the Abyssal Seal. Wang Chu frowned, puzzled. Wait, hold on, what the hell are Original Stockings supposed to be? The black stockings were warm in his hands. Wang Chu silently examined the peculiar item labeled Dark Elf Queen's Original Stockings, thinking that such a collector's item would surely pique someone's interest. His gaze instinctively shifted to the headless corpse nearby, its long, pale legs stretched out straight. Nice legs, what a waste, Wang Chu muttered, shaking his head to dispel the inappropriate thought. The immediate concern was the Spider Goddess's curse. Unlike the previous debuffs like the rapid weakening that turned out to be negligible, this abyssal restriction had experienced a significant and dangerous setback. His only hope might lie in Alusa's quest. He recalled the task assigned by the Elven saintess, to resolve the corruption at the roots of the world tree, which would earn him the blessing of the Elven goddess. Since the Elven goddess and the Spider goddess were both deities, her blessing might just dispel the curse. However, even after defeating the Dark Elf Queen Eileen, the quest remained incomplete. Wang Chu checked his soul markings. The main quest, find the source of the world tree's corruption, was still active. Considering that Eileen had mentioned seeking him out specifically, her appearance was likely just a side quest. The true mastermind remained hidden. He turned to Alusa, only to find her staring at the stockings in his hand with an unusual expression. Wang Chu quickly stored the item into his soul markings, swallowing back the explanations that had risen to his lips, saying anything would only make things worse. Divine Messenger, I didn't expect you to. Enough. Wang Chu cut her off. The world tree's corruption hasn't been resolved. Let's stay focused. As they approached the towering tree, its overwhelming presence became even more apparent. The canopy stretched endlessly, blotting out the sky, while the immense trunk and its sprawling, gnarled roots seemed to merge with the earth itself. We're getting close, Alusa said. Crossing a small hill, they were greeted by a vast expanse of grassland. Wang Chu leapt down with Alusa in tow, landing steadily. After eliminating the abyssal creatures and the Dark Elf Queen, the oppressive abyssal aura in the area had notably diminished. Suddenly, Alusa began to struggle, her voice filled with excitement. It's the Queen. Wang Chu tightened his hold on her, unmoved, as he fixed his gaze on the figure in the distance. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, This is your so-called Queen? She doesn't quite match the grand image you described. Under the scrutiny of Wang Chu's abyssal eye, her true identity was laid bare. The fallen Elven Queen, Aina. A Lord-level being at Tier 1 level 18. She possessed 1200 strength, 1000 agility, and 1000 defense. Once the revered leader of the elves, she had succumbed to the temptations of the abyss in her pursuit of power, losing herself along the way. Aina wielded abilities such as Nature's Resonance, Moonlight Blessing, Elemental Control, and Nature's Shield. Her sole weakness lay in her abdomen. In that moment, the truth was revealed. Queen Aina was the very culprit behind the corruption of the world tree by abyssal energy. As someone who frequently interacted with the Queen, Saintess Alusa immediately sensed the abnormal aura emanating from her. She realized that the 20 teams sent out to locate the source of the corruption had been nothing more than a ploy by the Queen to remove the elite members of their kin. Fighting back tears, her body trembling, Alusa struggled to speak. Why? The Elven Queen maintained her smile. Foolish child, the Elven goddess has abandoned us. For centuries, we have received no divine revelations from her. How could that be? The Elven goddess abandoned us? Alusa's eyes widened in disbelief. Aina lowered her gaze, her eyelashes quivering slightly. I was merely seeking a way out for our people. What is so wrong with that? You're lying. Wang Chu stepped forward, his voice cold. Do you think you can feign benevolence under my abyssal eye? You fell for your own selfish desires and dared to claim it was for the good of your kin? Aina raised her eyes. Alusa, who is this? Before Alusa could respond, Wang Chu had already made his move. The grass on the plains rippled outward in visible waves, pushed by the force of his aura. I'm your worst nightmare, he bellowed, his right hand slamming into Aina's delicate face. With a resounding boom, the Elven Queen's head was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater. You like chasing power? Let me show you what real power is. The first strike left Aina's face mangled, her eyes rolling back. A second blow came down, and her head shattered like a watermelon. Rising to his feet, Wang Chu flicked the blood from his hand. I'll give you credit, you didn't make a sound even under that kind of force. In less than a minute, the fallen Elven Queen had been slain by Wang Chu. Alusa parted her lips slightly. Is it possible? She was already unconscious after the first hit? After successfully defeating the fallen Elf Queen, Aina, at level 18, a series of system notifications flashed. Rune Experience 2160. Obtain the multifunctional module of the Elf Queen's crown, the token of the Elf King, and the golden quality Elf Queen's heart. The system also indicated the completion of the quest, the saintess's plea, but only provided a vague instruction. Seek out the blessing of the elf goddess on your own. Damn it! Wang Chu almost cursed aloud. He had already cleared the Abyss dungeon, yet the system was still being cryptic. At this moment, the divine envoy Alusha approached slowly, her gaze lingering briefly on the queen's lifeless body lying on the ground. So, I killed the queen of your elf clan. Are you here to avenge her? Wang Chu asked with a shrug. Of course not. Alusha shook her head gently, her tone carrying a hint of complexity. The moment she betrayed the elf goddess, she ceased to be our queen. Thank you, my lord. She spoke with a slight hesitation, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her eyes. A brief silence fell over the scene. Wang Chu scanned the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on the world tree. He began to walk toward it, and Alusha followed close behind. The wind rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound. As he approached, Wang Chu noticed the tree's trunk was an eerie reddish-brown, as though it had been soaked in blood, darkened to near black. No wonder I haven't seen a single elf around. Turns out they're all in here, Wang Chu remarked with a faint, inappropriate chuckle. The moment his palm touched the world tree, the scenery around him abruptly vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of pure white. Alusha was also drawn into this space, looking around in astonishment. Suddenly, a gentle and holy light emerged from the void, revealing the graceful figure of a woman within. Goddess! Alusha immediately dropped to her knees in reverence. Welcome, Lord Wang Chu, said the elf goddess, adorned in a shimmering gown and a wreath of natural elements. Her voice was as clear as a mountain spring. Wang Chu instinctively activated his Abyssal eye, only to be met with a string of question marks. The elf goddess seemed unfazed by this and began recounting the tale of the god's slumber in their battle against the Abyss. To Wang Chu, none of this mattered anymore. Wang Chu, a veteran of the online literature world for over a decade, sneered inwardly. What kind of plot or story hadn't he encountered before? The so-called excuse of conserving strength to resist the Abyss was nothing more than a high-sounding justification. When those devout believers faced danger, where was this so-called goddess? However, to Alusa, the pure-hearted elf, this explanation was entirely convincing. Her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, finally realizing that the goddess had not abandoned them. Wang Chu sighed to himself, thinking how beautiful women were indeed the most adept at captivating hearts. At that moment, the elf goddess spoke. To express my gratitude, Lord Wang Chu, I bestow upon you the blessing of the elf goddess. A series of notifications followed. Ding. You have received the blessing of the elf goddess. Ding. Rapid decay and abyssal restriction have undergone changes. Wang Chu immediately checked the alterations in the magic sigils. The eternal curse of rapid decay now included the elf goddess blessing. All mech attributes increased by 500, but durability consumption was accelerated by 1000. The eternal curse of abyssal restriction also gained a blessing. Mech attributes similarly increased by 500, while the curse reducing abyssal dungeon experience gained by 50 was sealed. The elf goddess bowed slightly, her voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Lord Wang Chu. The divine power required to remove a curse far exceeds that needed to place it. With this avatar's current strength, I can only temporarily seal one of the curse effects. Watching the goddess's graceful apologetic gesture, Wang Chu's gaze lingered on her. He tried to convince himself he wasn't that kind of person, but the ocular tracker didn't lie. To make amends, I've added blessings to both of your curses and sealed the curse effect of abyssal restriction. This outcome left Wang Chu both amused and exasperated. Bad news. The abyssal restriction curse still existed. Good news. It was sealed. Even better, it now came with an additional blessing. Quite something, goddess, Wang Chu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I bet this embarrassing incident isn't something you'd want the other goddesses to know about? The elf goddess smiled faintly. Lord Wang Chu, there is one final compensation. Under Alusa's astonished gaze, a surge of pure energy flowed into her. She felt a strange transformation taking place within herself. New notifications promptly appeared. Ding. You have obtained ownership of the Sacred Elf Sword. Ding. You have successfully bonded with the Sacred Elf Sword. The system displayed the details of the Sacred Elf Sword. Rainbow Deer, 0 level effect. All attributes 500. Indestructible, enemy breaker effect, gain 1 attribute per enemy defeated, max 500. Adaptive tier, can morph into any weapon form. Special note, emits inexplicable breathing sounds during use. Seeing Eluce's bewildered expression, Wang Chu was taken aback. A Rainbow Deer exclusive weapon with 4 attributes, such an extraordinary piece of modular equipment, was unheard of. As the method of using it naturally emerged in his mind, Wang Chu slowly extended his hand. Urza emitted a dazzling, blinding light, and the sacred power of the saint enveloped the entire space in a pure white glow. Despite the intensity of the radiance, Wang Chu's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward. With a swift motion of his right hand through the air, a sharp metallic clang resonated, shaking the entire void-like world. A slender long sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in his hand. The blade, approximately 4 feet in length, shimmered faintly. Where Urza had stood moments ago, she was now gone, replaced by this exquisite elven holy sword. So, this is my exclusive weapon? Wang Chu thought, his heart stirring as the realization dawned upon him. Just as the Abyssal Eye had foretold, the moment he gripped the elven holy sword, he could distinctly feel his attribute surging. Strength 3300, Agility 2100, Constitution 2200, Spirit 2300. Even in my physical form, holding this weapon actually boosts my stats? The discovery made Wang Chu's eyes light up with excitement. In a world dominated by mechas, finding a module capable of directly enhancing personal attributes was a rarity. As he pondered his unfamiliarity with sword techniques, the Elven Holy Sword activated its adaptive mode on its own. The 4-foot blade glowed and transformed into a shimmering green fist blade within moments. Wang Chu slid his left hand into the fist blade, marveling at its perfect flexibility and adaptability, silently admiring the quality of this rainbow-hued exclusive weapon. He raised his gaze towards the elven goddess and solemnly declared, "My lady goddess, it is everyone's duty to resist the abyss. As for the curse, you needn't worry. When I encounter the spider goddess, I will personally put an end to this matter." The elven goddess regarded the audacious man before her with a calm expression and said softly, "Lord Wang Chu, Urza is the last elf in this world. I hope you will treat her well." With those words, her figure gradually faded away. Wang Chu fell into a brief silence before he dispelled Urza's elven holy sword form. Her pale figure reappeared, collapsing onto the ground from overexertion. Golden strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead and fell along her collarbone, accentuating the ethereal beauty of the elven saintess. Understanding the situation, Wang Chu tactfully turned away, facing his back to her. As the rustling sounds of her changing clothes ceased, the surroundings began to distort and shift. Darkness surged in like an overwhelming tide. Ding! Wang Chu successfully completed the first-tier trial Elven Forest, Nightmare level, and earned an SS grade item, a fresh branch of the World Tree, along with a first-tier power gem, golden materials, and modules. The multifunctional module for the Elven Cloak was also obtained after the dungeon settlement. Following this, a series of notifications sounded. Ding! You have successfully cleared the first-tier Abyss dungeon. Your rank has been upgraded. Another notification chimed in. Ding! Module absorption complete. Strength permanently increased by 600, and additional attributes Dragon's Might and Dragon's Claw acquired. Wang Chu exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, finding himself back in his room. Although the flurry of notifications was somewhat overwhelming, Wang Chu knew one thing for sure: he had become stronger. Upon checking his spirit patterns, he realized that his stats had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to when he was at level 10 of Tier 0. His Mech 0 type Mechno featured the Exoskeleton Core Chip Module, the Absolute Overclocking Golden Weapon Module, and inactive modules for the left arm, left leg, and right leg. Only the multifunctional module and first-tier level 12 attributes were active. His strength had reached 6,400, agility 5,600, and defense 5,200. He had 100 free attribute points available, though durability was still inactive, and energy consumption had increased by 2,000. The additional attribute, Dragon's Might, granted a 40 damage boost against Dragon-type monsters, while Dragon's Claw allowed the next attack to deal double damage. Looking at his stats panel, Wang Chu remained calm. After all, this was within his expectations. The 0-type mech begins with an average base attribute of 20 at Tier 0, gaining 3 points to all attributes and 5 free attribute points per level. Upon advancing to the first tier, the base attribute rises to 200, with 30 points added to all attributes and 50 free attribute points per level. The Purple Core Chip Module could amplify attributes by up to 500. Most mech pilots start the first tier with baseline attributes of 1,000. but Wang Chu's starting point was 4,000. Adding the 60 attribute points gained from advancing from level 10 to level 12, multiplied by the 2,000 boost, resulted in a staggering 200-point increase to all attributes. This kind of enhancement was simply monstrous. By allocating all 100 free attribute points to strength, his strength stat now reached an overwhelming 8,400. As Wang Chu was about to check the other modules and materials dropped in the dungeon, a flashing notification caught his eye. LV2? What is LV2? He discovered that he had unlocked a hidden ability, Final Ripple LV2. When the mech is destroyed in battle, it will unleash a final ripple, amplifying the physical body strength by 200 times for 24 hours. Wang Chu was stunned. The fact that the final ripple could also level up along with the pilot's rank thrilled him. Just then, a soft sound came from the table. Wang Chu looked up to see Alusa, her expression adorably dazed. She lightly tapped her head with her small hand and let out a playful ee-hee. Almost forgotten, there was still that useless little elf tagging along. Wang Chu glanced at Alusa, who was curiously looking around the room, and thought to himself. Since the sacred elf sword was her transformed state and his exclusive weapon, it made sense for her to follow him here. This place where the divine envoy lives is so amazing, Alusa said shyly, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incidents. Her eyes wandered with curiosity, taking in everything around her. That's a kettle, used for boiling water. Wang Chu explained helplessly as he picked up the appliance she had dropped on the floor. And over there is a rice cooker, for making food. Before he could finish, Alusa had already picked up a cup. Divine envoy, what is this used for drinking? She asked. Thatchy, stop rummaging through things. Wang Chu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reluctantly added, you can check out the regular household items, but absolutely don't touch anything under the bed. While Alusa, like an inquisitive child, explored the room, Wang Chu seized the moment to examine his spirit patterns. After defeating over 20 level 20 Abyssal boss monsters, he had managed to collect 3 golden modules, though only the Centipede Fong module came with an additional attribute. However, the modules dropped by the 2 elf queens were a pleasant surprise. The Dark Elf Queen's whip boasted impressive base stats, and its Scorching Lash attribute added a 10-second burn effect to normal attacks. While not particularly useful for someone like Wang Chu, who favored overwhelming power, the Elf Queen's crown module was the real treasure. This crown not only reduced mech durability consumption, but also came with a divine skill. Its holy aura passively restored 1 point of mech durability every 60 seconds within a 50-meter radius. Wang Chu decided to save this valuable item for Su Wanjing, as she had once prepared an entire set of golden modules for him. Just then, a knock came at the door. Wang Chu, are you home? It was Su Wanjing's voice. Wang Chu turned sharply, just in time to see Alusa holding a book she had retrieved from under the bed. She timidly peeked out and asked, Divine Envoy, what are these drawings in this book? Didn't I tell you not to touch anything under the bed? Wang Chu felt his scalp tingle. A few minutes earlier, Su Wanjing had just returned from a Tier 1 Abyssal dungeon. Upon hearing that Wang Chu had encountered an Abyssal mech pilot at the orphanage earlier that morning, she had rushed over out of concern, despite Su Shi telling her that Wang Chu was unharmed. Young Master Wang Chu must have entered the Abyss dungeon. You can go see him a bit later, Butler Su Shi said. No way. The first person Wang Chijej sees when he comes back has to be me. Miss? Young Master Wang Chu has already exited the dungeon. Su Shi adjusted his glasses with a slight lift of his right hand, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. How do you know? The leaderboard has updated. Su Shi's right hand trembled slightly. Please take a closer look. Su Wanning immediately pulled up the spirit interface and opened the leaderboard for the first tier Abyss dungeon. The throne that had remained unchanged for decades had a new owner. First place, Wang Chu SSS. Second place, Bai Hao SSS. Su Wanning gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile radiant under the glow of the setting sun. What's so surprising about this? He's my amazing Wang Chijej after all. She skipped lightly to Wang Chu's rental apartment. Though it was her first visit, she had pictured this place countless times in her mind. Taking a deep breath and smoothing her hair, she gently asked, Wang Chijej, are you home? Inside, a sudden commotion erupted, followed by a hesitant female voice. No, stop. Bang. Su Wanning's expression turned cold as she kicked the door open. Inside the room, a blonde-haired girl was awkwardly trying to crawl under the bed in an ORZ posture. Wang Chu awkwardly retracted his foot, glancing at Su Wanning standing at the doorway. From under the bed came the muffled voice of the blonde girl. It's all ruined. Completely ruined. Su Wanning's smile returned as she remarked, I see now. I knew my Wang Chijej wouldn't be that kind of person. If not for the distinctive pointed ears unique to elves, she might have thought Wang Chu was practicing some sort of bird language. Moments later, Wang Chu and the elf girl, Alusa, sat obediently on red plastic chairs. Wang Chu thought to himself, what do you even know? Who was it that just kicked the door off its hinges? He could have turned Elusa into the sacred elf sword, but this was fine too. After all, Elusa would eventually have to meet Su Wanning as an elf. Besides, no weapon collapses on the floor panting after just a bit of use. If she were turned into knuckle dusters and used longer, who knows what would happen? Wang Chu, congratulations on claiming first place on the first-tier Abyss dungeon leaderboard. This is a reward from my father. Su Wanning took out a small box from her bag, revealing a Philosopher's Stone shimmering with radiant light. Wang Chu looked up at her and asked, "Does your father know how filial you are?" Wang Chu had already used a Philosopher's Stone and acquired the powerful golden tier skill, Abyssal. At this moment, Su Wanning took out a delicate box from her backpack. Inside was another Philosopher's Stone, shimmering faintly. This stone was most likely meant for her by Su Chun, but she couldn't bring herself to use it, and instead wanted to give it to Wang Chu. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone before him, Wang Chu gently pushed the box back. "Wanning, you should keep this for yourself." "Brother Wang Chu, I've already used one," Su Wanning explained anxiously. "You know the next use can only happen at Tier 3. There are only 10 days left until the Mecha Combat exam, so don't be polite with me." Although they both already had guaranteed admissions to the Imperial Mecha Combat University, the nationwide exam still carried significant weight. It wasn't just an opportunity to compete with the brightest talents across the Alliance. Achieving a high score also came with rare module rewards. "You really used one already?" "Really. This Philosopher's Stone was specifically given to me by my dad to pass on to you," Su Wanning said earnestly. The corners of Wang Chu's mouth lifted slightly. "But earlier today, father-in-law just had Steward Su deliver a Philosopher's Stone to me." "Huh, Dad already gave you one?" Su Wanning's face instantly turned crimson, unsure whether it was from her lie being exposed or from the term father-in-law. "All right then," she murmured softly. "But I still have a few Tier 1 modules that dropped from the Abyssal dungeon for you. Don't refuse these, okay?" The two then exchanged chip modules. This time, Su Wanning offered up Lichu's Power Arm Guard, a Tier 1 Golden Tier left arm module. It boasted impressive effects of 150 strength and 150 agility, though it came with a downside of increasing mech durability consumption by 50. The right arm module was its complementary counterpart. "This time, my luck wasn't great, and I didn't get any particularly good chip modules," Su Wanning said apologetically after receiving the Elven Queen's crown from Wang Chu. In truth, the Lichu Power Arm Guard set was worth 700,000 Alliance coins. While it couldn't compare to the Elven Queen's crown, which was valued at over 4 million, it was still an incredibly precious piece of equipment. However, for Wang Chu, the value seemed trivial in the face of a girl who was even willing to give him a Philosopher's Stone. "What are your plans for the next 10 days? Su Wanning asked. Wang Chu fell into thought. There were indeed many things to take care of, especially the chip construction machine lottery he earned after advancing to Tier 1. The materials from dungeons like the Heart of the Elven Queen are crucial components for upgrading mechas. The mecha system doesn't simply rely on leveling up to enhance the 3 basic attributes of strength, agility, and defense. Instead, it allows each pilot to customize upgrades based on their personal preferences and financial capacity. This explains why the pilot profession is so resource-intensive. For someone like Wang Chu, a struggling student, the only way to improve his abilities is by repeatedly clearing dungeons to level up and collect modules and materials in preparation for the Mech Combat exam in 10 days. "Let's grab some food first, then use up the new chip construction attempts," Wang Chu said after a moment of thought. "Tomorrow, we'll continue running dungeons together and aim to gather a full set of gold modules before the exam." Su Wanqing nodded and stood up, but then frowned. "Before that, Wang Chu, you need to find a new place to stay." She was filled with resentment toward Elusa hot and striking elf. Even though Su Wanqing was a drank fighter, she still felt defeated in the presence of this rank elf. While she was confident her looks were no less stunning than Elusa's, perhaps even more so, who knew if Wang Chu had a thing for elves? More importantly, as Wang Chu's bound sacred sword elf, Elusa had to live with him, meaning she'd spend even more time with him than Su Wanqing herself. "Is it really okay to stay here?" Wang Chu asked, looking at the luxurious villa in front of him. "Of course." Su Wanqing turned back with a bright, innocent smile. "This is one of the villas under my name. It's usually unoccupied, so it's perfect for the 3 of us to live in." "The 3 of us?" Wang Chu asked, puzzled. "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded firmly. There was no way she'd let Wang Chu live alone with that overly attractive elf who came out of nowhere. Wang Chu's first time I'd had to be with her. After a brief moment of consideration, Wang Chu agreed. Although he had just made a 3-year pact with Su Wanqing's father, Su Qian, yesterday, and now he was about to live with his daughter, would that overprotective father even allow it? Still, since they wouldn't be alone together, he figured he'd probably survive the ordeal. His main concern, however, was helping Elusa adjust to this world, as she was new here. If this were a typical anime plot, such a cohabitation scenario would inevitably be filled with awkward romantic tension. But Wang Chu decided to let things unfold naturally. After all, it was only for about 10 days. Once the Mech combat exam was over, he'd be heading to the Imperial capital. Let's go. While it's still early, let's draw today's modules. Wang Chu said. The absolute overclock he drew at 0 rank had already set the direction for his mecha's development. Although it was unlikely he'd get a core chip module this time, with a bit of luck, he could still see significant improvements. The Daxia Military District. Commander-in-Chief's office. Reporting. Enter. A tall and imposing soldier strode confidently into the office, stopping in front of the desk to salute the man seated behind it. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a stern demeanor, focused intently on the documents spread across his desk. Commander Bai, Wang Chu's first-tier Abyss trial score has been released. Bai Hao set aside the materials in his hands and quickly accessed the score through the spiritual interface. A few moments later, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the first-tier Abyss trial leaderboard, his top position had been overtaken by Wang Chu. Standing to the side, Bai Hao's secretary, Qin Xiao, noticed this subtle change. As the commander's personal secretary, this was the first time he had seen such an unusual expression on Bai Hao's face. Was that a hint of excitement? The thought sent a jolt through Qin Xiao. Commander Bai was Daxia's strongest warrior, hailed as the most promising candidate to break through to Tier 9. He piloted several over-limit mechs capable of annihilating entire cities on their own. As a key force safeguarding the planet's security within the Alliance, how could someone of his caliber be excited about a newly promoted first-tier pilot? Commander Bai, would you like me to bring Wang Chu here to meet you? With your guidance, his path forward would undoubtedly become much smoother, Qin Xiao cautiously suggested. No need, Bai Hao replied with a faint chuckle. I'll go meet him personally. With that, he returned to his work. Understood. Qin Xiao saluted again before turning to leave, his mind reeling. The great war god of Daxia, an 8th-tier extraordinary mech pilot, was personally going to meet a first-tier rookie? By evening, a sleek black Maybach pulled up in front of the chip construction center. As Wang Chu, Su Wanjing, and Alusa stepped out of the car, they immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Wang Chu was strikingly handsome. Su Wanjing had waist-length black hair, a tall and elegant figure, and lively eyes. Alusa, though wearing a hood, still captivated onlookers with her long legs and stunning figure. Lord Envoy, this iron contraption that moves without magic is truly fascinating, Alusa exclaimed, watching the Maybach drive away with curiosity. It's called a car, powered by a mechanical core. You'll understand it in time, Wang Chu replied with a smirk. Guess it's no surprise for a bumpkin fresh out of a dungeon. Lord Envoy, your car must be even more impressive, right? Alusa asked, blinking her wide eyes. Why do you elves have such a sharp tongue? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate the young and poor. Despite the late hour, the chip construction center was still bustling with people. The center featured a layout of partitioned rooms, each equipped with a device connected to the construction hub. Modules extracted from as early as first tier could be traded, but extracting rare chips in public could make one a target for robbers upon leaving the center, potentially losing everything, even the clothes on their back. Brother Wang Chu, let's go to the same construction room, Su Wanqing said sweetly, patting Wang Chu on the shoulder. Wang Chu nodded, knowing there was no need for pretenses between them. After all, their future relationship would be built on honesty and mutual support. Wang Chu. Many nearby people froze in their tracks upon hearing the name and turned to look at him. This name had already spread like wildfire in the pilot circles. Wang Chu? That name sounds familiar. Of course it does. He took first place in 2 Abyss trials in a row. Who could forget that? The news of Wang Chu clearing a dungeon in under 2 hours, knocking Bai Hao out of the top spot, and earning the coveted SSS rating had already reached everyone in the community. A group of people pulled out their phones, searching for photos of Wang Chu to confirm. Damn, who would have thought this rookie pilot named Wang Chu would be so good-looking? He's practically a walking anti-counterfeit label. No doubt about it's the Wang Chu. Some skeptics might think his first-place finish in the 0-level Abyss trial was just luck. But taking first place again in the first-level Abyss trial just 2 days later? That was undeniable proof of his skill. SSS ratings are just luck? That's nothing more than the jealousy of the weak. Don't even try to downplay it. He's even more impressive than that genius from the Liu family. Genius? Please, not every random nobody can measure up to him. Even Commander Bai had to settle for second place next to Wang Chu. There's no such thing as genius. Huh. You're actually saying he's better than Commander Bai? Bold claim. Come on, that's a bit much. Lu Qi, for instance, is known for his absolute speed. I heard he broke through to the first level just yesterday, earlier than Wang Chu, and even ranked 12th. Now he's ranked 13th though. Wang Chu felt like an exhibit in a zoo, with a crowd gathered to discuss him and their intense gazes fixed on him. As for all the names being thrown around Zhang, Li, Wang He neither knew nor cared about them. Right now, The allure of the lottery was far more enticing than anything else. Let's go already. I can't wait any longer. Wang Chu rubbed his hands together eagerly. This room should do, Wang Chu said as he casually stepped into one of the construction rooms. But Su Wanqing quickly pulled him out and led him to the room next door. He looked confused. Isn't it the same? Su Wanqing giggled and explained. I noticed a few people leaving this room earlier looking really dejected. It must be all prepped and ready now. Wang Chu thought her reasoning made sense. The chip construction room was a small space, less than 10 square meters. The three of them entered together. While it wasn't spacious, it wasn't cramped either. Two faint fragrances lingered in the air. Wang Chu placed his left hand on the construction machine and silently recited in his mind. Buzz Wang Chu, first level pilot, construction attempt 1. Begin construction. As the machine activated, so did the spiritual pattern on Wang Chu's hand. A beam of light shot out from his spiritual pattern and surged into the construction machine. The sensation was like a primal force erupting within him. Wang Chu held his breath, his eyes wide open, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. Holy crap! Another golden column of light. A legendary golden beam. Wang Chu immediately glanced at his ability panel, his brows furrowed. The panel still only displayed 2 abilities, Saitama Physique and Abyssal Eye. There was no mention of any special abilities related to luck or fortune. This extraordinary streak of good luck left him utterly baffled. In the past, after his weekly part-time jobs, he would occasionally try his luck at the lottery shop he passed by, but the winnings never exceeded 5 alliance coins. Yet recently, not only had he obtained absolute overclocking and the Abyssal module, but even the Tier 1 chip construct he just acquired was of golden quality. His luck was simply unparalleled. A golden beam of light shot out from the chip construction machine, surging directly into his spirit patterns. The system notification followed shortly. Imaginary enemy skill module, golden quality. Grants access to the imaginary enemy training space. Specific effects require individual exploration. A golden skill module? Without hesitation, Wang Chu chose to activate it. For someone focused on strengthening his physical body, skills were exactly what he needed most. A strange sensation swept through his entire body as the system confirmed. Imaginary enemy successfully learned. However, now was clearly not the right time to test out the new skill. Nearby, Su Wanqing exclaimed in her sweet voice, "Wow, it's a golden chip module. Brother Wang Chu, your luck is amazing." Wang Chu responded with a smile. "It's all thanks to being in the same room as you. You should give it a try too." "All right." Su Wanqing eagerly stepped forward, placing her delicate hand on the construction machine. In an instant, an even brighter golden light filled the entire room. She jumped up with excitement, exclaiming, "Yay, I got a golden module too." Only Alusa stood nearby with a puzzled expression. Huh, what's going on? Later that night, Wang Chu lay on a luxurious 2.5 meter wide bed, feeling the urge to do a celebratory stretch. This was the life of the wealthiest, stark contrast to the cramped, shabby little room he'd once called home. However, his thoughts were interrupted by voices coming from the bathroom next door. "Alusa, how did you grow so well endowed?" I don't really know. Wow, and so soft. I'm so jealous. Brother Wang Chu must really like this kind of thing." "Really?" Wang Chu curled up on the bed like a shrimp. This kind of conversation left him, someone whose combined lifetimes could rival a wizard's age, completely at a loss. It was downright embarrassing for someone representing the transmigrator community. "No, I can't." He shook his head vigorously and decisively activated the imaginary enemy skill. In the next moment, he opened his eyes to find himself in a white rectangular space outlined by intersecting black lines. The system notification chimed in right on cue. Ding. Welcome to the imaginary enemy training space. Now, beginning basic training. As the system's voice echoed, Wang Chu barely had time to react before the surrounding space began to shift violently. The rectangular training area rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a brightly lit octagonal cage arena. Under the glare of the spotlights, a figure stood motionless less than 3 meters away from Wang Chu, staring at him with a fierce and piercing gaze. Squinting slightly, Wang Chu hadn't even activated his Abyssal Eye when the opponent's stats automatically appeared before him. Professional boxer, bro. Strength, 30. Agility, 20. Physique, 25. Is that all? Wang Chu was about to scoff when a massive, sandbag-sized fist came hurtling through the air toward him. Overconfident. Wang Chu smirked. With the enhanced perception from the Abyssal Eye, the punch seemed excruciatingly slow to him. However, bang! A sharp pain shot through his head, and Wang Chu suddenly found himself back in the training space. The entire exchange had lasted no more than 3 seconds. Despite the Abyssal Eye allowing him to clearly see his opponent's moves, his body's reaction speed was far too slow to keep up with his mind's calculations. Checking his attribute panel, Wang Chu finally understood. Wang Chu. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Physique, 20. After some investigation, he discovered that this training space not only allowed him to freely adjust his and his opponent's attributes, but also simulated various combat scenarios. Over the next 10+ hours, Wang Chu repeatedly challenged and repeatedly failed, but with each failure, he gained valuable experience. To his delight, the training space provided detailed analyses of every fight, identifying the optimal counterattack timing and methods, like a strict and meticulous martial arts coach. When Wang Chu finally exited the training space, he was surprised to find that he felt no fatigue at all, thanks to his exceptionally high mental attributes. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual in his beta soft yet firm sensation. He quickly threw back the covers, and a golden figure was revealed right before his eyes. Huh? What are you doing? Elusa's coy voice broke the silence in the darkness. Wang Chu quickly withdrew his hand, the lingering warmth still tingling at his fingertips. He looked up to see Elusa's delicate, jade-like face tinged with a faint blush, her glistening eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. I'm fulfilling the mission of the Elven race. Elusa whispered softly. Huh? Wang Chu looked confused. You're fulfilling the mission of the Elven race? Then why are you in my bed? Seeing Wang Chu's puzzled expression, Elusa's voice grew even softer. The goddess said I'm the last of the Elven race. So I must take on the responsibility of continuing the lineage as soon as possible. She lowered her head, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red. Even though you're human, you're so strong and handsome, God Envoy. If it's you, I can do it. Wang Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This elven girl's thoughts had clearly wandered far beyond the present situation. He shifted back a little. Elusa, how old are you this year? Elusa propped herself up, and the blanket slid down with her movement. The neckline of her silk nightgown was loose, one strap slipping off her shoulder, revealing a hint of a graceful curve. I just turned 180 this year. 180 years old. Wang Chu muttered, realization dawning. Right, I almost forgot elves are ancient beings. Is there a problem? I'm already an adult. Elusa hurriedly defended herself. Wang Chu nodded. By that calculation, I see. Just turned 18. Huh? Well, that would technically pass the test. He paused. So, this is how you plan to continue the Elven race? What else would I do? Elusa tilted her head innocently. My older sisters used to say that as long as you share a bed, cute little elves will be born. What a pure-hearted race. Wang Chu sighed, reaching over to adjust the strap that had slipped off her shoulder. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush things. We've only just met, and things should happen gradually. The mission of the Elven race shouldn't rest on the shoulders of a newly adult, naive elf. As he spoke, Wang Chu adopted the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. Though their acquaintance was still fresh, and casual joking had been fine, he wasn't desperate to such an extent. Of course, this definitely had nothing to do with Su Wanqing sleeping in the next room. Go on now, let your god envoy get some rest. Oh. A system notification sounded shortly after. Daily mission completed. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Free Attribute Points 3. The next morning, Wang Chu got up early to complete his daily run and tasks. After allocating the 3 free attribute points to Strength, his stats improved once again. Strength, 6,800. Agility, 3,800. Constitution, 4,000. Spirit, 4,200. Tisk. Wang Chu thought with some pride. These stats are starting to look ridiculous. At the moment, he was still within the final duration of the Ripple Overdrive effect. With 34 points of base strength multiplied by a 200x bonus, his strength had reached a staggering 6,800, comparable to when he activated the Zero-type exoskeleton. This was largely due to the absolute overclocking and the blessings from the 2 elven goddesses. The 2,000 overall attribute boost had propelled his mech state stats to an explosive level. Having Su Wanqing assisting on the side was definitely an advantage. With the current mech stats, it was so overpowered that it felt almost wasteful to use. Still, Wang Chu fell into thought. The advancement in pilot ranks does indeed slow down over time, and attributes tend to reach a saturation point. However, Wang Chu's unique Saitama Constitution allows him to break through these limits endlessly. Especially upon reaching Tier 2, the ripple effect could potentially amplify to an astonishing 300 times. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but break into an excited smile. On his way back to the villa, Wang Chu's thoughts shifted to another significant topic: the preparations for his second exoskeleton mech. As a pilot, everyone starts with the most basic zero-model mech upon initiation. Only after advancing to Tier 1 do they truly step into the world of pilots. Although Tier 1 pilots still share cooldown times between 2 exoskeleton mechs, owning a second mech offers more tactical options. Facing different scenarios and enemies, one can summon mechs with varying attribute tendencies. More importantly, It allows for tailored growth directions based on the core chip's characteristics. For instance, his absolute overclock ability could be developed with a focus on either strength or agility. Upon returning to the villa, he saw Su Wanqing and Alusa enjoying the morning sunlight on the swing in the courtyard. Su Wanqing greeted him warmly, while Alusa, seemingly reminded of last night's events, avoided his gaze with flickering eyes. Wanqing, how much do you know about mech construction? Wang Chu asked directly. Although mech construction wasn't taught in high school, Su Wanqing, with a father who was a Tier 7 pilot, naturally had extraordinary knowledge in the field. I know quite a bit. Su Wanqing nodded and replied. Building an exoskeleton mech isn't too difficult. All you need are blueprints, a construction core, and nutrient solution. If you want to construct a second mech, the blueprints and nutrient solution are available in the villa, and I can prepare the construction core for you right away. You're really living up to the title of rich girl. Wang Chu quickly waved his hand. No need. I already have the construction core. Just then, Su Chen's voice came from the courtyard gate. You have a construction core? He stepped in, raising an eyebrow. Wang Chu, are you sure you don't want ours? The one we prepared is of golden quality. Dad, why are you here? Su Wanqing asked in surprise. This simple question instantly cracked the composure of Su Chun. A hardened man after all. What father wouldn't be concerned about his precious daughter living with another man? Wang Chu shrugged. A flash of light shimmered on the back of his hand, and two hearts radiating strange energy appeared in his palm. One was the heart of the Elven Queen, golden quality, which significantly boosted defense at the cost of strength. The other was the heart of the Dark Elven Queen, also golden quality, but with the opposite effect, greatly enhancing strength while sacrificing defense. The heart of the Dark Elven Queen? Upon recognizing the materials, Su Chen's head shot up, and he asked in shock, Did you encounter the Divine Envoy Eileen in the Abyssal dungeon? Divine Envoy? Steward Su shuddered, his scalp tingling. In the Abyss dungeon, the mere mention of a Divine Envoy was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Even as a Tier 5 mech pilot, encountering an Abyssal Divine Envoy meant he could only flee at full speed. Oh, Uncle Su, do you know her? Wang Chu asked with interest. Su Chen's expression turned serious, ignoring Wang Chu's slip in addressing him. Though I've never encountered her personally, the name of Divine Envoy Irene is well known. She is one of the 6 Divine Envoys under the Spider Goddess, ranked among the lower 5, with a combat power at Tier 6. While the Dark Elf Queen herself might not be the strongest in direct combat, she always travels with a group of formidable abyssal creatures. Combined with her infuriating group buff abilities, she's absolutely the last opponent any mech pilot wants to face in the abyss. That's true, Wang Chu nodded in agreement. But this time, Irene was just unlucky to run into me. With my Lioli Constitution and the final ripple, anyone who comes at me is going down. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. What I didn't expect was that not only did you encounter Divine Envoy Irene, but you also managed to defeat her. A Divine Envoy meeting their end in a starting village. That's unbelievable, he thought to himself. For the Abyssal Gods to send a Divine Envoy to block a starting village, that's just shameless. Reflecting on Wang Chu's achievements, earning the first ever SSS rating in the Abyssal Basic Trial, defeating the level 21 Goblin King corrupted by Abyssal energy, taking down the fallen Abyssal mech pilot, and yesterday even claiming an SSS rating in a Tier 1 Abyss dungeon, breaking the White War God's years-long dominance. Any one of these feats alone would be enough to astonish the Alliance. For them all to be accomplished by one person, it was no wonder the Abyssal Gods had taken notice. My goodness, my daughter is truly about to be swept away. Su Chen's mind was in turmoil, but outwardly, he maintained the demeanor of an expert, calmly saying, Don't get cocky. When I was your age, I was already famous across the Alliance. To avoid being questioned further about his past, he quickly changed the subject. These materials are indeed rare. Though it's only Tier 1, that's because Irene's power was suppressed after entering the dungeon. Still, since it comes from a Divine Envoy, the energy contained within is enough to significantly enhance your new mech's capabilities. However, he added, shifting his tone, building a mech is no small matter. I recommend choosing a mature blueprint. These mechs have been tested over the years and offer better reliability in terms of coordination, configuration, and overall strength. With that, he raised his hand and pulled out several blueprints. These are the peak-level exoskeleton mech blueprints developed by the Chidai Corporation. They're among the most advanced designs available today, Su Chen said as he spread several blueprints across the table. Wang Chu carefully examined the intricate details on the blueprints. The designs were indeed of peak-level quality, but the complexity was truly daunting. Seeing Wang Chu hesitate, Su Chen assumed he was intimidated by the complexity and quickly explained, Don't worry, I've already invited the best modeler in Star City to guide you. You can start building once you've fully mastered the blueprints. After a moment of thought, Wang Chu shook his head. No need. These exoskeleton mech designs are just too ugly. Ugly? Su Chen was stunned. He had anticipated all kinds of rejection but never this. Wang Chu shrugged. Sure, they're peak level from Chidai, but the craftsmanship is mediocre at best. They can't hold a candle to certain other generations I know of. If you had blueprints for a unicorn mech, now that would be worth considering. At that moment, a cold snort came from outside the courtyard. An elderly man with a lean frame walked in, hands clasped behind his back, glaring at Wang Chu with disapproval. Ignorant. Mechs are weapons. Strength is all that matters. What's the use of looking good? And this is? Wang Chu turned to Su Chan. This is Dr. Huang, the top modeler in Star City. He's been involved in developing several generations of Chidai's mech blueprints. Figures, Wang Chu said bluntly, making no effort to hide his disdain. With that kind of mindset, how strong can the mechs you create really be? Mechs are partners, beings with whom you form a bond. Dr. Huang sneered. Well then, let's see what kind of mech you can build, boy. Wang Chu walked to the side and began inspecting the materials. Tier 5 liquid metal, Tier 6 life spring, and a few vials of nutrient solution made from Tier 6 monster. Su Chun had indeed been generous. Though life spring wasn't expensive, it was extremely rare. These materials are enough to create a Tier 1 mech, Su Chun remarked. Dr. Huang grumbled nearby. If I'd known you were going to give these to this brat, I wouldn't have sold them to you. Is this stuff really that valuable? Asked Alusa, who was wearing a hood, her tone innocent and curious. Of course. Dr. Huang boasted proudly, recounting the painstaking effort it had taken to acquire just 5 milliliters of life spring. This is a sacred relic of the Elven race, worth tens of millions. As Dr. Huang continued his impassioned speech, Alusa suddenly hugged Wang Chu's arm excitedly. Divine Envoy, we're rich. She flipped her hand, producing a glass bottle containing 200 milliliters of Tier 7 life spring. Dr. Huang was utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. I've heard that the life spring only produces 1 milliliter a year. Alusa leaned closer to Wang Chu's ear and whispered playfully, Divine Envoy, this guy is so gullible. That 1 milliliter a year thing is a total lie. The Spring of Life is a rare, golden grade, Tier 7 item, revered as sacred water by the elves, imbued with the energy of the world tree. Looking at the Spring of Life in his hand, Wang Chu couldn't help but smile wryly. He realized that he, too, had been played for a fool. This holy water not only nurtures mechas, but also boasts unexpectedly powerful restorative effects. What surprised him even more was that such a potent item wasn't as rare and precious as the legends had claimed. On second thought, Wang Chu felt relieved. After all, the resources Alusha possessed were, in a way, also at his disposal. A hint of joy flashed in his heart. Looks like I can count myself as rich now. Suddenly, a thought struck him, making him gasp. Wait a minute, am I just destined to meet rich women? Su Wanjing, my childhood sweetheart, is wealthy, and now Alusha, who fell into my lap, is too. Nearby, Su Chan and Dr. Huang heard Wang Chu's muttering, and their expressions turned colorful. Although he was speaking softly, his volume was far from low. The word played made both of them pause, but the authenticity of the Spring of Life in front of them was beyond doubt. Ignoring their reactions, Wang Chu walked straight to Su Wanjing. He handed her the heart of the Elven Queen and poured 50 milliliters of the Spring of Life into a small vial. I'll keep the heart of the Dark Elf Queen for myself. This heart of the Elven Goddess and this vial of Spring of Life are for you to use in crafting the mecha. Su Wanjing softly acknowledged, the unspoken understanding between them evident. Afterward, Wang Chu casually picked up a PG blueprint and stored it in his spirit pattern. Dr. Huang finally seized the chance to mock him. Ha, weren't you just complaining about how ugly the design was? Why take it now? Without even glancing at him, Wang Chu replied nonchalantly, Old man, do you live by the sea? My father-in-law gave me this blueprint. What's it to you? Even if I don't use it, selling it would fetch millions. If you're jealous, go find yourself a father-in-law as generous as mine. Dr. Huang was so enraged that he nearly jumped, while Su Chin found himself in an awkward position. As the one who had invited Wang Chu, he felt like he should reprimand him, but on second thought, Wang Chu's words were indirectly complimenting him. Once everything was ready, Wang Chu sat cross-legged, his consciousness diving into his spirit pattern space. With a Tier 7 mecha master like Su Chin present, this was undoubtedly the safest place. After his recent advancement, a new option, mecha crafting, appeared in his spirit pattern. Since he had decided not to use blueprints, he would have to rely on his imagination to create a mecha. This required an exceptionally high level of skill and was no easy task. Wang Chu knew Dr. Huang was eagerly waiting for him to fail. While many mecha masters enjoyed crafting their own mechas, they typically designed and refined the blueprints externally before importing them for crafting. It was akin to customizing a character in a game before uploading it. However, Wang Chu was confident. I've got a cheat code. Let's activate the mock enemy. In an instant, his figure appeared in the mock enemy training space. Yesterday, he had discovered a bug-like feature in this space that could enhance his learning ability. Later, Wang Chu made a startling discovery during his relentless exploration. The simulated enemy training space operated on a 1:10 time dilation ratio. This meant that 10 hours inside the space equated to just 1 hour in the outside world. Even more delightful was the realization that, with his current ripple state, maintaining the space required no significant mental effort. With this in mind, Wang Chu immediately visualized the first simulated enemy in his Minda representation of Dr. Huang, who had earlier spoken to him with disdain. Though this elderly man was sharp-tongued, his skills were undeniably remarkable, making him a suitable opponent for practice. In the courtyard, Wang Chu sat cross-legged, completely motionless. Observing him for some time, Huang Lei sneered with disdain. It's been so long. This kid probably can't pull it off. Indeed, nearly 5 hours had passed. By conventional standards, even drafting a complex PG blueprint should have been completed by now. Seeing that Wang Chu had yet to emerge from the mecha construction state, Huang Lei was convinced that he must have hit a roadblock. Hearing this, Su Chen chuckled softly. Old Huang, don't be so quick to judge, or you might end up eating your words. By now, Su Chen had learned not to underestimate Wang Chu. Time and again, the young man had shocked him with extraordinary feats. However, Huang Lei was the type of person who, though not malicious, loved to play the wise critic. Even if the legendary by Warlord were present, Huang Lei would likely offer unsolicited advice. As expected, he immediately retorted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Huang Lei, have roamed the world for decades and never misjudged anyone. He turned to Su Chen. Young Su, I'm 2 cycles older than you and have seen countless people. I heard you were considering him as a son-in-law? Let me give you some advice. Forget about it. Young men like him are just overambitious dreamers. If you ask me, that Liu family boy is a much better choice, talented and steady. Before he could finish, a cold, cutting voice interrupted him. Old Huang, don't push your luck. Since when is it your place to meddle in matchmaking here? Wang Chu, now fully awake, was standing in the center of the courtyard, his sharp gaze locked onto the white-haired elder. Brother Wang Chu, you've finished constructing it. Su Wansha's eyes sparkled with joy as she gracefully walked over to his side. Her snow-white arm gently wrapped around Wang Chu's, and to everyone's surprise, she stood on tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Internally, Su Chen grumbled, my precious daughter. But before he could say anything, Su Wansha turned to face Wang Lei. Her swan-like neck arched slightly as she declared, Uncle Huang, this will be the last time I address you that way. Not everyone is qualified to judge Brother Wang Chu, and you, at the very least, are not. Her eyes glinted with a fierce light that no one had ever seen before, like a protective beast guarding its treasure. The courtyard fell into a dead silence, the air thick with tension. Wang Chu let out a soft chuckle and took a step forward. His voice rang out, steady and commanding. Vanguard Combat Sword Mode activate. Boom. A powerful aura swept through like a storm, with howling winds, swirling dust, and flapping sleeves snapping in the air. Surrounding Wang Chu, dazzling threads of light intertwined and coiled, gradually outlining his sharp, defined features. The activation of the mech resembled a Pokemon undergoing a mega evolution. Huang Lei squinted his eyes, fixating on the center of the radiance. A few strands of his sparse white hair were blown away from his shiny bald head by the fierce wind. Moments later, the blinding light began to fade, and the shadow within became clearer. Wang Chu was now encased in sleek, angular silver armor. The color scheme of silver, red, and black blended harmoniously. His broad shoulder plates resembled the wings of an eagle, and a plume of red tassel swayed atop his silver helmet. The metallic texture was superb, with a cold, steely sheen glinting on its surface and joints. This fully enclosed exoskeletal mech perfectly embodied the fusion of power and technology. Holy crap, Lord Messenger. You look absolutely epic, Elusa exclaimed excitedly, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes wide with awe, and even letting out a slight gasp at the end. Though fully enclosed exoskeletal mechs were common in this world, this was her first time seeing one in person. Beneath the faceplate, Wang Chu's lips curled into a faint smile. This second mech, aside from the Zero model, was the Wei Yuan Warrior dual type. He chose it not only because of its high cost-performance ratio in his previous life priced under a single red ticket and its aesthetic compatibility with the physique of Dragon Nation individuals, but also because of its simplicity. Compared to other mechs with flashy effects and extravagant designs, the Wei Yuan Warrior dual type was much more understated. In the past 5 hours, Wang Chu had spent over 4 practicing mech construction, finally achieving an almost flawless result on his first attempt. By the next mech construction, he would be ready to tackle a more challenging model. Dr. Huang, what do you think of this mech? Wang Chu's deep voice resonated from behind his faceplate, laced with a hint of mockery. His original height of 183 centimeters had been boosted significantly by the leg armor and the plume on his helmet, bringing him to over 2 meters tall. Huang Lei, the old man, could only look up at him now. A golden grade exoskeletal mech. Huang Lei exclaimed in disbelief. On Wang Chu's left shoulder was a golden 5-point star, symbolizing his first-tier strength, while the golden color indicated the quality of the mech. If Wang Chu had merely constructed a mech with an appealing appearance, Huang Lei wouldn't have been particularly impressed. But this mech was golden grade. As the most renowned model enthusiast in Star City, Huang Lei had only seen a handful of golden grade mechs. Their owners were without exception formidable pilots, or rather, any pilot possessing a golden grade mech was destined to become a formidable pilot. Ignoring Wang Chu's taunt, Huang Lei took a few brisk steps forward and began circling him, as if inspecting a rare treasure. A few moments later, his excitement boiled over, and he eagerly pressed for answers. How did you manage to do it? Faced with the question, Wang Chu simply shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe you're inexperienced because you're ugly. For someone as handsome as me, luck tends to be on my side. In truth, high-quality materials and blueprints are indeed the foundation for crafting a golden-grade mech. Although he had only trained for just over 40 hours in the simulated enemy training space, the spatial enhancement had significantly improved his crafting skills. Even so, creating a golden-grade mech was undeniably an outcome of sheer luck. Behind him, Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh softly. This, however, left Huang Lei, Star City's #1 crafting enthusiast, feeling utterly humiliated. He had always underestimated Wang Chu, but to his surprise, Wang Chu effortlessly crafted a mech that was not only of golden quality, but also exceptionally striking in appearance. Huang Lei's expression darkened instantly. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned away. Kid, you're young, but your heart is quite petty, huh? I lost this round. I owe you an if you need anything. Come find me anytime. With those words, his figure disappeared at the doorway. Old Huang isn't a bad person. He just can't stand hearing criticism about his work, Su Chen explained from the side. True, Wang Chu nodded in agreement. Huang Lei's character wasn't bad. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have been on good terms with him. At that moment, Su Wanqing gently nudged Wang Chu. There's still some time before the dungeon cooldown resets. I'm going to craft my second mech now. She had been waiting outside just to witness Wang Chu complete his mech crafting. Once Su Wanqing sat cross-legged under the phoenix tree and began her crafting, Su Chun leaned in closer to Wang Chu. Hey, Wang Chu, about the blueprint for this mech of yours, though, you think you could share it with me? I have a friend who's really interested in it. The scene shifted. A silver-white figure darted swiftly across mountainous terrain, kicking up clouds of dust. Victory. Ascending dragon sword. A massive yellow sword slashed down, as if splitting the very air itself. The towering rat-shaped boss, standing dozens of meters tall, collapsed instantly, cleanly sliced into 2 halves. The system notification chimed. Successfully defeated Sanderlang, level 18. Spirit Rune Experience 2000. Obtained module. Rat's Rod Purple. Obtained material. Alro Gold Shard Golden. Wang Chijej, you've gotten even stronger again, Su Wanqing said with a cheerful smile. Humph, it's all thanks to me. The golden longsword in Wang Chu's hand vibrated, emitting a smug hum. Shut up. Wang Chu tapped the sword hilt, and the blade let out a faint hum. Ever since Su Wanqing had advanced a tier and crafted her golden-grade mech, his durability in dungeons had never hit rock bottom again. Oh, right, Wang Chijej. Su Wanqing tilted her head, her large eyes blinking curiously. Why do you always shout out the skill names? Why do you have to shout out the skill name? Although the faceplate of the exoskeleton armor concealed Wang Chu's flushed face, he was still glad he hadn't deactivated the mech suit. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he explained, it's a requirement for the skill. There's nothing I can do about it. Su Wanqing gave him a sweet smile. Oh, I see, she seemed to accept the explanation. Wang Chu sighed in relief inwardly. Should he admit that he hadn't outgrown his Chinibu phase? After all, as a pilot in his 20s, who could resist the temptation of shouting victory? Ascending dragon sword? Suddenly, darkness engulfed them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves outside the entrance of the dungeon portal. Towering in the plaza stood the imposing figure of the Wei Yuanshi swordfighter class mech, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The surrounding pilots whispered among themselves. What kind of mech is that? That's Wang Chu's mech. It's the first fully enclosed exoskeleton mech he built himself, and it's of golden quality. Wait, you mean that Wang Chu? The one who got an SSS rating twice in a row. Looks like this year's national mech combat exams are already decided. Don't jump to conclusions too soon. I heard there are plenty of strong contenders this year. Su Wanqing wrinkled her delicate nose, ignoring the murmurs around them. Ugh, another cooldown period. These dungeon CDs are so annoying. The origin of dungeon cooldowns has its own history. In the early days, there were no cooldown limits for entering regular dungeons. But after the discovery that abyssal energy could affect pilots like radiation, nations introduced this restriction. Don't leave just yet. Wang Chu grabbed Su Wanjing's hand. I just got an arrow gold fragment in the Golden Kingdom. It lets us access a hidden dungeon. Su Wanjing's eyes lit up. The arrow gold fragment was a mysterious golden quality item that allowed entry into the Golden Kingdom. While its drop rate was extremely low, it wasn't entirely unheard of. Wang Chu immediately activated the item. A system notification chimed. Arrow gold fragment activated. Please select dungeon difficulty. Golden Kingdom. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Hell difficulty? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. The textbooks only mention up to nightmare level. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. Whatever. Let's go all out. The system confirmed. Are you sure you want to select hell difficulty for the Golden Kingdom dungeon? Yes. The dungeon information appeared. Dungeon. Hidden dungeon Golden Kingdom. Dungeon tier. Tier 1. Difficulty. Hell. Main quest. Eliminate the ancient giant worm Zhu Bang, which has been wreaking havoc. Time limit. None. A massive, heavy gate creaked open, revealing a vast desert landscape beyond. A hell difficulty Golden Kingdom dungeon? Su Wanjing exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Wang Chu replied. Wang Chu nodded cautiously and said, I'm curious as well about why a hell level difficulty option would appear. Although I don't think such a difficulty poses any real threat to the two of us, it's always better to stay cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray shadow leapt down from the cliff. It was a rat demon, baring its sharp teeth and letting out a piercing screech, squeak squeak. The system promptly displayed its stats. Scout Rat. Elite level. Tier 1, level 15. Strength, 300. Agility, 400. Defense, 300. The rat demon smugly introduced itself. I, Rat, love nothing more than tailing others. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Feign Weakness. Looking at the stats, Wang Chu scoffed. These attributes are pathetic, almost on par with Elusa from before. Absolutely pitiful. Hey, Divine Envoy, how can you insult people like that? Elusa protested. After spending a few days together, she had become much more lively and less reserved than when they first met. Squeak squeak. The scout rat screeched furiously and charged forward with its short blade raised high, completely oblivious to the terrifying opponent it was about to face. Wang Chu activated his ultimate equipment. Mecha. Weiyuan Knight Gladiator Model. Fully enclosed mecha. Quality. Gold. Core Chip Module. Absolute Overdrive. Weapon Module. Spirit Sacred Sword Rainbow Quality. 1500 all attributes. Arm Modules. Literal's Power Gauntlets Gold. 150 Strength Agility each. Leg Modules. Combat Tyranno Greaves Gold. 150 Strength each. Multifunction Module. Spirit Cloak Gold. 150 Agility. Tier 1, level 15. Overall attributes. Strength, 23, 33360 000 17,000, 103,600. Agility, 14,550 11,000, 103,450. Defense, 13,500 10,000, 503,000. Durability, 56. Consumption rate, 2,250. Special effects. Dragon's Might, 40 damage to Dragon-type monsters. Dragon Claw. Next attack deals double damage when activated. Status. Rapid Decay Abyssal Restriction Sealed. This Tier 1, Level 15 mecha boasted attributes that had surpassed 10,000 in all categories, with its strength nearing 20,000. This was thanks to the gold quality Weiyuan Knight Gladiator model, which provided a 50 boost to all attributes, as well as the attribute enhancements from Elusa, who had transformed into the Spirit Sacred Sword. The scout rat's mind echoed with its captain's command. You, go take him down. In the next instant, a golden light flashed as Wang Chu's sword slashed downward with immense force. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble, and the distant cliff quivered slightly. Victory is mine. Ascending dragon sword. Boom. The heavens dimmed as the earth shook. The cliff collapsed with a thunderous roar. The scout rat's body was cleaved cleanly in two, and its final words were, I, Rat, have no regrets in this life. After slicing off the head of the tiger vanguard with a single strike, a radiant white light emerged from Su Wanjing, accompanied by the system's notification announcing her level up to 17. Brother Wang Chu, I'm level 17 now? Su Wanjing exclaimed, leaping with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Running dungeons with you is so efficient. At this rate, I'll reach level 19 before the National Mecha Combat Exam, maybe even level 20. Then I can clear the second-tier Abyss dungeon first and become a second-tier pilot, which will give me a massive edge over the other candidates. Wang Chu glanced at his own level panel, which showed he was at level 15. Strange, the abyssal restriction isn't active, so why am I still only level 15? How are you leveling up so fast? Hee, Su Wanjing giggled playfully. They'll tell you a secret. One of my special abilities is boosting experience gain. That's quite the perk. Wang Chu said with a wry smile. Unlike me, all I've got is an abyssal restriction that could activate at any moment. Although it's sealed for now, I need to deal with it soon. Clenching his fists, he declared, when I encounter the spider goddess, I'll make sure to deep fry her into tempura. The elven holy sword in his hand resonated with a low hum, echoing his hatred for the spider goddess, the one responsible for the destruction of the elven race. Su Wanjing skipped ahead, her voice cheerful as she said, Brother Wang Chu, the curse of the abyssal restriction won't stop you. This year's top scorer in the National Mecha Combat Exam will definitely be you. Their footsteps left faint marks in the yellow sand, and her words, like a small wish, seemed to be carried by the wind and buried in the dunes. Wang Chu's lips curled into a faint smile as his thoughts churned. Top scorer in the nation? Exactly. Su Wanjing nodded firmly. To her, even though Wang Chu had to endure over 2,000 durability consumption in every battle and was at a disadvantage in solo combat scenarios, she unwaveringly believed that he was the strongest. National top scorers come in goits, just a title. Wang Chu muttered under his breath. Since I have the terrifying power of Saitama's physique, I should strive to be like Saitama Sensei, a being capable of parting the earth with a single punch. Abyssal gods, your reckoning has arrived. Just then, a weasel demon NPC wielding a long halberd leaped down from a slope. Before it could land, a giant desert beetle burst out of the sand, only to be obliterated by a particle cannon fired from Wang Chu's elven holy sword. The system notification promptly chimed. Successfully defeated level 20 giant desert beetle. Spirit rune EXP 4000. Obtained items. Wind stabilizing orb gold, multifunction module of giant insect shield. Completed hell mode of the golden ancient kingdom dungeon. You will exit the dungeon in 2 minutes. As Wang Chu inspected the newly acquired golden items, he pondered. This hell mode doesn't seem much tougher than hard mode. Normally, hell level dungeons should feature more unique mechanics, but this run felt exactly like what the guide described. The giant insect pearl protector didn't stand out much. It was just an ordinary golden multifunctional module that boosted defensive attributes. Wang Chu quickly shifted his attention to the wind-settling pearl. As someone deeply familiar with the hidden dungeon of the Golden Ancient Kingdom, he had never come across any mention of this item in any guide, which sparked intense curiosity in him. The wind-settling pearl's attributes were displayed as unique grade, golden. Its brief description read, Crush to gain a new ability wind settling. Wang Chu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he crushed it. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! You have acquired a new ability, wind settling. The ability description read, Gain absolute control over wind, immune to wind-based damage. As the ability infused into his body, Wang Chu immediately felt a strange connection to the surrounding air. In the next moment, the Wayfarer-class combat mech he was piloting shot into the sky like an arrow loosed from a bow. The mech carved a silver-white trajectory across the high altitude before diving down like a meteor. With a deafening crash, yellow sand erupted in all directions, leaving a deep crater on the ground. As the dust settled, people were astonished to see the silver-white mech hovering steadily 20 centimeters above the ground, without any visible support. This discovery thrilled Wang Chu. Exoskeleton mechs typically didn't have flight capabilities, and even those equipped with specialized flight modules often suffered from slow speeds and poor maneuverability. However, the wind-settling ability not only granted him perfect flight control, but also represented just the tip of the iceberg. Beyond 100 immunity to wind-based damage, it also allowed him to harness wind power for offensive purposes. By the time Wang Chu, Su Wanjing, and Elusa returned to the dungeon's teleportation entrance, the sun was already setting. Elusa, having expended a significant amount of energy earlier by transforming into a particle cannon, had flushed cheeks and was still catching her breath. At that moment, Su Shi stepped out from the side and respectfully greeted the trio. Miss Wanjing, Miss Elusa, young Master Wang Chu, what's the matter? Su Wanjing blinked, puzzled. Ever since Wang Chu had completed the construction of the second mech, the Su brothers rarely disturbed them. This unexpected appearance clearly suggested something important. Maintaining his respectful posture, Su Shi said, the two individuals young Master Wang Chu asked us to search for there's been progress. Oh. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. The next day, a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman stepped off the transport shuttle, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the waiting hall. Wow, he's so good looking. He seems kind of familiar. Isn't that the genius Wang Chu from Star City? It really looks like him. What's he doing here in Yang City? The murmurs of the crowd rippled through the hall. Wang Chu and Su Wanjing made their way through the bustling throng, while Elusa, in the form of a necklace, cleverly snuck past without a ticket. This little trick reminded Wang Chu of his personal motto, bike to the bar, save where you can, spin where you should. After learning the whereabouts of their childhood friends, Hyo and Ahao, the two had rested for just a night before heading straight to Yang City. It's been years since we last saw them. I wonder how they're doing now, Su Wanqing said expectantly. As the first to leave Xingxing Orphanage, she hadn't seen them in 7 or 8 years. Wang Chu gazed at the passing crowds, lost in thought. Since Hyo and Ahao were only aliases, and the orphanage's elder caretakers were reluctant to provide detailed information, it had taken considerable effort even for a 7th-level pilot like him to track them down. Over here. Wang Chuj Wanqing. Just as they exited the station, a familiar shout reached their ears. A pair of slender, sun-kissed young adults were waving eagerly at the exit. Their attire was simple yet tidy. The reunion wasn't as emotional as one might imagine, but seeing the two safe and sound finally eased the weight in Wang Chu's heart. It's been so many years, yet you recognized us right away? Su Wanqing asked curiously. With looks like yours, it'd be hard not to recognize you, Hyo replied with a laugh. Unlike explained faces that disappear into the crowd, Ahao extended a hand but paused midair. He had intended to pat Wang Chu's shoulder, just like in the old days, but eventually lowered his hand. Especially you, Wang Chuj. With 2 consecutive SSS ratings, you've become an idol among Yang City's rookie pilots. As they walked and talked, Wang Chu learned that Ahao and Hyo had looked out for each other after leaving the orphanage and moved to Yang City together. At a recent ceremony, Ahao had drawn a green core chip, while Hyo had gotten a white one. Shielding her eyes from the glaring sunlight, Hyo gazed up at the blazing sun and murmured softly, "I'm so envious." Wang Chu stood beside her, listening intently, yet chose to remain silent. The harshness of reality wasn't something a few comforting words could change. Despite growing up together, the disparity created by the differences in core chips had drawn an invisible line between them. As someone who benefited from this system, his silence at this moment might have been the best response. Akio and Ahao led them to a plain-looking McDonald's restaurant. The middle-aged woman behind the counter brightened up as she saw them. Akio, Ahao, are these 2 your friends? Yes, Aunt Wang. Akio said excitedly as he introduced them. This is Wang Chu, and this is Su Wanqing. They're our childhood friends. Oh, so they're orphans too. Aunt Wang's blunt comment caused a brief, awkward pause. Ahao quickly guided everyone to a corner table and whispered, "We've been working here for a while." Aunt Wang is just straightforward like that. Don't take it to heart. Wang Chu shrugged casually. It's fine. Before long, Aunt Wang brought over an extra-large serving of fried chicken, burgers, and sodas. These just came out fresh. Enjoy while they're hot, she said cheerfully. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Su Wanqing responded with a sweet smile. As Aunt Wang was about to leave, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and took a good look at Wang Chu. Wait a moment. You look familiar. Wang Chu, are you the genius from Star City who achieved absolute overclocking and got 2 SSS ratings in a row? Wang Chu nodded politely. Unless there's another Wang Chu out there. Wow. Aunt Wang exclaimed. I can't believe Akio and Ahao know someone like you. With their green and white core chips, they'll probably end up working here like me. You've got to look out for them. Life really isn't fair sometimes. After Aunt Wang left, her words left the group in a brief silence. Wang Chu quietly picked up a burger and started eating, catching a glimpse of Akio and Ahao's pale faces and strained smiles. But they quickly composed themselves and resumed chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Wang Chu thought for a moment, then activated a glowing pattern on his hand, taking out several modules. The National Mecha Martial exams are coming up, he said. Here are 2 sets of purple modules and a few gold ones extras I got from dungeons. Use them. Don't rush to refuse. They might help you perform better in the exams. Thanks, Wang Chu. Akio said with a grin. Why would I even try to be polite with you? Ahao chimed in with a laugh. It'd take me ages of working here to afford these modules. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, as if reaching some unspoken agreement. Wang Chu, Wanjing, Akio said, we found some material while running a dungeon the other day. It unlocks a hidden dungeon. Are you 2 interested? In the Stormlands, purple thunder rolled through dark clouds, and lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the entire area. In the distance, a tornado connecting heaven and earth roared like an endless abyss. Wang Chu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the wind elements around him. He thought to himself, the Stormlands, this is exactly the kind of domain I excel in. Beside him, Ahao had already activated the Zero-type mecha, equipped with the purple module Wang Chu had just given him. He exclaimed, this purple module is incredible. My average stats just broke through 500 points. 500 points, perhaps this was the true standard for a normal pilot. Wang Chu felt a sense of pride. As a first-tier pilot, his strength stat had already surpassed 20,000 points. It seemed unlikely that anyone else in this world could match him. This is our first time tackling a hidden dungeon, and it's nightmare-level difficulty. If you weren't here, Brother Wang Chu, we wouldn't even dare to step in. We were planning to just sell the entry ticket, Achio said softly. Wang Chu then activated the Weiyuan sword combat mecha. The golden quality mecha gleamed behind him, leaving Ahao wide-eyed. Whoa, that's insanely cool. Brother Wang Chu, How did you manage to get that? Just lucky, Wang Chu replied calmly, though he knew the truth his average stats were already around 15,000 points, far exceeding the 3,000 point threshold. Once they were ready, Ahau began walking forward and said, "Let's move." The eye of the storm must be inside that tornado. The roar of engines thundered across the Stormlands as Wang Chu led the group, showing them what a true speedrun of a dungeon looked like. The minor monsters they encountered along the way didn't even have time to reveal their forms before turning into experience points and modules. Compared to this first-tier nightmare-level hidden dungeon, even yesterday's hell-level Golden Ancient Kingdom felt more challenging. The ordinary minions here were weaker than the rodent scouts they had faced the day before. This way, Ahau called from ahead. As they approached the storm, the strength of the monsters steadily increased. The storm elemental leader was a first-tier, level 20 boss with stats of 700 in strength, agility, and defense. Its skills included Gale and Heatwave, and it lacked physical immunity. Wang Chu's eyes narrowed. This setup made sense for a wind element creature, but it posed a significant challenge for someone like him who relied on overwhelming stats to dominate. A boss monster with 700 points in average stats? Ahau shivered at the thought. He silently thanked his luck that he and Achio hadn't ventured in alone. Otherwise, they would have wasted a hidden dungeon entry ticket for nothing. However, this was hardly a challenge for Wang Chu. With a single punch, accompanied by a crisp explosive sound, the storm elemental was shattered into pieces. The shockwave from his strike was several times more powerful than the elemental's own force. Wang Chu, isn't this monster supposed to be immune to physical attacks? How are you able to hurt it? Ahau asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Chu shrugged casually. Maybe my strength attribute is just way higher than its limit. The group continued venturing deeper into the dungeon. Wang Chu led the way, dispatching each smaller enemy with effortless punches. Su Wanjing followed closely, her healing light constantly tethered to Wang Chu, steadily restoring his stamina. Achio and Ahau trailed behind, harvesting experience points while repeatedly exclaiming in awe and admiration. Yet, beneath his helmet, Wang Chu's face remained expressionless. A familiar wave of nausea rose within him, bringing back memories of Orphanage, the kind-hearted, elderly couple who ran Itten, the Abyssal mech pilot who once appeared near the orphanage. Ahau, Wang Chu said, his back still turned to the two. Do you remember the time when we went to the city with the headmaster to shop, and you were accused of stealing? Ha, of course I remember. Luckily, you helped me out of that mess, Wang Chu. And Achio, do you recall breaking Lingmei's toy and making her cry all night? I do. If it weren't for you sewing the doll back together, Lingmei would probably still hold a grudge against me. Wang Chu sighed softly. Then, why did you two do it in the first place? His words struck like a hammer, leaving the two frozen in place. The nostalgic look on Ahau's face instantly turned to panic, while Achio's tanned face twitched as though their deepest secrets had been exposed. Wang Chu, what are you talking about? Wang Chu turned to face Ahau through his helmet. You stole the item, didn't you? Then he shifted his gaze to Achio. And you broke Lingmei's toy on purpose, didn't you? The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Su Wanjing's eyes widened in shock. She clearly believed every word Wang Chu said. Since you're saying this, Ahau forced a laugh. It was because we were kids and didn't know any better. After you helped me, I realized my mistake. Same here. It was truly an accident. Then why did you bring Wanjing and me into this dungeon? Wang Chu interrupted. This abyssal dungeon, which was clearly prepared just for me. Su Wanjing's expression shifted drastically as she suddenly rushed toward Wang Chu. At that moment, with a deafening roar, a violent wind column tore through the spot where Wang Chu had just been standing. The powerful shockwave ripped through the area, shattering the ground and sending debris flying like bullets. As the dust settled, Wang Chu was already holding Su Wanjing, having dashed dozens of meters away. Not far from them, a massive figure emerged, surrounded by swirling winds. I can smell it. I can smell it. The enormous abyssal demon's violet eyes gleamed with malice. Human, why do you have Eileen's scent on you? With a deafening roar, the world seemed to lose its color in an instant. A series of notification sounds echoed. The Stormland dungeon has undergone changes. Its tier has risen to level 2, and its difficulty has escalated to hell level. These alerts mark the dungeon's descent into a completely uncontrollable state. From the moment Wang Chu entered Stormland, he had felt the ominous presence of the abyss. This revelation confirmed Itakio, and Ahau had led him into an abyssal dungeon. The materials required to directly activate such a dungeon were far beyond what ordinary dungeon monsters could drop. Wang Chu stared emotionlessly at the towering abyssal demon before him. It stood dozens of meters tall, its body a chaotic fusion of swirling winds and crackling lightning, constantly shifting in form. Around it, violent storms raged, creating vortex after vortex. This was the storm demon, Richie the Divine in Voya level 30, Tier 2 lore class entity with a staggering 8,000 strength, 7,000 agility, and 3,000 defense. According to its description, it was a demon born from the most violent wind elements, a devout follower of the storm goddess. Its skills included Storm Vortex, Roar of the Wind, Whirling Tempest, and Wind's Wrath, Deathfall. Its immunity to physical attacks alone was enough to strike fear into anyone. Just like the Storm Elemental boss from earlier, this Storm Demon also possessed physical immunity. This Abyssal dungeon was clearly custom designed for hunting entities with absolute overclocking capabilities. Without specialized attack methods, even overwhelming stats would be useless against this formidable boss. Is this what you're referring to? Wang Chu activated his spirit mark, revealing a special item he had obtained when he killed the Dark Elf Queen. A gentle breeze swept through as the unique artifact floated in the air, leaving Su Wanqing, Akio, and Ahau momentarily stunned. Wait, what? How do you have something like that in your spirit mark? Before they could voice their shock, a terrifying sound of heavy breathing caused the entire Stormland to tremble. That's Eileen's special artifact. How did Eileen's artifact end up in your hands? Where is Eileen? What have you done to her? The storm demon Richie let out a furious howl, its voice carrying an overwhelming rage that shook the heavens. This was no ordinary anger, it was the wrath of a minotaur. Wang Chu froze, realization dawning upon him. So, that someone mentioned in the artifact's description someone who might have a personal connection was actually this demon? Wait, no, this isn't even a person. The ferocious winds howled across Stormland, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. Wang Chu released his left hand, allowing the special artifact to be carried away by the violent gale. In an instant, the storm demon transformed into a whirlwind and shot off in pursuit. In the corner, Akio and Ahau cowered, trembling like flickering candles in a storm. Summoning his courage, Ahau raised his head and shouted, "My lord, I've brought him to you. What about the reward you promised?" "Yes, my lord. You said you'd help us grow stronger." Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes, her voice cold. "Why would you two betray brother Wang Chu like this? He's always taken care of you." The childhood companions, who had grown up together, now seemed like strangers. To seek the power of the abyss, they had stooped so low as to sell out their own friend. Usually reserved, Akio suddenly burst into laughter, her expression gradually turning wild. "Take care of us? Why? Why does he get to take care of us?" Her voice was filled with fury. "We're all orphans without parents. What makes him better than me? Why does he get the affection of the dean and all the kids' admiration? Why does he get to have such a powerful core chip like absolute overclock? And me? I work so hard just to survive, and all I get is a white core chip? It's so unfair." Ahau joined in, shouting angrily, "Exactly. And why does he have to be so handsome?" Akio froze for a moment, and the newly returned storm demon, Su Wanqing, looked confused. "Huh, wait, what? That's what you're focusing on?" Wang Chu chuckled lightly and scratched his head. "If you keep praising me like this, I'll get embarrassed." The storm demon extended a small paw made of condensed wind, grabbed the ice cream, and took a loud slurp. A look of satisfaction spread across its face. Original flavor ice cream then. It floated toward Akio and Ahau. "You two did well. Not only did you bring me the wielder of absolute overclock, but you also brought an unexpected bonus. This is the ice cream of Eileen's divine envoy, something I've dreamed of having. Consider this your reward." Wang Chu was speechless, thinking, even divine envoys have sycophants. And you're licking original flavor ice cream like it's some treasure? Today is truly eye-opening. The next moment, a surge of abyssal energy poured out from the storm demon, penetrating Akio and Ahau. "Now, I shall grant you the powerful blessing of the storm goddess." Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from their bodies. The zero-type mech began to wither, and black whirlwind patterns appeared on its surface. Wang Chu could hear the agonized wails of the zero-type. At that moment, the two abandoned their identities as pilots. Moments later, Akio opened her eyes, and a flash of eerie black energy flickered through them. She grinned wickedly. So this is what power feels like. Through Wang Chu's abyssal eye, the information about the two had changed. Storm Demon's minions, Akio Ahau. Rank, Tier 2, Level 20. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 2,000. Defense, 2,000. Description: abandoning a good life to become mindless abyssal creatures. Skills: physical immunity, Windblade, Roar of the Wind. Weakness: brain malfunction. Wang Chu sighed helplessly. The abyssal eye really speaks my mind. This was not the outcome he wanted to see, but it was their choice, and no one else could be blamed. The surrounding winds grew increasingly violent. The storm demon turned its gaze toward Wang Chu and Su Wanqing. "Slurp slurp humans, since you've brought me my favorite treat, I'll give you a chance. Pledge your allegiance to me. Become my servants." Allegiance? Beneath his helmet, Wang Chu couldn't help but laugh. You think I've been standing here watching your little show just to die? You like playing with wind? Huh? Well, you've run into the wrong person today. Then, under everyone's gaze, Wang Chu extended his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Snap in an instant, the entire world fell silent. Even the wind stopped. The dark elf queen's delicate stockings drifted gently to the ground. Wang Chu's gaze fixed on the flickering green flame before him. This was the true form of the storm demon, Richie. Once a fearsome entity forged from raging wind elements, it had now been reduced to this pitiful state. So, this is your true form? Wang Chu stared at the soul flame with an expressionless face. Small, green, and honestly, it suits you. At his words, the green flame flickered violently. A raspy voice emerged from within. No, impossible. I am an emissary of the storm goddess, third in the sequence. The winds I command are treasures bestowed upon me by the supreme storm goddess herself. How can you control them? Wang Chu scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. Control? Treasures from the storm goddess? Well, sorry to disappoint you, but those precious wind elements of yours have been subdued by me. Boom. The once calm Stormlands erupted suddenly. A towering column of wind shot into the sky, obliterating the soul flame of the storm demon in an instant. A system notification followed. Storm demon Richie, emissary form, level 30 lord defeated. Soul rune EXP 12,800. Module acquired. Multifunctional Storm Wings Module. Material acquired. Storm Essence Special Item. Material acquired. Heart of the Storm Gold Quality. Ding. You have slain the emissary of the Storm Goddess, drawing her attention. Ding. Under the gaze of the Storm Goddess, your wind affinity has decreased, and wind attribute damage received has increased by 100. Wang Chu fell into thought. Last time, after defeating emissary Aileen, he had also drawn the attention of the Spider Goddess and received the Curse Abyss restriction as a result. It seemed the negative effects this time were tied to the Storm Goddess's unique abilities. An increase of 100 wind attribute damage? Wang Chu sneered internally. For someone like me, who has absolute control over wind, even a 1,000 increase wouldn't make a difference. As for the Storm Goddess, just like the Spider Goddess, she can wait her turn. He turned his attention to Hyo and Ahao. Hyo immediately dropped to his knees with such force that 2 small craters formed in the ground. Seeing this, Ahao muttered, "Damn it, couldn't give me a heads up about kneeling," and quickly followed suit. "Brother Wang Chu, I'm sorry," Hyo exclaimed in desperation. "I know I was wrong. I was just momentarily blinded by the allure of power. You know, I'm just a green core. At most, I'll only ever be a tier 4 mech pilot in this lifetime." The two knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, their voices trembling with deep fear. They immediately began digging a pit, and with 3,000 points of strength, their digging speed was quite impressive. Like when we were kids? Wang Chu let out a cold laugh. Look at yourselves now. Do you really think you can go back to how you used to be? The two froze at his words, instinctively stretching out their hands. By now, they had been entirely consumed by the abyssal aura, losing all semblance of humanity. Their once wheat-colored skin had turned a dark purple-black, sharp claws had sprouted from their fingers, their faces were grotesquely twisted like misshapen yams, and a few deformed demon horns protruded sporadically from their heads. Before they could say another word, Wang Chu moved. In an instant, both of them were blasted into the sky. Ugh, even talking to those idiots for another second feels disgusting. Wang Chu spat on the ground. Brother Wang Chu, Su Wanqing approached softly. To her, those memories were far too distant, unlike Wang Chu, who had spent a few more years with them. Besides, having Wang Chu by her side was more than enough. She had initially worried that Wang Chu might hesitate out of sentimentality, even preparing herself to deal with the two personally. She hadn't expected him to be so decisive and efficient. It's fine, Wang Chu shrugged. The moment they brought us into the Stormlands, their fate was sealed. When the two emerged from the Stormlands dungeon, they found the area around the teleportation portal completely surrounded by a squad of mech pilots. Stand down, a commanding voice barked from a towering mech. On the mech's right shoulder, 6 purple 5-point stars gleamed conspicuously. This was a tier 6 mech pilot. In a place like Yang City, a tier 6 mech pilot was undoubtedly a major figure. That exoskeleton mech? Are you Wang Chu? The tier 6 mech pilot scrutinized Wang Chu's Wei Yuan swordfighter model mech closely. The Military Intelligence Department updated its database on exceptional mech pilots across the Alliance daily, and Wang Chu was currently one of their top priority subjects. Yes, I'm Wang Chu. Wang Chu nodded and deactivated his mech. The other pilot also deactivated his mech form and stepped forward. Hello, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Chun Siyang of the Yang City Alliance Army. Wang Chu, we need you and your companion to come with us. We have some questions about the Abyssal dungeon. No problem, Wang Chu agreed. But first, let me make a phone call. Since Achio and Ahao got involved with the Abyss, what about Xingxing Orphanage? What's the situation there? Alright, I got it. Wang Chu hung up the phone, his face heavy with concern. How is it? Su Wanjing asked worriedly, her anxiety growing after watching Wang Chu's tense phone call. Wang Chu had just contacted Su Chun to report everything that had happened in Yang City, the betrayal of Achio and Ahao, who had led them into the Abyss dungeon, and the sudden appearance of the Storm Goddess's envoy. But most importantly, he had shared the troubling situation at the Xingxing Orphanage. They're all gone. Wang Chu sighed deeply. The thing I feared the most has still happened. But could the orphanage director and his wife really have any connection to the Abyss? Su Wanjing frowned. They've been rooted in Star City for decades. If they were really involved, it's impossible they could have hidden it for so long. Plus, didn't the children who grew up there often visit them? How could this happen? Su Wanjing's voice carried a trace of sadness. To her, the Xingxing Orphanage held cherished memories of growing up with her brother figure, Wang Chu. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Butler Su. Help me buy the entire Xingxing Orphanage. After hanging up, her face broke into a bright smile. Hey, if we buy the building, then the memories will always remain, right? Welcome to the Alliance Army base here in Yang City, Chen Xiang said, leading the way. Around them, patrolling mecha pilots passed by, and occasionally, large mechs adorned with 5-star emblems roared overhead. As Chen Xiang pressed his hand against the doorframe, the ground began to tremble. Amid the thunderous sound of metal, one towering steel wall after another slowly slid open. This was Wang Chu's first visit to the Alliance Army base, and he looked around like a curious child, taking in the sights. Each of these walls is 60 meters tall and 3 meters thick, made of solid steel, Chen Xiang explained with a hint of pride. Even a 6th-tier mecha pilot would struggle to breach them. Each wall is also equipped with 10 short-star cannons, capable of severely damaging 4th-tier mecha pilots, and even posing a threat to 5th-tier ones. While Yang City and Star City are of the same rank, our base is far more advanced. So, what do you think, Wang Chu? Interested in joining us? Maybe after I train for another 2.5 years, Wang Chu replied with a light cough. After passing through 10 layers of towering walls, Chen Xiang led Wang Chu into a massive building filled with the sounds of clashing mechs. Wang Chu looked around and saw standard combat arenas everywhere. The location seemed anything but ordinary, but Wang Chu wasn't worried. His earlier call to Su Chun wasn't just to update him on the orphanage, but also to inform him of his and Su Wanjing's location within the Yang City Alliance Army. At the same time, he made it clear to Chen Xiang and the others that he had the backing of a 7th-tier mecha pilot. Our base is filled with combat training arenas, Chen Xiang explained. After all, we're constantly battling abyssal creatures on the front lines. Without honing our skills, stepping onto the battlefield would be a death sentence. Soon, several pilots approached in an orderly manner, holding recording crystals and notebooks, looking every bit like they were strictly business. Let Wanqing explain it to you, Wang Chu said. He wasn't being lazy. He simply felt that recounting his feat of defeating the storm demon god envoy himself might come across as boastful. As for whether to conceal what had happened in the Abyss dungeon, there was no need. Such critical intelligence had to be shared with the Alliance army after all. The loss of a powerful Abyss god envoy was a significant advantage in the ongoing conflict. What? Wang Chu killed the storm demon Richie? The recorder exclaimed. Wai died in disbelief, while his colleagues beside him shared the same stunned expression. The dungeon's level had already been forcibly raised by the storm goddess's divine power, and the storm demon Richie was upgraded to tier 2, level 30. Even so, it was taken down? That's right, Su Wanqing replied coldly. She didn't show any hostility, which was already a concession on her part. In her opinion, doubting Wang Chu was nothing short of arrogance and ignorance. This sounds a bit too fantastical, the recorder muttered with a bitter smile, glancing at Chen Xiang. Lieutenant Colonel, should we record it as is? What else would you do? Chen Xiang clicked his tongue impatiently. Just write it down. What's with all the unnecessary chatter? This young lady is the daughter of Tier 7 pilot Su Chen. Why would she need to lie? The surrounding pilots began murmuring among themselves, and even those in training gathered around, intrigued by the news. They recalled that just days ago, Wang Chu had defeated the spider goddess's envoy, Eileen, and now he had drawn the attention of the storm goddess. Many marveled at the strength of this young man. Lieutenant Colonel Chun, why not let young Wang Chu spar with us? Someone suggested. We'd all like to witness the strength it takes to defeat a god envoy. Wang Chu could tell that Chen Xiang was trying to gauge his abilities, but he didn't sense any malice from these straightforward soldiers. All right then, he agreed with a smile, but let's make a deal. If I win, you'll arrange my transport back to Star City? Deal. Chen Xiang's eyes lit up. Xiaoxi, you're up. A young pilot stepped forward from the crowd, bowing respectfully. Private Lin Si, Tier 3 pilot. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he had already activated his zero-type mech. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow at the Tier 3 pilot, noting that his attributes were indeed comparable to a Tier 2 storm demon. In the next moment, a flash of silver light enveloped him, and the silver-white armor of the Wei Yuan Swordfighter model instantly covered his body. Wei Yuan Swordfighter model ready for action. Wow! The moment the silver-white mech appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers. Apart from a few officers, most of the soldiers were seeing Wang Chu's Wei Yuan combat-type mech for the first time, and they were absolutely stunned by its striking design. Who knew exoskeleton mechs could look this cool? Damn, a gold-tier exoskeleton mech. It's incredible. How much does the blueprint cost? I need one, someone exclaimed. You know, I suddenly feel like Xiao Si might be in trouble, another chimed in. No way. Xiao Si may have just advanced to Tier 3, but he's a pilot with a purple core chip. There's no chance he'll lose. You're right. Let's see how long Wang Chu can hold up. Under the mech's faceplate, Wang Chu had already activated the Abyssal I-0 Mech Core. With its flame-driven mechanism, it boasted Tier 3, level 30 stats, 7,200 agility, 6,600 defense, 6,600 power, and the ability to manipulate flames. However, its weakness lay in the right arm, which felt strained due to excessive motion. What could he say? The Abyssal I deserved its reputation. It could even detect overuse from repetitive movements. Then again, being in the Alliance army base, such precision was understandable. Young men often had boundless energy. Wang Chu, don't push yourself too hard, Chun Xiang remarked, noticing Wang Chu lost in thought. Xiao Si, though newly promoted to Tier 3, was the owner of a purple core chip with flame-driven power. Not only did all his stats get a 150 boost, but he also had the ability to control fire. To demonstrate, Xiao Si casually waved his hand, and with a whoosh, a searing flame burst from his palm. Chun Xiang smiled and added, when it comes to combat ability, even many pilots with higher stats can't beat him. True, someone agreed. He's probably the strongest opponent Wang Chu has faced so far. Normally, a Tier 3-0 mech's base stats are 4,000 across the board, but with a 150 boost, Xiao Si's stats are at 6,000. Even more impressive is his ability to manipulate fire, which makes him far superior to ordinary pilots. But Wang Chu remained unfazed. So what? He said calmly. In the face of absolute stat superiority, all flashy tricks are meaningless. In the next moment, an energy barrier suddenly rose within a 100-meter radius around the two of them, isolating the rest of the crowd. A combat arena formed instantly, and Chen Xiang's voice echoed through the barrier. Unregulated combat. Stop when the armor breaks. Begin. With the command issued, the Zero-type mecha roared to life, unleashing a deafening growl. At that moment, Xiao Si's eyes turned crimson, as if flames danced within them. As a battle-hardened warrior, he knew every fight demanded his utmost effort. With a thunderous boom, a towering blaze erupted, engulfing Xiao Si's Zero-type mecha entirely. In an instant, the fire-clad mecha flashed before Wang Chu. This was Xiao Si's pride, the blazing charge. The soldiers watching gasped in amazement, only to see the Wei Yuan Swordfighter mecha react even faster. Wang Chu controlled the mecha's right arm with lightning speed, grabbing hold of Xiao Si's mecha head with precision. In the next moment, a deafening crash resounded as the ground caved in, sending debris flying, and Xiao Si's mecha head was buried deep in the crater. You won't hold back, and neither will I. With a crisp, snapping sound, the fire extinguished, scattering into faint sparks. The third-tier Zero-type mecha's armor shattered instantly under the impact. The crowd of dozens of spectators fell silent, stunned by the overwhelming disparity in power. You've got to be kidding me. This is a first tier? Then what does that make us? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Chu stood up, dusting off his hands, and turned to Chen Xiang with a calm expression. Colonel Chun, they'll have to trouble you to send me home. Thank you. The surrounding soldiers swarmed toward him, clamoring for autographs with great enthusiasm. Not long after, a transport ship landed at the Star City Alliance military base. To show respect, Chun Xiang personally escorted him. Upon arriving at the destination, two familiar mechas descended one after the other. Su Shi's personal ride and the sixth-tier mecha of Star City Alliance's elite pilot, Lin San. After some playful banter between Lin San and Chen Xiang, the matter came to a close. Back at the villa, Elusa finally reverted from her spirit sword form, stretching lazily. Wang Chu's gaze instinctively followed her, causing her to blush and quickly turn away. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Chun was persistently fishing, though without any success. Eventually, he set down his fishing rod and asked solemnly, Wang Chu, have you already been cursed twice now? 2 curses? Who do you think you're looking down on? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disdain. Since Su Chen asked, he couldn't be bothered to hide it. Su Chen's pupils suddenly widened, and his expression changed drastically. 3. His voice turned serious. When did you kill another Abyss envoy? I didn't. It's just the 2 curses from the spider goddess. Wang Chu replied calmly. Su Chen frowned deeply. Being cursed isn't something to joke about. You've only been a pilot for a few days, and you're already carrying 3 curses. This could be a problem. Wang Chu spoke nonchalantly. I don't know much about Abyss curses. Right now, the Abyss seal is the biggest issue, but it's kind of a blessing in disguise. I gained an extra blessing slot. Plus, the Abyss seal hasn't even taken effect yet, so it's like getting a free 500 attribute boost. A first-tier pilot who can match a 4th-tier, how is that not impressive? And this isn't even my trump card. The courtyard fell into silence. After a long pause, Suchin couldn't help but ask, Wang Chu, aren't you curious how many curses I have? Wang Chu glanced at him indifferently. Why ask? So you can show off? One show-off here is enough. You son of a. Suchun cursed inwardly, baffled as to who the real 7th-tier pilot was. Why was showing off so difficult? Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset and continued. It's normal for high-tier pilots to carry a few curses. That's just how the Abyss messes with people. I'm carrying 4 curses, and that's even after an Abyss god fell. I've been a pilot for so many years, fought countless battles, and only ended up with 5 curses. You've been at this for just a few days and already have 3? And worse, you've caught the spider goddess's attention. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner in Shangjing, in a room spanning several hundred square meters, a young man sat cross-legged. Before the door even knocked, he spoke. Come in. The door opened slightly, and a butler, impeccably dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair, bowed respectfully. Young master, there are 2 pieces of news. First, the vice principal of Haifo Mecha Martial Academy will personally attend this year's National Mech Martial Exams. Any student he sets his sights on will be admitted directly, and may even have the chance to become his disciple. The butler paused before adding, Haifo is the strongest Mech Martial Academy in the Alliance, surpassing even Shangjing Mecha Academy. This vice principal is an 8th-tier pilot. The young man merely responded with a faint "hmm," showing little interest. The butler hesitated for a moment, recalling the young master's reaction the last time a certain someone was mentioned. After a moment of indecision, he prepared to relay the second piece of news. Young master, the owner of that absolute overclocking ability from Xingqing has appeared in Yang City. Not only did he break into the Abyss dungeon again and slay Storm Demon Richie, the 3rd-ranked envoy under the Storm Goddess, but he also defeated a Tier 3 mech pilot in one strike at the Yang City Alliance Army base. Hearing this news, Tang Yuqi, who had been sitting with his eyes half closed, slowly opened them. A sacred light flickered in his golden pupils. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. One who stands above others will be resented. It seems this person doesn't understand the principle of not drawing unwanted attention. Does he really think the abyssal deities will let him off so easily? Tang Yuqi said coldly. Young master, you're absolutely right. He's only achieved 2 SS level ratings and already dares to act so arrogantly in front of the Alliance army, as if he truly earned first place purely by skill. The butler chimed in, though he secretly grumbled to himself. He vividly remembered the young master's haughty demeanor when he emerged from the Abyss trial dungeon, his arrogance practically reaching the heavens. But when he found out his score didn't surpass by Hao, the war god, he only twitched an eyelid and muttered, fair enough. However, upon learning that another pilot not only achieved an SSS rating, but also surpassed by Hao to claim first place, the young master had been so furious he stomped around the house in frustration. And now here he was, speaking of, standing out too much. Suddenly, Tang Yuqi stood up, and with a wave of his right hand, a surge of powerful energy rippled outward from him, filling the room. In an instant, brilliant light illuminated the space, and an exoskeletal mech encased in radiant wings materialized out of thin air. As the sacred wings unfurled, each feather emitted a pure and holy brilliance, and the room was suffused with a divine aura. Suspended midair, Tang Yuqi's golden eyes gleamed with a commanding arrogance, as if he were a deity descending to the mortal realm. The 2 golden 5-point stars on his waist symbolized his status as a Tier 2 mech pilot, as well as the extraordinary rarity of his golden grade mech. I will let the world know during the National Mech Combat Exams, he said, his tone calm and indifferent, that so-called geniuses are merely the threshold to meet me. If the heavens did not create me, Tang Yuqi, then for eternity, mech combat would remain in darkness. The butler prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead touching the floor in reverence, though internally he couldn't help but complain. Young master, do you really have to show off this much, especially when there's only me here to watch? Whoosh! Wang Chu let out a soft breath. Beside him, Elusa deactivated her spirit holy sword form and collapsed onto the ground, clearly drained from maintaining the transformation. Wang Chu glanced at her, but chose to ignore her. A gentle breeze swept through as Wang Chu silently pondered. This was the final dungeon run before the National Mecha Combat Examination. His brief half-month career as a pilot had been far more thrilling than the past 18 years of his life combined. However, Repeatedly clearing dungeons with ease was starting to feel monotonous, akin to the fatigue players sometimes experience when assembling models. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst from Su Wanjing's body. Wang Chu, I've reached level 20, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Level 20 already? Wang Chu's face lit up with surprise. Since it's still early, hurry and tackle the Abyss trial. You should be able to advance to Tier 2 before tomorrow's national exam. Got it. Su Wanjing responded enthusiastically, then scrunched her delicate nose. If it weren't for that spider goddess being so nasty, you'd already be level 22, Wang Chu. Doesn't matter. Wang Chu shrugged. We've already secured our recommendation. As for the curse, I have a feeling we'll encounter that spider goddess soon enough. Oh right. Su Wanjing suddenly remembered. I've got a module I just picked up for you. After completing the rune trade, Wang Chu examined the module's details and his eyes widened in shock. Destruction mode. Quality. Gold tier skill. Effect. Activates the Mech's potential, entering destruction mode. Consumes 80 of the Mech's current durability. Base attributes increase by 1000 for 20 seconds. What the hell? This is practically tailor-made for me. Wang Chu exclaimed in excitement. A Godder skill module like this would have even an 8th tier pilot fighting tooth and nail for it, let alone someone like Su Chun, who was still at tier 7. The durability consumption mechanism was especially noteworthy. It was calculated based on the current value, meaning the lower the remaining durability, the less it consumed. It perfectly suited his combat style. Where did this come from? Wang Chu asked eagerly. Su Wanjing flashed a mysterious smile. Just dropped it. Wang Chu felt his intelligence being insulted. How could a first-tier nightmare dungeon drop such a godly item? Why wouldn't it be? Su Wanjing's lips curled into a sly smile. My luck has always been that good. With the conversation reaching this point, Wang Chu naturally didn't press further. He thought to himself that asking more would only make him seem overly fussy. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Ding. Destruction mode successfully learned. Solid. It's all solid as hell. This classic line from Uncle Bao felt especially fitting at the moment. The scene shifted. In the depths of the abyss, faint, eerie lights flickered on and off. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a zither broke the silence. The surroundings began to distort and shift, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. From the darkness emerged a tall, lanky man. His skin was unnaturally pale, and he raised a hand in greeting. Oi. Long time no see, lower 4. In front of him, a long-haired woman in a simple dress was seated, softly plucking the zither. When she slowly lifted her head, her delicate, oval-shaped face and striking figure immediately drew attention. However, her eyes were wrapped in black cloth, and most shocking of all, her face had no mouth. She was a voiceless woman. Ah, you're still as cold as ever. Won't even catch up a little? Just say something, anything. The man shook his head, sighing in mock frustration. The voiceless woman gave no response, only strumming the zither strings again. In an instant, the scene transformed. The two now stood in a brightly lit palace, where 3 others were already waiting. The man's grin never wavered as he scanned the room, teasing, Oh my, looks like I'm late, hum? Lower 5 isn't here? Don't tell me she got herself killed? I always said, strutting around in those thigh-highs every day isn't safe. The world's full of perverts. See? Told you so. Shut up. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the man's head had already been severed, rolling several times across the floor. Strangely, his disembodied head still spoke. Up, his body wobbled over, picked up the head, and reattached it as if nothing had happened. Upper 2, you're always so violent. No wonder lower 5 didn't like you. But there's no point talking about it now she's dead, after all. Ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter abruptly ceased as he, along with the other 4 present, knelt in unison. We welcome the goddess. At some point, a strikingly seductive figure had taken the seat of honor. The spider goddess sat with her legs elegantly crossed, her black, sheer gown clinging to her curves, exuding an air of allure. Her flawless face was adorned with deep, captivating violet eyes, her brows arched like crescent moons, and her gaze as serene as autumn waters. Resting her cheek lightly on one hand, she regarded them with cold indifference and asked, Well, why aren't you speaking now? The tense atmosphere spread instantly. Kneeling on the ground, Shang San's face was ashen, his already pale complexion now even more bloodless. Shang'er's head had just been severed, and blood continued to drip from the wound. Yet, what caught the eye even more was the cold sweat streaming down Shang'er's lifeless face like a waterfall. On the throne, the spider goddess curled her lips into a seductive smile. Got carried away, didn't you? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Her words struck Shang San's mind like a sledgehammer, shattering his thoughts completely. His breath stopped, his mind went blank, leaving only a hysterical scream echoing in his heart. It's over. Everything is completely over. Relax, I'm not going to kill you right now. The spider goddess ran her slender fingers through her hair, her eyes brimming with allure. After all, your pathetic lives still have their uses tomorrow. Shang-San let out a quiet sigh of relief, as if he had been given a new lease on life. Any death would be better than dying by the spider goddess hand. But then, a question arose in his mind. What kind of mission would require all the divine envoys to act at once? After all, the 3 senior envoys each possessed 7th-tier power, while the 3 junior envoys were all formidable 6th-tier warriors. With the spider goddess blessing, every envoy wielded unique, extraordinary abilities far surpassing ordinary pilots in combat. As Shang-Tsung's thoughts churned, the spider goddess spoke coldly, that useless Xia carrying a trace of my divine power into a first-tier instance and still failing to deal with a newly awakened pilot. Even more shocking was the fact that this pilot seemed to have caught the attention of the storm goddess, Alicia. Suddenly, the spider goddess voice thundered like a storm. Absolute overclocking power this time. I must claim it. All the envoys, except for the silent, blindfolded woman, widened their eyes in shock. Absolute overclocking? The legendary power capable of helping abyssal deities break through the 8th-tier barrier? It was said that some abyssal deities had indeed succeeded in breaking through using this force. Shang-Tsung's thoughts began to wander. If it's absolute overclocking, then does that mean I could bow down and start kowtowing? At the command, the large head fell to the ground, bloodied and battered. This gruesome scene confirmed a harsh truth there. Every move, every thought, was under the control of the spider goddess. Seated high upon her throne, the spider goddess let out a coquettish laugh. Did you really think you worthless fools could retrieve absolute overdrive for me? Tomorrow, I'll handle this myself. The next day marked the start of the annual National Mecha Combat Exam in the Xia Empire. It was not just a grand event for the nation, but one that captured the attention of the entire alliance and even the world. This year, the anticipation was greater than ever, thanks to the presence of a legendary rookie pilot who had consecutively achieved 2 SS rankings and secured the top spot. With a deafening roar, several towering mechas each about 13 meters tall pierced through the sky and landed steadily in front of the Star City Trial Tower. The area surrounding the tower was heavily fortified, with over 1,000 Alliance military pilots standing guard inside and out. As the mechas touched down with a resounding thud, thousands of aspiring rookie pilots gazed up at the colossal machines, their eyes brimming with hope and admiration. In front of the trial tower, a temporary podium had been set up, where the principals of various schools were seated. On the surface, they appeared to be discussing the futures of these young mecha pilots and predicting potential outcomes of the exam. In truth, their conversation was far more mundane. Hey, Lao Li, I heard you've been frequenting the 4th floor lately? Who told you that? Li Guoqing's face flushed red. How dare you slander my good name? Come on, everyone knows you've been visiting the Peach Blossom Pavilion on the 4th floor. After some teasing, the topic shifted to the 2 prodigious students. By the way, where are Wang Chu and Su Wanjing? Haven't seen them around. Li Guoqing raised a finger mysteriously and pointed upward. They're up there. At that moment, atop the trial tower, Wang Chu, the center of attention, was enjoying special privileges. Unlike the ordinary candidates waiting in line on the plaza below, he was exempt from such formalities. Uncle Su, how secure is this exam? Wang Chu inquired. Su Chen shrugged. For you? Completely safe. None of the monsters here are anywhere near as strong as an abyssal envoy. You know that's not what I mean, Wang Chu retorted with an eye roll. There's never been a precedent of abyssal envoys or even abyssal deities invading the exam. After all, the trial tower is essentially a dungeon located within the abyssal incursion zone. Su Chen studied Wang Chu for a moment before asking, what's the matter? Are you scared? Beside him, Su Wanjing gently took Wang Chu's arm. Brother Wang Chu, I'll always be by your side. Wang Chu broke into a radiant smile. If I were scared, I wouldn't have shown up today. Su Chen chuckled and gave Wang Chu a firm pat on the shoulder. Then go out there and show the world that absolute overdrive has arrived. Holy crap, what an insanely cool pair of wings. In Trial Tower Exam Room 654, a group of pilots gathered around, their attention fixed on the star of the mecha fleet. It was an exoskeleton mech entirely forged from liquid gold, its massive golden wings gleaming brilliantly under the light. How many Alliance coins would it take to make gold of this purity? This is insane absolute fortune. Someone exclaimed in awe. Unlike Wang Chu's sleekly designed, powerfully mysterious and strikingly stylish full-coverage combat mech, known for its smooth lines and named Wei Yuan Swordfighter, this mech screamed extravagance at every turn. That's Master Jing, the eldest son of the Tang family from Shangjing. Someone recognized the mech's owner. Wang Chu stood among the crowd, his gaze drawn to the exaggerated wings. They perfectly embodied the aesthetic of today's social gaming players' bigger wings, flashier gear, and an unapologetic overload of special effects. Like a peacock flaunting its feathers, This golden crispy chicken instantly became the center of attention. What stood out even more was the 2 golden stars on his waist, symbolizing his rank as a second-tier pilot. As Wang Chu pondered, the dazzling golden mech strode directly toward him. "You're Wang Chu from Xingqing? The owner of Absolute Overclock?" The mech's pilot, Tang Yuqi, asked in a cold tone. The surrounding spectators immediately buzzed with excitement, anticipating an epic showdown between powerful opponents. "That's me," Wang Chu replied, frowning slightly. "Bro, that mech of yours is pretty cool. How much for the blueprint?" This unexpected response left everyone stunned. "Not for sale?" Tang Yuqi sneered. "There's nothing I, Tang Yuqi, want that I can't get." 30 million alliance coins. Wang Chu said, taking a deep breath. 50 million. It'll go 1 billion. Deal. Meanwhile, far away in Shangjing, Tang Yuqi's father watched the scene unfold on his screen, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's my boy. Just like his old man, he's got at least a third of my charm." Before Wang Chu could fully grasp the thought process of this golden crispy chicken, Tang Yuqi had already produced a legally binding contract from his spirit pattern. After signing it on the spot, Wang Chu found himself inexplicably holding a black-gold alliance card. The sound of the trial tower echoed loudly. Along with the booming broadcast, the examination rules were announced. All candidates will be categorized based on the type of core chip they possess. Floors 1 to 50 will follow a solo combat mode, while floors above 50 will transition to a cooperative and competitive 2-person mode. Candidates may choose to withdraw from the exam at any time. The rules were similar to previous years, testing not only the pilot's individual abilities but also emphasizing teamwork. While the mechanism might create alliances between strong contenders, as the examiner stated, heroism is admirable, but we do not encourage reckless solo actions leading to unnecessary sacrifices. As the countdown reached 0, the mechas in exam hall 654 lit up brilliantly, and the teleportation began. Ding! You have entered the first floor of the trial tower. As the light dissipated, Wang Chu found himself inside the trial tower. Through the screen ahead, he saw a small hopping bird Bobo, ranked at level 1 with unimpressive stats. Strength 5, Agility 5, Defense 5. Definitely a freebie, Wang Chu thought. As the screen vanished, he delivered a simple punch, easily eliminating Bobo in an instant. Ding! First floor cleared. Time taken, 0.1 seconds. Durability 1. 1 durability consumed per floor. Wang Chu calculated swiftly. By the 50th floor, he'll still have 50 left, just in time to meet up with Su Wanqing. With her healing support, durability won't be an issue. Wang Chu was well aware of the nationwide live broadcast of this mecha martial arts exam and decided to carefully manage his durability consumption. His reasons were twofold: to keep his ripple ability hidden, even if he had to withdraw, and to guard against potential abyss invasions. Second floor, third floor. Wang Chu advanced effortlessly, defeating every opponent with a single punch. On the main platform, Li Guoqing watched Wang Chu's performance with a satisfied smile. This kid has a good strategy. Even with the overwhelming advantage of an absolute overclock core chip, he stays composed and aims for the most efficient way to clear the levels. The 6th floor spot is undoubtedly his. However, as the floors climbed higher, viewers of the live broadcast began to chatter. By all logic, the difficulty of the trial tower should gradually increase. Yet Wang Chu continued to defeat opponents with a single punch. In stark contrast to the grueling struggles of other pilots, his effortless victories sparked speculation about whether a system glitch had occurred. Something was definitely off, very off. The thought simultaneously crossed the minds of countless pilots watching Wang Chu from behind their screens. Hadn't he already reached the 35th floor? How was he still effortlessly dispatching the assessment monsters with just the force of his punches? On the podium, several school principals exchanged doubtful glances. Knocking out a Bobo with a punch's shockwave wasn't surprising, had pitiful stats of 555 across the board. A mere sneeze from Wang Chu could probably take it down. But now, he was on floor 30-something. On the screen, Wang Chu had already advanced to the 36th floor. The opponent, a Pidgeotto-class monster, Abyss Tier 1, level 15, with a strength of 360, agility of 420, and defense of 300. One principal adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, it's a Pidgeotto, the Sky Sovereign of Tier 1 Abyss monsters. Known for its sensitivity to wind-based attacks, there's no way it could be taken down by Wang Chu's punch shockwave, right? Yet, before the thought even settled, the Pidgeotto let out a skyward screech only to be instantly shredded by a horrifying gale of fist-generated wind. The principals collectively leaned back, audibly gasping as if their shock alone contributed to global warming. Was Wang Chu really a Tier 1 pilot? Had he somehow painted over the stars on his badge, turning his 2 stars into just one to play the fool? Li Guoqing couldn't hold back and cursed. What the hell? Every candidate activates their mecha after entering the arena. He quickly added, relax, oldly, it was just a joke. But seriously, even among the Tier 2 pilots this year, Do any of them perform at such an absurd level? The group turned their attention to other screens. On one, a golden, crispy-looking chicken floated in midair, flanked by 3 massive dwarf star cannons. As soon as the barrier dropped, the cannons unleashed 3 beams of devastating white light, obliterating the abyss monster into nothing but dust. On another screen, Su Wanqing had transformed into a smoking angel, wielding a small handgun and going pew pew pew. Despite its small caliber, the gun's destructive power rivaled that of the dwarf star cannons, also achieving instant kills. The group stared in stunned silence. While not as outrageous as Wang Chu, these two were no slouches either. It wasn't uncommon for pilots to bulldoze their way up the trial tower, but managing to clear every floor in under 0.1 seconds? That was a feat only Wang Chu, Su Wanqing, and the Golden Chicken pilot had achieved. It seemed the top scorer of this year's national mech exam would undoubtedly come from one of these 3. How enviable for old Lily Guocheng couldn't help but smirk to himself. Once they reached the 50th floor, the challenge would shift to team-based combat. Wang Chu and Su Wanqing were bound to team up, which meant the national championship was securely within their grasp. No matter who claimed the title, it would be a victory for Xingqing No. 1 High School. A guaranteed win. Ding. You have cleared the 49th floor. Time spent, 0.1 seconds. Total time, 4.9 seconds. Rating, perfect. You have earned 50,000 assessment points. Current total, 50,000 points. The trial tower's notification echoed in Wang Chu's ears as he was teleported to a new room. It appeared to be a safe zone, a transit area where pilots could take a brief rest after clearing 49 floors. Scanning the room, Wang Chu noticed a device resembling a computer in one corner. He placed his hand on it, and the machine lit up. Ding. 10 durability restored. Attention. On the 50th floor, there will be multiple supply points, each capable of restoring 10 durability. Each supply point can only be activated once. The system notification flashed before Wang Chu's eyes. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he silently appreciated the humane design by the examination committee. As a pilot, he deeply understood that durability was the lifeline of a mech. Every year, countless pilots were unable to retreat in time after their mech's armor was breached, ultimately falling prey to the claws of abyssal creatures. The rule of thumb dictated that retreat was necessary when durability dropped to 5. This year's National Mech Combat Examination was no exception, and these supply points were undoubtedly a lifeline for the examinees. Pushing open the door of the safe house, blinding sunlight poured in at once. Before him unfolded a magnificent natural panorama. In the distance, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist. Below the mountains, an expansive emerald forest swayed gently in the breeze. Nearby, a wide river flowed relentlessly, its shimmering surface reflecting the azure sky. Ding, you have entered the 50th floor. Map access is now enabled, the system prompt announced. The 50th floor of the trial tower is an open-world environment inhabited by numerous terrifying abyssal creatures. Defeating them will earn corresponding points. Time limit for the 50th floor, 119:59:59. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he'd encountered an open-world assessment method in the National Mech Combat Examination. He pulled up the map, where a mini-map module appeared in the top right corner. A yellow dot marked his current position, while several fixed white dots represented the supply points. He knew full well that the first 49 floors were merely a filtering process. The real competition began here. The abyssal creatures were limited in number, and so was the time. He had to act fast. Boom. The Vaiyuan sword fighter model erupted with power, creating a deep crater in the ground as its sleek, silver-white frame shot into the sky like a cannonball. The crimson tassel atop its head traced a striking red arc in the air, like a signal flare. In another corner of the vast open world of the 50th floor, Su Wanqing caught sight of the flash of red and her eyes lit up. Brother Wang Chu, I'm coming to heal you. The other examinees reacted differently to the scene. Ordinary pilots were left in awe of Wang Chu's incredible flight speed, while the high-ranking pilots narrowed their eyes. They could tell Wang Chu wasn't merely flying. He was riding the wind. This, perhaps, was the manifestation of his unique overclocking ability. Although this world of universal mecha has long defied scientific explanation, all of its movements and developments still adhere to certain rules. At this moment, the audience stared intently at Wang Chu's puzzling flight posturino energy thrusters generating counterforce. No wings or auxiliary mechanisms, just pure flight seemingly out of thin air. This defies science. A heated discussion erupted among the spectators. Could it be some kind of special skill module? I remember that before Xiao Miao became a 5th-tier pilot, he had a flight combat skill called Green Cloud Wings that was pretty impressive. Stop fantasizing. This has to be Wang Chu's wind manipulation ability from Absolute Overdrive. Inside the trial tower, Wang Chu finally reunited with Su Wanqing. Seeing Wang Chu approaching, Su Wanqing bounced on the spot with excitement. Brother Wang Chu, you came to find me right away. Wang Chu gently waved his arm, and a breeze immediately lifted Su Wanqing into the air. She quickly activated her absolute support ability, and a radiant white thread of light instantly connected to Wang Chu. Healer in position. Durability restoration initiated. Wang Chu flashed a confident smile. Let's go and show everyone what true justice from above looks like. On the live broadcast of the National Mecha Combat Exam, two figures streaked across the sky. Wang Chu, wielding the rocket launcher transformed by Alusa, dominated the airspace like a sovereign ruler, unleashing relentless bombardments on the abyssal creatures below. The points notifications kept updating. Defeated level 18 Shadow Bat Leader, gained 5,000 points. Defeated level 15 Blood Marsh Crocodile Elite, gained 2,000 points. Defeated level 20 Abyssal Drake Lord, gained 15,000 points. This spectacle left the audience in awe. Although they had witnessed fifth-tier pilots in massive mechas unleash even more devastating firepower during the Abyssal War, Wang Chu was only a first-tier pilot. It was like watching a baby who had just learned to crawl suddenly stand up and knock out an adult with a single punch, completely defying common sense. Atop the trial tower, Su Chen watched Wang Chu's performance and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Wang Chu, Wanqing, and the Tang family's golden crispy chicken were all essentially on the same level of the 50th floor at the same time. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, Wang Chu had already cleared about a quarter of the massive 50th floor area. The Tang family's golden crispy chicken was relatively lucky, spawning in the upper left corner and avoiding an encounter with Wang Chu while managing to score points by taking down a few abyssal creatures. As for the other pilots, some had painstakingly climbed to the 50th floor, only to have their excitement crushed as the moment they opened the door to a safe house, it exploded right in front of them, forcing them to slam it shut again in terror, thinking, the 50th floor is insanely dangerous. Given such overwhelming power, it's no surprise that someone like Wang Chu could effortlessly slay abyssal envoys, even those restricted by the abyssal dungeon's tier limits. Su Chen couldn't help but silently mourn for the spider goddess envoy, Aileen, and the storm goddess envoy, Richie. It wasn't that they were weak, it was simply their misfortune to have crossed paths with Wang Chu. Better luck in the next life, perhaps. As Su Chen was beginning to think this year's National Mecha Martial Arts exam was about to conclude, his brows furrowed. Wang Chu exhaled deeply, finding the continuous cannon fire somewhat exhausting. 20 minutes had passed, and he had explored nearly every corner of the minimap visible in his field of vision. At least 80 of the abyssal creatures that had spawned on the 50th floor had been taken down by him. Meanwhile, Wang Chu's points had skyrocketed to a staggering total of over 1 million. Without a doubt, he was the undisputed frontrunner. Even as a support, Su Wanqing had managed to rack up an impressive 800,000 points. Ding! All abyssal creatures on the 50th floor of the trial tower have been cleared. The National Mecha Martial Arts exam is now concluded. At that moment, all examinees heard a faint static sound. Everyone froze in confusion. What was happening? Wang Chu and Su Wanqing exchanged a serious glance. As expected, what was meant to come had finally arrived. And sure enough, it all felt inevitable. Theses time. The crackling sound came from above. Everyone instinctively looked up. The once clear blue sky seemed to split open, as if a piece of paper had been torn, revealing a small fissure. The fissure expanded further, ripping wider and wider, as an ominous abyssal aura began to seep out. The next second tap, a pair of long, pale, and shapely legs stepped through the fissure. Following them, towering snow-white peaks came into view. As the figure fully emerged from the abyssal rift, her tall, elegant stature, exquisite curves, and a black gown that clung tightly to her body revealed a flawless silhouette. Her long, ink-like hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few strands swaying gently in the breeze. Yet no one present had the capacity to admire this beauty, because on her forehead was a striking purple spider emblem. It was the spider goddess Meredith, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The sudden appearance of the spider goddess, Meredith, instantly transformed the entire space. The bright blue sky darkened into a deep purple, and the flowers and plants in the forest quickly withered and died. Wang Chu squinted up at the proud figure in the sky. The moment their eyes met, an indescribable tension filled the trial tower. Meredith gracefully rested her left arm across her chest, her right hand lightly placed on top, her slender fingers idly twisting a strand of hair. Her violet eyes gazed down at Wang Chu on the ground, filled with an air of disdain and arrogance. Her imperious demeanor only served to awaken a deep-seated desire for conquest. Su Wanqing unconsciously clung tightly to Wang Chu's arm, her nervousness in the face of the spider goddess clearly evident. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a little spider, Wang Chu said with a grin. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind lifted the hem of Meredith's black gown. Wang Chu immediately activated his Abyssal Eye. Though Meredith reacted quickly to press down on her skirt, a glimpse of white did not escape his notice. This discovery made Wang Chu's gaze toward Meredith turn peculiar. Who would have thought that someone so cold and commanding on the outside has such a pure little inner world? A faint blush spread across Meredith's cheeks, and her pale fingers clenched tightly. The harmless nature of this unexpected intrusion caught her off guard, leaving her no choice but to instinctively press down her skirt. "You scoundrel!" she spat, glaring at Wang Chu as she waved a hand to halt the howling wind. At that moment, 5 divine envoys emerged one by one from the rift behind her, kneeling in midair and awaiting the goddess's command. Meredith regained her earlier icy composure, lowering her gaze slightly as she gave a soft "Go," she ordered. "Bring the absolute overdrive back to me." After a pause, she added, "Alive." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the world outside the trial tower. The crowd in Star City stood stunned, as if they had been struck by a series of heavy blows. Just moments ago, a rift had torn through the sky of the 50th world layer, and a stunningly elegant woman had stepped out from it. Then, the live broadcast signal abruptly cut off. What the hell just happened? Did the signal drop? Or is it the internet? Hey, where's the network admin? Come on, I was watching the best part. How can it just collapse like that? The scene erupted into an uproar. Li Guiqing and several other headmasters shot to their feet, their faces grave. A heavy atmosphere descended over the audience. Before long, seasoned pilots began stepping forward to offer their analyses. Something's not right. A wave of commotion spread through the examination hall. An abyss invasion? How is that even possible? The principal of number 3 high school furrowed his brows deeply, his expression grave. Never in the history of the National Mecha Combat Examination had there been an abyss invasion. The examination system had always maintained strict control over the dungeons. He hesitated, glancing at the crowd. "Have you noticed the appearance of that woman?" Before he could finish, Li Guiqing couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Who the hell does she look like? Just spit it out." The principal swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "She looks like the spider goddess Meredith." The words hit Li Guiqing like a sledgehammer. "The 6th floor? No, my students." Without hesitation, he activated his exoskeleton mech and bolted toward the top floor of the trial tower. Right now, only Su Chun, a 7th-tier mech pilot, could help Wang Chu. The news spread at lightning speed. Within a minute, National Mecha Combat Exam Dungeon invaded by the Abyss was trending online. Heated debates erupted across the internet. Some questioned the security of the examination system, while others pointed out that while rare, dungeon invasions were not entirely impossible. At the top floor of the trial tower, Su Shi burst in, flustered. "Master, the dungeon's been invaded by the Abyss." Su Chun, sitting calmly, faced the now glitching live broadcast screen. "Yes, I know, but it's the spider goddess." Su Shi stomped anxiously. "She can completely bypass the dungeon's tier restrictions? How could the young master and miss possibly stand a chance against her?" Su Chun explained that abyss invasions typically occurred in 2 forms. 1. Injecting divine power to enhance the dungeon monsters, and 2. The direct intrusion of a deity or their emissaries. However, both deities and emissaries could expend divine power to elevate the dungeon's tier, as the storm demon Richie had done in the past. On the 50th floor of the trial tower, Wang Chu stared at the spider goddess in the sky, a confident smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Despite facing an abyss deity and 5 emissaries, he remained unshaken. He and Su Chun had been prepared for this. Suddenly, feathers began to fall from the sky. "This is..." Tang Yuqi, the golden crispy chicken, glanced at his wings and suddenly realized something. A blinding light tore through the heavens as a massive mech descended slowly before the spider goddess. Its angular white frame gleamed, and its enormous snow-white wings eclipsed the sky-endless waltz, the white snow. "It's the Snow White. We're saved." Cheers erupted from students in every corner. This legendary mech was renowned across Daxia, and its pilot, Bai Hao, an 8th-tier mech master, was revered as the war god of Daxia. The 5 divine envoys instantly became alert, unconsciously stepping back. The oppressive aura emanating from the Snow White was no less intimidating than that of their goddess. "Well, if it isn't the famous Snow White," Meredith chuckled, covering her mouth mockingly. Bai Hao ignored her provocation. With a flap of its wings, countless feathers scattered into the air. A gentle breeze stirred, and each feather danced gracefully, weaving an infinite waltz in the sky. In an instant, the feathers converged into a massive sphere, enveloping the Snow White and the spider goddess. The sphere compressed, shrank, and then vanished completely. The scene shifted to a vast, white expanse. Standing tall at over 20 meters was the pristine white mech, and before it floated a strikingly elegant woman, her lithe figure forming a stark contrast. "So, this is your world?" Meredith asked, crossing her arms. The Snow White nodded. "Welcome to my world, White." Meredith sat down gracefully, letting a high heel dangle from her pale toes. Since you've brought me into your world, why not bring those 5 useless envoys along too? Aren't you worried they might kill the absolute overdrive wielder? She flashed a charming smile. Or perhaps you think with those 5 around, you truly meet your end here. You said it yourself, theory useless, Bai Hao replied calmly. Under the suppression of the dungeon's hierarchy, how could they possibly stand a chance against Wang Chu? Oh, that mutt's name is Wang Chu, is it? Meredith's anger flared as the name reminded her of the earlier gust of wind. Rising abruptly, a massive shadow of a spider materialized behind her, its 8 legs moving menacingly, exuding a suffocating pressure. Her violet eyes gleamed with penetrating insight as she smirked coldly. You came to save Wang Chu? No, you're just a lunatic craving battle. Meanwhile, the 5 divine envoys plummeted at astonishing speed, the friction against the air igniting flames that streaked across the sky like meteors. They crashed heavily into the ground, shaking the earth as they encircled Wang Chu and Su Wanqing. Shang San performed a refined noble bow before raising his gaze to meet Wang Chu's. Sir, do you have any last words before you die? A deadly atmosphere instantly blanketed the surroundings. Wang Chu's cold eyes scanned the 5 divine envoys as his abyssal eye activated, revealing their attributes in full detail. Flame Fiend Divine Envoy Form. Lord level, Tier 2, level 30. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 6,000. Defense, 5,000. Description. A being formed from molten lava, serving as a divine envoy under the Spider Goddess, ranked first in the sequence. Skills: Flame Fist, Elementalization, Burn to Ashes. Weakness: Water capable of extinguishing lava. Shadow Assassin Divine Envoy Form. Lord level, Tier 2, level 30. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 10,000. Defense, 3,000. Description: A master of shadow manipulation, capable of stealth and invisibility in darkness, serving as a divine envoy under the Spider Goddess, ranked second in the sequence. Skills: Merge into Darkness, Extreme Kill, Blink. Weakness: Light that can illuminate all darkness. The third in rank is the Death Knight, the fourth is the Faceless Lyricist, and the sixth is the Venom Orc. Due to the dungeon's level limitations, all are uniformly Tier 2, level 30. Looking at their stats, Wang Chu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Among these 5 divine envoys, even the one with the highest strength couldn't break through my defense. What kind of ridiculous plot progression is this? It's like those anime villains who think they're clever and try to block the protagonist in the beginner's village before they've grown stronger. But surprise, the protagonist has already maxed out their level while hiding in the beginner's village. The third-ranked envoy snorted coldly. What are you laughing at? No one has ever been granted such an honor. To have all 5 of us, the Spider Goddess divine envoys, take action together, it's a privilege for you. Wang Chu burst into laughter again. Pfft. Sorry, this is just me showing how scared I am. Pfft. Wang Chu realized he needed to work on controlling his expressions. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The second envoy narrowed their eyes, took a step back, and disappeared into the shadows. The 6th envoy spoke in a low voice. Second, I know you want to avenge the 5th, but the goddess specifically ordered to capture him alive. They were already celebrating prematurely. The 4th envoy, being the most cautious among the 5, wanted to remind the others not to underestimate their opponent. However, she had no mouth to speak. Attack. The first-ranked Flame Fiend let out a thunderous roar, filled with intense killing intent, shaking the entire world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a single feather floated down from the sky. The 5 divine envoys instinctively reacted, retreating rapidly at the sight of the feather. Is that the 8th tier mech pilot coming? They looked up. In midair, a golden crispy chicken flapped its meaty wings with great effort, feathers falling continuously. The chicken landed on the ground but stumbled awkwardly. Cough, cough. Tang Yuchi quickly adjusted his posture, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep, exaggerated voice. With the sun and moon in my grasp and stars at my fingertips, none in this world can compare to me. Who dares to cause trouble in front of Lord Tang? Wang Chu and Su Wanqing exchanged glances. Don't worry, everyone. The Spider Goddess is definitely going to be taken down by Wang Chu. Idiot. A curse echoed from the shadows. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and a dagger shot toward its target with lightning speed. Clang. The precision strike hit the golden shield of Tang Yuchi, the metallic sound reverberating through the air. A burst of golden light erupted from Tang Yuchi's body, and before he could even retract his smug pose, he froze in disbelief. His life-saving artifact had activated on its own. Help! 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 Abandoning all pretense, Tang Yuchi demonstrated his ultimate survival instincts, frantically hitting the rescue button 5 times within a second. He retreated swiftly, taking cover behind Wang Chu with a flawless escape route. So, what exactly was your plan? To come out here and get turned into finger-licking chicken? Wang Chu asked coldly. Damn it. Are these god emissaries really that powerful? They just sent my golden holy shield straight into cooldown with one hit. Tang Yuqi stared at the scene before him in shock, finally realizing that the 5 bosses were all level 30, tier 2 entities with terrifying stats. He silently regretted being so focused on finding the perfect landing angle that he forgot to check their attributes first. Wang Chu's eyes lit up, quickly catching onto a crucial detail. Golden holy shield? That's an incredibly rare golden survival artifact. They say it can withstand a full force strike from a tier 5 pilot. It's the dream of every low-tier pilot. Looking at the suddenly more likable golden chicken, Wang Chu spoke quickly. Hey buddy, let's make a deal. You fund it, and I'll take them all down for you. What do you say? Tang Yuqi frowned. Do I look like an idiot with more money than sense? These bosses are clearly here for you. Why should I be the one to pay? You're right, they are after me. Wang Chu replied with a smirk. But I can outrun you. 1 god emissary for 50 million alliance coins. 5 for a package deal of 200 million. I'll even count all 5 as your assists. Tang Yuqi sucked in a sharp breath, reluctantly acknowledging the weight of the threat. He had witnessed Wang Chu's near teleportation level flying speed before. If Wang Chu really decided to ditch him, Tang Yuqi would undoubtedly become the punching bag for these bosses. Besides, for someone like him, problems that could be solved with money weren't really problems. Even so, he still cast a skeptical look at Wang Chu. You can actually take them down? If you keep stalling, these god emissaries won't wait for us to finish chatting, Wang Chu said, glancing at the menacing figures. If not for Tang Yuqi's unexpected appearance momentarily distracting them, the battle would have already begun. Fine. Here's the money. Deal. Tang Yuqi agreed, transferring the funds. With a satisfied grin, Wang Chu turned to face the god emissaries. His lips curled into a cocky smile, his mood soaring with exhilaration. Sorry to keep you waiting, chefs. You may start serving the dishes now. These words completely enraged Shangyi. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, instantly making the air around him heavy and suffocating. 2 insignificant ants dare to act so brazenly here, using our lives as bargaining chips? Do you even regard us divine envoys in your eyes? Shangyi roared. As a 7th-rank powerhouse who had roamed the abyss for decades, he had never endured such humiliation. Boom. A towering wave of flames surged upward, condensing into a fiery demon giant over 10 meters tall. The giant swung its massive flame fist, as large as a truck, and brought it crashing down with immense force. Su Wanning and Huang Jinquapiji quickly retreated, leaving Wang Chu standing alone in place. Are you insane? Do you have a death wish? Tang Yuqi shouted in terror. While Su Wanning was tense, she had unwavering faith in Wang Chu. She believed brother Wang Chu never acted without certainty. The fiery fist descended like a meteor, engulfing Wang Chu entirely. The entire 50th level world trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. What the hell? The goddess said we need him alive. Shangyi, are you trying to get us killed? Shangsan's face turned pale. How was I supposed to know he wouldn't dodge? Shangyi was equally stunned. Cooked works too, right? Before his words settled, Shangsan suddenly felt a foreboding sense of danger. All 5 divine envoys turned their eyes sharply toward the dissipating smoke and dust, where a figure clad in silver-white armor gradually came into view. How is this possible? Shangyi exclaimed in disbelief. Although they had all been suppressed to 2nd rank level 30 in this instance, as envoys of the spider goddess, their attributes were supposed to be overwhelmingly superior. What are you thinking, my friend? Wang Chu dusted himself off, tilting his head as he spoke. That attack couldn't even break through my defenses. What's so surprising? Put in a bit more effort, and you might make a decent masseuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the air rippled faintly. Shang'er's figure shot out from the shadows, his dagger gleaming coldly as it targeted Wang Chu's throat. Clang! The dagger scraped against the surface of Wang Chu's reinforced sword armor, sparking but leaving no mark. Retreat! Shang'er's assassin instinct screamed in alarm. He immediately activated his teleportation skill, reappearing beside Shangsan. My friend, are you giving me a pedicure now? Wang Chu stood unmoved. Too bad you can't even scratch my toenails. Divine envoys, 7th rank powerhouses, one reduced to being called a masseuse, the other a pedicurist? Attack him together! Shangyi roared in fury. Wang Chu stood calmly as his elven sacred sword, Elusa, transformed into a broad and heavy blade. Turning slightly to Tang Yuqi behind him, he said, Huang Jinquapiji, watch closely. This strike is going to be expensive. Boom! As Wang Chu swung his sword, the world seemed to lose its color. Empowered by the might of the dragon's claw, this strike shattered the limits of a 5th-tier pilot, stepping directly into the threshold of the 6th tier. There was no dazzling display of sword energy, only the sheer, overwhelming force of raw power. At the forefront, the flame demon and the venomous orc were cleaved in half simultaneously. The system notifications immediately followed. Successfully killed Flame Demon Divine Envoy form, level 30. Rune experience 36,000. Successfully killed Venomous Orc Divine Envoy form, level 30. Rune experience 28,000. Each time a Divine Envoy was slain, it attracted the Spider Goddess's attention, and her curse deepened. But Wang Chu couldn't afford to care. With another swing of his massive sword, the Faceless Loot Maiden collapsed. Successfully killed Faceless Loot Maiden Divine Envoy form, level 30. Rune experience 28,000. Shang San trembled in terror, realizing with shock that its weapon had somehow slipped from its grasp and fallen to the ground. This feeling was incomprehensibly it. A 7th-tier Divine Envoy who had slaughtered countless 6th and 7th-tier pilots was now paralyzed with fear in front of a mere 1st-tier being. A 1st-tier, how could they possibly be this strong? Shang San stared at the golden 5-point star on Wang Chu's chest, a sense of absurdity welling up inside. Is that star even real? Just as Shang San sank into despair, a scream echoed from the shadows where Shang Er had been hiding. Then, silence fell. The crisp sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Shang San collapsed to its knees, gazing up at the purple sky. Hearing Wang Chu muttering in frustration, "Attention, attention, attention, every time I kill a Divine Envoy, I get watched again," it suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Shang San stared unblinkingly at the sky. So that's it. So that's why the Spider Goddess summoned all 5 of us Divine Envoys together. System notifications flashed in quick succession. Successfully defeated Death Knight Divine, Form Lord level 30. Sigil experience 36,000. Obtained Fire's Joy Weapon Module. Obtained the token of the Spider Goddess's Divine Envoy. Obtained Undead Heart Gold quality. You have slain the Divine Envoy of the Spider Goddess. The Spider Goddess's gaze couldn't be more intense. Under the Spider Goddess's watch, your curse has reached its maximum stack. With this, all 5 of the Spider Goddess's Divine Envoys had fallen. Not one of them had lasted more than a single round against Wang Chu. Holy crap. Amazing. Brother Wang Chu, from now on, you're my big bro for life. Golden Crispy Chicken and Su Wanjing ran over excitedly as the battle concluded. Don't come any closer. Wang Chu suddenly turned and shouted. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. A suffocating, overwhelming presence surged like a tidal wave. Behind Wang Chu, a crack slowly opened in the void, and the Spider Goddess stepped out gracefully. Her face bore a serene smile, her eyes glimmering with a gentle allure. She leaned slightly, whispering softly into Wang Chu's ear. Did you enjoy the show? Wang Chu's mind exploded with realization. It finally dawned on him. The 5 envoys hadn't come to kill him, they had come to offer themselves. Their purpose was to ensure he accumulated the full set of gazes, allowing the Spider Goddess to use the power of 6 gazes to bypass Baihao's battlefield and appear directly before him. No pilot had ever managed to kill 6 envoys of the same goddess, so no one had discovered that 6 gazes could open a portal. White's not bad, Wang Chu said, feigning calm. But personally, I think you'd look better in purple lace. The Spider Goddess let out a silvery laugh. Oh, if you survive, perhaps you'll get the chance to see. Before her words had fully landed, an overwhelming aura erupted, instantly knocking Su Wanjing and Golden Crispy Chicken unconscious. Wang Chu's Vanguard Sword Fighter was covered in violet cracks, and the system frantically notified him of durability loss. 1. Yet, there wasn't a trace of panic on Wang Chu's face. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Do you hear that? That's the sound of the gene lock about to activate. Roar. The Wei Yuan Warrior Sword Combat Mecha let out a beast-like roar. Its silver-white armor was instantly covered with dense cracks, accompanied by sharp, shattering sounds. The fractures spread rapidly like a spiderweb, crawling wildly across the entire surface of the armor. Meredith crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly upward, her eyes exuding an air of supreme arrogance and authority. What a delightful sound, she chuckled softly, as though savoring the prelude to an imminent fireworks display. This was her favorite moment, the crescendo of dismemberment. Heh, Wang Chu sneered coldly. Is that all you've got? The Wei Yuan Warrior Sword Combat Mecha's true glory only begins after the genetic lock is unleashed. Wei Yuan Warrior Sword Combat Mecha. Destruction Mode. Activate. At his command, a deafening engine roar erupted, accompanied by a blaring BGM, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. The fully enclosed Wei Yuan Warrior Sword Combat Mecha began to unfold, section by section. For full effect, search for Unicorn Gundam Destruction Mode on TikTok. The mecha's remaining 40 durability was instantly consumed by 80, leaving a mere 8. But that was enough. With the 1000 stat boost brought by Destruction Mode, the Wei Yuan Warrior Sword Combat Mecha's overall attributes skyrocketed to an astonishing 3000. The data panel flickered wildly. Rank: Tier 1 Level 22 341 220 0000. Strength: 4,995,400,000 46,350 3600. Agility, 2,685,023,434 Defense, 2,550,022,503. This translated to an overwhelming 50,000 points in raw strength, along with agility and defense both exceeding 25,000 points. Such a terrifying boost in stats elevated the Wei Yuan warrior sword combat mecha to an unprecedented level of power. Meredith's expression shifted. As a deity of the abyss, she could clearly sense Wang Chu's current attribute values. Her body trembled slightly with excitement. So this is the power of absolute overdrive? It's simply magnificent. Even during her previous battle with the white snow class opponent of the same tier, she had never felt such an intense surge of battle lust. She narrowed her eyes, trying to suppress the turmoil within her. So this is your trump card, Wang Chu? No wonder those worthless divine envoys of mine fell at your hands. With half of his faceplate shattered, Wang Chu's lips curled into a calm, faint smile. The moment the words fell, a silver-white lightning bolt tore through the void, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Wang Chu's figure appeared like a phantom before Meredith. The ability of the Abyssal Eye allowed him to instantly discern all of his opponent's attributes. Spider Goddess Meredith. Abyssal Deity Rank. Tier 2, Level 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Defense, 15,000. Fate. Mysterious Abyssal Deity Fate. Cursed Fate. Skills. Weakness, lower abdomen. These attributes made Wang Chu secretly alarmed. A Tier 2, Level 30 opponent with an average of 15,000 in stats was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had encountered so far. But compared to me, you're still far behind. Wang Chu roared, raising the Elven's sacred sword high as a terrifying surge of power flooded into the blade like an unstoppable torrent. A radiant yellow sword light slashed downward, tearing through the void in its path. How naive, Meredith sneered, raising her delicate hand slightly. Barrier. A thin, black barrier, as fragile as a cicada's wings, instantly formed before her. Though it appeared delicate, it was a product of extreme energy compression. Boom. The sword strike collided with the barrier, and the deafening explosion reverberated throughout the space. The terrifying sword energy rippled along the barrier, cleaving a distant hill in two. The fierce winds lifted Meredith's black hair, yet her face still bore that mocking smile. At this moment, her attributes had skyrocketed. Rank, Tier 4, Level 50. Strength, 75,000. Agility, 75,000. Defense, 75,000. Are you kidding me? Raising your level cap just like that? Shameless. Wang Chu cursed. However, he wasn't surprised. After all, his opponent was an experienced deity who had roamed the abyss for years. Still, Meredith's actions clearly consumed divine power, and she hadn't pushed her level to the maximum. This suggested that she wasn't as composed as she appeared. Meredith, you've been using your divine power to block the Snow White, haven't you? Meredith blinked her large eyes and nodded calmly. You're right. But to deal with you, this much divine power is more than enough. An indescribable power surged within her, and behind her, the massive shadow of a spider materialized, shrouded in darkness and emanating an aura of sheer terror. Wang Chu, your absolute overdrive will be mine. The spider's shadow let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the space around it to tremble. It raised its two front legs, as massive as giant spears, and thrust them down with immense force. The air screeched sharply, and the ground was obliterated under the devastating impact, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Meredith crossed her arms over her chest, her breathing uneven, causing her chest to rise and fall. Having depleted decades of accumulated divine power, she felt a hint of emptiness, but to obtain the power of absolute overdrive, it was all worth it. She walked slowly into the swirling smoke and dust. Suddenly, a lazy voice echoed from ahead. Amid the haze, a faint silhouette could be seen stretching with raised arms. Nothing beats the comfort of wearing nothing at all. The dust settled. The mech suit on Wang Chu's body had reached its durability limit under Meredith's terrifying full-force strike and shattered into pieces. The fragments scattered like streams of light and surged madly into his body. Why? Meredith stared at the boy standing close before her, her delicate brows furrowed. Why aren't you afraid at all? You've lost the power of a pilot. What's waiting for you now is only death. Countless pilots had turned to dust under her hands. She had witnessed numerous faces filled with despair in their final moments, and that feeling always brought her a twisted sense of pleasure. But this boy before her showed not a single trace of fear. Is that so? Wang Chu chuckled softly. It seems your divine power has truly run dry. You've even lost your basic judgment. By now, he had fully absorbed the fragment power of the Wei Yuan Mech sword dual type. Final ripple. Activate. Unlock my genetic lock. Badump. Badumph's heartbeat accelerated dramatically. After 15 days of routine training with Saitama-like endurance, his physical capabilities skyrocketed 200 times in an instant. His muscles swelled, brimming with overwhelming power. Strength, 21,000, 818,000, 803,000. Agility, 12,000, 809,000, 803,000. Constitution, 13,000, 10,000, 3,000. Spirit, 13,000, 210,000, 203,000. Although these stats were not on par with the destructive mode of his mech form, they were more than enough to deal with Meredith, who had now fallen to Tier 2, level 30. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively took a step back. As a spider, her sensitivity to danger was unparalleled, and alarm bells were ringing frantically in her mind. How could this once insignificant human now exude such a terrifying aura of threat? In the next instant, Wang Chu stomped his right foot into the ground, creating a crater several centimeters deep, and launched himself toward Meredith like a cannonball. The elven holy sword Alusa had already transformed into gauntlets on his hands. Veins bulged on his right arm as he concentrated all his power. Boom! His punch landed squarely on Meredith's abdomen, distorting the surrounding air with its force. Her body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Few 21, 800 strength points doubled with the dragon's claw effect. That punch probably knocked the history out of you, Wang Chu said with a grin. Meredith struggled to prop herself up, coughing out a mouthful of black blood. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. What just happened? Honestly, even now, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. Wang Chu's actions had completely surpassed her understanding. He had clearly lost his mech, and the human body was supposed to be a completely useless existence. Yet the strength unleashed from Wang Chu's seemingly frail body was almost on par with his mech's power. Her heart trembled in shock. She thought back to the time she had sent Eileen to ambush him. Eileen had been equipped with a group of underlings, and the rapid decay power bestowed by a sliver of divine energy. Yet, against all odds, she had failed miserably. Because of that, she had personally orchestrated today's ambush. To get close to Wang Chu, she expended a considerable amount of divine power to trap the Bai Shui ship. It was all for seizing the absolute overdrive power before it attracted more attention from other abyssal deities, or matured further. But now, did I fail to? No, there's still a chance. Wang Chu definitely can't maintain this state for long. He must already be at his limit. Thinking this, Meredith felt her restless heart begin to calm. However, before she could even smirk, a size 42 foot slammed into her face with brutal force. Yang Mi's foot had found its target. Meredith's body tumbled across the ground, her bones shattering in multiple places. Please, forgive me, she pleaded, barely clinging to life as she lay on the ground. Her desperate will to survive made her abandon all divine dignity. She began to prop herself up and kowtow repeatedly. Spare me, and I'll sign a contract with you. I'm an 8th tier deity. I will become your most loyal servant. Wang Chu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He had to admit, Meredith's offer was tempting. After all, she was an 8th tier abyssal deity, and her current predicament was simply due to a misstep. Besides, those long legs and her resemblance to Yukino's elegance made her quite an appealing companion. But then again, what if she turned out to be an evil QB in disguise? Without hesitation, Wang Chu extended his size 42 foot again, stepping firmly on her face. That once exquisite, now slightly bloodied face was pressed deep into the sand. Your offer is quite tempting, but trash like you-hoes always plotting to kill my safest when dead. Spider Goddess Meredith, Abyssal Deity level 30, defeated successfully. Spirit Mark experience 220,000. Abilities acquired, Godslayer gold quality. Modules acquired, Abyssal Deity Mark gold quality. Materials acquired, Soul Bone 8 Spider Spears multifunctional tool. Materials acquired, Egg Rainbow quality. Materials acquired, Fragment of Spider Goddess Soul gold quality. Ding! The Spider Goddess has fallen, and the curse on you has been lifted. A cascade of glowing light poured into Wang Chu's spirit mark. Jackpot! Everything was gold quality or higher. Just as Wang Chu was catching his breath, a system notification echoed. Ding! Abyssal Deity Spider Goddess Meredith has fallen within the borders of Xia. Godslayer, Wang Chu. What the heck? There's an all-server announcement too? Under the clear blue skies of Star City, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall, as if mourning someone in silence. Amid the soft patter of rain, the entire city was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Then, a deafening notification echoed simultaneously in the minds of all pilots. Abyssal Deity Spider Goddess Meredith has fallen within the borders of Daxia. Godslayer Wang Chu. For 10 seconds, silence reigned. Then, an earth-shattering cheer erupted throughout Star City. Wang Chu killed a god? No way. That's impossible. When was the last time an abyssal deity fell? Shocked exclamations rippled through the city like a tidal wave. Wang Chu stood motionless, processing the moment. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had encountered such a situation. Thinking back, the last time an abyssal deity had fallen was over 20 years ago. Not just in Daxia, but across the entire human world, no such news had emerged in decades. My name is going to spread across the entire blue planet now, Wang Chu muttered with a self-deprecating smile. Too bad there's no popularity system. Otherwise, it'd be off the charts by now. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He strode quickly towards Su Wanqing, who lay unconscious on the ground. Gently lifting her, he carefully checked her condition and let out a small sigh of relief. She was merely knocked out by the shockwave and hadn't sustained any serious injuries. Reflecting on the harrowing battle, Wang Chu felt a wave of gratitude. The original plan had been for him to handle the divine envoy while Bai Hao, the war god, kept the spider goddess occupied. Unexpectedly, the goddess had used her ability to teleport by mere gaze, catching them off guard. Fortunately, they had managed to kill her in the end, and the annoying curse had disappeared along with her. Wait, the curse. Wang Chu suddenly remembered and immediately checked his spirit patterns. To his delight, the two blessings from the elven goddesses that had been tied to the curse now remained intact, standing independently. Each one boosted his mech's attributes by 500. This is an unexpected windfall. Just as he was about to inspect the other items the spider goddess had dropped, a massive shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Bai Hao's mech, the Snow White, spreading its pristine wings as the colossal machine hovered above him. Wang Chu assumed Bai Hao was about to land for a chat, but instead, Bai Hao merely glanced at him, swung his laser sword, and vanished into a spatial rift. He left. Wang Chu shrugged, feeling slightly baffled. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll save my gratitude for next time, Wang Chu thought. If it hadn't been for the mysterious individual draining a significant amount of the spider goddess's divine power, he might have been completely consumed. He had a vague feeling that his next encounter with that enigmatic figure wouldn't be too far off. As soon as he returned to the villa, the elven holy sword, Elusa, impatiently transformed back into her elf form. Her small face was adorably rosy, but she was currently pouting with her hands on her hips. Divine Envoy, can you please stop turning me into a pair of brass knuckles in the future? Huh, why not? Brass knuckles are so handy to use, Wang Chu replied nonchalantly. Whether it was a longsword or a greatsword, he always felt awkward using them. Punching with brass knuckles or blade-fitted gauntlets just felt more natural to him in his current state. Elusa's cheeks turned even redder as she stammered. There are things I really can't bring myself to say. When I transform into a longsword, you're just holding the hilt, but as brass knuckles, it's just not okay. Hey, now you're giving me orders? Transform into brass knuckles. In the corner, Su Wanjing was holding her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The internet was flooded with praise for Wang Chu being the top scorer in the national martial arts exams was nothing compared to his current status as a true Godslayer. She discreetly wiped the corner of her mouth and secretly rejoiced in her heart. Such an amazing Wang Chu is my brother. As for Su Chen, one of the top-tier 7th-rank combatants in Daxia, he was currently attending a critical meeting regarding the Spider Goddess incident. After teasing the now flustered and crimson-faced Elusa and watching her hurriedly dash into the bathroom, Wang Chu finally relaxed into the sofa. He began examining the spoils he had obtained from the Spider Goddess. The first was the Godslayer ability, a golden tier power that dealt an additional 20 damage to abyssal beings, including divine entities, while also reducing 20 of incoming damage and granting 20 more experience. Though its effects would grow stronger as more abyssal deities were slain, abyssal deities weren't exactly common. In his spiritual pattern space, the most eye-catching item was a radiant, rainbow-colored egg. This rainbow-tier artifact was said to be capable of hatching various creatures, depending on the materials used. Wait, it can hatch anything? Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. What about gods? Could it hatch a god? Wang Chu was startled by his own thoughts. Was he actually considering nurturing a deity? The idea seemed absurd, yet he couldn't help but wonder if it was just an exaggeration. If he remembered correctly, something had dropped after defeating Meredith. Ah, there it was. Wang Chu rummaged through his spirit patterns and finally found the golden quality spider goddess soul fragment. Seeing those familiar words brought Meredith's image back to his mind. Admittedly, from an aesthetic perspective, the spider goddess Meredith was exceptionally beautiful in terms of aura, looks, and figure. But after all, this was just an egg. Setting aside whether it could hatch a little spider, even if it did produce the spider goddess Meredith, there was no guarantee she'd pass muster right out of the egg. Of course, Wang Chu wasn't saying he didn't want someone capable. Well, someone incapable wouldn't do either, but not that kind of capable, you know what he meant, right? Whatever, there weren't any other materials left anyway, and it would be a waste to use trash materials on a rainbow quality egg. Without hesitation, Wang Chu placed the spider goddess soul fragment onto the egg. Almost immediately, the fragment emitted a flash of light before vanishing entirely. The egg's progress increased by 20. Only 20? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. It seemed this would require a significant investment of resources. Without delay, he pulled out a pile of materials. Orc hearts, undead hearts, these were all materials dropped by those divine envoys, and Wang Chu fed them all to the egg in one go. If all these precious resources resulted in something useless, he'd have a bone to pick with it. No misunderstanding here, he needed something that could fight. Really fight. With every item he fed, Wang Chu took a sharp breath, his heart aching. He had never been this extravagant before. Each of these golden quality core materials, such as the Dark Elf Queen's heart, was ideal for crafting mechs and would cause a frenzy if put on the market. After feeding 5 core materials from the Abyssal envoys, the egg's progress reached 70. Then, Wang Chu added a batch of golden materials collected from 0-tier and 1st-tier dungeons, pushing the progress up to 80. Ugh, my spirit patterns are completely drained. After agonizing over it for a long time, Wang Chu decided not to feed the last remaining flame demon's heart to the egg. Along with the storm heart dropped by the storm demon Richie, he had 6 core materials from the divine envoys, 5 of which were already used. The flame demon's heart would be set aside for now. As a sequence 1 entity, the flame demon was the strongest among the envoys, and its heart was the most effective and suitable material for him. Currently, Wang Chu had reached level 20 of the 1st tier, meaning he could enter the Abyssal dungeon to compete for advancement. Once he advanced to a 2nd-tier pilot, he could craft his 3rd exoskeleton mech. The flame demon's heart would be reserved for that moment. If he fed it to the egg now, finding such a high-quality material later would be no easy task. Having spent so many alliance coins on a single egg, Wang Chu took a deep breath. Other than the materials he'd already fed to it, the spider goddess drops also included a soul bone, 8 spider spears module, and the abyssal god spirit mark. Wang Chu only gave the soul bone, 8 spider spears a brief glance. The 7 large characters, "You have chosen the path of death," were enough to make Wang Chu hesitate, unease creeping into his heart. What bad luck, what terrible luck. This thing should just be sold off. To handle a module like this, one would need an exceptionally strong destiny. Finally, Wang Chu pulled out a black token engraved with a purple spider and examined it closely. The Abyssal Divine Mark, a special item of golden quality that could enhance the effect of any ability or skill. Its description mentioned that it contained divine power, terrifying beyond measure. Seeing the item, Wang Chu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. So, the Abyssal Divine Mark was a special tool capable of amplifying abilities or skills. The previous pilots who had defeated Abyssal deities must have kept this well hidden. With such an incredible effect, why wouldn't they share it? Were they afraid all the Abyssal deities would be wiped out? To Wang Chu, the Abyssal Divine Mark was more valuable than everything else combined. Even the rainbow-colored egg paled in comparison. Without hesitation, he crushed it. In the next moment, a strange energy surged into his body. Ding! Saitama Physique has been enhanced. Saitama Physique LV2, exclusive ability. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day will make your body incredibly strong. Even your hair has been strengthened now. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. This was an epic-level enhancement. He had been worried about becoming completely bald after 3 years of daily training, but now, there was no need to worry about that anymore. Not only that, but Wang Chu could clearly feel that the attributes gained from his daily training would now increase even more. Unfortunately, he had already completed his daily routine this morning before the National Mecha Combat exam. Otherwise, he'd have rushed out to test it immediately. Since the fact that the Abyssal Divine Mark could enhance the Saitama Physique was now confirmed, Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing into the void as a murderous aura erupted from him. At that moment, many Abyssal deities suddenly shivered, a cold sweat running down their backs. As soon as the 8th hour cooldown for his mech was over, Wang Chu dived straight into the 2nd-tier Abyssal trial. To grow stronger, not a single moment could be wasted. Besides, he still needed to gather materials to feed the egg. The Abyssal Dungeon Ancient Ruins Abyssal Trial. Tier: 2nd-tier dungeon. Difficulty: nightmare level. Main quest: destroy any one of the ancient ruins. Time limit: none. A chaotic battlefield. A world of endless repetition. Will you become one of them, or will you stand alone? As his vision gradually cleared, Wang Chu found himself standing by a long riverbank. The river appeared neither deep nor wide, and the current seemed gentle enough to wade through easily to the other side. Wang Chu slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes following the river's path until they landed on the opposite bank. As soon as he discerned the scene across the river, his brows furrowed tightly. In stark contrast to the vibrant and lively land where he stood, the opposite side was completely consumed by the aura of the abyss, reduced to a desolate, pitch-black wasteland. All the plants and trees had withered away, leaving a lifeless and oppressive atmosphere. The abyssal energy was so dense it felt suffocating. However, when Wang Chu lowered his eyes to examine the ground beneath his feet, he noticed that not only was it entirely free from the abyss's corruption, but it also radiated a strangely familiar energy. Just as he was trying to recall where he had encountered this sensation before, the elven holy sword, Elusa, suddenly transformed into her human form and exclaimed in shock, "It's the World Tree. I can feel the aura of the World Tree." This revelation instantly sparked Wang Chu's memory. No wonder the energy felt so familiar, had indeed encountered the World Tree before. During his Zeroth tier, he had come across a corrupted, writhing World Tree, and later, in the first tier, he had met a version of the World Tree that, though beginning to fall into decay, still retained some of its original essence. Both experiences had left a lasting impression on him. It seemed that this abyssal trial was once again connected to the World Tree. A chaotic battlefield, a world that repeats itself. Wang Chu silently pondered the cryptic description of the trial, inwardly grumbling about the riddle-like nature of these mission instructions. Just then, the ground beneath the grassy field began to tremble. Elusa immediately transformed back into her blade form and vanished, while Wang Chu stood his ground, keeping a vigilant eye on the direction of the approaching noise. Before long, a towering minotaur wielding an enormous club emerged from around the corner. The system promptly provided information about the figure. Earthshaker Minotaur, Lord Level Boss, Tier 2, Level 23, with detailed attributes. More importantly, this formidable warrior from the Radiant faction seemed to be quite familiar with the area. To Wang Chu's surprise, the Minotaur merely gave him a puzzled glance before continuing toward the opposite bank, muttering something about starting the fight. Wang Chu immediately followed, keeping a close watch on the Minotaur's movements. Judging by its confident stride, it was clear this was not its first time traversing this blackened land. The increasingly intense sounds of battle ahead confirmed Wang Chu's suspicions. Two factions were locked in a fierce conflict. Thunderous crashes and explosions echoed continuously, shaking the entire landscape. Suddenly, an unexpected announcement echoed across the battlefield. Shadowfiend has slain Clockwork. Shadowfiend is on a killing spree. Shadowfiend has slain Puck. Shadowfiend has achieved a double kill. Shadowfiend is dominating the game. The series of system alerts reverberated through the forest, accompanied by the gold rewards for each kill. 300, 350. Wang Chu froze for a moment, thinking how over-the-top this game was, even using server-wide announcements. Not far away, Earthshaker, hearing the alerts, quickened his pace while grumbling in frustration, "Damn it, stuck with these two useless noobs again. Looks like this one's a loss." As Wang Chu ventured deeper into the battlefield, a fierce scene unfolded before his eyes. A blackened soul demon, radiating a heavy abyssal aura, was in relentless pursuit. Ahead of it, a masked humanoid figure with a battered body was desperately fleeing in their direction. The system immediately displayed information about the fleeing character. Dominating Lord rank, Tier 2, Level 26. Strength, 2200, Agility, 3500, Defense, 2800. Skills, Blade Fury, Healing Ward, Blade Dance, Omni Slash. Mask description: a brave and fearless swordsman on the battlefield. A highly respected juggernaut of the Radiant. Help, help, help. Earthshaker, save me. The so-called brave and fearless juggernaut screamed desperately for help as soon as he saw Earthshaker. While Wang Chu internally mocked the irony of such fearless warrior resorting to frantic cries for help, Earthshaker was already in action. He pulled out a massive staff from his back and slammed it into the ground with force. Boom. A massive stone wall, 30 meters long and 5 meters high, erupted from the earth. Wang Chu couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of this terrain-altering ability. Such a skill was invaluable for rescuing allies or blocking enemies. However, from behind the wall came the enraged shouts of Juggernaut. "Earthshaker, you idiot! What the hell? How did this stupid wall end up blocking me?" A new system announcement quickly followed. Shadowfiend has slain Juggernaut. Shadowfiend has achieved a triple kill. Shadowfiend is unstoppable. Another 500 gold was added to the tally. Earthshaker showed no remorse, instead muttering while running away, "Hey, I calculated the timing perfectly. Why'd you take a weird turn? Huh? Never saving you again. I'm out, I'm out." Wang Chu thought the fight might be over, but that blackened figure suddenly teleported right next to Earthshaker. A sinister whirlwind engulfed Earthshaker, sending him spinning uncontrollably through the air. The enemy had caught up. The Earthshaker swayed unsteadily in the fierce wind, clearly disoriented by the gusts. Wang Chu frowned as he stared at the sudden appearance of the Soul Demon, quickly scanning the attributes of this Shadow Fiend Lord. Second tier, Level 30. Strength, 2000, Agility, 4800, Defense, 2500. It wielded skills such as Shadow of Destruction, Feast of Souls, Demon King's Descent, and Requiem of Souls, marking it as a fearsome soul reaper. The violent wind that had lifted the Earthshaker off its feet was none other than a control skill of the Shadow Fiend. Wang Chu weighed his options, debating whether to intervene. He knew he could dispel the wind with a single thought, but the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The Earthshaker, aligned with the Radiant faction, seemed to represent justice, while the Shadow Fiend, emanating an aura of the abyss and rooted in this dark, decaying land, was naturally labeled as evil. Wang Chu recalled the main quest of the dungeon: destroy any one of the ancient ruins. According to the mission parameters, whether he chose to side with the Radiant, the Dire, or remain neutral, completing the Abyssal trial required the destruction of an ancient ruin. After a few moments of contemplation, Wang Chu decided to intervene. His decision wasn't made for the Earthshaker, but for the World Tree of the Radiant faction. Not only did his connection with Elusa incline him toward the Radiant, but every Abyssal trial from Tier 0 to his current second tier had involved the World Tree. There seemed to be an important secret hidden within. The roar of the engine from his guardian swordfighter form erupted in the forest. The Shadow Fiend abruptly turned its head, the soul flames in its eyes flickering violently. It sensed a threat of death emanating from this unfamiliar silver figure, a chill more terrifying than the abyss itself. In the next instant, Wang Chu's figure vanished like a bolt of lightning, appearing before the Shadow Fiend with a speed rivaling that of a blink dagger. A powerful punch struck the Shadow Fiend's abdomen, instantly shattering its soul-bound body. Imprisoned souls burst forth, their wailing cries echoing through the forest. A massive soul shockwave rippled outward, and Wang Chu, standing closest, bore the brunt of the damage, his durability dropping by 5. Considering the vast difference in their attributes, the Shadow Fiend's counterattack was no small feat. The system promptly announced, "Oh, has slain the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend's reign of terror has come to an end. Oh, has earned 1,200 gold. Successfully defeated Shadow Fiend Lord, level 30. Soul Mark experience 25,000. Earned 1,200 gold. Gold coins?" Wang Chu frowned slightly. This dungeon was indeed unique. It was the first time he had seen a boss drop such an item upon being defeated. While he was lost in thought, the Earthshaker next to him had already started galloping at full speed. Despite being injured by the soul shockwave from Shadow Fiend's explosion earlier, the bull still ran impressively fast. "Father, run. If we don't hurry, they'll all respawn." "Huh, father? Are you talking to me?" Wang Chu asked in confusion as he followed the Earthshaker towards the Radiant's territory. As soon as they crossed into Radiant's domain, the Earthshaker visibly relaxed and began talking non-stop. "Father, are you a new hero? I've never seen you before. You're amazing one punch, and you sent that idiot Shadow Fiend straight back to the fountain. Father, don't tell me you're already fully equipped with 6 divine items." "You don't need to call me that," Wang Chu said in a low voice. The Earthshaker chuckled. "Heh, old bull here has a 55 win rate, all thanks to knowing how to flatter. Anyone who leads me to victory is my big daddy." Through his conversation with the Earthshaker, Wang Chu gradually began to understand the essence of this Abyss trial dungeon. It was a world similar to MOBA games from his previous life. All the heroes, whether it was the deceased Clockwork, Puck, Juggernaut, or the Shadow Fiend he had just obliterated with a single punch, could respawn at the fountain. Heroes earned gold by securing kills, purchased equipment, and their ultimate goal was to destroy the opposing team's ancient. "Old bull," Wang Chu asked, looking at the Earthshaker, "why are you so fixated on destroying the enemy's ancient?" "Huh, father, you don't know?" The Earthshaker looked genuinely surprised. "Oh, right, I almost forgot this is your first time in an ancient war. We were born into this world, and destroying the Dire's ancient is our mission." "Mission? So you've been fighting all this time?" "Of course." The Earthshaker puffed out his chest. "I'm the strongest Tauren warrior of the Radiant. I've been fighting forever." And, he added, "Father, my 55 win rate didn't come easy. With you around, it's bound to go even higher." Underneath his helmet, Wang Chu's expression grew increasingly heavy. "And what do you gain by destroying the Dire's ancient?" The question left the Earthshaker stunned. Its eyes suddenly turned vacant. "Gain? What do I gain? Isn't it just what I'm supposed to do?" Hearing this answer, Wang Chu felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, his steps faltered. Emerging from the dense forest was the towering world tree, piercing the heavens. Wang Chu carefully examined the towering ancient tree, comparing it to the world tree he had encountered during the first tier Abyss trial. Though they appeared similar, he could clearly sense that this was definitely not the same world tree. At that moment, the Earthshaker beside him began acting strangely, scratching its head and ears incessantly, as if Wang Chu's earlier question had struck a nerve in its subconscious. "What's wrong? Growing a brain now?" Wang Chu asked with keen interest. The Earthshaker's expression turned pained. "Dad, I don't know what's happening. My head suddenly hurts like crazy, and fragments of memories that don't belong to me are flooding in." I think I saw fireworks. Wang Chu squinted his eyes, observing the Earthshaker's reaction closely. Its expression didn't look fake. Could it be that his casual question had actually triggered the awakening of this bull? What was this? Artificial intelligence suddenly becoming self-aware? As the Earthshaker writhed in pain, a gentle breeze passed through, causing the dense leaves of the world tree to rustle softly. Accompanied by this sound, the Earthshaker's expression gradually calmed down. At that moment, a lean, masked man descended from the high ground. It was the Juggernaut who had just fallen in battle, had already respawned at the fountain. Goddamn it, Earthshaker. Can you time your block better next time? The Earthshaker was unfazed by Juggernaut's complaint and merely snorted twice. You three charged in and got yourselves killed, and you have the nerve to complain? 3 against 1. And you still got counter-killed. Do you even know how to play? Are you kidding me? Who fed the Shadow Fiend so many kills and fattened him up in the first place? Juggernaut retorted. Then his gaze shifted to Wang Chu. Hey, who's that guy next to you? This is my big dad, Earthshaker said proudly. He one-shotted Shadow Fiend. Impressive, huh? Whoa, that's badass. While Juggernaut and Earthshaker continued their banter, Wang Chu's gaze remained fixed on the massive world tree at the center of the Radiant camp. Just a breeze was enough to bring the Earthshaker back to normal. This stirred deep thoughts within him. What kind of existence are you? Why do you exist? And what is the purpose of this world? He recalled his earlier in-depth conversations with Elusa. According to her, she had complete memories of being born, growing up, training, and eventually meeting Wang Chu. Her experiences, whether joyful or sorrowful, were all real. She was not just a simple NPC but a living, breathing elf. This led Wang Chu to hypothesize that each dungeon was an independent world, or perhaps an independent timeline rather than a pre-programmed virtual world in a game. As for the world tree, its existence must also be independent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have intervened to stop the Earthshaker's awakening. Meanwhile, Juggernaut and Earthshaker continued their casual conversation. Suddenly, a strange and tense atmosphere filled the air. Vroom, the low rumble of an engine echoed from beneath the silver-white armor, shattering the silence as the ground trembled faintly. A few heroes, freshly resurrected and ready to farm for gold, were drawn to the unusual commotion, while the mindless minions continued their pre-programmed march, utterly oblivious to the changes around them. Earthshaker stared at Wang Chu's figure, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Dad, what are you planning to do? Fear began to creep into his mind. Am I about to become beef meatballs? Wang Chu's feet slowly lifted off the ground, and he rose into the air. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted from his body, reducing trees within a radius of hundreds of meters to dust. The heroes of the Radiant faction turned pale as their eyes locked on the storm's epicenter, where the glowing golden eyes of the Vanguard Blade combat-type armor burned intensely. The system displayed. Ancient Relic Tier. Tier 2, Level 30 Strength, 0 Agility, 0 Defense, 10,000 Weakness, no description. Existing since the dawn of the world. A crushing sense of oppression descended like an overwhelming tide, leaving the heroes on the ground struggling to breathe. They stared in terror at the silver-white figure hovering in the sky, a sight unlike anything they had ever seen. It's over. The world tree is doomed. Wang Chu gazed at the dense foliage of the world tree, his voice cold yet youthful. I don't know what you are exactly, but if you have a mind of your own, then let's find out. His tone was so casual it felt like he was chatting with an old friend. A torrent of power gathered in his right fist, golden energy swirling violently. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Activate the runes, now! The heroes shouted in panic. Golden light descended from the heavens, and intricate layers of protective runes surfaced on the world tree's exterior. Boom! Wang Chu's full-force punch struck the tree trunk, creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward. Oh, invincible runes? Interesting, Wang Chu remarked, narrowing his eyes as he examined the world tree. But so what? If one punch doesn't work, we'll just throw another. Amid the relentless barrage of strikes, the shockwaves swept across the entire Radiant base, forcing all the heroes to shut their eyes. Just as they thought they might be heading into the next game, the silver-white figure suddenly vanished. The scene shifted abruptly to a blank, empty world. An elderly man with a hunched back and long white hair was gently rubbing the jewel atop his staff. His cloudy eyes fixed on the silver-white armor before him as a mocking smile played on his lips. So much for if one punch doesn't work, throw another? Huh? That wasn't just a punch, you were over there throwing 100 aura punches like it was some kind of workout. Are you the world tree? Wang Chu asked, his curiosity piqued. The old man nodded in acknowledgement, then spoke in a raspy voice. Outsider, why did you do that? Why? Wang Chu rolled his eyes. If you've got something to say, spit it out. If not, you can start preparing for your next life. To be honest, Wang Chu couldn't understand the world tree's reason for stopping him. According to Earthshaker, this world was one of endless cycles, where wars erupted repeatedly. Whether it was the Radiant's World Tree or the Dire's ancient ruins, one side would always be destroyed. So why would the World Tree bother to intervene against him? The elderly man with white hair standing before him didn't seem angry at Wang Chu's rudeness, perhaps because he held a critical advantage over him. His cloudy, inscrutable eyes seemed to hold endless depth. In a raspy, trembling voice, he said, "Outsider, don't attempt to uncover the secrets of this world. The waters here run too deep for you to navigate." Without hesitation, Wang Chu raised his right fist, but the old man immediately changed his demeanor, waving his hands frantically. No, 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 no. Despite standing straight and tall, his cane suddenly seemed unnecessary. "Outsider, I'm telling the truth. You've probably figured it out by now. We're just pitiful beings, trapped in this world, destined to repeat this cycle endlessly. You don't need to see us as enemies. If anything, we're more desperate to leave this place than you are." Wang Chu crossed his arms and stood still, carefully weighing the truth in the old man's words. Sensing that his explanation might not be convincing enough, the old man decided to make an enticing offer. "Outsider, as long as you help the Radiant faction achieve victory, I'll assist you in taking treasures from the ancient ruins out of this world." Take them out? This immediately piqued Wang Chu's interest. He had just learned from Earthshaker that this world contained powerful divine artifacts, each offering incredible attributes and unique traits. Unfortunately, these divine items were bound to this world and couldn't be taken out. "Are you serious?" Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. The old man nodded solemnly. "Absolutely. All right, then just let me take 6 of them out." The old man's expression twisted in frustration. 2. At most 2. You must have noticed by now that, like the other heroes, you have an inventory. You can purchase equipment from the shop, and out of the 6 inventory slots, you'll be able to take 2 items with you. That's my limit. If you don't believe me, you can try now. Wang Chu squinted at the old man for a few seconds before replying calmly, "Fine, 2 it is." When Wang Chu emerged from the World Tree, several Radiant heroes were trapped on their high ground. This situation meant they couldn't venture out to earn gold or acquire new gear. They could only sit there, waiting for their demise. "Damn it, why are you here again, old man?" Earthshaker was the first to recognize Wang Chu. The other heroes shuddered at the sound of his voice. It's that white demon. They still hadn't recovered from the terror of Wang Chu's overwhelming power. Unaware that he had gained this new nickname, Wang Chu merely gave Earthshaker a meaningful smile. "Let's go, kiddo. Dad's taking you to win this game." Before the words finished, Wang Chu's silver-white figure vanished like a bolt of lightning. To buy equipment, you need gold coins. This is a basic rule of the game. Wang Chu initially thought about robbing the shop directly, but then reconsidered. As a morally upright and well-behaved student, such a zero-cost purchase didn't sit right with him. Since that's the case, he decided to farm gold from the enemies instead. Wang Chu darted across the battlefield, his movements swift and precise. A series of system notifications appeared in quick succession. Killed Shadow Fiend, gained 400 gold. Killed Lifestealer, gained 450 gold. Killed Underlord, gained 500 gold. Rampage in progress. In just one encounter, the 5 heroes from the Dire side were sent flying back to their fountain with a single punch from Wang Chu. But he didn't stop there. Instead, he charged straight to the enemy fountain. After all, if the enemies respawn at the fountain, the fastest way to farm gold is to camp right there. In MOBA games, the fountain is typically a safe haven for beginners. To prevent skilled players from dominating low-level matches, game developers often give the fountain extremely high damage. However, Wang Chu stood calmly inside the Dire fountain, as if enjoying a soothing massage. Fountain bro, your massage skills are pretty good, but the pressure could be a bit stronger," Wang Chu joked. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light signaled Shadow Fiend's respawn. But before it could even react, Wang Chu's blade-like fist pierced through it. With a pitiful cry, Shadow Fiend fell back into the fountain. While waiting for the enemies to respawn, Wang Chu quickly browsed the shop for equipment. 2 items promptly transformed into glowing light, merging seamlessly into his Mech's engravings. Deadless Wrath Weapon Module. Tier. Gold Tier 1 Abyssal. Effect. 600 Mech Power Attribute. 100 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. Bonus Attribute. 30 chance for normal attacks to deal 225 damage. Description. Boom. Big Cannon. Heart of Terraclaw Multifunction Module. Tier. Gold Tier 1 Abyssal. Effect. 600 Mech Power Attribute. 100 Mech Durability Consumption Rate. Bonus Attribute. Restores 1 durability per second. Description. The heart of an ancient beast. To ensure he could absorb the module's bonus attributes when advancing to Tier 2, Wang Chu specifically chose Tier 1 modules. With his new gear equipped, it was time to leave. Just as Wang Chu stepped out of the fountain, in a blank void, an elderly man with white hair suddenly shivered. "What are you up to now, you troublemaker?" Under the watchful eyes of the gathered heroes, a silver-white figure slowly rose, hovering in midair. On the surface, all seemed calm. Yet Wang Chu could feel the unsettling undercurrents swirling beneath. He gazed down at the small battlefield below, his eyes sweeping over the relentless skirmishes between the radiant and dire creeps. They swung their fists mechanically at each other, indifferent to the chaos around them, endlessly repeating the same actions day after day, year after year. What a pitiful world, Wang Chu remarked, turning to the assembled heroes. You all have faces, emotions, and thoughts, even recognizing me as your father. But trapped in this eternal cycle, how are you any different from those mindless creeps? As his words faded, a gentle breeze stirred. In an instant, it turned into a howling gale, forcing the towering trees of the forest to groan under the immense pressure. Finally, with a resounding crash, the trees gave way and fell. Earthshaker winced as the wind stung his face. He scratched at it with a hoof and looked up at Wang Chu. Today's wind is unusually noisy, Wang Chu said, glancing at the creature that called him father. A smirk played on his lips. Just for that father you called me, I swear I'll topple these two broken ruins today. Outsider, how dare you? With a thunderous boom, two beams of white light shot out from the ancient ruins of the radiant and dire. Hovering above each ruin were two elderly men, their piercing eyes fixed on Wang Chu. One radiated the sacred aura of the world tree, while the other was shrouded in the dark energy of the abyss. Though their auras were starkly different, their faces were identical. This confirmed Wang Chu's suspicion the two ruins were manifestations of the same entity, locked in eternal conflict either for control or mere amusement. And why wouldn't I dare? If you've got the guts, come fight me, Wang Chu taunted. Yet the two elders did nothing but glare at him, their forms bound in place. Powerless in your own world? Wang Chu sneered. Then prepare to atone for trapping these beings in endless cycles of suffering. With a deafening roar, Wang Chu spread his arms wide. The raging wind, infused with his fury, swirled and coiled between his hands, eventually forming two ferocious wind dragons that roared to life. Earthshaker's eyes widened in shock. Words failed him, and after a long pause, he finally blurted out, "Impressive." And then, in his pupils, two colossal wind dragons suddenly surged out from the silver-white figure's arms. Roar! The deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the dungeon. The two wind dragons, one to the left and one to the right, transformed into a torrential storm, hurtling towards the ancient ruins of Radiant and Dire. Wherever the wind dragons passed, the space twisted and distorted, and the compressed air emitted sharp, piercing howls like the blaring of an apocalyptic horn. The invulnerability runes of Radiant and Dire had long been forced out by Wang Chu. In the next instant, the roaring wind dragons simultaneously smashed into the two ancient ruins. The resulting explosion was so intense that all heroes were instantly plunged into a state of ringing ears. Moments later, the winds ceased and silence returned. System notifications rang out in succession. Completed Stage 2 Trial Ancient Ruins Nightmare Level Evaluation. SSS. Obtained Special Item. Fragment of the Ancient Ruins Gold 2. Obtained Special Item. Fragment of the Frenzied Moon Goal. Obtained Module. World Tree Scepter Weapon Module. Wang Chu returned to his room. A familiar surge of advancement welled up within him. The 6 modules, including Deadless Despair and Leviathan's Heart, were absorbed by the spirit pattern, beginning to nourish the mecha. Modules absorbed. Eternal power increased by 2400. Obtained additional attributes. Critical Strike, Dragon Heart. You have advanced to Stage 2. Level 2023. All attributes increased by 300 points. Gained 300 free attribute points. This fountain blockade was worth it. Not only did he secure 2 overpowered modules, but he also maxed out 1 million stored experience, jumping straight to level 23. Wang Chu's attributes saw an explosive surge. Mecha attributes. Vanguard Sword Fighter Type Exoskeleton Mecha. Core Chip Module. Absolute Overdrive Gold. Weapon Module. None. Left Arm Module. None. Right Arm Module. None. Left Leg Module. None. Right Leg Module. None. Multifunction Module. None. Rank. Stage 2, Level 23 100. 000500000. Strength, 57,000, 903,000. Agility, 39,600. Defense, 39,000. Free attribute points, 300. Durability, not activated. Consumption rate, 1,000. Additional attributes, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Claw, Critical Strike, Dragon Heart. Other status effects, Blessing of the Elven Goddess 2, Wind Affinity. Skills, Abyssal Gaze, Imaginary Foe, Destruction Mode. Abilities, Saitama Physique Exclusive, Wind Stabilization. Wang Chu took a sharp breath as he stared at the explosive attributes. A Stage 2 mecha had a base attribute of 1,000 points, with an additional 100 points added to all attributes per level. With the 530 strength points invested during stages 0 and 1, plus the base, he already had 1830 points. Under the 2000 boost from Absolute Overdrive and the dual blessing of the Elven Goddess, combined with the 1.5x multiplier from the gold quality mecha, if he allocated all 300 free points to strength, just as he was immersed in calculating his attributes, the roar of a mecha engine suddenly sounded outside the villa. Wang Chu. Run. Huh. Wang Chu was stunned for a moment, his mind filled with questions. What just happened? Are aliens invading Earth? Or has a deity from the abyss come to wreak havoc? He quickly looked out the window, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. A towering mech over 10 meters high was descending slowly into the villa's courtyard. From his current floor, Wang Chu found himself at eye level with the machine, and something about it felt strangely familiar. He frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered someone. Wasn't this the 6th-tier examiner from the Imperial Mecha Academy, Teacher Zhang? He swiftly opened the window and asked calmly, Teacher Zhang, what brings you here so late at night? Teacher Zhang's tone was urgent. Wang Chu, you need to leave now. There's no time to waste. Wang Chu seemed to have a hunch about Zhang's intentions. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, though he remained indifferent. What's the rush? Inside the mech, Teacher Zhang's expression shifted between frustration and anxiety. He was deeply troubled. News of Wang Chu slaying the spider goddess during the national mecha combat exams had spread like wildfire across the country, thanks to the server-wide announcements. Now, universities from all over the world were aware of Wang Chu's extraordinary talent as a newcomer. Through insider information, Zhang had learned that even the top 10 schools globally had dispatched pilots to Daxia to compete for Wang Chu's enrollment. Wang Chu, you're already a student of the Imperial Mecha Academy. You can't let other schools poach you. Teacher Zhang decided to speak frankly after much deliberation. Wang Chu, however, seemed unfazed and teased with a sly grin. Oh no, I didn't, don't just make things up. His string of denials left Teacher Zhang flustered. Scratching his head in frustration, Zhang muttered to himself, feeling a pang of resentment, despised the idea of losing something valuable. Didn't you already sign an agreement with the Imperial Mecha Academy? Zhang asked helplessly. Seeing Zhang's anxious demeanor, Wang Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Mr. Zhang, you came all the way here late at night just for this? I'm heading to bed now. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Oh, and by the way, you might want to consider raising the budget. With that, Wang Chu quickly closed the curtains, leaving Teacher Zhang outside to sigh in exasperation. Zhang understood all too well if Wang Chu found a better opportunity, there was little they could do to stop him from pursuing superior resources. Still, he caught the underlying message in Wang Chu's words. By mentioning the budget, Wang Chu implied there was room for negotiation regarding his enrollment at the Imperial Mecha Academy. Wang Chu's value had skyrocketed after defeating the spider goddess. Offering him the same signing bonus as before would be nothing short of moral coercion. Zhang thought to himself with resignation. What choice do I have? Raise the budget, of course. It's not like I'm footing the bill. The next morning, Wang Chu woke up naturally, well-rested and content. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a warm glow over him. After an intense day of combat, he had been utterly exhausted and allowed himself the luxury of a peaceful night's sleep. It was all worth it. However, there was still one thing that lingered on Wang Chu's mind. In the world where the Ancient Ruins dungeon exists, Wang Chu couldn't help but ponder. If he were to simultaneously destroy 2 ancient ruins, would it trigger some sort of change? And that endlessly repeating world, was it still trapped in an infinite cycle? With these questions in mind, Wang Chu entered the spirit patterns to investigate, remembering that he had yet to closely examine several items he had acquired during the second-tier Abyss trial. He discovered fragments of several special artifacts, all of golden quality. The first fragment came from the radiant ancient ruins and seemed to contain a trace of the world tree's consciousness. The second originated from the nightmarish ancient ruins, faintly exuding the aura of the frozen throne. The last fragment came from the Mad Moon, seemingly imbued with the power of its original dimension. Wang Chu had obtained 3 special items in total, leaving him feeling perplexed. The enigmatic nature of these items was infuriating. Why couldn't the game just directly explain their uses? Compared to the earlier original flavored highs, at least these fragments seemed to have some peculiar utility. Yet in the game, they were little more than inventory space occupants. However, the final item he acquired, the World Tree Staff, turned out to be an extraordinarily powerful weapon. Its attributes were rated as second-tier gold, enhancing mech defense by 1200 and reducing durability consumption speed by 50. The added blessing of nature's power increased the mech's durability repair speed by 200. Wang Chu felt a surge of relief. This support artifact was undoubtedly meant for Su Wanqing. Strengthening Su Wanqing's abilities would, in turn, make him stronger. With her current attributes, as long as she didn't encounter those overwhelmingly powerful abyssal deities, there was little chance of her underperforming in battle. As for not obtaining any modules for himself, Wang Chu wasn't concerned Su Wanqing would handle things. After organizing his findings, Wang Chu quickly pulled back the curtains to check the situation outside. Through the window, he froze. Dozens of people were squatting neatly in the villa's courtyard. The moment they saw Wang Chu open the curtains, their eyes lit up instantly. No gathering here for whatever this is, Wang Chu muttered. Apart from these individuals, he also noticed several mech pilots in Alliance military uniforms stationed vigilantly in various corners. As Wang Chu headed downstairs, the pilots in the courtyard could no longer contain themselves and began approaching him. Leading the group was a male pilot with golden curls, who spoke in clumsy Daxia language. Wang Chu, I am the vice principal of the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Martial Arts Academy. I am here to sincerely invite you to join our Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Martial Arts Academy. He finished with a confident smile on his face. Phantom Moon Empire? Wang Chu's pupils contracted slightly. He thought to himself, no wonder the other pilots didn't dare to speak before him. It turned out they were from the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Martial Arts Academy. The illusory Moon Empire was the most powerful nation on Blue Star, so strong that it could single-handedly stand against the entire alliance led by Daxia. Within this vast land, the illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy was renowned, so much so that even the alliance's prestigious Hive University paled in comparison. Fried, with his golden curls, straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with pride. Wang Chu, you must already know the prowess of our school. We have the most talented mecha pilots, the strongest faculty, and our graduates can directly enter the Imperial Army, becoming figures admired by thousands. Representatives from other schools had long given up, some even hiding behind trees like Zhangda, biting their handkerchiefs in frustration. Competing with the illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy for outstanding students was akin to fighting a losing battle. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blonde man before him. The illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy, its name stirred memories within him. This top-ranked academy on Blue Star was deeply intertwined with the past of his father-in-law, Su Chan. And the terms? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow as he asked. Terms? Fried was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Rest assured, with your grades, you won't even need to go through the selection process. I, Fried, have personally come to recruit you. No one would dare object. Wang Chu emphasized his tone. What terms is the illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy offering to persuade me to join? Understanding the implication in Wang Chu's words, Fried's expression darkened instantly. He sneered, young man, don't be short-sighted. Being granted admission to our academy is already the highest honor. This invitation alone is the most valuable offer on Blue Star. Before his words even settled, a golden light burst from Fried's body. In an instant, a yellow wand-white exoskeleton mecha enveloped him completely. On the shoulder plate of his left shoulder, 8 purple 5-point stars gleamed brilliantly. Whoa, an 8th-tier pilot. Even our vice principal is only 7th tier. The illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy is terrifyingly powerful. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Fried deactivated his mecha, his voice icy. Wang Chu, this is the final invitation. Are you willing to join the illusory Moon Empire's Mecha Academy? The atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense and cold. The guards of the Star City Alliance Army were on high alert, watching every move Fried made with grave vigilance. Although the highest ranking among them, Lin San, was merely a 6th-tier mech pilot, their stance made it clear. If anyone wanted to harm Wang Chu, they would have to get through their mechas first. After a few moments, Wang Chu clicked his tongue disdainfully. Old man, you're quite confident, aren't you? Do you know who I am? I'm a genius mech pilot. And you? You think I'd help you for free? What? Am I supposed to work out of the goodness of my heart? Dream on. Get lost. The crowd collectively gasped at his audacity. This kid dared to speak so arrogantly in front of an 8th-tier mech pilot? And who do you think you are? Fried sneered, his voice icy as he flicked his sleeve. I'll say this one last time. I am the vice principal of Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Academy. Wang Chu chuckled nonchalantly, clearly unimpressed. Oh, I killed the spider goddess. I'm an 8th-tier mech pilot. Oh, I killed the spider goddess. I'm also the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Phantom Moon Empire. Oh, I killed the spider goddess. You. Can you stop bringing up killing the spider goddess every damn time? Fried's forehead veins bulged in frustration. If I don't say that, what should I say? That I've lived this long, finally became an 8th-tier pilot, and haven't even taken down a minor abyssal deity? That would be too embarrassing to admit. Might as well find a wall to bang my head on and end it right there. The crowd felt their scalps tingle. This wasn't just provocation, it was blatant humiliation. You will not insult Professor Fried. Suddenly, a young man behind Fried shouted with rage. His eyes burned with fury as he stepped forward. In an instant, a gray exoskeletal mech enveloped his body, and the 5 purple stars on his chest plate marked him as a 5th-tier pilot. As he powered up, The mech emitted a low rumble, and pale blue flames shot from his right elbow. How dare you? Wang Chu! Lin San shouted, immediately activating his own mech to intervene. Even Su Wanqing powered up her mech in preparation. Relax, Wang Chu said, waving Lin San off. A genius from Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Academy, huh? Let's see if you're worthy of sharing the title of genius with me. In the next moment, the Wei Yuan swordsman mech activated, its crimson tassel fluttering in the wind. Boom! The gray mech shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Its right fist gleamed with a metallic shimmer, and the air around it compressed violently, forming visible shockwaves. The surrounding instructors gasped in astonishment. Though still a student, this young man was already an impressive fifth-tier pilot. But to Wang Chu, it only warranted 2 words. Is that it? The gray mech's right fist came crashing forward. Boom! Their fists collided in midair like 2 meteors clashing, erupting in a deafening explosion. Shockwaves rippled outward from the 2 figures, compressing the air into visible rings that tore through the surroundings, making everyone's clothes billow wildly. Then, something unexpected happened. The fist of the gray exoskeletal mech began to show countless cracks, spreading like a spiderweb across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the fractures extended across the entire right arm. With a sharp crack, the arm shattered into countless fragments that exploded in a dazzling burst of light. The young body was thrown backward by a powerful impact, crashing heavily into the crowd behind and losing consciousness on the spot. Even with the protection of a mech suit, the force of the blow was enough to make anyone shudder. Wang Chu sneered disdainfully. So, this is the so-called genius of the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy? With strength like that, they dare to call themselves a genius? Pathetic. He silently analyzed the details of the fight just now. The opponent's punch carried a force of about 100,000 units. In a 5th-tier exoskeleton mech utilizing 20,000 base attribute points, it was indeed decent. But in Wang Chu's eyes, such strength was nothing to write home about. Wang Chu's attributes, meticulously optimized, were terrifying. He had allocated all 300 free attribute points to strength, pushing the base power of the Wei Yuan Warrior Swordfighter exoskeleton mech to 63,900 units. Adding the 3,000 strength bonus from the 2nd-tier Spirit Sacred Sword and the attribute boost from reaching level 23 of the 2nd tier, his strength totaled an astounding 66,900 units. Had he more time to fully max out the Spirit Sacred Sword's attributes, this number could have increased by another 3,000 units. Even more frightening, the Dragon's Claw effect doubled this value. The final critical strike further triggered a 30 chance of a 225 damage boost. These compounded attributes were already nearing the level of an average 7th-tier mech pilot. Turning to Fried, Wang Chu shrugged and said, "Curly-haired uncle, you see that? This is the level of the so-called genius you got for free. Now you understand why quality comes at a cost, don't you?" Fried's expression darkened, and he said nothing. This fight had been a test he had secretly arranged yesterday, intending to brush it off as a school assessment. He had always doubted that a 1st-tier pilot could slay an abyss deity. It wasn't until he heard that the Bai Shui, the ship of Daxia's war god Bai Hao, had appeared in the dungeon that he suspected Wang Chu's victory was merely a stroke of luck. After a moment of silence, Fried forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, Wang Chu, on passing the true test of the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy. We will prepare a generous scholarship for your admission, as well as—" "No need," Wang Chu interrupted. "If this is the level of students at the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy, it doesn't matter where I go. To me, they're all trash. All trash." Fried's pupils contracted, and his suppressed anger erupted instantly. His rage meter shot up to 80. Yet Wang Chu continued speaking. "The Imperial Capital's Mecha and Martial Arts Academy in Daxia is pretty great," Wang Chu remarked as he glanced around at the people present, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. "The people there are all talented, they speak so nicely, and I really like them. Most importantly, they're willing to pay. Unlike a certain school that claims to be the best mecha and martial arts academy on Blue Star, yet can't even match up and is ridiculously stingy." He deliberately paused at this point, turning his gaze toward Teacher Zhang. "Isn't that right?" This sudden call-out caused Teacher Zhang to shudder violently, his expression freezing in an instant. Fried's reaction was even more intense. As an 8th-tier mecha pilot, he had never been subjected to such blatant humiliation in any setting. Whether as the vice principal of the Mecha and Martial Arts Academy of the Phantom Moon Empire, or as a powerful 8th-tier pilot, he was always treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Yet today, in front of dozens of people from the academic circle, he had been openly mocked by a mere 2nd-tier pilot. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with rage. What made it even harder for him to bear was knowing why Wang Chu dared to act so brazenly. This brat was certain he wouldn't make a move against a 2nd-tier pilot in such a setting. As his anger reached its peak, Fried's eyes suddenly sharpened with a cold, menacing glint. If that's the case, then why not go all the way? A genius like this must never fall into Daxia's hands. Sensing the murderous intent in Fried's gaze, Wang Chu's muscles tensed immediately, ready to flee at any moment. He was well aware that, with his current abilities, he was no match for an 8th-tier mecha pilot in direct combat. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, the sound of light, deliberate footsteps disrupted the charged atmosphere. Fried, look at you. Losing your temper again, came a hearty yet slightly raspy voice. An elderly man with a short stature and white hair, leaning on a wooden cane, slowly made his way in from the courtyard. Zhang De hurriedly jogged over and bowed respectfully. Principal, why have you come in person? This was none other than the principal of the Imperial Capital's Mecha and Martial Arts Academy, who was also a formidable 8th-tier mecha pilot. The old man lightly puffed at his beard and raised his wooden cane, tapping it on Zhang De's head. You useless fool. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have noticed that the dog's about to jump the wall. Wang Chu couldn't help but silently applaud this old man had a way with words. While it seemed like he was scolding Zhang De, he was actually mocking Fried, calling him a dog. Finally, the white-haired elder lowered his cane, narrowed his eyes beneath his bushy white eyebrows, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared directly at Fried. You dare to make a move within Daxia's borders? Who gave you the guts of a dog? Zzz, a burst of light erupted in midair. A colossal silver-white mech materialized out of nowhere, its towering 20-meter frame gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Sleek, sharp lines outlined its perfect metallic form, with 8 golden pentagrams dazzling on its armor. Most striking of all was the unique pale pink armor covering the entire majestic mech. It's the narrative. The pilots of the Star City Alliance forces instantly recognized the iconic design. Their tense nerves eased, and they exclaimed, "Thank goodness, we're saved." The narrative's head slowly tilted downward as its right hand fluidly drew a blue-black magnum cannon from its back. The massive barrel aimed directly at an 8th-tier mech pilot, the cold metal glinting with an icy brilliance. Leave now, or leave your life here. Lin Kusi's voice echoed through the mech, each word resonating with force. Friedrich glared at Lin Kusi, his sinister gaze betraying a flicker of apprehension. He knew all too well that making a move within Daxia's territory was a losing battle, even if he represented the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy. Fine, Daxia Imperial Capital Mecha Academy, I, Friedrich, will remember this. And so will the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy. He could only resort to harsh words to salvage some dignity. Buzz, another mech, over 10 meters tall and clad in yellow and white, appeared in midair. Just how much does this Friedrich guy love this gross yellow color? Wang Chu couldn't help but quip. He should take notes from Principal Lin despite his age. He still rocks a subtly flamboyant style. Friedrich's mech turned its head toward Wang Chu. You'll regret your actions. When the Blue Planet Mecha Combat Tournament comes around, you'll realize your arrogance is worthless. With that, he prepared to flee. Hey, ever heard of basic manners? Clean up your trash before you leave. Wang Chu shouted at his retreating figure. The yellowish mech froze briefly before recalling the unconscious subordinate on the ground. Useless. Useless. Friedrich muttered under his breath, but still sped away without looking back. Got to hand it to an 8th-tier pilot, their escape speed is top-notch, Wang Chu remarked with a click of his tongue. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. An 8th-tier mech pilot, just swallowing his pride and leaving like that? Thinking back to the apprehension they felt earlier in the morning upon discovering Friedrich, the vice principal of the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. The strength of an 8th-tier mecha pilot was indeed intimidating, but everyone present was well aware that their school also had experts of this caliber. However, as a representative of the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy, Fried should have had the upper hand. Yet, unexpectedly, he suffered a humiliating defeat. The crowd exchanged knowing glances. While Fried was undoubtedly arrogant, this time it seemed more like he was deliberately targeted. Still, what captured everyone's attention more was the fact that Fried was about to become the laughingstock of the academic circles. My wife is about to give birth, so I need to leave first. I have urgent matters to attend to as well. One by one, people eagerly found excuses to slip away, their faces betraying their schadenfreude. Since Wang Chu had clearly expressed his intention to join the Imperial Mecha Combat Academy of Daxia, and the Academy's principal had personally shown up, there was no reason for them to linger. Lin San, leading the members of the Star City Alliance Army, also bid farewell to Lynx and left quickly, his face showing no trace of disappointment from their defeat. Brother Wang Chu, thank you, Su Wanqing said, patting her chest in relief, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Chu simply shook his head lightly and turned his gaze towards Su Chun, who had just walked out of the villa. Where's my dear father-in-law? Uncle Su, you're here. Su Chun approached Lynx, bowing respectfully. Teacher, you've arrived. Oh. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. So Principal Lin is Su Chen's teacher? No wonder he strongly recommended that we go to the Imperial Mecha Combat Academy. Lynx shot Su Chen a glare. You brat. Why didn't you act preemptively? If I hadn't spoken up, were you planning to wait until that old dog made his move before retaliating? I knew that old dog wouldn't dare act in Daxia, Su Chen replied dismissively, waving his hand. Besides, I told Wang Chu long ago that the Phantom Moon Empire Mecha Combat Academy wasn't a good place. You told him? Lynx frowned. Wang Chu nodded in confirmation. Yes, I knew about 40% of it. Lynx sighed. Why involve the young in the affairs of adults? No wonder he seemed so confrontational earlier. In that case, why not tell me the whole truth? Wang Chu asked bluntly. Lynx glanced at the pensive Su Chen and decided to explain himself. It's common knowledge on Blue Star that the Phantom Moon Empire Mecha Combat Academy is the most prestigious institution, producing countless talents. But what few people know is that once you enter, you can never leave. Never leave? Wang Chu froze in shock. Is that even possible? The Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy is like a massive gladiatorial arena, Lynx said grimly. He continued, every pilot battles relentlessly inside, and only those who prove their worth can survive. Failures are discarded mercilessly, like expendable tools. Wang Chu instinctively glanced toward the corner where the pilot he had defeated with a single punch was sitting. The man had regained consciousness and was now huddled against the wall, arms wrapped around his knees. His vacant eyes betrayed that he was still reeling from the blow of defeat. The pilots who managed to survive these brutal fights to the end are absorbed into the Phantom Moon Empire, Lynx added with a hint of disdain in his tone. Wang Chu frowned in thought. It was natural for people to seek better opportunities. After all, if the pilots willingly joined, it wouldn't be worth criticizing. But Lynx's tone clearly hinted that there was more to it than met the eye. 18 years ago, Lynx sighed, the Great Xia had its first exchange program with the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Combat Academy. Su Chen was the only student selected for the program. He displayed incredible talent there, and the Phantom Moon Empire offered him generous terms to stay. But Su Chen refused, Lynx said, his voice lowering. He and Wanqing's mother were childhood sweethearts, and at the time, she was already pregnant. Su Chen insisted on returning to the Great Xia. On the surface, the Phantom Moon Empire accepted his decision. But after Su Chen returned, they accused him of stealing classified technology and valuable modules, demanding he be extradited for investigation. What the hell? Wang Chu couldn't hold back his anger. And the Alliance military just stood by? This was beyond the Alliance military's jurisdiction, Lynx said, stroking his beard. Regret flashed in his eyes. I was so focused on protecting Su Chen that I didn't anticipate they would target Wanqing. By the time we realized, it was too late. Although we managed to eliminate all of them at the border, Wanqing's mother was already. Su Wanqing clung tightly to Wang Chu's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. Even though she had heard this story many times before, it still left her heart in turmoil. Lynx looked at Su Wanqing, his final words coming out almost as a sigh. Don't be fooled by how well Su Chen seems to be doing these past few years. Maybe at the dead of night, right at 12 o'clock, I'll just have to hide in my room and emo on time. Lin Kusi shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Damn it, there's always a long road ahead. I'll crush them all someday. After saying this, Lin Kusi let out a soft sigh and tiptoed to pat Wang Chu on the shoulder. That's all there is to the story. What's past is past. No need to dwell on memories. What we need to focus on is the future. He turned to examine Wang Chu, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Now, you, young man, impressive, truly impressive. You act when it's time to act, way more reliable than that useless Su Chen. Wang Chu respectfully bowed to Lin Kusi. Thank you, Principal Lin. He was well aware that the man before him was not only the principal of the Empire's Mecha Martial Academy, but also one of Daxia's most illustrious commanders. Respect. It's our honor that you chose to join our Empire's Mecha Martial Academy. Lin Kusi's sudden shift in tone left Wang Chu a bit speechless. Just moments ago, he had been recounting such heavy memories, and now he had seamlessly switched topics. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Lin Kusi continued. If you ever feel this place isn't the right fit, you're always free to move on to a better opportunity, just not to the Phantom Moon Empire's Mecha Martial Academy. Oh, and about the scholarship, I'll have Zhang to handle the arrangements with you later. Scholarship? Wang Chu's eyes lit up as he immediately responded. Great. After all, who would turn down alliance credits? Lin Kusi grinned. There's another reason I came here today. Ziying, come over. Ziying, the name made Wang Chu furrow his brows. It felt oddly familiar. Outside the courtyard, a figure hesitated for a while before slowly stepping in. Grandpa, I told you I didn't want to come. When Wang Chu saw who it was, he immediately recalled the purple-haired, busty, rude, and impolite girl he had encountered during his first kill of an Abyss Mech pilot. Lin Ku-si pulled Ziying over to stand in front of Wang Chu. This is my granddaughter, Ziying. She's a 4th-rank mech pilot and about to start her sophomore year at the Imperial Mecha Martial Academy. Considering you might need some time to adapt, and given your recent rise to fame, you could use a bodyguard. So, I brought her along. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, immediately grew vigilant. She wrapped her arm around Wang Chu's and held on tightly, her eyes reddening as her nose twitched, looking pitifully delicate. Ziying avoided Wang Chu's gaze awkwardly, clearly aware of who she was facing. Wang Chu noticed and smirked slightly. So, you do remember me, huh? Although he felt annoyed, out of respect for Lin Ku-si, he refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who had been emoing in silence, finally couldn't help himself. Teacher, are you assigning a bodyguard for Wang Chu? Or are you just sending him someone to keep his bed warm? Lin Ku-si shot him a glare. Scram! Ziying is my most cherished granddaughter. How could I possibly do something like that? After a brief pause, he added, of course, when it comes to the mutual feelings of young people, who can say for sure? Su Chen muttered under his breath. And you still claim you're not sending him a bed warmer? You sly old fox. Wang Chu glanced at the still awkward Ziying and chuckled softly. Principal Lin, I appreciate your kind gesture. But honestly, with just a 4th-rank mech pilot, who's protecting whom is still up for debate, there haven't been many comments lately. Is it because fewer people are watching? Wang Chu's words carried a distinct tone of mockery. Everyone present knew he wasn't exaggerating just moments ago. He had effortlessly defeated a top-ranking 5th-level mecha pilot from the Phantom Moon Empire's prestigious Mecha Combat Academy. Now, when Lynx proposed assigning a 4th-level mecha pilot as Wang Chu's bodyguard, his disdain was palpable. Not just a bed warmer? Ziying wrinkled her delicate nose, lifting her face with a cold snort. A flicker of indignation flashed in her eyes at the perceived insult. Lynx laughed heartily, patting Ziying on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. As my granddaughter, Ziying's talent far exceeds mine. You'll understand once you fight alongside her. I don't say this lightly. Su Chan was about to chime in. In terms of combat ability, Ziying is indeed not weak. But Lynx interrupted him before he could finish. Teacher, I still think you. Before Su Chan could utter, have ulterior motives, Lynx sprang up and delivered a swift kick to his stomach. You're full of chatter today, aren't you? Had enough to eat? If you're so energetic, come spar with me. Let's go. With that, Lynx dragged Su Chan away, taking along the dejected Phantom Moon Empire student, sulking in the corner, leaving Wang Chu and the 2 girls behind. Once Lynx was out of sight, Wang Chu turned to Ziying, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Well, how come the mighty Star City Patrol officer is here to be my bodyguard? He paused for a moment, mimicking Ziying's earlier tone. I mean, really, so what if you're a guest of a 7th-level Grand Mecha pilot? Taking credit for someone else's achievements when you clearly don't have the skills. I can't stand people like that. As Lynx's granddaughter, Ziying had certainly been raised with proper discipline. When she learned that the person she had once doubted was the top scorer in the national exams and had even defeated the Spider Goddess during the National Mecha Combat Trials, she regretted her earlier remarks. What caught her off guard was how quickly her words had come back to bite her. Su Wanqing's eyes widened. Brother Wang Chu, did Sister Ziying really say that about you? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. Of course. Did I not capture her tone perfectly? He glanced at Ziying. Why don't you reenact it for us? If not for the shoes on her feet, Ziying's simmering anger might have left dents in the courtyard large enough for a 3-bedroom apartment. She stammered for a long moment before finally murmuring, I'm sorry. Seeing Ziying's flushed face, Wang Chu pretended not to hear her. What did you say? Ziying was on the verge of exploding with embarrassment when Su Wanqing, feeling sorry for her, grabbed Wang Chu's hand. Brother Wang Chu, I know I don't have the right to decide for you, but I can tell that Sister Ziying truly regrets what she said. Please forgive her. Inwardly, Wang Chu thought, why do I suddenly smell a whiff of fresh green tea? With Su Wanqing's subtle interference, Ziying could no longer hold back, and her voice suddenly rose. Sorry. Ziying bowed deeply, her voice filled with genuine remorse. I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you without understanding the situation first. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the usually pampered Ziying could humble herself like this. His impression of her shifted slightly. Had expected her to continue being unreasonable and stubborn, but this was an unexpected turn. Considering she was the granddaughter of Principal Lynx, and since she had already apologized, there was no need to drag this out further. Let's leave it at that, Wang Chu said calmly. Later, go find yourself a guest room on the 2nd floor. Huh? Ziying froze for a moment. Didn't you say I'm supposed to be your bodyguard? Where else am I supposed to stay if not in the villa? Oh, if you want to stay in my room, that's fine too. Brother Wang Chu. Su Wanqing, who was standing nearby, immediately stomped her foot in protest. 5 days later, good news arrived one after another. The scholarship for admission to the Imperial Capital's Mecha Warfare Academy had reached an astounding total of 5 billion alliance coins after multiple budget increases. While it didn't seem as extravagant compared to the 2 billion gold crispy chicken incident from before, it was still a significant sum. Meanwhile, the reward for being the national top scorer was rather modest, a Tier 2 Abyss module. Still, it was sufficient given the lack of better alternatives. Ding! The system notification chimed. Daily task completed. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, free attribute points 10. Feeling the substantial boost in his stats, Wang Chu clicked his tongue in satisfaction. Although it didn't match the exaggerated growth rate of someone like Teacher Saitama, this progress was still astonishing. Especially after advancing to Tier 2 thanks to the enhanced, final ripple effect, his physical strength could surge by 300 times for 24 hours if his mecha were destroyed. As Wang Chu daydreamed about the terrifying power he might achieve in the future, Elusa's voice called out from the doorway. Divine Envoy. Why are you standing there grinning like an idiot? Elusa appeared, happily licking an ice cream cone. Reacting quickly, Wang Chu reached out to snatch it. Elusa immediately took off running, but in the next second, she transformed into a finger sleeve. The ice cream cone, carried by the wind, landed in Wang Chu's hand. Wah! Elusa hates the Divine Envoy the most. Elusa, now a finger sleeve, began crying pitifully. Don't be upset, Wang Chu coaxed patiently. Now that you've turned into a finger sleeve, when I eat the ice cream, you can feel its temperature too, right? Elusa's sobbing paused for a few seconds before she started crying even louder. Boom! The deafening roar of engines echoed across the skies of Star City. Every pilot in Star City instinctively rushed to their windows, gazing up at the rare spectacle. A massive fleet of starships skimmed through the low-altitude skies, their hulls adorned with the emblem of a roaring lion, majestic and unmistakable. It was the symbol of the Imperial Capital Mecha Military Academy. Why would the Imperial Capital Mecha Military Academy come to Star City with such fanfare? Who are they here for? Do you even need to ask? Who else but the Godslayer Wang Chu? Whispers spread like wildfire throughout Star City. A flagship slowly descended onto the Alliance military base, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Following closely behind, 5 towering mechs, each marked with 6 5-point stars, landed around the ship. Each mech radiated the overwhelming power of a 6th-tier pilot. One of the mechs deactivated its systems, and Zhang De stepped out, striding quickly toward Wang Chu. Wang Chu, we're here to pick you up. Wang Chu looked up, surveying the impressive display before him. The flagship, towering tens of meters high, gleamed under the sunlight. 6th-tier pilots stood guard in their activated mechs, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Undoubtedly, more powerful individuals remained hidden aboard the ship. The Imperial Capital Mecha Military Academy's regard for him was crystal clear. However, such an escort also hinted at an undeniable truth: even within the borders of Desya, absolute safety was not guaranteed. Beyond the Alliance, the illusory Moon Empire loomed as a constant threat, and even within Desya itself, unity was far from absolute. Ever since the news of him slaying the spider goddess spread, the current calm felt more like the eerie stillness before a storm. Let's go. I'm curious to see what the Imperial Capital Mecha Military Academy is like, Wang Chu said with a faint smile, before boarding the ship with Su Wanqing and Ziying. On the deck, the pilots worked methodically, maintaining a state of high alert. The 3 stood in the breeze, and Su Wanqing, holding Ziying's hand, asked, Sister Ziying, can you tell us about the Imperial Capital Mecha Military Academy? Ziying paused to think. Honestly, there's not much to say. Everyone there is just like other pilots, striving to get stronger. As for my classmates, they're generally polite. Wang Chu shook his head subtly. Such treatment was clearly tied to her status as the granddaughter of Principal Lin. Oh, by the way, a glimmer of insight flashed in Ziying's eyes as she turned to Wang Chu. You've probably heard of the Temporal Abyss, right? Wang Chu gave a slight nod. I've heard of it. It was indeed basic knowledge for him. After all, the top-ranking Mech combat universities had cemented their status precisely because of the Temporal Abyss. It could be said that the emergence of the Temporal Abyss directly created these elite institutions. A gentle breeze swept by as Ziying raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair. In universities, the Temporal Abyss is the core of everything. However, entering it requires consuming credits. That's why students at the Imperial Capital's Mech Combat University are either running missions or finding ways to earn credits. I came to Star City as a patrol officer, actually to earn credits too. Are credits hard to earn? Wang Chu asked thoughtfully. Of course they are. Ziying rolled her eyes. I've been a patrol officer in Star City for 2 months, and I've only earned enough credits to enter the Temporal Abyss 30 times. Only 30 times? Wang Chu recalled something. If I remember correctly, the entrance scholarship includes a clause that allows free entry into the Temporal Abyss without using credits. Su Wanqing immediately chimed in. Wang Chu is right. I have the same benefit, Both of them looked at Ziying in unison. Aren't you Principal Lin's granddaughter? How come you don't have it? Ziying pretended not to hear the question and continued. But over these 2 months, I managed to kill a Devourer, which earned me another 30 entries worth of credits. A Devourer? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. He had heard the term before, but had little understanding of it. Ziying's expression turned serious. Yes, a Devourer. There aren't many of them, but you must be careful. Wang Chu's mind began piecing together what he knew about Devourers. Normally, the core chip modules acquired at the age of 18 were non-removable and non-transferable. But Devourers were an exception. They belonged neither to the Abyss nor the human faction. These individuals had a bizarre ability to devour other core chip modules by killing mech pilots, and the origin of this ability remained a mystery. As Wang Chu pondered the peculiarities of the Devourers, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the distance. Boom! Several kilometers away, the once calm sky suddenly transformed. It was as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the heavens. The deep blue expanse was devoured by darkness, as black clouds surged from all directions like an overwhelming tide. The layers of clouds pressed and churned against each other, with thunder crackling within, emitting a series of low, menacing roars. Standing on the ship's deck, Wang Chu and his companions stared at the abrupt change in the sky. Su Wanqing, deep in thought, spoke up. Is this the Abyssal Forbidden Ruins? Ziying furrowed her brows tightly, her tone heavy with concern. It's very likely. This is no ordinary weather phenomenon. This must be the result of the abyssal forces disrupting the world. In the blink of an eye, powerful winds and lightning intertwined to form a massive tornado. The funnel-shaped column of wind reached from the ground to the sky in mere seconds. Utilizing his unique ability to stabilize the wind, Wang Chu managed to spot something others couldn't within the eye of the storm. A pair of eerie eyes staring directly at him. Alert! Possible abyssal return ruins detected above Chang City. The pilot's alarms echoed one after another. On board the ship from the Imperial Capital Mecha Academy were not only faculty members, but also personnel from the Alliance military escort. Zhang De hurried over, urgently pleading, Wang Chu, leave this place immediately. Mr. Zhang, what's the rush? Wang Chu replied with a calm smile. This is the Abyssal Forbidden Ruins. The ship's course is already being redirected, and the Alliance military will dispatch a specialized team to handle this. For your safety, you must activate your mechas immediately, and we'll escort you out with a few 6th and 7th tier pilots. Seeing Wang Chu remain unmoved, Zhang De grew even more anxious. I'm begging you. The Abyssal Forbidden Ruins aren't something to take lightly. Even a 7th tier pilot might not make it out alive. Wang Chu stared directly at the eyes within the storm, his voice steady as he said, call the Alliance military again. Tell them they don't need to come. What? Zhang De was momentarily stunned. You're not seriously thinking of handling the Abyssal Forbidden Ruins on your own, are you? Even an entire fleet entering would face catastrophic losses, let alone just you. As Zhang De prepared to forcibly take Wang Chu away, his phone rang. Covering one ear tightly, he strained to make out the voice on the other end. Yes, General Wang, understood. Take Wang Chu away? Yes, of course. Hastily ending the call, Zhang De looked up toward the front. Zhang De witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. Wang Chu stood firmly at the edge of the ship's deck, facing the wind. The sea breeze swept through his black hair and the hem of his clothes, making them dance wildly in the air. From Zhang De's upward perspective, Wang Chu's figure seemed to merge with the horizon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wang Chu fixed his gaze on the eye of the tornado, a faint smile gracing his lips. Slowly, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers amidst the howling wind. Snap! The crisp sound of the snap pierced through the roaring skies. Before the echo of the sound faded, a startling transformation unfolded in the world. The massive tornado that connected the heavens and the earth seemed to be struck by an invisible force and instantly burst apart. Boom! The entire world trembled. The scattered winds rippled outward from the tornado's origin like waves on water. The dark, oppressive clouds that had blotted out the sun were overturned by this immense force, and the sky regained its clarity. Everyone present was left speechless by the sudden turn of events. The tornado had vanished so completely it was as though it had never existed. Su Wanqing's gaze was firmly locked on Wang Chu's back. Having personally witnessed Wang Chu subdue storms in a previous instance, she wasn't surprised. However, his dramatic display still sent a shiver through her heart. Meanwhile, Ziying, who was seeing such a spectacle for the first time, felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wang Chu looked at the retreating clouds in the distance and spoke calmly. There's no such thing as an abyssal forbidden ruin. It's just someone saying hello to me. Zhang De was so stunned that he could barely form coherent words, stammering out a response. At that moment, the rumbling sound of mech engines grew louder as several units approached from afar. The mechs landed one by one on the deck, and among them was one adorned with 7 purple stars engraved on its body. This particular mech spoke in a deep voice. Zhangde, where is the abyssal forbidden ruin? The general inside had seen the tornado that stretched to the heavens during his journey, only to witness it suddenly dissipate midway. Zhangde gave a wry smile, glancing at Wang Chu before answering truthfully. General Wang, that tornado has already been dealt with by Wang Chu. There was no way to hide the truth. The mech pilots on the deck had all witnessed the event firsthand. Besides, Wang Chu had chosen to take action instead of leaving, clearly not intending to conceal his abilities. General Wang's pupils constricted as his gaze shifted to the young man nearby. He recalled Wang Chu's display of wind manipulation during the National Mecha Martial Arts exam and the research report speculating that his absolute overclocking hidden trait might be related to wind. Now, with this incident, the answer seemed increasingly evident. In a low voice, General Wang remarked, "Doubt it? If it's Wang Chu, what could possibly be impossible?" The crowd around was stunned upon hearing General Wang's words. As a 7th-rank mecha pilot, his statement was undoubtedly the highest praise for Wang Chu. General Wang not only fully believed in Wang Chu's ability to accomplish these seemingly impossible feats, but also acknowledged his extraordinary achievement of slaying the spider goddess. Recently, rumors had been swirling online. Some envious individuals spread baseless claims, saying that Wang Chu's defeat of the spider goddess was merely a stroke of luck and that the real credit belonged to Bai Hao, the war god of Daxia. However, in Wang Yu's view, such accusations were absurd. Even an abyssal deity in an extremely weakened state was not something an ordinary rookie could contend with. Those who lacked skill had no right to criticize from behind their keyboards. Wang Yu deactivated his mecha, quickly walked over to Wang Chu, and saluted him respectfully, showing utmost regard. He then extended his right hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Yu, the commander of the Changsha Alliance Army." "Greetings, General Wang," Wang Chu replied, shaking his hand. He admired Wang Yu's straightforward and decisive demeanor. Wang Yu nodded and said, "Since there's no abyssal forbidden ruin here, we won't take up more of your time. However, I will report everything that happened here to my superiors." He emphasized the matter of reporting, subtly hinting that if Wang Chu had any concerns, such as wanting to conceal part of his capabilities, he would cooperate fully and could even order all present Alliance mecha pilots to keep it confidential. This attitude left the accompanying adjutants exchanging puzzled glances. When had General Wang become so accommodating? Wang Chu, however, simply shrugged, looking indifferent. "Go ahead. There's nothing that can't be said." The fleet of Imperial Capital Mecha Academy slowly glided into the sky over Shangjing. Unlike the curious and lively reactions of the Xingqing pilots, the residents of the capital remained composed and calm. Standing at the edge of the deck, Wang Chu gazed down at the city below. Shangjing resembled a slumbering steel giant, with countless skyscrapers piercing the clouds and gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. He let out a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions within him. This feeling reminded him of the awe he experienced upon first entering Stormwind City in the game World of Warcraft. After the fleet landed, Zhangde immediately led Wang Chu and his 2 companions to the Villa District. Given Wang Chu and Su Wangqing's talents ranked 1st and 2nd nationally, respectively, living in a shared dormitory was clearly inappropriate. If Wang Chu wished, Principal Lin would even offer his own room. Principal Lin has already arranged everything. He'll first take you to your accommodations. Once you've settled your luggage, Student Ziying will guide you on a tour of the school, Zhangde said tactfully, evidently not wanting to play the role of a third wheel. The group stopped in front of a row of townhouses. Zhangde pointed to the 3-story villa on the right and said to Su Wanqing, "This is the dormitory arranged for you." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang," Su Wanqing responded politely. Zhangde then gestured toward the villa to the left of Su Wanqing's residence. "Wang Chu, you'll be staying in this one." Wang Chu nodded in agreement. Living next door to Su Wanqing was something he had anticipated, but he noticed that Ziying's cheeks suddenly turned red. Su Wanqing, sharp as ever, sensed something was off. Her instincts flared up like a warning signal. "Sister Ziying, where are you staying? I'd love to chat with you." Before Ziying could answer, Zhangde chuckled awkwardly. "I have some matters to attend to, so will take my leave." With that, he quickly departed in his mech. Ziying, her face flushed, nervously fidgeted with her fingers for a while before shyly pointing to Wang Chu's villa. "It's that one." Su Wanqing thought to herself, "Principal Lynx, are you really throwing your granddaughter into the fire already? But I suppose, as a bodyguard, living together does make some sense." Smiling, she said nothing and walked straight into Ziying's villa. "This setup really reminds me of Star City. Living together again. Huh," Wang Chu mused. Around them, students who recognized Wang Chu began pausing their activities to cast curious glances in his direction. This kind of attention was something Wang Chu had grown used to back in Star City. For Wang Chu, who had just arrived at the Imperial Mech Martial Academy, the most intriguing thing was the temporal abyss that Ziying had mentioned earlier. Soon, Ziying led them to a towering spire and began explaining in detail, The temporal abyss is divided into 4 main categories. Dreams of the Past provides pilot experience and helps with rapid leveling. Miracle Star Source yields modules, including rare ability modules. Genesis Abyss produces materials for mech construction and modification. And finally, the Endless Abyss offers unlimited challenges, containing rewards from all 3 previous categories. Wang Chu frowned as he listened. This feels way too much like a game. As someone who had spent years immersed in MMORPGs in his past life, Wang Chu saw through the essence of the space-time ruins at a glance. He chuckled lightly and quickly organized his thoughts. Isn't this just a collection of experience dungeons, gear dungeons, material dungeons, plus a chaotic mix of everything? They even copied over those annoying ticket restrictions and cooldown timers without any changes. Ziying observed the 2 of them and continued explaining. The most distinct feature of the space-time ruins is that it is completely immune to abyssal contamination, meaning there's no risk of abyssal invasions here. Really? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow skeptically. Ziying nodded earnestly. It's true. In the hundreds of years since the space-time ruins have been in operation, there's never been a single abyssal invasion. This is because it's built on the platform of an interstellar battlefield, with strict regional restrictions in every dungeon that completely isolates it from the abyss. Seeing Wang Chu's contemplative expression, Ziying added, that might sound a bit abstract. Think of it like a local area network. Regular dungeon portals send pilots to parallel worlds, which makes them vulnerable to abyssal invasions during the process. But the space-time ruins is a specifically constructed, closed platform like a dedicated line that entirely avoids the abyssal threat. Hearing this, Wang Chu couldn't help but remain on guard. To him, phrases like never in hundreds of years often felt like a setup for trouble. Who knows, something could go wrong any moment now. What about a dungeon like Fading Dreams of the Past for experience farming? Su Wanqing asked softly. Since it has a daily cooldown and no risk of abyssal invasions, wouldn't solo runs be the most efficient for experience gain? Exactly, Ziying nodded. Fading Dreams of the Past can be run solo. Even at the lowest difficulty, the experience gained is higher than running a regular dungeon on Nightmare difficulty with a 2-person team. As for Miracle Star Source and Genesis Abyss, which are for module and material drops, you can choose to solo or team up depending on the situation. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. She paused for a moment before adding, as for the Endless Abyss, it's strictly limited to solo play, which makes sense. Otherwise, you'd probably see people at the entrance shouting, 1 billion alliance credits to join. Just lie down and shout 666. Wang Chu nodded in understanding and turned to look at Su Wanqing. She blinked her bright, dewy eyes and said, Brother Wang Chu, we can each solo Fading Dreams of the Past, but for Miracle Star Source and Genesis Abyss, I think it'd be better if we teamed up. Ziying was slightly puzzled at this suggestion. After all, even though Su Wanqing was a support pilot, she possessed the Goblin Core Chip Module, absolute support, and a 500 all-attribute boost, making her more powerful than most offensive pilots. Plus, with her ability to heal while fighting, soloing these dungeons should be no issue for her. So why was she so eager to team up with Wang Chu? Then why team up and share the modules? Ziying asked, puzzled. Wang Chu, however, nodded without hesitation. Lately, his luck had been nothing short of extraordinary. After pondering it for a while, he concluded that all these changes could only be related to Su Wanqing. While drawing the absolute overclocking core chip module could be attributed to the luck he had accumulated over 18 years, the events that followed were simply too bizarre. How could an ordinary goblin drop a module like Abyss Dragon Claw? That completely defied the game's logic. If it were something like Abyss Goblin Claw, it would make sense, but what connection does a goblin have with a dragon claw? Did the dragon get drunk? Or did the goblin somehow overpower the dragon? Even more unbelievable was what came next. Golden modules kept appearing one after another, accompanied by golden materials, golden mechas, and a seemingly endless array of golden skills and abilities. This kind of drop rate was so absurd that even a divine figure would think it was cheating. Wang Chu speculated that he might possess a unique ability akin to Saitama's, while Su Wanqing's special ability might be related to luck. Judging by her current performance, this guess seemed pretty spot on. Let's start with the Endless Abyss today to test the waters, Wang Chu suggested, then we can clear the regular dungeons afterward. Ziying, looking a bit embarrassed, explained, sorry, I forgot to mention earlier Endless Abyss is only open on Sundays. From Monday to Saturday, you can only access the other 3 types of time ruins. Seriously? There are permanent and limited modes? Wang Chu couldn't help but complain, recalling the painful grind sessions from his past life farming for Shimenawa's Reminiscence on Thursdays and Pale Flame on Fridays, only to end up with useless defense or effect resistance stats. Ugh, those awful memories are coming back. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the unpleasant flashbacks. Ziying pointed to the Portal 4 Remnants of Yesterday's Dreams. I recommend all new mecha pilots start with Remnants of Yesterday's Dreams. It'll help you better understand the mechanics of the time ruins. Alright, Wang Chu agreed readily. The three of them walked toward the teleportation portal. Since they could farm dungeons without spending credits, the time ruins would undoubtedly become a new daily task, much like how mobile games unlock new features as players level up. Wang Chu inserted the student ID card issued by Zhangda into the machine next to the portal. The screen lit up, displaying difficulty options. Normal, hard, nightmare? What does the question mark difficulty mean? Wang Chu asked curiously, clicking on the question mark. The screen responded, clear remnants of yesterday's dreams on nightmare difficulty to unlock new difficulty levels. Unbelievable, Wang Chu muttered in realization. Whoever designed these time ruins must have the soul of a gacha game developer. Ding, you have entered dreams of the past. As the system's notification sound echoed, Wang Chu suddenly found himself in the midst of a brutal intergalactic battlefield. Current mission, Tier 2 difficulty, nightmare level. Objective, eliminate the phantom of the alien invaders leader. The scene before him was overwhelming. Cities reduced to ruins, mountains and rivers shattered, and countless lives of blue star warriors lost in their struggle against the alien invaders. This dream of the past felt disturbingly real. Boom. A blinding explosion tore through the night sky. Massive starships loomed like ferocious beasts in the air above, occasionally exploding and plummeting to the ground, their demise illuminating the darkness with deadly brilliance. Colorful energy blasts crisscrossed and collided, creating dazzling yet lethal energy explosions. Shockwaves rippled outward like tidal waves, scattering debris from destroyed starships in every direction. It was Wang Chu's first time experiencing such a scene firsthand. No documentary could compare to the raw intensity of what lay before him. Through the Abyssal eye scan, he observed his surroundings: elite Tier 2 exoskeleton mech soldiers everywhere. Their attributes were displayed. Strength, 2200, agility, 1800, defense, 2000, with proficiency in basic gunmanship and swordsmanship. Soldier, stop daydreaming. A figure suddenly emerged beside him. Move. The only way to survive is to keep moving. Before the words were fully spoken, a red laser beam, sharp as a scythe of death, sliced through the air and pierced the NPC pilot on the spot. The mech emitted an ear-piercing crackle of electricity before exploding into oblivion under the relentless laser barrage. The sight filled Wang Chu with a deep sense of sorrow. He finally understood why Ziying had suggested starting with dreams of the past. The sheer brutality of intergalactic warfare was vividly clear from the very first encounter. Though Wang Chu remained motionless at the spawn point, he was unharmed, clearly protected by the game's initial safety zone. Now that he had a grasp of the environment, it was time to act. In the next moment, a silver-white figure, the formidable Wei Yuan swordfighter class, Mech, burst into motion. The Elven sacred sword, Elusa, transformed into a massive 40-meter-long blade. Even though Wang Chu's swordsmanship skills were laughably amateurish in this instance, his overwhelming stats rendered the mission a breeze. It was like playing a casual game where defeating enemies felt effortlessly satisfying. With a swift, horizontal slash, Wang Chu's blade tore through the air, producing a deep, thunderous roar. The sharp gust it created radiated out in a fan-shaped shockwave, spanning 40 meters. The dense formation of alien mech warriors in front of him was instantly and cleanly bisected, as if wiped away by a windshield wiper, leaving an empty expanse in their place. A system notification immediately popped up. Elite exoskeleton mech soldier eliminated. Elite exoskeleton mech soldier eliminated. Exoskeleton mech squad leader defeated. Wang Chu frowned slightly, noticing the absence of any experience point notifications. Clearly, the mechanics of Remnant Dream dictated that rewards were only granted upon defeating a boss or completing a level. This system effectively prevented pilots from farming experience through minor battles. Without hesitation, he continued to weave through the battlefield like a white phantom. Wherever he passed, enemy forces fell in droves, leaving behind trails of vacuum-like emptiness. Amid the deafening explosions, laser cannons and missiles stirred up clouds of dust and smoke. Suddenly, Wang Chu's figure shot out of the haze, his muscles tensing in an instant. Riding the tailwind, he launched himself skyward like a cannonball, heading straight for the massive warships dominating the skies. So, you're the ones who bombed me, huh? Even this pile of scrap metal dares to challenge me? 40-meter blade edition. Invincible Dragon Ascension Sword. The blade's gleam streaked across the night like a meteor, its razor-sharp edge effortlessly slicing through the hull of the warship. While his 40-meter sacred blade couldn't completely split the 100 soft-meters-long vessel in two, it inflicted catastrophic damage. The wreckage of the warship scattered, flames erupting as it emitted a dying groan before crashing to the ground in a fiery explosion. System notification. Alien warship leader destroyed. As more and more warships plummeted, the smoke of battle began to dissipate, and the sky regained its clarity. Yet, an oppressive tension still lingered over the battlefield, suffocating all who remained. Suddenly, A blinding pillar of light erupted at the far end of the battlefield, radiant like a newborn sun. Accompanied by a rumbling from deep underground, a figure emerged at the center of the battlefield. Clad entirely in armor, the figure's cold voice rang out. Are you the strongest protector of this planet? Amidst the ruins, two figures faced off in midair. Wang Chu stared coldly at the alien invader's leader standing before him. The opponent was clad in a fully enclosed exoskeleton armor, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Every joint and every armor plate exuded the pinnacle of craftsmanship. This was Nox, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Zir Army, a Lord-Tier warrior with a power level of Tier 2, level 30. 5,300 agility, 5,000 defense, and 3,500 skill points. Renowned for his swordsmanship technique Phantom Blade Unrivaled, Nox was the most skilled swordsman on Zir, with countless souls claimed by his blade. I'll ask you one more time, came a cold voice from beneath the silver-gray helmet. Are you the strongest defender of this planet? A faint, intrigued smile played on Wang Chu's lips. What if I am? What if I'm not? With a wave of Nox's right hand, a cyan laser sword materialized out of thin air. He raised the blade vertically before his chest, and a sharp, murderous intent flashed in his eyes beneath the helmet. You're the strongest blue star human I've encountered so far. State your name. My sword does not kill the nameless. On the surface, Nox's attributes seemed even weaker than those of a suppressed Abyssal envoy. But as an NPC born from the echoes of a forgotten dream, his stats were merely the foundation of his design. This was the very figure hailed in the annals of history as the greatest sword saint of Zir, now standing tangibly before Wang Chu. He had no colossal mechs, no dazzling floating cannons, or dwarf star cannons, only the sword in his hand. To Wang Chu, this was a stroke of luck. He had been searching for a suitable sparring partner to hone his imaginary foe skill. So far, he had only used it to learn basic martial arts, movement techniques, and mech construction. He had planned to seek guidance from renowned masters after enrolling in the Imperial Mech and Martial Arts Academy. Yet here was such a formidable teacher willingly delivering himself. Your swordsmanship is called Phantom Blade Unrivaled, huh? Wang Chu chuckled. What a pretentious name. All right, it's mine now. Laughing? Nox's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensing. He murmured to himself, who was the last person to laugh in my presence? It's been so long, I can't recall. All I remember is they all died. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Nox's figure transformed into a streak of silver-gray lightning. The cyan laser sword carved a radiant arc through the air, thrusting straight for Wang Chu's face. The strike was as quick as a shooting star, with the air around the blade compressing violently, forming visible white currents. The piercing sound of the blade cutting through the air was sharp enough to tear at the eardrums. Yet, under Wang Chu's attribute suppression and the gaze of the Abyssal eye, Nox's every motion was laid bare. Sizzle, the sword scraped across the armor on Wang Chu's chest, sparking a dazzling burst of light. A flicker of surprise flashed in Nox's eyes beneath his helmet. Is this mech made of turtle shells, or what? Nox abruptly withdrew his right hand, his body flickering as an overwhelming storm of sword shadows engulfed Wang Chu. Though they appeared to be mere illusions, each shadow carried a sharp, lethal sword energy. With a cold snort, Nox's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, his figure weaving through the flashes of blades as if he were one with them. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sword shadows struck Wang Chu's body, unleashing a cascade of sparks, but they felt no more threatening than a gentle massage. Is that it? And you dare call yourself a sword saint? Wang Chu shook his head, sighing. This technique of yours, the sky-filled sword shadows, is impressive, but you're still far from deserving the title of the strongest sword saint. Nox stumbled back 50 meters, staring in disbelief at the unharmed Wang Chu. Suppressing the terror rising within him, he raised his cyan laser sword high, its tip pointed toward the sky, and shouted, "Scatter! Buddha's wrathful fire lotus." In an instant, a massive cyan lotus bloomed in midair. Its petals scattered, transforming into countless cyan fragments that swept across the battlefield. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Chu had already appeared before Nox, grabbing his head and slamming it forcefully into the ground. The faceplate of Nox's helmet shattered, revealing his pale face beneath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This move of yours, Scatter, and Buddha's wrathful fire lotus kind of feels like a mix of too many things. But I have to say, the visuals are pretty impressive. I like it, Wang Chu commented. Nox's eyes lost focus as he murmured weakly, I'm sorry. I couldn't make it more of a challenge for you. A system notification promptly followed. Ding! You have slain the alien invader leader. The fleeting dreams of the past instance has been cleared. Experience 500,000. Holy crap! Wang Chu exclaimed, his experience bar surging by more than half. Returning to the instance's entrance, he noticed that Ziying and Su Wanjing were nowhere to be seen. Deciding to stay put, he sat cross-legged in the resting area. Though the battle had been one-sided, the move Buddha's wrathful fire lotus left him puzzled. In a world dominated by mechs, how could such an enormous cyan lotus be conjured? Even with ability modules, it seemed absurdly overpowered. Whatever. I'll figure it out through research. Simulation enemy. Activate. Hey. Wang Chu, wake up. The sudden shout jolted Wang Chu out of his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see a familiar face staring back at him. Jigo. Jigo. Tang Yuqi's smile froze instantly. What kind of nickname is that? My name is Tang Yuqi, not Jigo. Got it, Jigo. Understood, Jigo. Wang Chu replied calmly. Tang Yuqi's forehead twitched with frustration, but he quickly suppressed his anger. After all, the person in front of him was capable of killing the spider goddess. He wouldn't dare truly lose his temper. Forget it. Wang Chu, who are you waiting for here? Tang Yuqi changed the subject. Waiting for your girlfriend? Just finished lingering dreams of the past? How was it? Wang Chu cast a cold glance at the overly familiar man. Are we close? Wang Chu, we fought side by side to take down the spider goddess. Why act so distant? Tang Yuqi's tone softened slightly. We killed 5 divine envoys. The spider goddess had nothing to do with you, Wang Chu stated bluntly. But recalling the 2 billion Tang Yuqi had paid, he added, still, since I took your money, I'll count you as having assisted with the 5 envoys. Then I'll take credit for the spider goddess too. It's not like it cost you anything, Tang Yuqi said with an awkward cough. At that moment, 2 figures approached from a distance. One of them wore a mocking expression, though his target didn't seem to be Wang Chu. Well, if it isn't the young master of the Tang family, Ji Gu, the man sneered. Wang Chu glanced at Tang Yuqi, his eyes silently questioning. See? Others call you Ji Gu too. Still denying it? Tang Yuqi's expression darkened. Li Shaoshan, if you don't have anything useful to say, shut up, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Oh, really? Come on then, Ji Gu, Li Shaoshan taunted. You son of a... Tang Yuqi snapped. Wang Chu remained seated on the sofa, observing the squabble among these privileged heirs with detached indifference. However, the person standing beside Li Shaoshan caught his attention, a tall figure with a composed demeanor, a cold expression, and an air of calm detachment, entirely unlike Li Shaoshan. Hello, Wang Chu. I'm He Guang, a third-year student at the Imperial Mecha Military University and a 6th-rank mecha pilot. Nice to meet you. He Guang extended his right hand. Wang Chu merely glanced at the outstretched hand, showing no intention of reciprocating. He didn't see the need to respond to every stranger who extended a greeting, especially one who carried such a condescending air. Unfazed, He Guang withdrew his hand. Beside him, Li Shaoshan narrowed his eyes, staying silent for a moment before speaking. You're the Godslayer, Wang Chu, right? Perfect. I've got a question for you. He pointed to Tang Yuqi standing nearby and said, this guy has been taking credit for your achievements ever since the National Mech Martial Arts exam ended. He's been claiming that he fought alongside you and defeated the spider goddess emissary. Is that true? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Yuqi. The latter was already drenched in sweat, deeply regretting his boastful lies to save face. As the truth was about to be exposed, he thought to himself, how am I supposed to survive in the capital now? Seeing Wang Chu remain silent, Li Shaoshan's lips curled into a smug smile. I knew it. Yes, Wang Chu interrupted him. Li Shaoshan's smile immediately froze. Tang Yuqi did fight with me against the spider goddess, Wang Chu said casually, resting his chin on his hand. But he fainted after the first encounter. You're joking, right? Li Shaoshan asked with a frown. Wang Chu let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve for me to joke with you? You. Li Shaoshan stepped forward angrily, but He Guang grabbed his arm and stopped him. Let's go, He Guang said calmly. Faced with He Guang's intervention, the usually arrogant and overbearing Li Shaoshan swallowed his anger. As the two turned to leave, Li Shaoshan shot a venomous glare back at Wang Chu. Tang Yuqi's emotions were like a roller coaster. Once they were out of sight, he excitedly said to Wang Chu, you're the best, man. I knew you had my back. Who said I had your back? Wang Chu waved his right hand in front of Tang Yuqi's face. How many fingers am I holding up? Tang Yuqi gulped nervously. 5. Exactly. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Consider the spider goddess assist as 5 small favors. Quite a deal, huh? After profiting nicely from a round of chicken brother gold coins, Wang Chu waited for Ziying and Su Wanjing to emerge from the dungeon. Su Wanjing's eyes were red, clearly shaken by the harsh realities of war depicted in the Eternal Dream dungeon. However, she quickly composed herself and joined Wang Chu to grind through regular dungeons to clear cooldowns. Compared to the 500,000 experience reward from Eternal Dream, the experience gained from regular dungeons felt insignificant. On the way back, Wang Chu briefly recounted the earlier encounter to Ziying. You ran into He Guang? Ziying asked in surprise, then explained, remember the day we first met, when we encountered Li Tianming, the 6th rank mecha pilot? Li Shaoshan is his cousin Thayer, both from the Li family. As for He Guang, he's a member of the Imperial Capital Mecha Martial Arts team and has competed in the Global Mecha Martial Arts Tournament. 6th rank is enough to compete in a global tournament? Xing rolled her eyes. For students, 6th rank is already very strong. Li Shaoshan is just a spoiled brat, not worth worrying about, but you should be careful with He Guang. Wang Chu was about to reply when his expression suddenly changed. His left hand's spirit mark had started to heat up. An egg? In the spacious training ground, He Guang was shirtless, performing handstand exercises with steady and powerful movements, showcasing extraordinary core strength. Li Shaoshan frowned as he watched He Guang focus on his training, unable to hold back his complaint. That Wang Chu is way too arrogant. He just got lucky and snagged the spider goddess's kill. What's he so smug about? He Guang maintained his handstand, his back to Li Shaoshan, and replied in a cold tone, "Lucky? Li Shaoshan, there's no such thing as luck in the world of mecha pilots. If you've got the skill, go and take down an abyssal deity yourself." Noticing He Guang's unfriendly tone, Li Shaoshan quickly softened his voice. "Brother Guang, I'm just standing up for you. You're a senior in your 3rd year, and a tier 6 mecha pilot. How dare he disrespect you?" As a scion of a prominent family, Li Shaoshan held his head high. Our Li family has 2 tier 7 mecha pilots. No matter how talented Wang Chu is, he's just a tier 2 pilot. How many so-called geniuses have met early ends over the years? Any tier 6 pilot from our family could crush him with ease. Heh. He Guang let out a cold laugh. Let me warn you, don't act recklessly. Right now, tens of thousands of eyes are watching Wang Chu, all worried something might happen to him. If you want to get yourself killed, go ahead and provoke him. After silently counting to 500, He Guang applied force with his right hand, flipping through the air with agility and landing firmly on his feet. I, for one, am glad to see a genius like him emerge in Daxia. Only with a constant flow of talent can we have a voice on Blue Star. Li Shaoshan stared at He Guang's profile, admiration flashing in his eyes. As expected of the senior, I look up toe-strong and broad-minded. Compared to Tang Yuqi, what does he have besides his looks? Catching a glimpse of Li Shaoshan's gaze from the corner of his eye, He Guang felt a chill down his spine and thought to himself, damn creep. If it weren't for your family's resources, I wouldn't even bother with a fool like you. By the way, Brother Guang, Li Shaoshan shifted his tone, setting aside his earlier sentiment. How's the progress on recommending me to the school team's reserve squad? He Guang pretended to think for a moment. It's a bit tricky. There are only 2 spots for first-year students to join the reserve squad. With Wang Chu's reputation and his performance in the national mech combat exams, those 2 spots will most likely go to him and Su Wanqing. At the mention of Su Wanqing, He Guang narrowed his eyes, recalling her stunning debut during the national mech combat exams. He couldn't help but think that her absolute support abilities were perfectly suited to complement a strike-type mecha pilot like himself. Li Shaoshan's face turned red with urgency as he grabbed He Guang's arm. Brother Guang, you have to put in a good word for me with the captain. I've provided you with so many resources, surely you can help me with this? He Guang impatiently shook off his hand. The captain is currently in seclusion, training hard for next month's national mecha combat exam. I was planning to recommend you once she finished, but then Wang Chu and Su Wanqing showed up out of nowhere. You'll have to wait until next year to try again. After all, making it into the reserve team as a freshman isn't mandatory. Li Shaoshan's face darkened instantly. Joining the school's reserve team was one of his primary goals for enrolling in the Imperial Mecha Combat Academy. It was crucial for securing resources within his family and, more importantly, it was the best way to get closer to He Guang, who was already on the main team. This position was something he was determined to obtain. Noticing Li Shaoshan's shifting expression, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on He Guang's lips. He thought to himself, so what if you're a genius? Without growth, it all amounts to nothing. Experiencing absolute overclocking firsthand, now that's something I'd love to try. Meanwhile, Wang Chu suddenly felt an intense burning sensation, as though his palm was on fire. Without hesitation, he activated his mecha mode and rushed back to the villa, leaving Ziying and Su Wanqing staring at each other in confusion. Once back in his room, Wang Chu quickly retrieved the mysterious egg from his spiritual imprint and placed it on the table. The egg was emanating a strange, multicolored glow. A few days ago, he had spent alliance credits on golden materials to push the egg's progress bar to 100. However, instead of hatching immediately, it had entered a dormant phase. Does this thing seriously need me to walk around with it like a Pokemon egg? Do I also have to worry about shiny odds and individual values? Wang Chu muttered to himself, debating whether to consult principal links or do some research. Just then, a crisp cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. He held his breath, carefully cradling the egg in his hands. Could it be a little spider goddess? Or maybe a 4th sister would be nice, he thought, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. As the cracks spread across the shell, A burst of 7-colored light filled the room. When the light faded, Wang Chu stared in shock at what he was holding, a small, soft, white foot. Man, a cold voice suddenly rang out. How long do you plan to keep holding my foot? Wang Chu stared in confusion at the scene before him. That tiny egg had somehow hatched into such a fully formed spider goddess. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her snow-white body, and her skin was so pale and delicate it seemed almost newborn, which made sense, given that she had just emerged from the eggshell. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Chu's mind. Something about this felt off. He had expected a small, childlike spider goddess, not the mature Meredith standing before him. He suspected this might be the handiwork of the crab god, as such a setting was indeed unsuitable for minors. Just as Wang Chu was about to ask a question, Meredith gracefully lifted her head. But before he could speak, the necklace around his neck suddenly burst with a radiant white light. Alusa materialized, hands on her hips, glaring furiously at the spider goddess on the table. You impudent fairy! How dare you try to seduce my divine emissary? Get your feet off his hand this instant. Meredith narrowed her eyes, sensing the aura of the elven goddess emanating from Alusa. She smirked disdainfully and deliberately twirled in Wang Chu's palm. And who are you to give me orders? This display completely infuriated Alusa, who prepared to climb onto the table and confront Meredith Hedon. Just as tensions were about to boil over, Wang Chu intervened and called for a halt. In fact, the system notification had already chimed the moment the egg hatched. Ding! You have gained ownership of the spider goddess Meredith. Ding! You have bonded with the spider goddess Meredith. Under the watchful gaze of the Abyssal Eye, Meredith's attribute panel appeared. Spider goddess Meredith. Rank, Tier 2. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Special ability, Spider Regalia. Ability description, entirely captivated by Wang Chu's prowess in combat. Although her base stats weren't particularly impressive, her Spider Regalia was a divine artifact. Bound rank, Tier 2. Rainbow effect, all attributes 6,000. Special traits, indestructible, enemy slayer, gain 1 to all attributes per defeated enemy, max 6,000. Other features, adaptive, mimetic, curse immunity. System note, you have absolute control over the Spider Regalia. Wearing it feels like a warm embrace. The artifact's attribute bonuses were double those of the Elven Holy Sword, which led Wang Chu to speculate that it might be because it occupied 2 equipment slots. Wang Chu carefully recalled the attribute data of the equipment modules. Second-tier gold equipment modules provided a 300-point attribute boost, while weapon modules offered 600 points. The base attributes of the Elven Sacred Sword were consistently 10 times that of same-tier ordinary modules. The second-tier Elven Sacred Sword boasted an astounding 3,000 base attribute points, which surged to 6,000 points with the addition of the enemy breaking effect. What was even more astonishing was the Spider Regalia. Its base attributes alone offered a 6,000 point boost across all attributes, and when combined with the enemy breaking effect, it reached a terrifying 12,000 points. As for how many slots it takes up, let's test it and find out. Wang Chu turned to look at Meredith, whose eyes shimmered like water, her gaze alluring and seductive. Spider Regalia, activate. As the words left his mouth, the room remained eerily silent. Wang Chu looked puzzled, while the spider goddess Meredith chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. The scene reminded Wang Chu of the moment he activated the Elven Sacred Sword, Irusa, for the first time. Don't tell me you also? Oh no, this really isn't what I intended. My apologies, Wang Chu said hurriedly, reaching out his hand. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted. Meredith transformed into a beam of white light that spiraled up Wang Chu's arm, over his shoulder, across his chest, and down to his abdomen, ultimately enveloping his entire body. When the light faded, Wang Chu found himself clad in a tight red suit that hugged his body with a warm, snug sensation resembling a Spider-Man outfit without the mask. It matched exactly the impression he had when he first saw the Spider Regalia. An all-attribute boost of 6,000 points, this Spider Regalia really does enhance the user just like the Elven Sacred Sword, Wang Chu thought to himself in delight. Now, it's time to test the Mech mode. Vanguard Swordfighter mode, activate. With another flash of light, Wang Chu entered the exoskeleton mech state. To his surprise and excitement, not only did all 4 equipment modules remain active, but the attribute boost from the Spider Regalia also seamlessly stacked on top. This means he'll always have an entire extra set of module attributes compared to other pilots and at a multiplier far beyond the norm. Truly the power of an abyssal deity. When he deactivated the exoskeleton mech, Meredith also reverted from her regalia form. Her slender fingers lightly traced her crimson lips, her captivating eyes smoldering, and her slightly parted lips seemed to be forming some sort of syllable. What? DA? Huh? Wang Chu looked at her in confusion. Something's off about you. At first, Wang Chu didn't quite understand what Meredith meant by big. Following her silky gaze downward, it suddenly dawned on him this pet, freshly hatched from its egg, was actually teasing him. Meredith, with her long, slender legs, gracefully stepped closer to Wang Chu. She tiptoed, her red lips nearing his ear as she whispered softly, "Master. It's been days since I've seen you. I missed you so much." A few strands of her hair brushed against Wang Chu's cheek, carrying a faint milky scent of new life. Wang Chu gasped and instinctively leaned back, meeting Meredith's mischievous, delicate face. Nearby, Elusa was utterly stunned. She had never seen such a bold, flirtatious move. Snapping back to reality, she immediately jumped up and shouted, "No way! The divine envoy is mine. You shameless spider woman. Put some clothes on." "What? She's the spider goddess?" Xing exclaimed in shock. At that moment, inside the villa, Wang Chu was sitting obediently on the couch. Across from him, Su Wanqing looked at him with a mix of hurt and suspicion as she asked, "So, is that everything that just happened in the room?" In just a short while, Wang Chujej has found yet another strange woman, Elusa grumbled from the side. "Divine envoy, you can't keep bringing random people home like this. You already have me. A few days ago, it was Xingjia and now it's, hey, what does this have to do with me?" Xiying, who had been ready to enjoy the drama, looked completely baffled as she pointed to herself. By now, Meredith had changed into a silky gown and was lounging lazily on the couch. The fabric cascaded down the sofa, and the slit revealed glimpses of her alluring legs, impossible to ignore. Her presence alone exerted a subtle yet undeniable pressure on the other women. After all, she was an abyssal deity. Sensing the tension in the air, Wang Chu quickly attempted to change the subject. "Meredith, how much do you remember about the past?" Meredith blinked her enchanting eyes and replied with a playful smile, "Other than that final battle with Master, I don't remember anything. My mind is filled only with Master." "You're awfully proud of that," Wang Chu sighed. It seemed he hadn't triggered that particular bug, but having such a powerful spider artifact was already satisfying enough. "I need to warn you about a few things now." Wang Chu looked at Meredith with a serious expression, his tone unusually stern. "In front of others, you absolutely cannot show your true self." "Oh, Master is so stingy. Don't worry, I'll only show Master," Meredith teased, playfully winking at him. Wang Chu sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Is this a joke to you? This is not something to take lightly." He carefully examined Meredith in front of him. Although becoming a pet had only removed the purple spider mark on her forehead, her other features remained unchanged. Appearing like this in front of others could easily lead to her being recognized, which would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. "Let's set everything else aside for now. Just take care of this first. Everyone's tired today, so get some rest." Wang Chu stood up first, and Meredith followed closely behind. "You'll sleep in a room by yourself?" Fine, Meredith replied with a look of mock disappointment. Nearby, Su Wanqing and Elusa both sighed in unison. "Why does it feel like life is getting more and more lively around here?" After returning to his room, Wang Chu immediately locked the door and activated his simulated opponent ability. He reflected on the several hours of training earlier at the entrance to the space-time abyss dungeon, but he had gained nothing. Although Nox's Buddha's Wrath Lotus caused him only limited harm, its sheer power was astonishing. If Nox were at his peak, he would undoubtedly be a fearsome force on the interstellar battlefield. The countless petals of the Cyan Lotus radiated immense power, each one containing a terrifying energy. Wang Chu stared at the still figure of Nox in the training space, his brows furrowed. He had begun to grasp the sword art unrivaled phantom, but he was completely clueless about Nox's final move. Could it be that Nox was also a user of an ability module? Wang Chu thought back to the third-year mecha pilot he had encountered in the Yang City Alliance Army. That person had used a purple flame to drive a core chip module, granting him the ability to manipulate fire. However, Nox's Buddha's Wrath Lotus showed no trace of energy fluctuations. It seemed more like the manifestation of some kind of sword intent. Continuing to dwell on this question in the training space seemed futile. Since Nox was a historical figure, it might be better to find time to research archives or consult links. The old master. While Buddha's Wrath Lotus might be impossible to learn, the sword art unrivaled phantom was still worth delving deeper into. With that thought, Wang Chu willed it, and the stationary Nox began to move. "Come on, teach me every bit of your swordsmanship." The next morning, Wang Chu exited his simulated enemy state, and a faint milky scent immediately filled his nose. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling and sighed helplessly. "This door lock still can't keep you out, huh?" "Oh hey you, Gasha Jinsama," Meredith's crisp voice rang out. "Where did you learn all this nonsense?" "I was going through Master's phone last night, and all those weird videos greeted people like this." "What the?" Wang Chu jolted upright like a startled fish, hastily grabbing his phone. Those videos had been left untouched ever since he became a pilot. but he couldn't bring himself to delete these hard-to-find treasures. Looking at the innocent Meredith before him, for a brief moment, he really wanted to stuff her back into her egg. How did she turn out to be such a handful? The next second, Wang Chu activated the spider suit. If Meredith was going to be this mischievous, she could just stay in her equipment form. A white light engulfed Meredith as she began merging with Wang Chu, and then she transformed into a pair of underwear. Wang Chu froze, staring in confusion at the equipment. Yesterday, it was clearly a Spider-Man-style suit. How did it turn into this today? Don't move. This feels just right, so warm, Meredith's lazy voice echoed in his ears. What, the underwear can talk now? Wang Chu was utterly speechless. In the end, he could only sigh. Fine, fine. You're just a one-day-old kid. I've already hatched you, so I might as well deal with it. At the entrance to the space-time Abyssal dungeon, Ziying asked, yesterday, you guys tried Echoes of the Past. Want to give Miracle Star Origin a shot today? Wang Chu shook his head. I'm not short on modules right now. Let's farm Genesis Abyss instead. As a man with over 1 billion Alliance coins to his name, he could simply buy modules if he needed them. The real challenge was acquiring materials for crafting mechs, especially the rare ones with abysmally low drop rates. For his third mech, Wang Chu already had a rough idea and had even set aside a flame demon's heart specifically for it. However, when it came time to actually craft it, he hesitated. Using the standard recipe of Flame Demon's Heart Fountain of Life blueprints would at best yield a mech comparable to the Vanguard Swordfighter model, which wasn't what he wanted. Before leaving, he had consulted Huang Lei about this. The response he got was, many times, unexpected success comes from unorthodox methods. Some materials that seem useless might actually produce surprising results. But most people don't dare to experiment since crafting opportunities are limited. After a moment of reflection, Wang Chu slapped his thigh in realization. Unexpected results? In other words, it's all about luck, right? And with Su Wanqing by his side, his luck was absurdly good, could even succeed with a 1 probability. Alright, you guys go ahead. See you later, Ziying said, turning to farm her Echoes of the Past. Wang Chu and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance and activated the dungeon. The system notification promptly sounded, announcing that they had entered the Abyss of Creation, an advanced Tier 2 Nightmare level mission with the objective of eliminating all creatures within the Abyss. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in a colossal, awe-inspiring chasm. Sheer cliff walls, as sharp as if carved by a blade, rose straight into the clouds on either side. Looking up, the sky appeared as a narrow slit, compressed by the towering cliffs. Faint rays of light filtered through the crevice, casting dappled patterns on the valley floor. So, it's a dungeon with waves of monster spawns, Wang Chu mused. Suddenly, the sky underwent a dramatic change. Several meteor-like entities, emitting an eerie, cold glow, streaked across the narrow sky. Trailing brilliant tails of light, they plummeted rapidly, slamming into the valley floor with thunderous crashes that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening roar. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the meteors, golden light seeping out from within. The outer shells crumbled away like broken eggshells, and 3 massive beasts emerged, roaring fiercely. The system identified them as Tier 2, Level 25, Flame Crystal Behemoth leaders, boasting 2,500 points in strength, 1,500 in agility, and 2,500 in defense. Their skills included Flame Crystal Burst and Fire Breath. For most pilots, a dungeon of this difficulty would be nearly impossible to tackle alone, Su Wanqing remarked softly. Wang Chu nodded in agreement, though these enemies were hardly a challenge for him. With a single motion, the 3 beasts dissolved into white starlight and vanished. Wave after wave of meteors continued to rain down. On the 5th wave, an unusually massive meteor streaked across the sky. With a thunderous cry that echoed like a phoenix's call, the meteor shattered, revealing a majestic sacred phoenix soaring in the air. The system identified it as a Tier 2, Level 30, Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix leader, with all attributes set at 3,000 points. Its abilities included Nirvana Rebirth, Flame Feather Ascent, and Sacred Flame Domain. This legendary bird had been reborn in the flames of creation. A sharp cry echoed through the valley as the Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix unfurled her massive wings. Her feathers flickered like living flames, and her jewel-like crimson eyes glimmered with a mysterious, lively brilliance. Regardless of her attributes, her appearance alone is extraordinary, Wang Chu thought, studying the creature before Hema being that seemed to merge the traits of a Moltres and a Phoenix. In the next instant, the white figure of the valiant warrior sword combat form vanished, reappearing directly in front of the Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix. With a casual swing of his long sword, Wang Chu remarked indifferently, if these are the only stats, she's not worthy of being a dungeon boss. The sword light flashed, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. That single strike seemed to tear through space itself, splitting the Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix in two with unstoppable force. But the battle was far from over. With a thunderous roar, scorching flames erupted, engulfing the remnants of the phoenix and forming a massive flaming egg. From within the egg, a phoenix's cry resounded, accompanied by radiant light and surging energy as the phoenix's soul burned fiercely inside. Standing firm with his sword, Wang Chu watched this miraculous process of rebirth unfold. If I could integrate this capability into a new mecha design, he mused. Just as he was lost in thought, the flaming egg exploded violently, releasing flames powerful enough to incinerate everything in their path. The reborn flame soul sacred phoenix let out an earth-shaking screech. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon trembled, sending rocks tumbling down. Wang Chu's Abyssal eye immediately detected the dramatic transformation in her attributes. Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix. Boss Tier. Tier 2, Level 30. Strength, 6,000 Agility, 6,000 Defense, 6,000. Skills, Nirvana Rebirth Cooling Down, Flame Feather Soar, Sacred Flame Domain. Weaknesses, none. Those skills are incredible, Wang Chu exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. The Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix raised her head proudly, her gaze full of mockery, as if to say, I have a second phase. However, her smugness was short-lived. Another sword light slashed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the reborn Flame Soul Sacred Phoenix fell once more. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding! You have cleared all creatures in the abyss of creation. Dungeon completed. Reward, Golden Feather. Wang Chu froze. Just one material? Compared to the 500,000 experience points typically earned in the Dream Remnant dungeon, this was a meager reward. No wonder most students preferred farming Dream Remnant to level up. As for farming instances like Miracle Star Source and Genesis Abyss, if your luck's bad, it's a complete waste of time. Wang Chu muttered to himself, feeling frustrated as he stared at his empty inventory. Not to mention wasting the cooldown, and when you finally get a golden material, it turns out to be some useless junk. He quickly entered the spirit rune space and carefully examined the material he had just obtained. A golden feather floated quietly before him, radiating a scorching aura. The system identified it as a golden feather dropped from the Flame Soul Phoenix, possessing immense fire attributes, but there was no additional information provided. Should I use this material or not? Wang Chu found himself in a dilemma. Using it felt like opening a mystery box, with no idea what the outcome would be. Not using it meant he could just spend some alliance coins to buy a standard material with known effects. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take the risk. Whatever, it's golden quality. It can't be that bad, and who knows, it might even surprise me. As the instance countdown ended, a flash of teleportation light brought Wang Chu and Su Wanqing to the entrance of the instance. Around them, students were busy preparing for the next round. Wanqing, come with me to the forging room. I'm planning to build my third mecha, Wang Chu said, turning to the girl beside him. Sure, Su Wanqing agreed with a nod. I'll send a message to Sister Ziying and ask her to join us after she's out of the instance. As the daughter of a 7th-tier mecha pilot, she had already completed her third mecha build well before the National Mecha Martial Arts exams. The forging room at Imperial Capital Mecha Martial Arts University wasn't crowded, with only a handful of students working inside. The school offered decent benefits, allowing free access to some basic quality materials, but high-quality ones still required purchasing with academic credits. Isn't that Wang Chu? A student whispered as they recognized him. He's been using that silver-white mecha for a while now. So, he hasn't built his third one yet? I wonder what it'll look like this time. It's definitely going to be awesome, another student replied confidently. Once inside an empty forging room, Elusa immediately reverted from her sacred sword spirit form. Wang Chu activated the spirit rune and began taking out materials one by one. The heart of the flame demon, the spring of life, the golden feather, and a blueprint for attribute allocation that he had spent 1 billion alliance coins to purchase. If it weren't for Brother G contributing a large amount of gold, he wouldn't have been able to bring himself to buy this blueprint, which allowed for a free 10-way division of the mecha's base attributes. With everything in place, Wang Chu sat cross-legged and immersed his consciousness into the spirit rune space. The third mecha. Forging begin. The design of the third mech's exterior was a breeze for Wang Chu. Countless practice sessions in the simulated enemy training space had honed his skills, making every move seamless and fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Under his precise control, the flame heart and golden feather transformed into blazing flames, and with each meticulous stroke, the mech's prototype gradually took shape. Every time he completed a detail, a glimmer of amazement flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. For attribute allocation, Wang Chu opted for a 7-to-2-to-1 ratio. Specifically, he redistributed the original 1,000 points each for strength, agility, and defense of the secondary exoskeleton mech into 2,100 strength, 600 agility, and 300 defense. This seemingly aggressive strategy was carefully thought out since he already had a balanced swordfighter type mech, This third one needed its own distinct identity. Instead of striving for balance, it was better to excel in one area. Wang Chu decided to emphasize attack power, though not to the extreme of an 8-to-1 ratio that would max out strength entirely. Retaining 20 agility ensured mobility after all. No matter how powerful the attack, it was useless if he couldn't keep up with his opponent. Combined with the absolute overclocking attribute boost and his own wind stabilizing ability, this distribution would allow him to dominate even higher-tier opponents. After completing the structure, it was time for coloring. The color scheme of this mech was far more complex than that of the balanced swordfighter type. Red served as the primary color, accented with gold, pink, silver, and other hues. Although the coloring process was grueling, at least it didn't involve the tedious wait for drying like assembling model kits. For hours later, as Wang Chu opened his eyes, a flicker of fire danced in his gaze. In the construction room, Su Wanqing was crouched nearby, her fair hand propping up her chin, her delicate face slightly tilted to the left. The moment she noticed Wang Chu had woken up, her starry eyes lit up with joy, and she bounced over to him. "Brother Wang Chu, you're finally done." Wang Chu smiled faintly and ruffled her hair before glancing at Ziying, who was yawning on the side. This time, it seems like the construction took a bit longer. It did. A little over 4 hours in total. Su Wanqing nodded in response. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow. That long? I thought I was already pretty skilled. It's okay as long as it's you, brother Wang Chu. I could wait forever, hee. Su Wanqing clasped her hands behind her back, enjoying the head-patting affection. Seeing her like this, Wang Chu sighed inwardly. Truly, Xiao Cha-Cha never fails to provide an abundance of emotional support. I just got a call from my dad. He said there's been new progress regarding the orphanage, Su Wanqing said, her voice carrying a hint of gravity. Wang Chu immediately straightened up, his attention sharpening. That mysterious disappearance of the orphanage had always been a puzzle in his mind. Everyone vanished without a trace overnight, as if they had never existed. If it weren't for the orphanage building still standing, with traces of life left behind, the whole thing might have felt like a dream. Su Wanjing's expression grew more serious than ever. My dad has been investigating the children who left the orphanage over the past 20 years. The results show that about 60% of them can still be contacted, but the other 40% are unaccounted for. That ratio seems normal. Wang Chu nodded. Mech pilots are in a high-risk profession, constantly facing the possibility of dying in the simulation realms. For orphans with no other support, diving into simulations is often their only way to change their fate. But, Su Wanjing's voice suddenly rose. My dad discovered something terrifying, a pattern. Every single child who can still be contacted has core chip modules of white or green quality. Not a single child with a blue or higher quality core chip can be found. The revelation hit everyone like a heavy blow. While white and green quality core chips were the most common, it was statistically improbable for there to be no blue or higher quality cores among them. Devourers, Ziying said in a low, chilling tone, uttering a word that sent shivers down their spines. This pattern strongly suggests the work of devourers. They consume the core chips of others to enhance themselves, gaining a portion of their abilities. To avoid drawing attention, they tend to target pilots with exceptional talent. She paused briefly. Your orphanage might have been deliberately set up as their hunting ground. Wang Chu let out a bitter laugh. So, the orphanage director and his wife raised us like livestock, waiting until we were ready before slaughtering us? A sudden thought struck him. Ziying, can devourers wield abyssal energy? No. Ziying shook her head. Devourers and abyssal creatures are entirely different entities. However, they might cooperate. The heavy atmosphere weighed on the three of them. Suddenly, Ziying blinked and shifted the topic. This matter will be handled by those in higher positions. But your third mech is already fully constructed. Aren't you going to show it to us? Su Wanjing's attention was immediately drawn to this. Wang Chu's lips curved into a smirk. All right, let me show you. Neza, activate. In an instant, a blazing and dazzling light erupted in the assembly room. The brilliance swept away every shadow in the space, as if a newborn star had ignited within. As the light faded, a brand new mech appeared before everyone. Its gemstone-like blue eyes glimmered faintly, paired with a youthful and energetic faceplate design that immediately struck Ziying's aesthetic sense. She stared unblinkingly at Wang Chu's third mech, utterly awestruck by its flawless design. The vibrant red armor resembled dancing flames, with every curve and line meticulously crafted, exuding perfection like a work of art. On Neza Mech's left waist, 2 golden 5-point stars gleamed brightly, marking it as yet another legendary-grade golden exoskeleton mech. Ziying felt a shiver run down her spine. The terrifying explosive power radiating from the mech made her scalp tingle. She understood clearly that taking a single punch from this mech would leave her no choice but to surrender on the spot. In the next moment, Elusa sensed Neza's call and transformed into a stream of white light, flowing seamlessly into Wang Chu's hand. The light coalesced into form, and the fire-tipped spear landed firmly in his grip. Pure flames erupted from the spearhead, radiating a deep, dazzling brilliance, as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. Wang Chu raised the fire-tipped spear, which had emerged from Elusa's transformation, clicking his tongue in mild exasperation. The spear was undeniably impressive, but he had just mastered swordsmanship, and now he had to start learning spear techniques. To make matters more challenging, once the Dharma aspect mode was activated, Neza would manifest 6 arms, each capable of wielding a different weapon. He quickly scanned the Mech's attributes. The system displayed detailed stats, including the Core Chip Module, various equipment modules, base attribute values, and additional statuses. After reviewing the attribute panel, Wang Chu drew in a sharp breath. He had anticipated he would be powerful, but he hadn't expected to reach such astonishing levels at just Tier 2, level 27. With the attributes set to 7, 2, and 1, the Neza Mecha already boasts a staggering strength value exceeding 160,000 points. This terrifying statistic made Wang Chu gasp in disbelief. However, what was truly astonishing were the 2 exclusive abilities that came with the mecha. The first was Nirvana Rebirth. When the mecha is destroyed, it can rise from the ashes, doubling all attributes for 30 minutes. This ability can only be used once every 24 hours. It was clear that the Golden Feather had imbued the Neza Mecha with the powers of the Flame Soul Phoenix. The second ability was the Dharma form mode. When activated, it transforms into a 6-armed form, increasing all attributes by 1.5 times. This mode lasts for 10 minutes and can be used once every hour. This is the value of Su Wangqing's contributions, Wang Chu marveled, silently mourning for his future opponents. Anyone targeting me is just plain unlucky. I've got 3 combat phases now. He could already picture the scenario. When an enemy smugly believes they've destroyed his mecha, he would activate Nirvana Rebirth. And if they somehow managed to exhaust his doubled attribute second form, he could still unleash the final Dharma form mode. Thinking about this, Wang Chu deactivated the mecha state, and the temperature in the entire forging room dropped by several degrees. Su Wangqing naturally looped her arm around his, her voice sweet as honey. Congratulations, brother Wang Chu. She could feel his excitement, which helped dispel the gloom that had lingered over her earlier at the orphanage. Wang Chu gently stroked her hair and said smugly, "Now I'm truly invincible. From now on, if someone like the spider goddess shows up, we'll take them down one by one, even 2 at a time." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly winced and exclaimed, "Ah, hostage situation. I was wrong. Seeing Su Wangqing tilting her head, pondering what he could have done wrong, Wang Chu quickly changed the subject. "Ziying, tell me about the Endless Abyss opening tomorrow." Meanwhile, in an office at Imperial Mecha Martial Academy, a young man was lounging lazily on a sofa. A staff member in a school uniform stood respectfully before him, hesitating as he asked, "Young master, are you really planning to open a backdoor into the Endless Abyss tomorrow?" "That's right," Li Shaoshan replied nonchalantly with a nod. "Does the old master know about this?" Bang! Li Shaoshan slammed the table angrily. "What does it matter if my grandfather knows? I'm the only direct heir of the Li family. I do whatever I want." The staff member's face showed his unease. He was responsible for maintaining the Endless Abyss instance and had the authority to open a backdoor, but such an operation carried significant risks. "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong," Li Shaoshan said, patting the man on the shoulder. "It's just to teach a troublesome person a lesson. Besides, anyone can exit the Endless Abyss at any time if they find it too dangerous. But if you can't even handle this minor task, you might as well stop working for the Li family." After Li Shaoshan left, the staff member pulled out his phone, his hands trembling as he dialed a number. "Old master, there's something I need to report to you." "Whoa, so many people," Wang Chu exclaimed, his face mirroring an expression reminiscent of Zhou Sun's, as he stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Since starting school, it was the first time he'd seen such a dense crowd at the Imperial Capital Mecha Martial Arts Academy. All the students were packed in front of the entrance to the Time-Space Abyss dungeon, creating a spectacular sight. Yesterday, Ziying had given Wang Chu and Su Wangqing a detailed introduction to the Endless Abyss. It was a tower climbing event available only on Sundays, where each level randomly generated one of 3 types of dungeons: Remnants of Dreams, Miracle Star Origin, or Genesis Source. If luck was on your side, you might encounter the same type of dungeon repeatedly, like 4 or 5 consecutive Remnants of Dreams. For mecha pilots eager to level up quickly, this was nothing short of a godsend. Around him, the students were chatting casually, and Wang Chu listened idly to their conversations. Credits are so hard to earn. The Endless Abyss is totally worth it. You can clear multiple levels in a single run. Hey, did you hear? Captain Xiao cleared over 20 levels all by herself last time. She's amazing, but it's a shame. The Global Mecha Martial Arts Championship is a team competition, and she can't carry the whole team alone. By the way, I heard there's a new Godslayer at our school named Wang Chu. Maybe in a couple of years, he'll make it onto the school team. Conversations like these always seem to end with someone chiming in, "Isn't that the truth?" Which made Wang Chu chuckle to himself in exasperation. Just as he was about to figure out who kept repeating that phrase, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. "Captain Xiao is here." "Where?" "I can't see her." The crowd began parting to either side, but Wang Chu still couldn't catch a glimpse of the legendary Captain Xiao. Then, a cool, detached voice sounded from below him. "Hey kid." Su Wanjing gently tugged on Wang Chu's sleeve and whispered. "Brother Wang Chu, look down." Wang Chu lowered his gaze to find a girl with a cold expression staring up at him. "So, you're Wang Chu, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Mingyin." Wang Chu's pupils instantly widened. Standing before him was a girl barely 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a pink and white Lolita dress with layered ruffles as intricate as blooming flowers. But this girl, who looked like a picture-perfect legal loli, was actually the infamous Xiao Mingyinth one who struck fear into everyone. Her delicate face carried a chilling sharpness, her thin lips pressed tightly beneath a dainty nose, and her deep, icy eyes felt like bottomless pools. Her entire presence radiated an unapproachable aura. Wang Chu couldn't help but size her up, his gaze inadvertently lingering on a certain area. Yep, definitely flat as a runway. "Kid, where exactly are you looking?" Xiao Mingyin's voice turned even colder. "Ahem." Wang Chu cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "So, Captain Xiao, what brings you to me?" Though he already had a good guess. After all, they were strangers. The only reason she'd seek him out now had to be about the school team. Xiao Mingyin frowned slightly, clearly displeased by his earlier behavior. But she still spoke up. "Wang Chu, national top scorer in the Daxia National Mecha Combat Exam, and the Godslayer. Want to join the school team? If it's you, no assessment is needed. I'm giving my approval." She paused, then added, "Directly into the main team, not the reserve." The moment she said this, a wave of gasps rippled through the surrounding onlookers. "What? Straight to the main team? Skipping the reserve?" The crowd erupted into chatter. Some questioned what a second-tier pilot could possibly contribute, while others were astonished that Captain Xiao was actually seeking Wang Chu's opinion, something completely unheard of. Wang Chu was surprised too. The legendary Captain Xiao was unexpectedly easygoing. Still, he didn't accept immediately. Instead, he asked calmly, "Why? Give me a reason to join the main team." Though his current abilities gave him confidence, Wang Chu understood the danger of arrogance. After all, he was only a second-tier pilot. Steady progress was the way to go. Xiao Mingyin locked eyes with him, her voice lowering. "The whereabouts of the Storm Goddess." "Interested?" "The whereabouts of the Storm Goddess?" Wang Chu's pupils suddenly contracted, his heartbeat quickening. This news was nothing short of a monumental surprise for him. The rewards for slaying a deity were simply too tempting, especially the Abyssal God mark obtained after defeating an Abyssal God. It was the perfect item to enhance Chiyu's physique. At its current LV2 level, Chiyu's physique provided 10 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points daily. The potential for higher-level upgrades was beyond imagination. Even better, Wang Chu possessed the ability to control wind, making him the natural nemesis of the Storm Goddess. That Abyssal God was wreaking havoc on the way to the Imperial capital's Mecha Combat Academy, unaware that her nemesis was lying in wait. However, Wang Chu glanced at Xiao Mingyin in front of him, harboring some doubts. Abyssal gods could travel freely within the abyss, so did she truly have accurate information? Xiao Mingyin, though less than 1.5 meters tall and rather flat-chested, had an astonishingly delicate appearance. Her skin was as fair as creamy jade, and her exquisitely crafted features resembled those of a porcelain doll, making one irresistibly tempted to pinch her cheeks. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Chu's hand moved involuntarily. Under the wide-eyed stares of the surrounding students, he lightly pinched Xiao Mingyin's cheek. It's really soft, feels nice," he muttered, even giving her cheek another couple of pinches. The onlookers collectively gasped, and someone exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck? Has Wang Chu lost his mind? He already has 2 girlfriends and now this." The crowd hesitated, torn between fleeing the scene to avoid Xiao Mingyin's potential outburst or staying to witness the drama unfold. Xiao Mingyin was undoubtedly the most shocked of all. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep red, giving her a shy appearance, though Wang Chu could sense the fiery anger simmering within her. Sorry. Wang Chu quickly released his hand, apologizing profusely. He silently scolded himself had been teased too much lately and lost control. Xiao Mingyin opened a small parasol to shield her face, letting out a soft huff before saying, "If you agree, meet me tonight at 6. With that, she hurriedly left the scene. Due to her height being less than 1.5 meters, her strides were naturally limited, and her legs were moving so fast they seemed almost like they were on fire. Wang Chu gazed at Xiao Mingyin's back, partially obscured by her small parasol, his expression unusually complicated. "Come on, you told me to find you at 6, but you didn't even tell me the address." Wang Chu screamed internally in frustration. At this point, the surrounding onlookers no longer cared about whether Wang Chu could make it onto the school team. Their gazes toward him were filled with pity, and murmurs spread through the crowd. Man, this guy is bold. Had better be ready to face Captain Xiao's wrath. He's done for. Absolutely done for. I think he shouldn't even try to join the school team. He might just end up getting strung up by Captain Xiao for this. Skipping the prep team straight to the school team? That's like poking a tiger in the eye. Su Wanqing stood nearby, letting out a wistful sigh. Brother Wang Chu, it's only been one day. Wang Chu felt his nerves tighten even further. Meanwhile, Ziying stood to the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is so thrilling. Another one. There's always drama around Wang Chu. She began counting on her fingers. Including Xiao Mingyin, that makes 5 now, right? Wait, no, that's not right. Just as Wang Chu remained silent, the distant entrance to the endless abyss dungeon suddenly lit up. It's open. Let's go. Wang Chu exclaimed eagerly. However, he failed to notice a pair of eyes in the crowd fixated intently on him. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have entered the Endless Abyss. The first level of the Endless Abyss, faded dreams of the past, unfolded before them. This was a Tier 2 nightmare-level quest. The objective was to fend off the first wave of a full-scale invasion from the planet Zell and defeat at least 300 Zell mech soldiers. The battlefield was a land ravaged by war. Cities lay in ruins, mountains and rivers shattered. Against the overwhelming alien invaders, the defenders of Blue Star were utterly outmatched, with countless lives lost amidst the smoke and fire. Was this merely a fading dream, or the grim reality of their world? Activating his Abyssal Eye, Wang Chu scanned the surrounding NPCs, noting that the difficulty seemed similar to his first time entering the dungeon. According to Ziying, each level progressively increased in difficulty. The first level had a base attribute multiplier of 1, the second level 1.2, the third 1.4, and every 5 levels, the attributes doubled. Xiao Mingyian's record was reaching the 23rd level. Flames began to surge across Wang Chu's body, and Nezha's fiery red armor enveloped him completely. 23 levels, huh? Let's see how many sets of 23 levels I can crush. Master, everything is ready. In an office at the Imperial Capital Mech and Martial Arts Academy, a man was speaking into his phone in a lowered voice, his tone laced with evident hesitation and unease. On the other end of the line was Li Junshan, the head of the Li family. The content of their conversation left the man, known as Little Li, deeply apprehensive. A few days ago, he had sought Li Junshan's approval on this matter. At the time, Li Junshan's response had been surprisingly casual. If Xiaoshan wants to do it, let him. It's just bending the rules a bit, nothing serious. But it wasn't until today that Little Li realized the target of Li Xiaoshan's plan was none other than Wang Chu. Are you insane? You want me to mess with Wang Chu? Little Li's voice trembled slightly with nervousness. A cold chuckle came from the other end of the line. Little Li, you're misunderstanding Xiaoshan's intentions, Li Junshan said. A genius always encounters obstacles and hardships on their path to growth. Only by overcoming them can they truly become stronger. Li Junshan continued. This is just a harmless spat between kids. What could possibly go wrong? The Endless Abyss is a dungeon that can be exited at any time, so there's nothing to worry about. If anything does happen, they'll take full responsibility. Trust Xiaoshan's the future head of the Li family. He knows what's at stake. This is just blind favoritism, Little Li thought to himself with a silent sigh. Li Xiaoshan's arrogance clearly had its roots in such indulgence. Sensing the coldness creeping into Li Junshan's tone, Little Li had no choice but to repeatedly agree. As the call ended, so did the recording he had been making. Master, oh master, you've truly lost your judgment, Little Li muttered to himself as he stood there. That man is the Godslayer who's at the center of everyone's attention right now. His current status is far beyond what the Li family can afford to provoke. Yet you're letting your grandson go after him? After a moment of contemplation, Little Li followed Li Junshan's instructions and unlocked the back door to the Endless Abyss. Gripping his phone tightly, he walked out of the office. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor of the Endless Abyss, the faded dreams of the past dungeon unfolded before Wang Chu. Blue Star rank, Tier 2. Difficulty, Nightmare. Objective, eliminate the commander of the Zeal Legion, or survive until the end. Description, the Zeal Legion's final assault on Blue Star. Smoke fills the air, war rages on, and the city crumbles under relentless bombardment. The ground is soaked in blood. The cries of the wounded mix with the roar of weapons, composing a tragic requiem. But after the darkest night comes the dawn. Go forth, warrior. Witness the hard-fought victory that awaits. Oh, I got the final battle? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. This final battle, Fragments of Past Dreams, is a highly paradoxical instance. Its difficulty lies in the fact that pilots must launch an all-out assault, directly confronting the defenses of the Zell Legion's commander. A barrage of artillery fire weaves through the sky, while countless fearless Zell warriors charge forward relentlessly, forming an almost insurmountable barrier. Yet, this instance is surprisingly simple. Just dodge the artillery like playing a bullet hell game, and you can wait for the NPCs to clear the battlefield. Some pilots once followed the NPCs to claim the commander's head, only to find that the rewards were identical to doing nothing, leading many to adopt a passive approach. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart by blinding firelight. Countless shells trailed blazing tails, roaring down like an angry meteor shower. Engines roared across the battlefield as warriors weaved through the artillery fire. At the forefront of the Blue Star Legion, a fiery red figure stood out, a Mech, piloted by Wang Chu, advancing with unstoppable force. The fire-tipped spear erupted in raging flames, reducing every Zell soldier in its path to ashes. These elite soldiers, boasting impressive stats Tier 2, level 25, with 15,000 strength, 12,000 agility, 13,200 defense, and mastery of mechanical modifications, advanced swordsmanship, and advanced spear techniques, were still no match for Wang Chu. In this 26th layer of the Endless Abyss, NPCs with such 6.0 level stats were merely the most basic unit, and their numbers reached tens of thousands. The relentless artillery fire pounded the Mech, rapidly depleting its durability, but Wang Chu charged forward without hesitation. Beneath his visor, Wang Chu wore a confident smile. Ordinary pilots would need to rely on overclocking their armor to break through such a scene, but with the Dragon's Heart, he could regenerate 1 durability every second. Even without Wan Qing's support, he could sustain his combat capability indefinitely by retreating to repair when necessary. Wang Chu had already achieved a perfect closed loop of absolute overclocking. Powerful stat boosts, continuous regeneration, and the might of the gene lock combined to create near-invincible combat strength. The Mech became an efficient war machine, tearing through the Zell Legion's forces as it advanced unstoppably toward their commander. Let me personally bring an end to this war trapped in the fragments of past dreams, Wang Chu thought to himself. After the concert, I rushed to the KFC across the street to finish this piece, afraid I wouldn't have time once I got home. I truly cherish everyone's support. Wang Chu was fully encased in the Mecha, streaking across the interstellar battlefield like a red lightning bolt. The fire-tipped spear spun deftly in his hands, creating a blazing wheel of fire. Everywhere he passed, soldiers of the Zare Corps fell one after another. Shards of mecha and severed limbs scattered through the air, each swing of his spear accompanied by the thunderous roar of energy bursts and the crackling fury of flames. Ahead, a fleet of warships loomed in the void of space. In the command room of the massive warship at the farthest edge, a pair of sharp eyes fixated on the striking red figure dominating the battlefield. Stop him! The order was issued instantly. Countless cannons turned simultaneously to target Wang Chu, their cold metallic gleam flashing ominously. In the next moment, a barrage of firepower illuminated the entire starry expanse. To everyone's astonishment, the red figure didn't evade. Instead, he charged directly into the web of firepower. Whoosh! The red figure broke through the barrage unscathed, hovering in the emptiness of space. Then he made his move. The fire-tipped spear spun rapidly in the air, unleashing an inferno of flames that formed a massive fiery wheel, casting a red glow across the black void. One by one, warships erupted into violent explosions, their brilliant flames resembling a grand fireworks display. Yes, Wang Chu bellowed with laughter, reveling in the thrill of his unstoppable rampage. But the battle was far from over. A deafening rumble echoed across the battlefield as Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the colossal figures approaching in the distant entire squad of massive mechas. Leading them was the commander of the Zare Corps Elite Black Knight Squad, piloting the Reaper A-class mecha. At Tier 2, level 28, its attributes surpassed 20,000 in every category, equipped with the latest weapon systems. What demanded even greater caution was the mecha at the forefront, the personal machine of the Black Knight Squad's captain, Oblivion. This Tier 2, level 30 mecha boasted strength, agility, and defense stats exceeding 30,000, armed with top-tier weaponry and a cutting-edge defense system. A black energy blade, several meters long, slashed down like lightning. Clang! Wang Chu raised his spear to parry, the metallic clash ringing out deafeningly. The sheer force of the strike drained 2 of his durability in an instant. With the Endless Abyss 6.0 buff on the 26th floor, it managed to reach 36,000 in strength, barely enough to breach my defenses, Wang Chu remarked with a grin. After all, the Black Knight Squad was one of the Zare Corps' most formidable forces. Wang Chu let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the Zare Legion's Black Knight Squad before him, which was obliterated in an instant by the sweeping strike of his flaming spear. This squad, once renowned for taking down numerous powerful pilots on Blue Star, had its attributes weakened in the second-tier dungeon of the Endless Abyss. Yet, as large-scale mechas, their strength still far surpassed that of ordinary exoskeleton mechas. Sending an entire Black Knight squad just to deal with me? Is this a sign of respect, or are you underestimating me? At this moment, the Neza Mecha was engulfed in roaring flames, its flaming spear blazing with fire that soared dozens of meters high, splitting the sky in a single strike. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the endless abyss, Li Shaoshan had just hung up the phone. He looked tenderly at He Guang. Wang Chu's been in there for over 10 minutes now. Guanga, I'm sorry to trouble you, a distinguished 6th-tier Pilato deal with a 2nd-tier pilot. But don't worry, if anyone questions this, the Li family will take full responsibility. He tightly clasped He Guang's hand. He Guang, though slightly unnerved and covered in goosebumps, maintained a confident smile. He had long prepared himself for anything in order to achieve absolute overclocking. Junior brotherly, you're being too polite. This is all for your sake. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have lent a hand. Li Shaoshan felt a wave of gratitude and murmured softly, Guanga. He Guang quickly pulled his hand back, silently cursing, idiot. He knew all too well that as long as he stoked Li Shaoshan's jealousy toward Wang Chu, it would be easy to leverage the Li family's resources against Wang Chu. Once he devoured Wang Chu's absolute core, he could use Li Shaoshan as a mere stepping stone. The plan was flawless. After confirming the coordinates of the connection to the light gate, the two stepped through and entered the dungeon. The deafening roar of artillery fire immediately erupted around them, startling Li Shaoshan. He Guang scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowing. Something's wrong. This is at least the 20th floor or higher. What? Li Shaoshan froze. Say that again. What floor? More than 20 levels of the endless abyss? Li Shaoshan's eyes widened, his voice trembling with shock. As an experienced pilot, he knew all too well what this meant. Even the top pilot, Xiao Mengyin, had only reached the record of 23 levels, with most elite pilots hovering around the 20th level. The key issue was that the Endless Abyss instance was only open for a mere 10 or so minutes. Clearing over 20 levels in just a few minutes, Li Shaoshan murmured to himself, as though trying to confirm he hadn't misheard. He Guang, his expression grave, analyzed the situation. The attributes of these instance NPCs must be at least 5.0 or higher. Staring at the NPCs before him, whose stats far surpassed his own, Li Shaoshan instinctively took half a step back. Brother Guang, maybe we should retreat? These NPCs could easily kill him with a single strike. Unless Wang Chu voluntarily exits and closes the instance, we can't leave, He Guang reminded him. Don't worry, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, He Guang issued a command. Titan, activate. With a deafening roar, a massive gray mech, over 20 meters tall, rose from the ground. The Titan resembled a steel behemoth, its chest adorned with 6 glowing purple pentagrams. It bent down, its mechanical hand gently lifting Li Shaoshan, who had already activated his exoskeleton mech. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Wang Chu had just used a massive firewheel to destroy the last dozen large mechs of the Zir Legion. The intense battle, which had lasted several minutes, had drained much of his stamina, but he had finally reached the commander. As he prepared to challenge the 27th level, the distant roar of an engine caught his attention. A black dot was rapidly approaching, soon revealing the outline of a massive gray mech. At first, he thought it was an NPC pursuing him, but a quick scan using his Abyssal eye confirmed the identity of the 6th-tier mech He Guang's Titan. Gazing at the Titan's staggering attribute data 179, 500 strength, 113,600 agility, 262,000 defense, and a top-tier weapon system, Wang Chu felt a flash of doubt about how He Guang had managed to enter the instance. But there was no time to dwell on it. But it's obvious theory coming for me. The colossal frame of the Titan streaked across the sky, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, tracing a graceful arc before coming to a halt directly in front of Wang Chu. The fiery red Neza Mech, standing just over 2 meters tall, appeared minuscule before the towering 20-meter-high Titan, like an ant facing an elephant. The Titan lowered its head, scrutinizing the fiery red figure before it. Although it didn't match the silver-white armor described in the intelligence reports, He Guang had been certain ever since he saw the towering, endless abyss this was the power of absolute overdrive. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if he were staring at a priceless treasure within his grasp. Why didn't you run? He Guang's voice echoed from within the Titan. The fiery red figure slowly ascended until it was level with the Titan's head. Wang Chu chuckled lightly. Why should I run? The air froze in an instant. Li Shaoshan was utterly dumbfounded. He had imagined countless scenarios of how Wang Chu might react when faced with the Titan-angry accusations, begging for mercy on his knees, or even hitting the exit button to flee the abyss. But he never expected this response. Why should I run? How dare you say something like that? Li Shaoshan stood up from the Titan's palm, shouting loudly. Wang Chu, if you kneel before me in front of everyone, bow your head, and give up your spot on the school team reserves, then we can call this settled. Settled? The words didn't come from Wang Chu. In the next instant, the sky darkened abruptly. The Titan's massive hand clenched shut like lightning. Li Shaoshan's piercing screams mingled with the sharp sound of shattering metal emanating from its palm. Blood began to drip slowly between the Titan's fingers. Disgusting trash, He Guang said with disdain, casually flicking away the mangled remains in his hand. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, observing the sudden turn of events. A faint energy stream trickled along the Titan's arm, surging into the 5-point star embedded in its chest. Heh. He Guang chuckled, his gaze fixed on Wang Chu, who was still pretending to hold his ground. Now, even if you want to run, you can't. It's time to begin. The Titan-class armor's laser array system roared to life. Dozens of jet-black barrels slowly unfolding as a cold metallic sheen flickered ominously in the dim light. In an instant, a torrent of densely packed laser beams erupted, weaving into a deadly web of firepower that surged toward Wang Chu. The violent energy distorted and scorched the air, transforming the area within a few hundred meters into a zone of death. With a steely expression, Wang Chu pushed the Neza mech to its limits, the engine roaring with a deafening thunder. The blazing exhaust flames lit up the ground in a fiery red glow. Enhanced by the time dilation ability of the Abyssal Eye, his figure became a streak of red lightning, weaving precisely through the barrage of laser beams, narrowly avoiding death at every turn. What did you just do to Li Shaoshan, He Guang? Wang Chu demanded coldly during a brief lull in the laser assault. He had noticed the change in He Guang's attributes the moment that flash of white light had surged into his body. The Titan-class mech's display showed He Guang's updated stats. Rank, Tier 6. Strength, 185,500. Agility, 119,600. Defense, 273,000. In just 2 minutes, his stats had surged by thousands, even tens of thousands of points. This ability was unmistakably the mark of a Devourer. You've already figured it out, haven't you? He Guang's mocking voice echoed through the Titan-class mech's loudspeakers. Li Shaoshan, that idiot, thinking he could make the school team? With his pitiful abilities, he's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Inside the cockpit, He Guang's face twisted into a sinister grin as he greedily watched the red figure darting through the laser fire. The overwhelming power of absolute overclocking filled him with exhilaration. A Tier 2 with those kinds of stats? No wonder even the abyssal gods covet that power. I can't wait to see how much stronger it'll become once I devour absolute overclocking. He controlled the colossal Titan mech, towering like a mountain, charging straight towards Neza. This needs to end quickly, He Guang thought to himself. As a devourer who had infiltrated the imperial capital Mecha Martial Arts Academy for years, his survival relied on one principle: caution. He never acted recklessly, and when he did, it was with swift, precise, and deadly strikes, leaving no room for the opponent to recover. Wang Chu calmly observed the approaching Titan mech and quickly calculated in his mind. His Spider Gear's passive enemy breaking mode had already maxed out at 6,000 defeated enemies, boosting his strength to 168,000 points. However, this value was still insufficient to break through the Titan mech's formidable 273,000 point defense. The gap in tier is just too vast, Wang Chu thought. The fact that He Guang had made it onto the Imperial Capital Mecha Martial Arts Academy's team indicated that he was far from weak among Tier 6 fighters. Although his strength and agility were relatively average, his defense exceeding 200,000 points made him the perfect tank in matches. Staring at the mechanical mountain before him, a cold smile appeared on Wang Chu's lips. A turtle shell? Huh? Let's see where your limits lie. The fire-tipped spear erupted into unprecedented blazing flames as Wang Chu piloted Neza, skillfully weaving through the dense laser fire and charging straight at He Guang. Oh, is this your desperate counterattack before death? He Guang's mocking voice echoed from within the mech. The Titan mech instantly activated its Titan Shield heavy energy barrier, layers of yellow matrix shields unfolding in front of the machine. The black and gold spear, wreathed in flames, streaked through the air like a meteor, striking fiercely against the seemingly indestructible matrix shield. Yet, the shield remained unmoved, like an unshakable mountain, completely neutralizing the otherwise all-consuming attack. The Titan mech loomed over the red figure still valiantly attacking, and He Guang said smugly, "Do you see it now? This is the insurmountable gap between us." Before his words had fully settled, the Titan mech raised its massive ion sword, glowing with a chilling blue light, and slashed downward like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave rippled outward like an avalanche. Under the overwhelming disparity in attributes, Neza's red mech was instantly shattered into pieces, fragments glowing with sparks scattering in all directions. It's over. A glint of satisfaction flashed in He Guang's eyes as he looked at the fragments raining down like stars and the now exposed Wang Chu, his mech completely destroyed. He Guang trembled all over, unable to contain the overwhelming joy surging through him. Overclocking this dreamlike ability had fallen into his grasp so effortlessly. A 1000 boost to all attributes, an incomprehensible power. Even if he could only harness 10 of it, it still meant a 100 increase to all his stats. Wang Chu. It's over. He was just about to revel in the hard-earned fruits of victory. But suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A wave of intense unease surged through his chest. The mech fragments scattered around, which should have been gradually cooling down, instead erupted with even fiercer flames, their dazzling brilliance stabbing into his core with a sense of foreboding. What's happening? Guang's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. He was certain Wang Chu's chip ability should be wind manipulation, yet everything before him defied his expectations. In the next instant, countless crimson fragments seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. They abruptly shifted direction, converging toward Wang Chu's position like a flock of birds returning to their nest at breakneck speed. Sizzle. Crack. The flames engulfed Wang Chu in an instant, churning and surging violently. Guang's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he activated the shoulder plates of his mech, revealing 2 high-energy particle cannons of the Dawnbringer model. The Titan-class mech began furiously charging volatile particle energy, a piercing whistle resonating through the air as blinding light gathered at the cannon's barrels. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, 2 massive beams of high-energy particles shot out like unleashed beasts, swallowing the fiery mass in an instant. But as the light from the particle beams faded, a fiery red figure emerged in the exact spot where Wang Chu had stood. Congratulations, Challenger. Now, it's time for the second phase. Ding! The system notification sound echoed as the Nirvana Rebirth effect was instantly triggered. The Neza mech radiated a dazzling light, and all its attributes doubled immediately. The spirit mark on Wang Chu's left hand began to burn, emitting an intense heat. The data panel updated rapidly. Strength, 336,000. Agility, 98,400. Defense, 66,600. These astonishing stats were more than enough to pierce through the defenses of the Titan-class mech with ease. But Wang Chu didn't stop there. Narrowing his eyes like blades, he locked his gaze onto the Titan-class mech, which was now frozen in shock. Destruction mode. Activate. As the command was issued, the system responded at once. Consume 80 of current mech durability. All attributes increased by 1,000 for 20 seconds. A surge of wild energy coursed through the Neza mech, distorting the space around it. The attribute boost skyrocketed to 3,000. Cracks like spiderwebs spread across the mech's surface, accompanied by an unsettling cracking sound. The updated stats appeared immediately. Strength, 480,000. Agility, 129,600. Defense, 84,600. Do you hear it? Wang Chu said to Guang. That's the roar of the Neza mech. But this was not the end. A faint smirk played on Wang Chu's lips as he softly murmured, Dharma form mode, activate. With a deafening boom, endless flames erupted from Wang Chu, distorting and warping the surrounding air. 4 additional arms extended from the back of the Neza mech, and a blazing golden Shinkuan ring rose behind it like a scorching sun. The final attribute data was locked in place. Strength, 720,000. Agility, 194,400. Defense, 169,200. In its 6-armed Dharma form state, the Neza mech hovered above the Titan-class mech, wielding its fiery spear. Its gaze carried an icy, commanding disdain, as if looking down upon an insignificant insect. You should feel honored, Wang Chu said, to witness the complete form of my second phase. Wang Chu's voice rang out clearly amidst the roaring flames, laced with a faint tone of mockery and pity. What a shame this will be the last time you see anything. Before his words fully landed, the Neza mecha transformed into a blazing streak of red lightning, diving down from the skies. The tip of the fire-tipped spear erupted with fierce flames, condensing into a dazzling point of light that tore through the heavens. Let's see if you'll keep running your mouth now. This strike was unlike any before. It carried the full force of the Neza mecha, empowered by its Nirvana Rebirth, Destruction Mode, and Dharma Manifestation Mode. The Titan-class heavy energy shield, the Titan Shield, collapsed instantly under the overwhelming blow, offering no resistance whatsoever. Guang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. This is impossible. Such immense power, you're not Tier 2? How could you not be Tier 2? Before he could finish, the defensive layers of the Titan-class mech shattered like a chain of falling dominoes. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chu pressed his attack. The fire-tipped spear traced an elegant arc through the air, like a dragon leaping from the water, striking precisely at the Titan-class mech's core. Boom! In an instant, surging flames erupted within the Titan-class mech, like a blazing sun suddenly detonating. A blinding light burst forth from its core, and scorching currents of air roared out with a sharp, piercing sound. The metal framework cracked like a lit fuse, fractures spreading rapidly as searing fire spewed from every gap. With a deafening crash, the Titan-class mech slammed heavily into the ground. Wang Chu's voice emerged from behind Nez's faceplate. Why didn't you run? Were you not afraid? In just a single minute, the situation completely reversed. Guang lay battered amidst the wreckage of the Titan, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His eyes were wide with shock. Wang Chu's display of power had utterly defied his understanding. As a second-tier pilot adorned with 2 golden stars, Wang Chu had unleashed a terrifying force far beyond that of a 6th-tier warrior. The thought barely crossed Guang's mind before a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, unleashed? His breathing quickened as he pieced together the clues in his mind. Wang Chu's ever-escalating strength and his reluctance to end the fight outright. The answer became glaringly obvious. Wang Chu must have reached his limit as well. Though the Titan was now a broken heap, unable to function, Guang swiftly grasped one crucial fact. No second-tier pilot could sustain such immense output indefinitely. He's bluffing. The advantage is mine. This realization rekindled a surge of confidence within Guang. Without hesitation, he activated his exoskeleton armor and sprang to his feet in a fluid motion. His legs tensed as he gathered power. With a thunderous burst, his green figure shot skyward like an arrow, closing the distance to Wang Chu in an instant. Wang Chu, victory is mine. Guang could no longer contain his overwhelming ecstasy, roaring with triumph. Smack! The next moment, without warning, a devastating blow carrying the force of 720,000 units struck Guang square in the face. The green exoskeleton armor shattered instantly, and his body spun wildly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted violently as Guang's entire skeleton fractured beyond repair. He collapsed like a broken doll amidst the debris, utterly defeated. Staring up at the fiery figure suspended in midair, he finally recalled Wang Chu's earlier, nonchalant words. Why should I fear? Indeed, someone with such strength had nothing to fear. In the end, the fool was none other than himself. Wang Chu stood above, gazing coldly at the barely breathing Guang. His eyes burned with unrelenting determination and lethal intent. Slowly, he raised his arm, gripping the fire lance with veins bulging in his hand. The lance, forged from the holy blade Elusa, seemed to sense its master's fury. Flames surged along its shaft, swelling to a blinding intensity that was impossible to look at directly. With a low shout from Wang Chu, the flaming spear in his hands erupted with a deafening roar. A blazing meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a dazzling red trail in its wake. The air it passed through sizzled under the intense heat, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Amid the thunderous explosion, the ground trembled violently, quaking for over 10 seconds before gradually settling. The spot where Guang and the Titan once stood was now reduced to a scorched wasteland, consumed entirely by raging flames. In the distance, the commander of the Zell Legion stood frozen in shock. Wait, are all Blue Star people this terrifying? If someone this powerful had shown up earlier, we would have fled long ago. The entire battle, from Guang's appearance to his demise, lasted only a few short minutes. Wang Chu steadied his uneven breathing as the 20-second countdown for destruction mode came to an end, causing his attributes to drop. He had intended to spare Guang, as the Devourer still held many secrets, particularly about the Orphanage director's whereabouts. However, faced with a 6th-tier pilot, Wang Chu couldn't afford to take any risks and chose to eliminate him completely. Just then, the roar of engines echoed in the distance. Against the fiery red horizon, a dark figure rapidly approached. It was a large mech clad in pink armor. The narrator. Wang Chu, are you all right? Lynx piloted the narrator, landing heavily on the ground. Principal Lin, don't you think that's a bit of a redundant question? Wang Chu rolled his eyes under his mask. Lynx scratched his head awkwardly. I got a report from staff saying that kid from the Lee family planned to ambush you in the dungeon, so I rushed over. What exactly happened? No time to explain. Wang Chu spoke quickly, retrieving a radiant, sun-like yellow Qinkuan ring from behind him. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, sending the golden, lightning-like ring spinning rapidly through the air. Under Lynx's astonished gaze, a dazzling light erupted hundreds of meters away, accompanied by a muffled explosion and the anguished screams of the Zell Legion's commander. No time to explain. Get in the mech. Lynx, graceful. Truly graceful. After exiting the dungeon, the endless abyss entered the settlement phase. A system notification announced the completion of the 26th level, along with the corresponding rewards. Wang Chu felt the faint warmth of the spirit patterns absorbing all the rewards, but he had no time to inspect the specifics. Guang turned out to be a devourer? Lynx's voice echoed from within the narrator. He had already reviewed the video Wang Chu sent, which documented He Guang's appearance and his devouring of Li Shaoshan. As for the second phase of Neza, Wang Chu chose to keep it a secret for now. Lynx's expression grew grave. Anything involving devourers is of utmost importance. For He Guang to have hidden his identity for so long and even advanced to a 6th-tier pilot, who knows how many pilots' lives he devoured along the way. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "So, what are you planning to do now?" Wang Chu narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk. "What else? Time to raid his base. Hey, what do you guys think? How far will Wang Chu get in his first challenge of the Endless Abyss?" Outside the dungeon teleportation portal, groups of students were gathered, chatting in excitement. One of them spoke with confidence. "I think he'll definitely break Captain Xiao's record of the 23rd floor. Isn't that obvious?" Another chimed in. Wang Chu has consistently taken first place in the Abyss trials from Tier 0 to Tier 2. Breaking that record will be a piece of cake for him. As the discussion grew more animated, a sudden burst of light erupted from the dungeon entrance. A fiery red figure emerged from the void, hovering above the portal. Moments later, a familiar mech appeared above narrator. "Whoa, that's so cool. Whose mech is that? Wait, is that the narrator up there?" Before anyone could react, the two mechs shot off in the same direction. The sudden appearance of Principal Lynx's narrator mech was no ordinary event. "Quick, check the Endless Abyss leaderboard," someone exclaimed. Everyone rushed to the leaderboard. The latest record displayed on the glowing screen was impossible to ignore. First place, Wang Chu, floor 26, time, 21 minutes and 38 seconds. He cleared 26 floors in under 22 minutes? The news spread like wildfire throughout the school, causing an uproar. Meanwhile, in the Li family estate in Shangjing, Li Junshan was leisurely fishing by the pond, his white hair gently swaying in the breeze. Reclining in a wooden rocking chair, he watched the bobber ripple on the water's surface. "The wind today is so noisy," he murmured. A sudden gust scattered the fish that was about to bite, prompting him to slap his thigh in frustration. Thinking about his grandson Li Shaoshan's plan to teach Wang Chu a lesson, the old man remained indifferent. In his eyes, as a member of the prestigious Li family of Shangjing, which boasted 5 Tier 7 mech pilots, dealing with a talented young pilot like Wang Chu would be child's play. But as he indulged in this sense of superiority, the distant roar of approaching mechs grew louder. Li Junshan furrowed his brows, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. Just then, his phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, that ominous feeling intensified. "Hello, what's going on?" On the other end of the phone, his father's voice came through, urgent and panicked. "Run, son, run." Before the words fully landed, the call abruptly ended. Li Junshan furrowed his brows, replaying those 4 brief words in his mind. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he looked up at the distant, azure sky. A swarm of dense, dark dots surged forward like a tidal wave, heading straight toward the Li family estate. "It's over. Are they coming for me?" The roaring fleet of battleships from the imperial capital's Mecha Military Academy swept across the skies above Shangjing. No one had anticipated such a sudden change in the winds of fate. The narrator-class vessel was the first to land in the Li family courtyard, followed closely by several massive mechs. Their heavy armor crushed the estate's structures as easily as stepping on blocks, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. In front of the main hall of the Li family compound, Li Junshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the narrator class at the forefront. "Lynx, what do you think you're doing?" Behind him, the members of the Li family stood pale-faced, paralyzed by the oppressive presence of over a dozen towering mechs. From within the narrator class, Lynx's cold voice rang out. "Li Junshan, do you have any idea what your grandson has done at school?" Li Junshan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. This had to be related to Wang Chu, but what could have possibly provoked Lynx to lead the entire Imperial Academy's forces here? Above, the battleship fleet's cannons glinted with an icy menace. He surmised that Shan might have accidentally killed Wang Chu. Deciding to play ignorant, he responded cautiously. "Lynx, I have no idea what you're talking about. But you realize you're trampling on the dignity of the Li family? The wrath of the Li family is not something just anyone can bear." At that moment, a sharp, piercing whistle tore through the sky. Everyone looked up, only to see a blazing streak of fire, like a burning meteor, hurtling straight toward the Li family's main hall. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground. The main hall of the Li family collapsed instantly, bricks and stones scattering as dust and smoke filled the air. Through the haze, a fiery figure emerged slowly. Hovering in midair, Neza stood with his fire-tipped spear radiating intense flames, the temperature around him surging dramatically. Beneath his faceplate, Wang Chu's gaze was chillingly cold, like frost. "Good evening. Is this the Li family? I've come to confiscate your property." Clang. The sharp metallic sound echoed through the Lee family estate as the weapon systems of over a dozen massive mechas activated simultaneously. In an instant, a tense and oppressive atmosphere swept through like a tidal wave, casting the entire estate into shadow. The faces of the Lee family members grew grim. They swallowed nervously, the sound of their throats gulping unnervingly clear in the silence. "Excuse me? That's rather polite of you." One family member couldn't help but retort. "What gives you the right to raid our family? The Lee family is a noble lineage, one of the prestigious clans in the capital. How can someone like you, a mere second-tier mecha pilot, dare to issue commands here?" At the forefront stood Lee Jun-shan, his brows tightly furrowed, silent but alert. His gaze was fixed firmly on the fiery red mecha before him. Inwardly, he speculated, could the person in that mecha be Wang Chu? If Wang Chu is here, where's Li Shaoshan? His eyes darted towards the imposing vessel nearby, and he raised his voice in a sharp query. "Lynx, where's Li Shaoshan?" The only response was suffocating silence. Seeing this, Li Junshan's frustration and fury boiled over, and he roared, "Answer me. Where is Li Shaoshan?" Hovering in midair, Wang Chu lowered his gaze coldly, staring down at the now enraged Li Jun-shan. He spoke slowly, his voice chilling. "Don't worry. You'll be reunited with your beloved grandson very soon." The moment his words fell, the previously murmuring Li family members fell deathly silent, their pupils trembling in shock. "What? Are you saying Li Shaoshan is dead?" A sense of dread surged in their hearts. Before they could react further, Wang Chu's icy voice rang out again from within the Nezamecha, slicing through the air like a blade and cutting deep into their core. The Li family colluded with the Devourers. The evidence is indisputable. Effective immediately, your estate will be seized. The engines of the mechas roared like thunder, deafening and overwhelming. Rising into the air, their massive forms partially obscured the sky, casting the Li estate under a deeper shadow. From all directions, dozens of mecha pilots equipped with exoskeleton mechas emerged, swiftly encircling the Li family. Hovering above, Wang Chu observed the scene with cold detachment. Despite having been shaped by years of compulsory education and holding onto a heart that yearned for truth, beauty, and goodness, he couldn't help but feel disillusioned. The malice of this world was far beyond his imagination, cruel to the point of resembling the darkest of fictional tales. This was an unforgiving world where every mecha pilot fought relentlessly against the terrifying abyss. Whether battling abyssal entities or opposing those mecha pilots corrupted by the abyss, everyone fought for their own beliefs. That much was clear. Yet now, a mere scion of a noble family, driven by jealousy and rivalry, had attempted to strike a vicious blow and oppress others with his power. Even more appalling, the patriarch of the Li family, instead of curbing such despicable actions, had condoned them. To these long-entrenched noble families, mecha pilots of humble origins were nothing more than insignificant ants, to be trampled on and humiliated without a second thought. If it weren't for the fact that so many people are watching Wang Chu, Lynx's voice echoed through the air. This might not have been just a lesson. Death would have been the easiest escape. The members of the Li family behind him collapsed to the ground, as if all the strength had been drained from their bodies when they heard the words, "Devourer." They kept mumbling, "It's over, it's over." Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Lynx, as an 8th-tier mech pilot, would never act rashly without solid evidence. The intricate web of interests and alliances among the noble families meant that targeting one with baseless accusations would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. "What did you say?" Li Jun-shan glared at the red figure in the air, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. By now, the news of Li Shaoshan's death was no longer the most pressing issue. The mere association with the Devourer meant the entire Li family was on the brink of destruction. "You're spouting nonsense." Li Junshan's face turned pale as he struggled to refute. "Our Li family has served Xia for generations, with our ancestors earning glory as 8th-tier mech pilots. How could we possibly collude with the Devourer?" Lynx's tone was calm. "Stop struggling, Li Jun-shan. I have already submitted evidence of Li Shaoshan's collusion with the Devourer, along with the Li family's accumulated crimes over the years, to the tribunal. You will soon receive a summons for judgment." His voice grew louder. "All members of the Li family, listen up. Surrender and leniency will be granted to those who comply." The word tribunal weighed on Li Jun-shan like a mountain. Lynx, as an 8th-tier mech pilot, not only represented the Imperial Mecha Academy but also the entire tribunal of Xia. The aged face of Li Jun-shan lost its forced composure as he let out a bitter laugh. "It's over. It's all over. The tribunal is truly moving against the noble families this time." Before his words fully landed, a dazzling light erupted from his body. In an instant, a massive 20-meter turtle mech loomed before the narrator-class mech. Its frame bore the unmistakable mark of 7 purple stars, a symbol of the Li family patriarch and a 7th-tier mech pilot. Lynx did not hesitate. The moment his opponent activated the mech, the shoulder plates and rear skirt armor of the narrator class opened, unleashing a torrent of Vulcan cannon fire. Yet, Li Junshan seemed unfazed by the onslaught, charging forward even as his mech's frame shattered under the barrage. Suddenly, two white streaks shot into the sky from among the fleeing members of the Li family. Like blades slicing through the air, they aimed directly at the orchestrator of it all, Wang Chu. The two 6th-level pilots shot through the sky like streaks of lightning, their speed reaching an extreme level. Their exoskeleton mechas gleamed with a sharp, icy light, and the metallic shells shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Around them, turbulent energy surged like a raging tide. Boom! The deafening roar of artillery fire instantly echoed across the heavens. Dozens of 5th, 6th, and 7th-level mechas from the Imperial Capital Mecha Combat Academy were already in position, unleashing a barrage of shells that rained down like a storm. The projectiles streaked through the air, leaving fiery trails in their wake. The compressed air emitted sharp, piercing whistles, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the overwhelming firepower. Wang Chu watched the two pilots plummet, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. You thought you could take me down directly? You've underestimated the pilots of the Imperial Capital Mecha Combat Academy. There's no need for hand-to-hand combat. Firepower suppression will handle everything. Meanwhile, Li Junshan wore a look of despair, thinking to himself, in the end, I couldn't avenge Li Shaoshan. The next moment, the sky filled with a symphony of roaring mecha artillery. The thunderous explosions surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the world in their sonic might. Shells screeched through the air, trailing long fiery tails, weaving a dense web of fire. The Li family estate was obliterated in an instant. Wang Chu clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With this kind of artillery, even mountains could be leveled. Lin Keisai's sharp gaze locked onto Li Junshan, who was crawling out of the wreckage of his mecha, utterly defeated. A group of pilots swarmed in and subdued Li Junshan within moments. Was Li Junshan wronged? Not in the slightest. Even if He Guang didn't show up today, there would always be someone else tomorrow to take his place. This was the price of his arrogance as a leader, and it marked the beginning of a shift in the power dynamics among the noble families. Lin Keisai looked at Wang Chu, who stood triumphantly in midair, exuding confidence. Taking down the Li family with lightning speed was not only to help Wang Chu remove obstacles, but also part of a well-calculated plan to kill two birds with one stone. Otherwise, how could a rising star like Wang Chu grow without even the chance to face a true boss? Having all the enemies along the way be mere mortals, what kind of joke would that be? One by one, members of the Li family were brought forward, their fates sealed as they were sentenced to the abyss. These individuals, long accustomed to a life of luxury, broke down in tears, wailing, "No, I don't want to go to the abyss. Please spare me. I still have plenty of alliance credits. I'll give you everything." Lin Keisai ignored their pitiful pleas, letting out a cold snort before giving the order, "Take them all away." "Yes, sir." From leaving the academy to this moment, less than 15 minutes had passed. Every action was executed with the goal of swift resolution to prevent triggering further chain reactions. As Lynx and his team were about to leave the Li family estate, a deafening roar of engines abruptly interrupted their movements. Looking up, they saw two imposing, massive mechas speeding through the sky, followed by dozens of smaller black dots trailing behind them, resembling an ironclad army cutting through the heavens. "Who's coming?" Wang Chu leaned closer to Lynx and asked in a low voice. "The Li family's 7th-tier mech pilots," Lynx replied, narrowing his eyes with a calm tone. His response immediately reminded Wang Chu of their earlier conversation. There were 5 7th-tier mech pilots in the Li family. Aside from the family head, the other 4 served in the Alliance army. Clearly, they wouldn't stand idly by during the raid on their family. Despair turned into sudden hope for the Li family members, and cheers erupted one after another. "Uncle Li is back. We're saved." The two massive mechas landed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. One bore 7 purple stars engraved on its frame, while the other displayed 7 blue stars, clear symbols of 2 7th-tier mech pilots. A bronzered mecha stepped forward first, and the voice of its pilot, Li Yongshan, echoed through the speakers. "Principal Lin, may I ask what misunderstanding has led the tribunal to take action against my family?" "Misunderstanding?" Lynx sneered. "Should I then apologize to the Li family for this so-called misunderstanding?" Li Yongshan remained composed. "Principal Lin, if this is about some of our clan members privately colluding with the Devourers, does it warrant implicating the entire Li family? Isn't that excessive?" "Li Yongshan, are you trying to teach me how to handle matters?" Lynx's sharp gaze bore into him. At that moment, over a dozen more massive mechas descended, and an increasing number of mech pilots clad in exoskeleton armor leapt down from their machines, creating an intense standoff. Li Yongshan appeared eager to de-escalate the confrontation. "Principal Lin, let's not escalate this further. My incompetent son has already paid the price for his actions. Why not let this matter end here? Well and sure Wang Chu receives sufficient compensation. Lynx, however, remained silent, while Wang Chu let out a cold laugh. Since when do 7th tier trash dare to bark in front of an 8th tier? Before the words had even fully left his mouth, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind Li Yongshan. It was a mecha unlike any Othera sleek, silver-gray 6th tier unit with streamlined, powerful contours. Its head was sharp like a bullet, and its glowing red eyes emanated a chilling light. What stood out most was its size, just slightly larger than a standard exoskeleton mecha. It became clear Li Yongshan had never intended to negotiate. At this point, there was only one solution left. Wang Chu had to die. Li Yongshan watched everything coldly. From the moment he received the news, he immediately realized this was far from an ordinary conflict. It was a meticulously planned blitzkrieg. A surprise attack on the Li family orchestrated by Lynx, or more accurately, the adjudication office. They had been lying in wait for this opportunity, biding their time for the Li family to reveal a weakness. The situation was clear. Wang Chu was the key to breaking this stalemate. As long as Wang Chu remained alive, Lynx and the adjudication office would stop at nothing to strike at the Li family. Their goal was to set an example, to declare to all the noble families that the era of their collective dominance was over. However, if Wang Chu were to die, even if Lynx insisted on continuing their attack, the adjudication office would have to weigh whether it was worth risking an all-out confrontation with the Li family over a dead prodigy. Of course, even if Wang Chu died, the members of the Li family would still face death. They were burdened with accusations of colluding with the Devourers. But in that scenario, the situation would become more flexible. As long as the foundation of the Li family remained intact, there would still be a chance for them to rise again. Buzz. A white figure streaked past with a piercing engine roar, a strange sound Wang Chu had never heard before. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in front of him like a flash of lightning, moving at a speed that defied comprehension. Lynx's pupils contracted sharply. This speed was beyond the limits of an ordinary 6th tier pilot. Even most 7th tier and 8th tier mechas would struggle to achieve it. This was spatial teleportation, a rare golden tier skill. The helper brought by Li Yongshan was clearly a master of this ability. There wasn't enough time. Lynx was about to move to rescue Wang Chu when he saw Li Yongshan and another 7th tier pilot act simultaneously. Two massive mechas roared to life, charging toward him like steel behemoths. All their weapon systems activated in an instant, unleashing a barrage of firepower in a desperate attempt to block his actions. They knew full well that if they missed this chance, it would be nearly impossible to find another opportunity to deal with Wang Chu. Whoosh! A chilling killing intent swept through the entire Li family courtyard. Then came a deafening explosion, like a thunderclap tearing through the air. A shockwave rippled outward, followed by the sharp, grating sound of mechas being torn apart. All the instructors at the Imperial Capital's Mecha Combat Academy turned pale, their minds struck by the same thought simultaneously. Marla! The next scene stunned everyone. The shattered fragments of the mechas, surprisingly pure white, danced through the air, drifting down like snow. Amid this rain of debris, a fiery red figure stood tall and proud, as straight as a pine tree. In his hand, the tip of the blazing spear held a charred, blackened humanoid form. Wisps of greenish smoke rose from it, carrying a sharp, acrid stench. Suddenly, scorching flames erupted from the spear's tip, surging forth like a torrential flood. Wang Chu slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze as sharp as Neza's sapphire eyes, sweeping over the Li family members before locking onto Li Yongshan. With a slight flick of his spear, its tip angled toward the ground. The charred corpse disintegrated into fine ashes, scattering across the earth. Not even ashes left for you to collect. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Not just the Li family, but even the mecha pilots of the Imperial Capital Mecha Academy stood frozen in shock. A 6th tier mecha pilot who had instantaneously teleported in front of Wang Chu was effortlessly killed by a mere 2nd tier pilot? A gentle breeze began to stir, seemingly insignificant at first. But in the blink of an eye, the soft currents turned wild and violent, converging toward the fiery red mecha like an unstoppable tide. The next moment, a massive vortex of flames and wind roared into existence, howling like a feral beast. Blazing tongues of fire spiraled along the vortex's path, spinning faster and climbing higher, until it engulfed two 7th tier mecha pilots of the Li family along with Lynx. Wang Chu hovered in midair, floating beside the narrator-class mecha, his eyes fixed on Li Yongshan and his companion. Now, it's just the four of us. A 2v2 fair enough, don't you think? Lynx wasted no time, making the first move. If Wang Chu's fine, then the ones in trouble must be you. Boom. The narrator class activated its Vulcan mode. Countless Vulcan cannon barrels unfolded densely from its shoulder plates, chest plates, waist armor, and leg armor, resembling a ferocious steel beast. Wang Chu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Principal Lin, they say truth only exists within the range of a Vulcan cannon. Let's see if an 8th-tier mecha pilot like you is as formidable as your reputation suggests. When Wang Chu witnessed Lynx entering his fire god mode in a fit of rage, he truly grasped the terrifying power of an 8th-tier mech pilot. On the surface, the difference between the 7th and 8th tiers seemed to be just a single rank. However, the gap between them was as vast as a chasm. Even the Abyssal Spider Goddess, who had once fought the Snowflake to a draw under by Hao's command, paled in comparison to such overwhelming strength. At this moment, Lynx's mech, the narrative, demonstrated why it was nicknamed the Fire God. Barrages of firepower poured down like a relentless waterfall, far surpassing anything Wang Chu had ever seen on the battlefield. The fiery vortex he had painstakingly set up was utterly fragile under this ferocious torrent, incinerated in an instant. Li Yongshan and his partner's mechs were completely defenseless under the onslaught. In mere moments, their machines were riddled with holes, left in tatters like broken sieves. Principal Lin, with power like this, where were you earlier? Playing the underdog? This is way too much, you know? If I didn't have my own tricks, you'd have totally screwed me over. Wang Chu grumbled as he looked at the devastation before him. Apologies, Lynx replied with a faint smile of regret. I'm an old man, you know. Took a long break, and my cannons got a bit rusty. Really? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You're not just testing me to see what I'm made of, are you? That would be seriously over the line. Not at all, Lynx said slowly, his raspy voice deliberate. I swear, it's just old age catching up with me. ID never gamble with your life. Besides, this opportunity to take down the Li family, well, that's thanks to you. He let out a long sigh. Going forward, it'll be your generation's world to shape. Wang Chu shrugged, silently contemplating Lynx's words. The old man had a point. After taking down Li Junshan, any misstep on Wang Chu's part would render all their efforts meaningless. Alright, so if I sum this up in one sentence, Principal Lynx, you're washed up? Soon after, more and more mech pilots equipped with exoskeletons and large mechs descended onto the Li family estate like raindrops. Confronted with the ruins before them, the newcomers were visibly stunned. One of the pilots quickly approached Lynx to report. General Lynx, we've accounted for all the soldiers Li Yongshan and his partner brought over from the Alliance military. What are your orders regarding them? They were just following orders and likely unaware of the specifics of their mission, Lynx said calmly. A warning should suffice. No need to pursue it further. Understood. The pilot saluted sharply and turned to leave. Moments later, another man hurried over to deliver a report. In the Li family's dungeon, a group of dozens of naked women has been discovered. How should we handle this? The officer's report made Wang Chu curse inwardly. Admiral Lynx, however, remained composed, as if he had anticipated it all along. In a calm tone, he said, have them leave their fingerprints on the complaints and destroy all photographic evidence. Understood. For the next half hour, a steady stream of officers came to report. Each report left Wang Chu increasingly shocked. The wealth stored in the Li family's vault made his 10 billion alliance credits seem like pocket change, not to mention the powerful modules confiscated from the spirit patterns of the Li family members. Surprised? Lynx noticed the change in Wang Chu's expression and asked with a faint smile. A bit? Wang Chu admitted with a self-deprecating laugh. Feels like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Back in school, I thought a few million was a lot. Then I saw people casually throwing around billions for golden crispy chicken. But the Li family's wealth, it's beyond money now. Just a series of cold, lifeless numbers. Lynx's eyes carried a hint of meaning. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Many members of the Li family are still outside and naturally won't dare return now. But not all descendants of noble families are bad people. The tribunal will evaluate each case individually. Wang Chu thought of Li Tianming, the 6th grade mecha patrol officer he had met in Star City. He had seemed like a decent and upright person back then. Wang Chu couldn't help but wonder what had become of him now. Your understanding of noble families is likely still very shallow, Lynx said, standing with his hands behind his back. This isn't just about prominent clans or wealthy merchants. It's a world beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There are 5 major families in Xia, and the Li family, the weakest of them, has now fallen. Thanks to you, we finally had the chance to take them down. The tribunal has been waiting for this day for a long time. If it weren't for Li Junshan and his son's stupidity, this day wouldn't have come, Wang Chu said with a chuckle. Some people's thinking, like my Mas, is just incomprehensible. He glanced at the Alliance military engineers bustling around and narrowed his eyes. But Lynx, old man, the boy who slays dragons always risks becoming a dragon himself. Isn't the tribunal, in some ways, just another noble family? Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Chu. By the way, before you all turn into dragons, can you settle today's bill first? After pulling off such a big production, I think I deserve some compensation for my trouble. Don't you? The deployment of the fleet from the Imperial capital's Mecha Academy and the main forces of the Alliance army caused a massive uproar, quickly stirring up a storm of discussion throughout Shangjing. It was at this moment that everyone realized the shocking truth. The powerful Li family had been completely wiped out overnight. This news was simply unbelievable. Simultaneously, a familiar name resurfaced in everyone's conversations: Wang Chu. Have you heard about it? Of course. In Shangjing, whether in high-end venues or roadside stalls, everyone is talking about Wang Chu. People were astonished, wondering what had driven the Li family to such madness as to collude with a Devourer. Even if they decided to collude, their target was Wang Chu? Don't they know Wang Chu is a Godslayer? He can even kill Abyssal deities, let alone a mere Devourer. But what if that Devourer was a 6th-tier mecha pilot? A 6th-tier mecha pilot? Are you serious? Haha, so what if it's a 6th-tier Devourer? I've even heard that Wang Chu killed a 7th-tier mecha pilot from the Li family on the spot. Wasn't it an 8th-tier pilot? Rumors always get exaggerated the more they're spread. One knowledgeable person after another chimed in, debating the details of this incident. What you've all heard is just the surface of the story, someone interjected. Oh, and you know more? Of course. I heard that the eldest son of the Li family is well into men. The crowd collectively gasped in shock, their voices trembling. Are you saying the eldest son of the Li family caused all this drama because of unrequited love? And that Devourer was his boyfriend? This is insane. Does that mean Wang Chu is also? No way. Haven't you seen the girls around Wang Chu? They're all stunning, like celestial goddesses. Just today, he even publicly teased Captain Xiao Mingyin of the Imperial capital's Mecha Academy. At the time Wang Chu left the academy, Neza accompanied him aboard the narrative ship. Now upon his return, he was escorted by an entire fleet and several Alliance army large-scale mechas. Completely unaware of the rumors tarnishing his reputation, Wang Chu headed straight back to his villa. Scanning the room, he saw Su Wanqing and Zi Ying, who had just returned from the Endless Abyss. It made sense after all. It had only been about an hour and a half since they entered the Endless Abyss. Typically, powerful mecha pilots could clear 10 to 20 levels in the Abyss, which would take at least half a day to exit. Alusa immediately deactivated the mimicry mode of her Spirit Holy Sword and stretched lazily in the living room, revealing her perfectly toned abs. As for the spider goddess Meredith, she seemed reluctant to leave her role as the inner voice, still immersed in the experience. Wang Chu sat on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the past hour and a half, clicking his tongue twice. What a pity due to Li Shaoshan's interference, his first venture into the Endless Abyss was cut short at the 26th level. If not for the interruption, Wang Chu was confident he could have cleared dozens more levels. However, it hardly mattered to him. His experience points had already exceeded the cap. Continuing further would have been pointless. Instead, by taking down the Li family, he reaped unexpected rewards, something the Endless Abyss could never offer. After the Li family was raided, all the confiscated modules, alliance coins, and various materials had to be meticulously counted and verified in the public court of the tribunal. These spoils of war were not something Wang Chu could claim in the short term, but Lynx specially prepared a unique item for him. Wang Chu reclined lazily on the sofa, lightly pinching a crystal-clear, droplet-shaped gem between his fingers. Under the overhead light, the gem refracted a dazzling array of colors, so mesmerizing it was hard to look away. This was an item called Divine Crystal, a rare golden artifact with an astonishingly simple attribute. No effects, but upon use, it granted an additional construction attempt. The item description was succinct: a creation of the divine, its origins unknown. This is a reward I received when I cleared the 8th tier Abyss trial and broke through to the 8th tier, Link said, his gaze tinged with reluctance. He continued, I originally planned to save it for Ziying, but now I think it suits you better. Are you sure? Wang Chu was taken aback. If Ziying finds out, she might just pluck your beard off. Lynx burst into hearty laughter. It won't come to that. You have the greatest talent I've ever seen in a pilot. Taking down a 6th tier pilot with ease while still at the 2nd tier, there's no one else in the world who could pull that off. Perhaps you're the one destined to end the Abyss. In the Abyss, Wang Chu silently repeated the phrase in his mind. For generations of pilots on Blue Star, this had been a dream that always remained out of reach. But for him, with the unparalleled talents of the Saitama physique and the final ripple, failing to end the Abyss would be a disgrace to Sensei Saitama himself. Once he reached Sensei's level of strength, obliterating the Abyss with a single punch would be a mere formality. All right, he'll take it. Wang Chu agreed decisively. A top-tier item like this was something a pilot might never encounter in their entire lifetime. Lynx, fully aware of his own limits, had held onto the divine crystal all this time, waiting for the right person to appear. Seeing Wang Chu accept the treasure, Lynx's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Since you've taken my gift, you'd better take good care of Ziying in the future. My granddaughter may be a bit headstrong and prideful at times. but she's a good girl otherwise. With you looking after her, I can rest easy. Wang Chu froze on the spot. If this were a game, the screen would probably display. Ding, obtained item. Divine Crystal X1. Ding, Ziying has joined your party. Wait, what? I came to settle accounts with you, and not only do you hand me an item, but you're also giving me your granddaughter? Does she even know about this? His thoughts snapped back to the present. Wang Chu held the divine crystal tightly in his palm and, without hesitation, crushed it with force. Crack. The crystal shattered instantly, and a surge of strange energy flowed into his spirit patterns. A warm sensation spread through him as the patterns began to emit a soft white glow. A few moments later, a notification from his spirit patterns appeared. Ding! Your construction attempts have increased. Remaining construction attempts. 2. 2 chances to construct chips. Wang Chu's eyes lit up with excitement, his joy unmistakable. The value of this divine crystal far exceeded his expectations. He thought back to his journey as a pilot. When he advanced to a first-tier pilot, he used his first chip construction opportunity to draw the powerful imaginary enemy skill module. This module not only provided tenfold spatial flow acceleration, but also significantly boosted his learning efficiency. Although his current strength mainly relied on numerical enhancements, the contribution of imaginary enemy was undeniable. Later, when he completed the second-tier Abyss trial and advanced to the second tier, he gained another construction opportunity. However, at the time, Su Wanqing had advanced before him and used her construction attempt, so he missed the chance to be reminded of it. Coupled with a particularly busy period, the matter was shelved. Of course, this was definitely not due to a lapse in memory. If I can draw skills on par with imaginary enemy with these 2 attempts, even 7th-tier pilots won't be a threat, Wang Chu calculated inwardly. However, to maximize the effectiveness of these construction attempts, he needed Su Wanqing, his lucky charm, to be present. What thrilled him even more was that he had already reached level 30 in the second tier, fully meeting the conditions for advancing to the third tier. Once he completed the third-tier Abyss trial, he would gain yet another construction opportunity. 3 construction attempts meant a significant leap in strength. To play it safe, I'll use these 2 attempts first to enhance my power before challenging the Abyss trial, Wang Chu planned in his mind. Refocusing his attention on his spirit patterns, he recalled another important matter, the current Flame Roar module. While this module wasn't bad, it was fairly average. If he couldn't find a better replacement, absorbing it wouldn't be a bad choice, as its passive effects were still useful for the Mech. Glancing over the spoils from the Miracle Stars missions, he noticed that 7 runs had yielded 2 golden modules. This drop rate isn't too shabby, Wang Chu muttered to himself with a raised eyebrow. The probability of obtaining 2 Miracle Star sources in 7 dungeon runs made Wang Chu ponder. If other pilots had a similar drop rate, this dungeon might be worth farming. No wonder the entrance to the Miracle Star Source dungeon was always crowded. Compared to the steady experience gains from the Eternal Remnant Dream dungeon, this place was undoubtedly more appealing to those who enjoyed testing their luck. Examining the 2 modules he had acquired, Wang Chu noticed that one was an ordinary golden module, but the other one caught his attention. It was a second-tier golden abyssal multifunctional module called Core of the Sword, which not only provided a 600-point mech strength attribute boost, but also included a 100 mech durability consumption speed. Most intriguingly, it featured an entry labeled Sword Intent 15. Collecting all 5 Sword Intent entries would activate a special set effect. I am the sword. This simple description made Wang Chu's pupils narrow. Unlike the Flame Roar set he had encountered before, which merely stacked effects, this module required the complete set to activate its unique effect. But where could he find the remaining set modules? And what kind of effects would be unlocked upon activation? As he was lost in thought, a crisp voice suddenly interrupted him. Wang Chu gidge. Looking up, he saw Su Wanqing rushing toward him and wrapping him tightly in her arms. I heard everything. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Her voice was choked with emotion. Wang Chu gently pushed her away and took a deep breath. Phew, I made it out alive. It feels so good to see the light of day again. Standing nearby, Ziying remained silent, but her delicate face was filled with concern. What's there to worry about? Don't you trust me? Wang Chu said with a smile. To his surprise, Ziying was the first to respond. Of course we trust you, but that doesn't stop us from being worried. Her heartfelt words caught Wang Chu off guard. Just then, Elusa suddenly peeked out from a corner. Oh, doesn't stop us from worrying about you. Elusa. Ziying's face instantly turned bright red, and the heavy atmosphere dissipated as the villa filled with lively chatter once more. Watching the scene unfold, Wang Chu couldn't help but smile. This feeling of being cared for was truly comforting. On their way to the chip construction center, Wang Chu briefly recounted his experiences in the dungeon and how he defeated Higuang. Even though I had heard you took down Higuang before, hearing you describe it yourself still feels unbelievable, Ziying said, her brows slightly furrowed. My Wang Chu gidge is the best. Su Wanqing said proudly, grinning from ear to ear. Before long, they arrived at the chip construction center in Shangjing. Compared to Star City, the scale of this place was noticeably more grand and imposing. Wang Chu gently ruffled Su Wanqing's hair. I'll leave choosing the construction room to you. Leave it to me. I, Miss Su, will make sure Wang Chu Gij gets amazing results. Su Wanqing replied confidently, brimming with enthusiasm. The small construction room felt somewhat cramped. Wang Chu was surrounded by Su Wanqing, Ziying, Elusa, and the spider goddess Meredith, their tall figures making the space seem even more confined. As soon as Meredith saw the construction machine, she transformed from her T-seed form into her human form. Her slender figure leaned gracefully forward, her white fingers gently brushing over the chip module construction machine, a strong interest displayed on her delicate face. So this is the machine you humans use to gain power? Her mature, commanding voice echoed in the small space. Wang Chu, enveloped by the four women, felt the surrounding softness, while also noticing a slight coolness left behind after Meredith shed her T-seed form. This is the chip module construction machine. It extracts chip modules, which we pilots use to gain new abilities, Su Wanqing explained to Meredith. This was no secret to Wang Chu's T-seed companion. Under the gaze of four pairs of eyes, Wang Chu slowly placed his left hand on the construction machine. In an instant, the machine emitted a hum, radiating a dazzling light. Information began to appear before Wang Chu's eyes. Wang Chu, Tier 2 pilot, construction attempts, 2. Commence construction. A white beam of light suddenly shot out from the spirit mark on the back of Wang Chu's left hand, flowing into the construction machine. Immediately, a brilliant golden pillar of light burst forth, like the dawn breaking through darkness, and poured into his spirit mark. To everyone's amazement, a second golden pillar of light followed right after. 2 consecutive golden legends. Holy crap! Ziying couldn't help but exclaim. 2 consecutive golden chip modules? What kind of luck is that? Are you sure you have more than a few years left to live? Meredith raised an eyebrow. Gold is already the highest grade for chip modules, with an extremely low probability, Wang Chu said, thrilled yet unsurprised. Ziying, you just don't understand the value of our lucky mascot. Hearing herself referred to as a mascot, Su Wanqing let out a playfully hey. Ziying, on the other hand, was still in shock. Wang Chu immediately focused on his spirit mark to examine the newly acquired golden chip modules. Revival ability module. Quality. Gold. Effect. When any mech's durability reaches 0, its cooldown time is reset, allowing activation of other mechs. The cooldown time for destroyed mechs will not be reset. Skill cooldown. 24 hours. You are indeed a worthy opponent, managing to defeat my mech. Wang Chu stared at his adversary, but a mysterious smile suddenly curled at the corners of his lips. However, what if I have more mechs at my disposal? At that moment, a golden light flashed before his eyes. It was a rare module that could refresh a mech's cooldown time. Resurrection. Typically, a pilot below Tier 5 could possess up to 5 exoskeletal mechs, including the Zero model. But this didn't mean they could switch between them at will. Pilots usually selected the most suitable mech based on the battle situation. Only after reaching Tier 5 could they simultaneously operate large mechs and exoskeletal mechs, effectively holding 2 survival trump cards. The resurrection ability, however, shattered these limitations. It allowed a pilot to immediately activate a second mech after the first one's durability was depleted. While similar abilities had appeared in history, they were often accompanied by drawbacks like reduced attributes or time restrictions. Yet this resurrection module seemed to have no negative effects at all. Wang Chu carefully analyzed his current combat setup. Nirvana Rebirth Wei Yuan Sword Duelist Gene Lock. For entire stages, such a configuration would leave even the great sage in awe. Still, he quickly realized that if even Neza, after Nirvana Rebirth, couldn't secure victory, activating the Wei Yuan Sword Duelist afterward might not make much sense. But suddenly, a bold idea struck him. His last ripple ability worked by absorbing the fragments of a destroyed mech. If both Neza and the Wei Yuan Sword Duelist exploded in sequence, wouldn't that grant him 2 separate 300-fold attribute boosts, stacking to an astonishing 600-fold increase? What kind of overpowered module did you just get? Why are you smiling so creepily? Ziying, standing nearby, was practically hopping with curiosity, desperate to know about Wang Chu's new ability. That's a secret, Wang Chu replied with a mysterious grin. All I can say is that the first module is practically divine to me. Stop being cryptic and just spill it. Ziying snapped, exasperated. What about the second one? Her question reminded Wang Chu. He immediately directed his consciousness into his spirit matrix and quickly discovered the second module, Convergence. This was a gold-tier skill module that could consume all remaining durability of a mech to unleash a single, devastating attack with 10 times the normal power. The module's description was as concise as it was intimidating. All things in the world converged to their end. In that moment, only 2 colors remain in existence: the black and white of your death scene. Holy crap! Another god ear ability? Wang Chu exclaimed in astonishment. Gulp. The sound of Wang Chu swallowing echoed in the cramped construct room. He stared at the golden chip module in front of him, Gi, silently weighing its value in his mind. Compared to Fanhun, a heaven-defying ability module, Gi, an offensive module, seemed rather unremarkable. After all, not every golden chip could be as powerful as Fanhun. Some, like the utterly useless Dear Boy module, were practically polluting the pool of options. Gi's effect appeared simple: consume all remaining durability to deal 10 times the damage. For an average pilot, this was a desperate last-ditch move, a final strike ensuring mutual destruction. But if this deadly attack were blocked or failed to kill the opponent outright, the user would be left to certain doom. Yet, a sly smile crept across Wang Chu's lips. To him, Gi was practically custom-made. Its only cost was mecha durability, and with his absolute overclocking ability and multiple stages, durability was the least of his concerns. Even better, Gi had no cooldown limitation. He had already crafted the perfect strategy in his mind. Open the match by using Gi in his Neza mecha state to taunt the opponent and trigger Nirvana Rebirth. In the second stage as Neza, unleash another Gi, then switch to the Weiyuan sword fighter form. Next, accelerate into the fourth stage Gene Lock state by utilizing explosive armor. Fanhun paired with Gi-Ethis draw was simply flawless. Wang Chu thought, even if Principal Lynx didn't intervene at the Li family today, he could easily deal with those two 7th-tier large mechas himself. What are you smiling about anyway? Xing finally couldn't hold back, her curiosity piqued by the dazzling golden light radiating from the modules. I'm not telling you. Wang Chu teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. In the confined space of the construct room, Xing decisively leapt onto Wang Chu's back. Nearby, Kucha, who had transformed into the spider goddess Meredith, let out a knowing chuckle as she observed Wang Chu's slightly overwhelmed reaction. After some playful roughhousing, Xing, her cheeks flushed, jumped off. It dawned on her that she had never been this close to a boy before. Relax, relax. You'll find out soon enough, Wang Chu said, grinning as he tried to calm her down. Xing shot him a glare and huffed, all right, fine. But I do have another question. You can answer that, can't you? Wang Qing said you already constructed a chip module back when you were just at the first stage. So how did you manage to construct 2 today? Wang Chu froze. Wait, 2 constructions? How? Is this the kind of thing one can just talk about? Wang Chu's lips curved into a sly smile, thinking to himself that it wasn't his problem to deal with anyway. For that, you'll have to ask your grandfather. My grandfather? What's this got to do with him? Xing looked puzzled. Wang Chu replied smugly today, I did the Adjudication Bureau a big favor. Principal Lynx personally gave me an item that increases construction attempts. I tried to decline, but he insisted, so I had no choice but to accept it. Xing clenched her fists, glaring at Wang Chu's smug expression, thinking that Lynx might as well shave off his long-standing beard at this point. Oh, and he also threw in some extras. If you want to know the details, you'll have to ask him yourself. Wang Chu patted his stomach and added, speaking of which, I haven't had a proper meal today. Shall we get something to eat? Just as he finished speaking, Su Wanning's stomach growled right on cue. Xing snorted, her fists gradually unclenching, and she gave a firm nod. The group headed to a restaurant. Looking at the dishes before him, Wang Chu couldn't help but complain. 500 alliance coins for a plate of plain greens? 300 for overcooked porridge paired with a so-called Korean royal banquet? And Jingyi actually eats this stuff? After the meal, Xing suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh no, didn't Xiao Mingyin arrange to meet you? Xiao Mingyin? Wang Chu gasped. Oh right, with everything going on today, I completely forgot. It's already 8 o'clock, I'm 2 hours late. Should we go check? Yeah, better confirm it. I didn't explicitly agree back then, but I didn't refuse either, Wang Chu said with a frown. The problem is, I don't know where she is, and I don't have any way to contact her. Xing quickly led the group back to Imperial Mecha Martial Arts University and went straight to the second cafeteria. This? Really? Wang Chu asked, bewildered. Yup. There's a well-known pattern. Hurried, exactly 6 o'clock. Xiao Mingyin is always in the second cafeteria. Sure enough, they spotted a petite figure sitting in a corner. Wang Chu walked over and apologized. Sorry, I got held up. Xiao Mingyin sat there primly, her Lolita dress immaculate. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes sweeping past the 2 girls behind Wang Chu. They're both my people. Whatever you need to say, just go ahead. Xiao Mingyin gave a slight nod. Since you've come, it means you've accepted my invitation to join the school team. In that case, I'll now tell you the whereabouts of the storm goddess. It was well past mealtime, yet the second cafeteria remained bustling with chatter. Students gathered in small groups in every corner, their eyes occasionally darting toward the empty spot in the middle of the cafeteria. They were all waiting for a spectacle: the meeting between Xiao Mingyin, the captain of the Imperial Mecha Martial Arts Academy team, and the newly famed Godslayer, Wang Chu. Wang Chu sure has guts. making Captain Xiao wait for 2 whole hours. I was half expecting Captain Xiao to flip the cafeteria tables by now. Don't be ridiculous. This is her favorite pickled fish spot. She wouldn't dare wreck it, not even in a fit of rage. The murmurs and whispers were endless. Most of these students had deliberately stayed behind just to witness this dramatic encounter. On one side was Xiao Mingyin, the team captain, and on the other was Wang Chu, the freshman who had already made a name for himself by taking down the Li family. Wang Chu fixed his gaze on Xiao Mingyin, studying her intently. She looked exactly the same as she had that morning, her makeup delicately applied, her face flawless like a porcelain doll. Surprisingly, she showed no trace of anger over his tardiness and got straight to the point. I heard you've had some run-ins with the storm goddess, Xiao Mingyin began bluntly. Not only did you kill one of her emissaries, but you also faced her wrath on your way to the academy. Wang Chu nodded, confirming the rumor. That had been the result of being betrayed by Akyu and Ahao. But now, having killed the spider goddess and gained immunity to curses, he no longer feared the wrath of any deity. You must be carrying the storm goddess curse as well, Wang Chu said directly. Is your goal to kill her too? Yes, Xiao Mingyin replied without hesitation. I believe you're the best candidate to team up with me to take her down. Team up with you? Wang Chu picked up on the key words. Xiao Mingyin proceeded to recount her experience. In the Howling Wilds dungeon, I discovered the hidden entrance to the storm goddess lair. She wasn't there at the time, and I only encountered 2 of her emissaries. I killed them both. Her nonchalant tone belied the gravity of her words, leaving Wang Chu quietly astonished. To single-handedly defeat 2 emissaries was no small feat. It was no wonder Xiao Mingyin held the title of the strongest at the Imperial Mecha Martial Arts Academy. And if the storm goddess had been present during that encounter, the danger would have been immeasurable. Wang Chu frowned as he pondered over Xiao Mingyin's suggestion. If there are 3 or 4 opponents, could she still clear it solo? So, you're suggesting I go with you to the storm goddess's lair? He recalled a crucial issue. But Howling Wilds is a tier 6 dungeon. With my current rank, I can't even enter it. Reaching tier 6 isn't something I can accomplish in the short term. Even if I grind dozens of levels in the endless abyss every week and gain a ton of experience, I'm still far from tier 6. The amount of experience needed grows exponentially as you level up. That's why so many pilots remain stuck at tier 4 or 5, even after years of training in the academy. I can wait for you, Xiao Mingyin said firmly. I've been stuck at tier 6 all this time just to kill the storm goddess. I've already waited over a semester, so I don't mind waiting another year or 2. Wang Chu fell into thought, trying to understand Xiao Mingyin's situation. Abyssal deities were indeed a nightmare for all pilots, especially their detestable curses. Every high-tier pilot carried at least 2 or 3 curses, and the worst-case scenario was when the same curse stacked. For instance, Xiao Mingyin currently bore 2 layers of the storm goddess's curse, which caused her to take 200 more damage from wind elemental attacks. With that kind of debuff, her chances of defeating the storm goddess dropped by over 70. Worse still, multiple layers of the same curse made it more likely to draw the storm goddess's attention. This was why many high-tier pilots avoided entering regular dungeons or abyssal trials recklessly. Don't think this is cowardice, Xiao Mingyin said, as if reading his thoughts. You only have 1 life. Rushing in blindly is just asking for death. There's another reason I'm willing to wait for you. You're not only a Godslayer, but also possess wind manipulation abilities. That might have a unique effect when dealing with the storm goddess. Only then did Wang Chu remember how others viewed him as a wind master, which explained why Xiao Mingyin had sought him out. He smirked slyly, leaning back in his chair and crossing one leg over the other. So, Captain Xiao, it seems you need my help, huh? Sounds like whether I join the school team or not has nothing to do with you telling me the storm goddess's whereabouts, doesn't it? Xiao Mingyin nodded expressionlessly. You're right. Whether you join the school team or not, they'll still tell you about this. Just as Wang Chu was about to respond smugly, a sudden fragrance wafted through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Mingyin stepped onto her chair, leaned over the table with her hands pressed against it, and got close to him. I heard you're quite a flirt. This is my first kiss. Consider it a welcome gift for joining the school team. Wang Chu sat dumbfounded, touching the lingering warmth on his face. Who said I'm that kind of person? Who's been ruining my reputation? Stand up and face me, they'll beat them to a pulp. What did I just see? My Captain Xiao. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill Wang Chu. The cafeteria erupted with gasps and exclamations. Under the dim lighting, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. Xiao Mingyin gently planted a kiss on Wang Chu's cheek. Standing to the side, Su Wanjing was pale as a sheet. Her beloved Wang Chu, her big brother, had been ambushed by Xiao Mingyin right in front of everyone. At that moment, Xiao Mingyin's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and her whole body trembled slightly, clearly having mustered all her courage to take such an action. Wang Chu took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside him. He had intended to bring up the matter of money, but the words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. What kind of development is this? Could he really be, as those bystanders called him, some sort of walking succubus? Just then, the voice of the spider goddess, Meredith, echoed in his mind. I can help you enter the Howling Lands. As long as you get into the Abyss dungeon, I can take you there without waiting for you to reach Tier 6. However, you'll need to defeat the Storm Goddess in the Tier 6 dungeon first. Otherwise, you're just walking to your death. Wang Chu frowned deeply. As his pet and former spider goddess, Meredith's words were undoubtedly trustworthy. But the Howling Lands was a Tier 6 dungeon, and he was only Tier 2. The further gap was daunting. Yet, the Abyssal Godmark obtained from slaying a god could enhance the Saitama physique. The sooner he obtained it, the more its daily benefits would accumulate. The temptation was enough to make Wang Chu's heart waver. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Chu's eyes. A 6th-tier storm goddess? The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. With divine skills and the Windseal card in hand, taking down the storm goddess now would undoubtedly be worth the risk. He raised his head, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he looked at Xiao Mingyin. Captain Xiao, I accept your proposal. The faint blush lingering on Xiao Mingyin's cheeks had not entirely faded. Her eyes flickered as she looked up. Great. Welcome to the Imperial Capital Mecha Combat Academy's team. With that, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Both of them understood the true meaning of this exchange. Wang Chu had agreed to join her in defeating the Storm Goddess. While searching for teammates, Xiao Mingyin had considered several powerful 6th-tier mecha pilots, but had ultimately dismissed them one by one. Then Wang Chu appeared with his experience in killing abyssal deities and his mastery of wind manipulation. He was the perfect candidate. However, inviting someone to risk their life battling an abyssal deity came with limited bargaining chips, leaving her no choice but to resort to this approach. Tomorrow, Wang Chu suddenly announced, his voice firm and resolute. Tomorrow, we head to the Howling Lands. The Storm Goddess won't live past tomorrow. Mark my words. His declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. Back at the villa, Xing furrowed her brows tightly. Wang Chu, are you serious about being this reckless? A 2nd-tier pilot challenging a 6th-tier opponent, it sounded utterly absurd. The power gap alone was insurmountable, not to mention that a 2nd-tier pilot couldn't even enter a 6th-tier dungeon. Surprisingly, Xiao Mingyin, after a brief moment of shock, simply responded with a calm all right. Wang Chu then provided a brief outline of his plan. He would first enter a 3rd-tier abyssal trial to break through to the next tier, and then head straight to the Howling Lands. As for the specifics, he didn't elaborate, and the others wisely refrained from pressing him. Xiao Mingyin merely confirmed the timing with a nod before leaving. Such strange people. Xing sighed deeply. Not even discussing a detailed plan? She turned serious. Wang Chu, do you even know Xiao Mingyin's core chip module? During the last Global Mecha Combat Championship, she didn't participate in a single team match. Do you know why? Because she's too dangerous. Too dangerous? Wang Chu frowned slightly, unable to grasp Xing's reasoning immediately. How dangerous? Could it eat me, or something? Though he was joking, a particular detail in Xing's earlier statement caught his attention. You've never participated in a team competition? Xing nodded lightly in confirmation. This puzzled Wang Chu. The Global Mecha Martial Arts Competition was a major event, comparable to the Lunar New Year Gala on Blue Star, with nearly everyone watching. As a longtime follower of the competition, he was surprised he had missed such a fact while watching Imperial Mecha Martial Arts Academy's matches. Xing furrowed her delicate brows and sighed softly. The core chip module of Xiao Mingyin is something of a taboo at school, rarely discussed. Since you're going to fight alongside her, these things must be brought to light. Her core chip module is called Absolute Berserk. At the mention of that name, Wang Chu's pupils contracted sharply. It was far from unfamiliar. In fact, its prominence in the realm of core chip modules was undeniable. If his own absolute overclocking and Su Wanqing's absolute support were top-tier T0 level golden core chip modules, then Absolute Berserk was their undisputed king. Its destructive power even surpassed that of absolute overclocking. Specific data flashed through Wang Chu's mind. A 500 increase in all mecha attributes, further skyrocketing to a 2000 boost in Berserk mode. This meant that Xiao Mingyin, who appeared to be a petite and adorable girl dressed in Lolita-style clothing, was in reality a terrifying berserker warrior. A berserker Lolita? Wang Chu was stunned by the stark contrast. Seeing Wang Chu's reaction, Xing elaborated further. Now you understand why, even as the captain of the school team, she has never participated in a team competition, right? In her berserk state, she can't distinguish friend from foe. This also explained why Xiao Mingyin was hesitant about challenging the Storm Goddess. While regular battles might be brute force through, facing the Storm Goddess in a state of uncontrollable fury could lead to disastrous consequences. Standing nearby, Su Wanqing seemed to have already been aware of this information. Ever since Xiao Mingyin made that bold decision, Su Wanqing had been tirelessly gathering intelligence, including detailed data on core chip modules. Ziying hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. This isn't exactly a secret. You can find out with a bit of inquiry. I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs, but for your safety, I have to tell you. When Xiao Mingyin first obtained Absolute Berserk, she seriously injured her teammates during a dungeon run. Fortunately, no lives were lost. From that moment on, no one dared to approach her again. The words hit like a hammer, leaving Elsa frozen mid-motion as she casually munched on potato chips. Her hand stopped in midair, a chip hovering near her lips, while her wide eyes betrayed her shock. Wang Chu's reaction was no less dramatic. An image of Xiao Mingyin in the cafeteria flashed unbidden in his Minda shy girl sitting on a bench, head lowered, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. How could such an innocent and sweet-looking girl have a past like this? The revelation was both startling and oddly fitting, like one of those cliched yet timeless stories. But when such a plot twist involved Xiao Mingyin, Wang Chu couldn't help but wonder how she had made it to where she was today. Surely, many admired her, but it was evident that even more feared her. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as Wang Chu took a deep breath, his throat tightening. I see, he said. It finally made sense. The loneliness he had always sensed in her stemmed from this. To carry the label of Absolute Berserk for a lifetime, was it really worth it? The next morning, Wang Chu completed his daily tasks. The system notification chimed. Daily tasks completed. All attributes increased by 10 points, including strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, plus 10 free attribute points. He opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Strength, 454. Agility, 229. Constitution, 230. Spirit, 231. These figures would have satisfied him just a day ago. With 454 strength, he could reach 136,200 points in final ripple mode. Using double armor burst with a 600x multiplier, he could push that to 272,400 points. If he succeeded in passing the third Abyss trial today, the upgrade in final ripple could allow for an 800x multiplier, potentially reaching 363,200 points. Still not enough time, Wang Chu muttered with a sigh. Advancing from defeating the spider goddess to his current state in less than 20 days was already meteoric progress. Yet compared to Xiao Mingyin, a 6th tier pilot, his stats still fell short. At her level 6th tier, level 70, her exoskeleton's base attributes alone would reach 65,000 points. Under Absolute Berserk, those stats would soar to at least 1,300,000 points, not even accounting for enhancements from high-quality equipment or the advantages of larger mechs. For Wang Chu, a 2nd-tier fighter attempting to leap 4 tiers and challenge a 6th-tier opponent in Howling Land, it was undeniably a gamble. But with great risk came great reward. Securing a new Abyssal deity mark, even a day earlier, meant growing stronger that much sooner. Still, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was just tagging along. After all, with Xiao Mingyin's Absolute Berserk ability, she was practically invincible. Did she even need his help at all? Creak. The wooden door at the entrance of the villa was gently pushed open. Xiao Mingyin arrived as promised, and her appearance today made Wang Chu take a few extra glances. She was dressed in a light pink Lolita-style long dress that elegantly outlined her figure, holding a pale yellow parasol delicately in her hand. The intricate lace trim around the neckline resembled a fine spiderweb, accentuating the graceful length of her neck. The bows on her chest and waist resembled blooming pink flowers, and the Aline skirt flared out in layered tiers. The interplay of chiffon and lace gave her entire outfit an exquisite charm. With such a sweet appearance, who would guess she's a berserker? Wang Chu marveled to himself. Good morning, Xiao Mingyin greeted softly, her glossy pink lips reminding Wang Chu of the unexpected kiss from the day before. He quickly recollected himself and said seriously, Captain Xiao, as we agreed yesterday, I'll enter the Abyss trial first for 1 hour before you head into the Howling Lands. Once I clear the trial, we'll meet at the highest peak of the Howling Lands. Xiao Mingyin nodded lightly, her rosy cheeks making her look even more adorable. This harmonious scene, however, made Su Wanning, standing nearby, mutter under her breath, I was here first. But why do they seem like a better match? Still, as Wang Chu's devoted younger sister, she would never spoil his mood. Brother Wang Chu, safe travels. I'll be waiting for your good news. Su Wanning eagerly anticipated the server-wide announcement of their victory over the storm goddess. Wang Chu ruffled her hair with a smile and said, there's no guarantee we'll even encounter the storm goddess. She might not be home, you know. This was indeed a potential flaw in their plan. If they missed the opportunity this time, they'd have to wait for the 4th tier Abyss trial, or for some unwitting Abyss deity to cross their path. Standing silently to the side, Ziying preferred to wait until Wang Chu grew stronger before taking action, but since he had already made up his mind, she chose not to say more. Wang Chu, take these modules. Ziying stepped forward, the spiritual markings on the back of her hand glowing as 4 modules materialized. I managed to get the Sword Intent set modules you asked about yesterday. Sword Intent set? Wang Chu took the modules, his eyes widening as he examined the attributes on one of them. Sword Heart Protector Left Limb Module. Grade: Tier 2 Gold Abyss. Effect: Mech Strength Attribute 600, Mech Durability Consumption Rate 100. Additional Attribute: Sword Intent 15. Collect all Sword Intent attributes to activate the Sword Intent set effect. I am the sword, Wang Chu declared, surveying his surroundings while examining his newly acquired equipment. In addition to the multifunctional module, the Sword Core, the remaining 3 modules of the Sword Intent set were now in place: Sword Heartguard for the right arm, left leg, and right leg. Ziying noticed Wang Chu's astonished expression and quickly explained, the set's modular system is a signature feature of Miracle Star Source. Although the Sword Intent set is considered rare, with the Hardestigate Sword Core already in your hands, gathering the other pieces was a breeze for someone with my connections. She scrunched her delicate nose slightly, a hint of pride in her voice. No need to thank me, as long as it helps you. But, her tone shifted, you don't even use swords that often. Compared to gear that provides direct stat boosts or abilities, this set might not be as practical. If you find it useless, remember to return it to me. Watching Ziying lift her chin slightly in a haughty manner, Wang Chu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Ziying exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips as her long, violet hair shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the sunlight. Looking at Ziying standing before him, and Su Wanning clinging tightly to his arm, Wang Chu chose not to say, thank you. Though Ziying's words were often casual, they were filled with concern. He understood that returning safely would be the best response to their care. I'm off. A few moments later, Wang Chu's figure vanished from where he stood. Upon entering the Abyss dungeon, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched an eerie forest scene. Twisted tree trunks intertwined, with dappled light filtering through layers of dense foliage. Trees of black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and gray grew chaotically, their bizarre shapes creating the illusion of a surreal dreamscape. The Abyss Trial Dungeon information appeared. Dreambound Abyss Trial Dungeon Tier 3 Nightmare Level. Main Quest: Destroy the Dreambound World Tree. Time Limit: None. The Dreambound World Tree, huh? Wang Chu murmured. This wasn't his first encounter with an Abyss trial connected to the World Tree. From what he could tell, it seemed like his trials always followed a peculiar pattern of linking to specific entities. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the vivid and colorful world before him. So, what is it you're trying to show me this time? Ding, you have entered the misty forest. As Wang Chu stepped into the twisted forest, a dense white fog surged forward like a tide, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. Suddenly, a sharp whip-like strike lashed out from the depths of the fog, tearing through the air with a piercing sound. Wang Chu's abyssal eye erupted with golden light, piercing through the mist to see ahead. Before him stood rows of grotesquely twisted trees, their forms menacing like hungry beasts, seemingly drawn by the scent of flesh and blood. The system revealed the attributes of the leader of these twisted trees. Tier 3, Level 33, Strength 4800, Agility 4200, Defense 5500. They possess skills such as rooting and poison fog, with their roots being their fatal weakness. Truly deserving of its nightmare level designation, this Tier 3 Abyssal Dungeon featured monsters with stats exceeding 4,000 points on average. Facing the incoming attack of whipping branches, Wang Chu remained calm, casually waving his arm. With a crisp snap, the branch was struck as if hit by a massive force, flung backward, and rebounded with even greater intensity. A shrill wail echoed as the twisted tree collapsed to the ground. Strength over 4,000? Huh? Sorry, my strength is on a whole different level, Wang Chu said with a light chuckle. The system notification promptly followed. Successfully killed the level 33 twisted tree leader. Gained 33,000 spirit mark experience points and 1 memory fragment quest item. As Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, pondering the purpose of the memory fragment, countless branches suddenly intertwined into a massive net, descending upon him from all directions. So annoying, Wang Chu sighed in frustration. The tip of his fire lance ignited with blazing flames, illuminating the entire misty forest in a fiery red glow. Since you're all so twisted, Master Wang will give you a good acupuncture session. The flames roared as Wang Chu rested the fire lance on his right shoulder, taking aim at the trees ahead. In the next instant, the muscles in the right arm of his Neza Mech tensed, and the fire lance shot forward like an arrow unleashed from a bowstring. The flaming lance streaked through the air, igniting everything in its path and forming a serpentine trail of fire. The flames spread like a tidal wave, consuming every branch they touched. One by one, the twisted trees caught fire, burning like falling dominoes until the entire misty forest was engulfed in a sea of flames. The system notifications continuously chimed, each kill granting 33,000 spirit mark experience points and another memory fragment. Raising his right hand, Wang Chu softly commanded, "Come." Deep within the forest of mist, A sudden flash of red light burst forth. The flame lance, transformed from the elven holy sword Alusha, felt the summons and surged back, enveloped in searing heat. Clang! The flame lance returned to Wang Chu's hand with a crisp, resonant sound, as if cheering in triumph. Before him now lay a scorched path of fire, blackened beyond recognition, flanked by the charred, twisted remnants of trees. In just a moment, the entire forest of mist had been reduced to ashes. Thankfully, this wasn't the real world. Setting a forest to blaze out there would surely mean a lifetime behind bars. Wang Chu clicked his tongue twice and extended his consciousness into the spirit markings. Dozens of memory fragments he had just acquired. What could they be for? Memory fragments were task items capable of activating the Flower of Memory. The Flower of Memory? Wang Chu frowned. He had never heard of such a thing in the outside world. It seemed likely that this was an item unique to the Abyss trial entwined with this dreamscape, much like the coins from the previous Abyss trial. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a small glimmer of light appeared in the far distance. Nez's engine roared, accelerating toward the light and exiting the forest of mist. What came into view was a seemingly endless, winding corridor. Ding! You have entered the illusory dream corridor. Wang Chu looked around. Towering walls, seemingly composed of some strange energy, surrounded him. After the forest of mist came the illusory dream corridor. This third-tier Abyss trial was starting to feel more and more like playing an online dungeon crawler, transitioning from one map to another. As he surveyed the scene, Wang Chu pondered silently, then directed Neza to fly straight up. However, as he ascended, the surrounding walls rose with him, as if there was no end in sight. TCH, a maze, huh? Wang Chu clicked his tongue in annoyance, descending back to the ground. The illusory dream corridor so cryptic and bothersome. Looks like this thing was going to be a bit of a headache. But if flying didn't work, then don't blame me for taking everything apart. Earlier, it was setting fire to the forest. Now it's time to play demolition crew. A maze too tricky to navigate? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Just smash straight through, right? Oh, roar! Nez's engine let out a deafening roar, spewing scorching flames in all directions, distorting the air with intense heat. In an instant, a fiery red glow burst forth like dazzling fireworks. Boom! Boom boom! The ground trembled violently. The walls crumbled like fragile paper under Nez's relentless assault, shattering on impact. Before long, the final wall was demolished. Wang Chu glanced back, admiring the various shapes of the breaches in the walls he had created, nodding in satisfaction. Heh, not bad. That was pretty fun. Just as Wang Chu was admiring his handiwork, a deep, heavy breathing echoed throughout the illusory dream corridor. Roar! Wang Chu narrowed his eyes and looked toward the source of the sound. Deep in the endless darkness, a flower bud radiating a kaleidoscope of colors came into view. As the surrounding light flickered, the bud began to bloom, petal by petal, revealing its core. Beneath the resplendent flower stood a colossal beast, crouched low. The guardian of the Flower of Memory, the illusory dream corridor's Vileplume Lord. Wang Chu's eyes lit up. That colorful bud that's Bloominji's that the Flower of Memory? Ding! You have entered the Garden of Fragmented Memories. As the corridor of illusions vanished, the scene before you shifted abruptly. Countless flowers burst forth from the soil, forming a breathtaking sea of blossoms under the long-lost sunlight. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the flowers to sway in waves, mimicking the rhythm of the ocean. At the center of this floral expanse, an unexpected creature caught Wang Chu's attention, a massive Venusaur, carrying the Flower of Memories on its back. As the guardian of the Flower of Memories, this Venusaur Lord boasted 3rd-tier level 40 strength with attributes of 23,000 agility, 20,000 defense, and 25,000 power. It wielded skills such as Razor Leaf, Solar Beam, and Seed Bomb, with fire being its only weakness. Leave this place, human. A voice echoed directly into Wang Chu's mind. Wang Chu glanced at the giant garlic turtle, staring intently at him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Shrugging, he replied casually, "If you hand over the flower on your back, I might just let you live." This remark clearly enraged the Venusaur Lord. Letting out a thunderous growl, it bellowed, "Another worthless being coveting the Flower of Memories." In the next moment, the red petals on its back began to gather white light, amassing a terrifying amount of energy. Within seconds, a massive white beam surged forward, carrying the power of the sun as it hurtled toward Wang Chu. However, just as the beam was unleashed, a crimson gleam sliced through the air. A fire-tipped spear tore through the void like lightning, colliding head-on with the solar beam. The moment the two forces met, the beam was obliterated, ripples spreading through the surrounding space as the fire-tipped spear's volcanic power consumed the white light. Sensing the looming threat of death, a flicker of fear flashed in the Venusaur's eyes. It leapt hastily into the air, its massive body momentarily blocking out the sunlight above Wang Chu. "Is that all?" Wang Chu smirked mockingly. I thought a talking garlic turtle would have something more impressive up its sleeve. The fire-tipped spear, formed from the elven sacred sword Alusha, shifted direction in an instant, shooting straight upward. A streak of red light pierced through the Venusaur's enormous frame, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Chu approached the still-breathing Venusaur, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Hey, big turtle, what did you mean by another one just now? The implication behind its words lingered in his mind, leaving him intrigued. Wang Chu realized there were other presences around him, so he deliberately restrained his attack, avoiding an instant kill on the giant Venusaur. The massive creature simply stared at him silently, holding on for a few seconds before collapsing with a thunderous crash. A system notification promptly appeared. Successfully killed the guardian of the Flower of Memory Illusory Dreams Venusaur, level 40. Spirit Mark Experience 150,000. Acquired Memory Flower Task Item 1. Tisk. Riddles are so annoying. Wang Chu muttered with a shrug, immediately focusing his consciousness to check the spirit mark space. However, the memory flower was nowhere to be found within it. Glancing at the faintly glowing flower pistol on the Venusaur's corpse, he suddenly understood the acquired item was right there. Wang Chu held high hopes for the memory flower and the memory fragments. If he could awaken even a sliver of the spider goddess Meredith's memories, it might provide invaluable intelligence about the abyss. Carefully, he reached out to touch the memory flower. In an instant, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Insert 30 memory fragments to randomly obtain a memory segment. After taking stock of his memory fragments, Wang Chu realized he'd collected over 70 pieces in the Misty Forest, enough to activate 2 memory segments. As the fragments were absorbed, the surrounding scenery twisted and shifted. A vast green prairie unfolded before his eyes, with a towering world tree piercing the heavens. The fiery spear formed by the elf sacred sword Ilusa let out an excited cry. This was the final clearing of the elf forest, the first-tier abyss trial dungeon they had once visited. Hundreds of elves gathered beneath the world tree, the elf queen whom Wang Chu had already slain standing at the forefront. She clasped her hands over her chest and bowed her head in devout prayer. Goddess Meredith, please guide the path of my people. Wait, what? The elves abandoned the elf goddess and turned to the spider goddess instead? Wang Chu exclaimed in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? Meredith, the spider goddess, looked equally baffled. Suddenly, a seductive and commanding voice echoed from the void. Your prayers have reached me. Offer your lives and souls, and the world tree will grant you eternal life. As soon as the words were spoken, the elves began walking toward the world tree one by one, sacrificing themselves in ritual suicides. Their blood soaked into the world tree, and ghastly spirits rose from their corpses, wailing in eerie anguish. Wang Chu frowned and poked Meredith. What exactly are you doing here? Don't ask me. I have no idea either. Meredith, the spider goddess, replied with a bewildered expression. Wang Chu furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the scene projected by the flower of memory. In the image, one elf after another met their end before the world tree. Their souls let out heart-wrenching wails as they drifted aimlessly in the air. Elusa stood silently to the side. Wang Chu could sense her melancholy. Those faces in the image were both familiar and distant to her. Something feels off. Meredith broke the silence. What's off? Wang Chu squinted his eyes, probing further. Meredith paused in thought. From what we can see, the souls of these elves haven't returned to the world tree. Confronted with this gap in his knowledge of elven lore, Wang Chu found it hard to grasp what was amiss. At that moment, Elusa, who had remained silent, began to explain. There are 2 ways we elves come into being: natural reproduction and the blessings of the world tree. But regardless of the manner of our birth, when an elf dies, their soul always returns to the world tree. The world tree uses these souls to grant new life to the elven race, creating a continuous cycle. I see. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the elves' existence. Meredith was about to delve deeper into her analysis when Wang Chu interrupted her. If you have time to analyze, why not spend it recalling? After all, you're the instigator here. It's already generous of us not to press you for answers. Master, Meredith said in a playful, coquettish tone. How could that naughty spider goddess have anything to do with the beautiful and kind Meredith? Aren't I your most precious little tea sprout? Cough enough already. Wang Chu quickly stopped her. Although the current Meredith was indeed nothing like the spider goddess she had once been, he didn't expect her to recall anything useful either. As the image continued to unfold, more and more elves met their end before the world tree. Eventually, only a lone elf queen remained, standing solemnly in front of the tree. With that, the memory projection abruptly came to an end. That's it? 30 memory fragments, and this is all we get? Though frustrated, Wang Chu knew it was already a stroke of luck to have stumbled upon a scene connected to the Forest of Elves. At the very least, they had uncovered an important clue. The fate of the elves' souls remained a mystery. Just as Wang Chu prepared to continue his exploration, a series of light, cheerful footsteps approached from behind. A sweet, youthful voice rang out. Oh, what a lovely smell! It must be the scent of the flower of memory in bloom. Wang Chu spun around sharply, spotting a cheerful young girl skipping toward them. She wore a red hooded cloak, with a pale pink dress underneath. Her fair arms carried a small basket brimming with colorful flowers. Huh. The girl tilted her head adorably upon seeing Wang Chu from afar. Ah, looks like I'm late. Someone's already picked the memory flower, a crisp voice echoed from nearby. A young girl dressed in a red dress stood in the garden, lightly swaying a flower basket in her hand. What should I do? This is the memory flower that the goddess cultivated for such a long, long time before it finally bloomed. Wang Chu squinted slightly, his mind racing. In the Abyss Trial dungeon, the only beings one could encounter were either NPCs or red-named abyssal creatures. The answer was now obvious. As the Abyssal Eye activated, the girl's information immediately appeared before him. Little Red Riding Hood Divine Envoy form. Lord level, Tier 3, level 40. Strength, 35,000. Agility, 35,000. Defense, 40,000. Description. A fairy tale maiden born in the realm of dreams, she serves as one of the divine envoys under the Dream Goddess, ranked 4th in the hierarchy. Skills. Wild Avatar, Forest Summon, High Explosive Grenade, Barrage Blast. Grandma is actually a divine envoy? Wang Chu's pupils narrowed. This was already the third divine envoy he had encountered, following those of the Spider Goddess and the Storm Goddess. It seemed that the dream entanglement of this Tier 3 Abyss trial was indeed a world created by the Dream Goddess. The girl skipped closer to him, gracefully lifting the hem of her dress as she curtsied. Hello, sir, would you be so kind as to hand over the memory flower? If I don't bring it back, the goddess will scold me. Boo-hoo. Nope, Wang Chu shook his head, a cold smirk curling at his lips. However, I do have a suggestion you might want to hear. If you die here, your goddess won't have a reason to scold you. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Red Riding Hood abruptly looked up, her blood-red eyes glaring at Wang Chu with a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, you're so clever. Big brother, if Big brother dies here, then the memory flower will be mine, won't it? Oh? Are you insane or just deaf? In the next moment, the girl's body began to swell rapidly. Her red hood was instantly torn apart by her bulging muscles. The once adorable girl transformed into a massive gray wolf, her sharp howls reverberating through the garden. Oh, so this is the wild avatar skill? Wang Chu observed calmly as Little Red Riding Hood's stats surged by 30 in her werewolf form. 3 sentences, and I've managed to turn an innocent girl into a werewolf for me. But if this is all you've got, you're not even worthy of being an appetizer before the main course. Boom. The fire-tipped spear erupted in a blaze of flames, and the crimson figure of the Neza Mech instantly flashed behind the werewolf. A massive, gaping wound appeared on the wolf's body, and searing flames consumed it in an instant. One of the Dream Goddess's divine envoys, ranked 4th in her hierarchy Little Red Riding Hood, eliminated, successfully defeated the level 40 boss, Little Red Riding Hood in divine envoy form. Linguin experience 300,000. Obtain module, Black Raven Weapon Module. Obtained material, Token of the Dream Goddess Envoy Special Item. Obtained material, Werewolf Heart Gold Quality. Ding. You have slain the envoy of the Dream Goddess, drawing her attention. Ding. Under the Dream Goddess gaze, you have acquired the Curse of Nightmare's Source. Ding. Curse immunity activated. Nightmare Abyss loses its effect. As expected, even after defeating Little Red Riding Hood, Wang Chu still attracted the attention of the abyssal deities. However, unlike before, his curse immunity rendered him unafraid of any abyssal deity's gaze. Wang Chu felt a sense of relief. If he were to block the attention of the abyssal gods altogether, it would be a massive disadvantage for him. After all, there were times when he needed these deities to seek him out actively, otherwise, relying solely on himself to find the next deity would take an eternity. After dealing with the troublesome enemy, Wang Chu resumed inserting coins. His gaze once again landed on the memory flower atop the Garlic King turtle. The remaining 40+ memory fragments were enough to activate another memory sequence. As the fragments merged into the memory flower, the petals blossomed once more, and the surrounding scenery began to change. Wang Chu's pupils contracted as the scene before him exceeded all expectations. What is Daddy's daddy called? Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. What is Daddy's mommy called? Daddy's mommy is called Grandma. In the memory sequence, a little girl sat on a coin-operated kiddie ride shaped like a white sheep, her face brimming with excitement. Before long, the ride stopped moving and singing the coin's time had run out. Mommy, mommy. The white-haired girl stood up excitedly, calling out, "This ride is so much fun. I want to ride again." Not far away, a woman with a kind smile responded, "All right, I'm coming." However, in the next moment, boom, a massive shadow descended from the sky, crashing directly onto the spot where the woman was standing. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. As the dust settled, a terrifying abyssal creature emerged, and the memory sequence abruptly ended. What the heck? That's it? Wang Chu was taken aback. Just as the scene was getting intense, it had ended? Did the little girl's mother die? What happened to the little girl? And who exactly was this white-haired girl? These questions, now left unanswered, turned into mysteries as the memory fragment faded away. Wang Chu let out a long sigh. Even if he gathered another 30 memory fragments and inserted more coins, there was only a slim chance of seeing what happened next. Forget it, let's move on. Shaking his head, Wang Chu pressed forward toward the next dungeon stage. Ding! You have entered the dream battlefield. As Wang Chu stepped onto the final stretch of blackened earth, everything around him transformed into an impenetrable darkness. At the center of the battlefield stood a colossal black and purple world tree. Bitter Tea Seed Meredith spoke, her voice echoing. This must be the deepest consciousness of the world tree. Wang Chu fixed his gaze on the core of the world tree. At the core of the world tree, a massive crystal sphere emitted an eerie, dark glow, starkly contrasting with the traditional image of a world tree. Wang Chu gazed at the crystal sphere, which appeared to be the heart of the world tree, silently chanting in his mind, the consciousness of the world tree. Through the dark crystal, a faint presence seemed to stir within. The system immediately displayed the attributes of this world tree. Dreamscape Domain World Tree. Lord Rank, Tier 3, Level 40. Strength, 33,000. Agility, 0. Defense, 32,000. Skills, Shadow Orb, Life Drain, Thorn Bind. Weakness, Fire. Wang Chu quickly deduced that this world tree was trapped in a nightmare. Even the divine envoy of the dream goddess would struggle to survive against it, let alone a world tree whose attributes were inferior to those of Little Red Riding Hood. In an instant, the flame spear in Wang Chu's hand ignited. Fiery serpents of flame coiled up the shaft of the spear, engulfing it in a blazing inferno. The sheer intensity of the power caused the space around it to crackle and roar, as though it might tear apart at any moment. Wang Chu hurled the flame spear with all his might. The strike resembled a burning meteor, carving a brilliant arc through the pitch-black, conscious space and illuminating the entire realm. The flame spear struck the core of the world tree with deadly precision. Violent flames erupted, consuming the crystal sphere in an instant. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the core shattered into countless shimmering crystal fragments. Energy ripples radiated outward like waves, causing the branches of the world tree to wither rapidly wherever they passed. Moments later, the colossal world tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending billows of dark energy into the air. Just as Wang Chu prepared to embrace his ascension, a white figure fell straight from the shattered core. Meanwhile, in a grand palace within the Howling Lands, the storm goddess, Alicia, sat regally at the center of the hall. She wore an elegant gown woven from wind elements, and behind her, a pair of enormous wings formed from tempestuous gales stretched outward. Before her, 6 figures knelt in reverence. Alicia lifted her head with pride, her deep blue eyes resembling the boundless sky, exuding both majesty and untamed power. Her lips curled into a graceful smile as she chuckled softly, "Let us go. With the fiercest storm, we shall welcome the guest who journeys from afar." A streak of white light fell from the collapsing core of the world tree. Wang Chu's heart tightened, and he was instantly on alert. It was unmistakably a humanoid figure, but how could there be anyone within the core of the world tree? Despite his doubts, Wang Chu decided to investigate. With his current level of strength, even if it were a trap, he had nothing to fear. The Mech's engine roared thunderously, transforming into a crimson meteor that shot straight into the sky. In the pitch-black consciousness space of the world tree, the red trail left by the Mech intertwined with the falling white figure, forming a surreal and striking image. Wang Chu caught the figure with precision. Looking down, he froze in shock. It was the little girl from the memory fragments he had seen moments ago. She appeared to be about 10 years old, her snow-white hair shimmering like frost. Her delicate and serene face, framed by long lashes, gave her the appearance of a porcelain doll in peaceful slumber. Her skin emitted a faint glow, as if otherworldly. Judging by her faint breathing, she was still alive. But this was too strange. According to the memory fragments, this girl should exist in the real world. Why was she here, inside the Abyss Trial Dungeon? Wang Chu immediately activated the Abyssal Eye to inspect her. World Tree's Will? Tier? Strength, 2 Agility, 2 Constitution, 2 Spirit, 2. Description. World Tree's Will? The panel left Wang Chu speechless. Not only was her tier marked with question marks, but even her description was uncertain. Still, 2 things were clear. This girl was likely an embodiment of the World Tree's will, and judging by her attributes, her combat ability was extremely weak. Do you have any idea what's going on here? Wang Chu asked Alusa and Kuchatsi Meredith, but all he received in response were shakes of their heads. At that moment, glowing runes flickered, and a series of notifications appeared. Successfully defeated the Dreamscape Domain World Tree Lord at level 40. Gained significant experience and rewards. World Tree Sword? Wang Chu immediately began inspecting the newly acquired item. The attribute panel of the World Tree Sword weapon module slowly unfolded before Wang Chu. Tier 2 Gold Abyss. Base effects 1200 Mech Strength Attribute. Mech Durability Consumption Speed 100. Additional affix Power of the World. All attribute attacks and resistances increase by 20. Description: a sword forged from the trunk of the World Tree, imbued with traces of the World Tree's power. Wow, this weapon module is really something. Wang Chu quickly equipped the World Tree Sword module. After confirming that the other modules were all equipped with the Sword Intent set, he muttered under his breath, "Absorb." In an instant, the power from the entire set of modules surged like a stream into the spirit patterns, nourishing the mech. The system notification promptly followed. Modules fully absorbed. Eternal power increase, 4200. Additional affixes acquired. Power of the World, Sword Intent. You have advanced to Tier 3. Level increased, 3031. All attributes increased by 200 points. You have gained 200 free attribute points. The experience required for leveling up was now growing exponentially. The previously accumulated experience was only enough for a single level up. However, even so, the attributes of the Tier 3 Nezamech had transformed dramatically. Even without equipping the Spirit Sacred Sword and Spider Regalia, its stats were astonishing. Mech Neza Exoskeleton Mech. Tier 3 Level 31, 1,000,000 8,000,000. Core Attributes. Strength, 323,700, 316,500, 3,000, 4,200. Agility, 76,200. Defense, 37,800. Free attribute points, 0. Durability, 95. Consumption speed, 1,000. Additional affixes: Dragon's Might, Dragon's Claw, Critical Strike, Dragon's Heart, Power of the World, Sword Intent. Status: Blessing of the Elven Goddess 2. Skills: Abyssal, Imaginary Foe, Destruction Mode, Unity. Abilities: Exclusive Saitama Physique LV2, Wind Stabilization, Curse Immunity, Soul Rebirth. After allocating the 200 free attribute points entirely to Strength, the strength value of the Nezamech had surpassed the 320,000 mark. And this was without including the attributes from the Tier 3 Spirit Sacred Sword and Spider Regalia. The final ripple effect was even more astounding. When the mech sustained critical damage, it would release a final ripple, causing the physical bonus strength to skyrocket by 400 times for 24 hours. If I can kill a few more Abyssal deities and level up the Saitama physique, I might not need 3 years like Teacher Saitama. Maybe in just a year, I can reach an unimaginable level. Wang Chu calculated to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that the Storm Goddess was still waiting for him. Glancing down at the still slumbering World Tree's will in his arms, he couldn't help but ponder, what should I do with her? Wang Chu let out a soft sigh and gently released the little girl embodying the World Tree's will from his arms. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the girl delicately and suspending her in the air nearby. Though he was eager to study this sudden manifestation of the World Tree's will, he realized that Xiao Mingyin might have already entered the Howling Lands. For now, he had to set aside his research plans. Let's get moving, Wang Chu said with a slight frown, his tone calm and composed. Meredith's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant violet light, like swirling whirlpools in the depths of a mysterious abyss. Her slender fingers traced an elegant arc through the air, and the space around them emitted a deep hum as it twisted and distorted. A dark rift emerged, its edges crackling with purple lightning and emitting sharp snapping sounds. Master, the anchor point has been marked. The rift leads to the Howling Lands, where Xiao Mingyin is located, Meredith said, stepping back and positioning herself slightly behind Wang Chu on his left. Wang Chu raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed by the spatial manipulation abilities of this abyssal deity. Without hesitation, he stepped into the rift. The Howling Lands unfolded before his eyes. Fierce winds howled across the barren landscape, whipping up clouds of sand and debris that obscured the sky. Overhead, dark storm clouds swirled into a colossal vortex, with streaks of violet-black lightning darting through the churning masses. The ground bore signs of recent combat, but judging by the scattered traces left by the defeated creatures, the battles had not been intense. It was clear that Xiao Mingyin had only just arrived, and had not yet encountered the Storm Goddess and her group. Wang Chu's gaze shifted to the tallest peak in the distance, the location where he and Xiao Mingyin had agreed to meet. A few minutes later, the red figure of Neza appeared near the edge of the cliff. Standing quietly at the precipice was a white-clad figure with a distinctive presence, Xiao Mingyin herself. Captain Xiao, Wang Chu called out. Xiao Mingyin finally turned to face him, giving a simple nod in acknowledgement. You're here, she replied succinctly. Wang Chu observed her closely. At this moment, Xiao Mingyin was not operating a large mech, but was instead outfitted in an exoskeleton suit. The suit was predominantly white, with its metallic surface shimmering with a cold, sharp luster. The black chest plate slightly protruded, complementing the snug white armor around her waist and abdomen, which perfectly outlined her toned core and defined abdominal muscles. The mech's design was reminiscent of the elegant lines of a camellia seed, leaving a small section of fair skin exposed at the thighs. Behind her, a pair of beautifully crafted mechanical wings gleamed brilliantly. Captain Xiao, this suit really suits you, Wang Chu remarked sincerely. Thank you, Xiao Mingyin responded with a blank expression. Though she had heard this compliment countless times before, this time it stirred a faint, unfamiliar warmth in her heart. Her gaze then shifted to the white-haired girl standing beside Wang Chu, her expression tinged with curiosity. And this is? I have no idea, Wang Chu shrugged. I just picked her up in the dungeon earlier. Picked her up? Xiao Mingyin was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself how this man somehow managed to bring back a strange little girl every time he entered a dungeon. She couldn't help but cast a skeptical look at Wang Chu. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not that kind of person. Oh, what do you mean, oh? I'm serious. Perhaps to ease the tension before the impending battle, the two of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let's get moving. I'm in a hurry to clock out. Wang Chu waved his hand dismissively. So, where's this storm goddess lair you mentioned? Xiao Mingyin turned towards the bottomless cliff ahead. It's down there. Wang Chu froze in disbelief. The storm goddess lair was beneath the cliff? He stared at Xiao Mingyin's slender figure, his mind brimming with questions. How had she discovered this location? Had she jumped down before? He quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought given the flying capabilities of her mech. It was likely just a coincidence. You've probably heard about my core by now, haven't you? Xiao Mingyin said softly, her back still turned to him. I originally planned to fight alongside you once you reached Tier 6, but right now you're only Tier 3. When we go down, stay away from the battlefield. Once the fight starts, use your wind manipulation abilities to assist me. With my absolute berserk mode, neither the Divine Envoy nor the Storm Goddess will be a match for me. She paused for a moment. If I die, you need to run. I trust that if you've made it this far, you'll find a way to get out. Wang Chu looked at her slightly lonely silhouette, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Die? Don't worry. The ones who'll die will be them. Wang Chu resisted the urge to ask Xiao Mingyin how she had discovered the Storm Goddess's lair. The question was too sensitive. If his suspicion turned out to be correct, it might reopen old wounds that hadn't fully healed. For now, Xiao Mingyin remained the admirable captain of the Imperial Capital Mecha Martial Arts Academy's team, and that was all that mattered. He took a few steps forward until he was standing alongside Xiao Mingyin. Glancing down at the girl who barely reached his chest, their eyes met for a brief moment. Without a word, they both extended their arms and leaned back, plunging off the cliff together. The roaring wind rushed past Neza's sleek frame, its crimson glow streaking through the sky like a blazing star in freefall. Wang Chu maintained a spread-eagle posture, savoring the exhilaration of weightlessness. Moments later, the scenery around them shifted dramatically. A system notification chimed. You have entered the howling storm plains. Before them stretched a vast, boundless plain. The soft grass swayed gently in the breeze, creating rippling waves of green. Scattered wildflowers sparkled under the sunlight, like gemstones embedded in an emerald carpet. At the far end of the plain stood an imposing palace, towering majestically. Doesn't quite match the name of the map. It's surprisingly tranquil here, Wang Chu remarked softly as he scanned the surroundings. I had the same impression my first time here, Xiao Mingyin replied as she began walking forward. With a wave of her right hand, she summoned a massive white sword. The Storm Goddess's lair is inside that palace. Stay here for now. If she's not there, I'll deal with her envoy and come back. Her tone was calm, as if discussing an ordinary task. That won't be necessary, Wang Chu said with a smile. They're already here. Before his words had fully landed, the serene plain erupted into chaos. A fierce gale swept across the landscape, and in an instant, a massive, swirling gray-black storm cloud formed in the sky. Lightning cracked and thunder roared, as if threatening to tear the heavens apart. Xiao Mingyin looked up at the eye of the storm and said gravely, stick to the plan. You go first. Act accordingly. At that moment, a dazzling light burst forth from the storm's center, and the storm goddess, Alicia, slowly emerged. She wore a flowing gown forged from the very essence of the storm, its ethereal fabric billowing wildly in the wind. Her eyes, deep as stormy abysses, glimmered with an icy, commanding light that sent chills down the spine of anyone who met her gaze. Well, little one, Alicia's voice cut through the howling winds with unsettling clarity. Since you've come all this way, how could I let my guest find the door on their own? The golden-haired woman's words carried both a mocking tone and an undeniable authority. The storm goddess Alicia fixed her gaze on Xiao Mingyin standing before her. The latter narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the abyssal deity she had researched hundreds of times in various records. Xiao Mingyin's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but because she had finally come face to face with the target that had consumed her thoughts for so long. At last, I meet you, she said, enunciating each word carefully, a faint, excited smile tugging at the corners of her lips. With each advancement in her rank, the power granted by absolute frenzy grew ever more terrifying. Solo dungeons had become trivial for her once she activated her frenzy. She would awaken to find all the monsters already annihilated. Yet, this immense strength came with a shadow of doubt. She began to fear the day she might lose control amidst a crowd. That day, when she stood at the edge of a bottomless cliff at the Whistling Wastes, a wave of disorientation swept over her. Maybe this is where it all ends, she murmured, taking a step forward. But what seemed like the end instead led her to the lair of the storm goddess. 1, 2, 3, 6 heralds? Wang Chu raised an eyebrow as he observed the formation surrounding the storm goddess. Each of the 6 heralds exuded a unique, yet equally intimidating aura. The leading herald was clad in jet-black armor adorned with flowing azure wind runes, which shimmered and shifted as though alive. The system interface displayed. Storm Vanguard Cassius Herald Form. Lord Rank, Tier 6, Level 70. Strength, 850,000. Agility, 800,000. Defense, 750,000. Traits, Storm Sovereign, the most powerful first herald of the Storm Goddess. Skills, Storm Pierce, Endless Tempest Domain. Wind Whisper Shield, Embers of the Wind. Weakness, Overloaded Mana Core. The other 5 heralds also boasted stats exceeding 600,000, their power not to be underestimated. Hold on a second, Wang Chu suddenly recalled. Didn't we already take down 3 of her heralds before? How does she replace them so fast? She's like the ultimate exploitative boss. Xiao Mingyin ascended into the air silently, gripping a massive sword taller than herself as she prepared to face the storm goddess and her 6 heralds alone. Ever since her fall into the abyss, she had discovered her purpose in life-slaying gods. Even if she was but a small, insignificant existence, she would fight for this goal to the very end. After meticulously studying everything about the storm goddess, she found her long-dormant heart stirred once more when the Godslayer appeared. So, will you come at me one by one, or all at once? Xiao Mingyin raised her sword, pointing it directly at the storm goddess Alicia's head. The 6 heralds erupted in rage and prepared to strike, but the storm goddess held them back. A mere Tier 6 pilot, what gives you such confidence? Was it him? She gestured toward Wang Chu. Do you think his wind manipulation can counter me? If you mistake me for a fool like Meredith, you're gravely mistaken. You foul-mouthed witch. How dare you insult me? Meredith, the bitter tea, roared in fury. Wang Chu was just about to restrain the enraged Meredith when the roar of Neza Mecha's engines thundered across the plains. The fiery red mech, wielding a transformed, massive spirit sword tens of meters long, appeared in an instant before the storm goddess and her heralds. You wretched hag, the mech's sapphire-like eyes glinted with cold light. Who gave you the right to insult my bitter tea? Do you even deserve to? In that instant, the world seemed to dissolve into nothing but black and white. Wang Chu wasn't joking around with them at all. Storm Goddess? What kind of joke is that? And Spider Goddess Meredith? Meredith is the guardian of my most precious treasure. Wang Chu entered a combination of Destruction Mode and Unity. In Destruction Mode, his power level skyrocketed to 481,950 points. Adding the recently upgraded Tier 3 Elven Holy Sword and Spider Regalius 18,000 points. Along with the attributes from casually equipped modules, Wang Chu's power surpassed 500,000 points. Not to mention the double damage from Dragon's Claw and the tenfold damage boost from Unity. The power carried by this strike exceeded 10 million points. Unfortunately, Unity is a skill, not a normal attack. Otherwise, with a 30 chance to trigger 225 damage, this strike could have reached over 22 million points. But even so, this was more than enough. Let them experience the true meaning of raw numerical power. At this moment, Wang Chu didn't perform any extravagant moves. Instead, he channeled all his understanding of the sword, honed during countless battles against imagined foes, into this one pure, direct strike. Simple yet profound unity in a single sword. In the next instant, the world was split in two. The space ahead trembled violently as a fine crack appeared where the sword's tip pointed. Initially as thin as a strand of hair, it rapidly widened and deepened in the blink of an eye. The air was forcibly displaced, creating a visible white shockwave that exploded outward from Wang Chu as the center. The storm goddess face turned pale. This power had surpassed Tier 6, no, even Tier 7. As one of the most powerful beings among the abyssal deities, she instantly recognized the terrifying might contained in Wang Chu's strike, reaching the strength of Tier 8. It was utterly terrifying. In the next second, the storm goddess Alicia unleashed an overwhelming storm aura boom. This was the sound of her divine power erupting. Yet Unity had no dazzling light, no flamboyant sword energy, not even the sharp sound of the Bladiot had transcended audible frequencies. Even so, the heavens and earth changed color, mountains trembled in fury, and all returned to one. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps less than a second, or maybe half a century had gone by. Slowly, the black and white void of the battlefield regained the original hues of the plain. In Alicia's eyes, Neza had returned to its fiery red form. But behind her, the 6 divine envoys had lost all color in their pupils. Successfully killed Storm Vanguard Cassius, Divine Envoy form, level 70. Rune XP 12 million. Ding. You have slain the Storm Goddess Envoy, attracting the attention of the Storm Goddess. Ding. Under the gaze of the Storm Goddess, your wind affinity has decreased. Ding. Curse immunity activated, wind affinity reduction negated. The kill was successful, and the runes radiated wildly. All 6 of the Storm Goddess Divine Envoys were slain simultaneously by Unity's single strike. A massive influx of experience poured in, and Wang Chu leveled up 5 times in a row, reaching Tier 3, level 36. At that very moment, the Nezamech on Wang Chu's body exploded into pieces. A single drop of sweat slid down the cheek of the Storm Goddess Alicia. Even Alicia, the Goddess of Storms, was awestruck by Wang Chu's earth-shattering sword strike. Fortunately, her ability to elementalize, combined with the divine power that temporarily elevated her to the 8th tier, allowed her to neutralize this otherwise fatal blow. The concept of tier suppression is fascinating. In the Storm domain, tier suppression not only affects Alicia herself but also limits pilots. However, Abyssal deities can temporarily overcome this limitation through divine power. This essentially pulls their opponents down to the same 6th tier level before leveraging their breakthrough to gain an advantage. Yet, such a sophisticated strategy seemed utterly futile in the face of Wang Chu. This pilot, merely at the 3rd tier, demonstrated power that defied all logic. Alicia's chest rose and fell unevenly, clearly still unsettled by the might of that astonishing strike. She fixed her gaze on Wang Chu, now exposed amidst the shattered remains of his mech, a faint smirk curling her lips. So, you put everything on that one sword strike, huh? Was this the trump card you used to kill Meredith? How unfortunate it doesn't work on me. She slowly raised her pale right hand, as terrifying storm energy began swirling in her palm, growing stronger with each passing moment. Wang Chu, get out of there. Xiao Mingyin's urgent voice broke through the tension as she recovered from her initial shock. But in the next instant, both Alicia and Xiao Mingyin froze in disbelief. The fiery red fragments of the mech, which had scattered through the air, began to trace dazzling arcs and unexpectedly reversed course. They surged back toward Wang Chu, whose body was gradually engulfed in rising flames. Is this a resurrection-type ability? With a deafening crackle, the flames exploded outward, and the same Nezamech that had unleashed the awe-inspiring strike reappeared, completely intact. Surprised? Wang Chu's disdainful voice echoed from behind the mech's visor. Don't worry, the real surprises are just beginning. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his fingers toward Alicia before clenching them into a tight fist. Still the wind. The sudden strike from Gue did not harm the Storm Goddess, which was entirely within Wang Chu's expectations. After all, she was one of the Abyssal deities, the Storm Goddess herself. If she could be defeated so easily, it would indeed disgrace the title of Goddess. However, the effect of the wind suppression technique was immediate. The expression on Alicia, the Storm Goddess, froze instantly. She could feel her connection to the wind elements in the world abruptly severed. Every command she issued felt like throwing stones into the oceano response at all. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Why can't I sense the storm's response? This is impossible. I am Alicia, the embodiment of the storm. I am the storm, and the storm is me. Looking at the disoriented Storm Goddess, who now resembled someone cut off from all contact by a lover, Wang Chu spoke calmly. By now, don't you understand? You just admitted you are the embodiment of the storm, capable of controlling all wind elements. But unfortunately, my ability is to suppress the wind. From the very beginning, you were destined to be beneath me. As he spoke, Wang Chu gave Alicia a once-over, a faint smile curling on his lips. By the way, it seems your nutrition intake is pretty good, perhaps a bit excessive. At first, Alicia didn't grasp the meaning of his words. But following Wang Chu's and Xiao Mingyin's gazes, she suddenly realized the light green veil constructed from wind elements had completely dissipated the moment the wind was suppressed. Panicking, she raised her right arm to cover her chest while her left hand attempted to shield her long, shapely legs, her actions only highlighting her vulnerability. Tsk tisk, Wang Chu chuckled lightly. I doubt the storm goddess realizes this half-covered look might be even more appealing to the upright viewers watching. His remark also caught Xiaoming's attention. Her eyes lingered on Alicia's figure for a moment before she glanced down at her own slightly rising and falling chest concealed beneath her black armor, repeating the comparison several times. In her mind, if Alicia was overnourished, then she herself was severely undernourished. So this is the type you prefer? Xiaoming spoke in a low tone. No wonder you're always surrounded by junior sisters Ziying and Wanqing. Wang Chu was momentarily puzzled until he noticed Xiaoming's resentful gaze. Then, as his eyes drifted downward to her flatlands, realization struck. Oh no, you've misunderstood. But honestly, what does my preference have to do with you? Wang Chu quickly added. Don't worry, being petite is cute too. At that moment, Xiaoming wished she could kill both Wang Chu and the storm goddess Alicia on the spot. While the two were talking, Alicia had already retrieved a set of clothing, which emanated an aura of high-grade artifacts from an unknown source and quickly dressed herself. By now, she had regained her composure. Alicia, having just emerged from the shadow of losing her wind element and the accidental escape of her pet white rabbit, stared coldly at Wang Chu and Xiaoming. If you think this is enough to defeat me, then you're underestimating the power of an abyssal deity. Before her words had fully settled, a ghostly light surged in her eyes, and pure divine energy rapidly condensed within them. Her body trembled lightly as an ink-like dark aura erupted from within, twisting and coiling around her in tangible shadows. Wang Chu narrowed his eyes, observing as Alicia's abyssal aura thickened to an ink-black density, saturating the entire space. Her iconic golden hair began to rise despite the still air, and as black and purple light gradually spread through each strand, it ultimately transformed into the pure black of the abyss. Even without the storm, a fifth-tier abyssal deity is not someone you can insult so easily. In an instant, with a flash of purple light, Alicia teleported directly in front of Wang Chu. She was clad in a purple battle armor etched with flowing patterns of darkness, holding a pair of long, gleaming purple crystal blades in her hands, their power seemingly capable of tearing through space. She flashed a cruel smile. A mere third-tier insect. That last strike failed to kill me, and you won't get another chance. So what if you can resurrect? No matter how many times you come back, they'll kill you just as many times. Storm Goddess, Alicia. Abyssal Deity Tier, 8th Tier, Level 85. Strength, 2,515,000. Agility, 2,820,000. Defense, 2,380,000. Fate Trait, Storm Fate Storm's Blessing Lost. Skills. Weakness, Abdomen. Through the Abyssal Eye, Wang Chu could clearly see Alicia's attribute panel. Even without the storm's blessing, her stats were astonishing. Her speed, in particular, was absurdly fast, so much so that even under the time-slowing effect of the Abyssal Eye, she was nearly impossible to track. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar, shattering the fabric of space, echoed across the skies. It was the most earth-shaking sound Wang Chu had ever heard, a mechanical engine's roar that sent tremors through his very core. A blinding light suddenly pierced the darkness Alicia had spread, and a fierce gust of wind, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept past Wang Chu. Focusing his gaze, he saw a massive, snow-white mechanical dragon streaking through the air like a bolt of silver lightning, hurtling straight toward Alicia with a deafening, earth-shaking roar. It's Xiaoming. Her Mech has this form? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.